You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 23, One Glimmer of Hope, Part 1. Theseus clenched his fists in frustration, but he didn't move. Meanwhile, Lith was paralyzed by uncertainty as well. He knew that getting away from the Shadow Dragon was the smartest thing he could do, but his body refused to obey. Even though they didn't know each other very well, Zorith was the closest thing to an older sibling Lith had ever had. She had protected him ever since their first meeting, when the council had put him on trial just for existing. Back then she knew nothing but his name and that he carried dragon blood, but it had been enough for Zorith to call him little brother and stand by his side. She had helped him to protect his family from night. She had shared with Lith all the knowledge about chaos and origin flames she had. Zorith had introduced him to Sinmara and accompanied him in Verendi. During the trip, she had always looked after Lith and taught him the customs of the unknown continent. She had helped him to retrieve the mouth of Menadian from the local awakened council, and even fought for him against her fellow members of the organization. When the rest of his so-called siblings from the Dragon and Phoenix bloodlines had turned their back on him, Zorith had volunteered to help him rescue Floria. Even then, she had put him first, warning Lith of the dangers that associating himself in public with an Eldritch would imply. The only reason Zorith was there that day was him. This isn't her battle, but mine. Lith's hand clenched double-edge's hilt. The unwavering loyalty array is ravaging her mind, yet the only thing Zorith is worried about is my safety. She didn't beg me to save her, but to save myself. I'll be damned before I let Thrud take someone else from me. I'll save Zorith now and then Floria. I'm not going to lose someone ever again. The Shadow Dragon roared her challenge and charged at the Tiamat, her sky piercer brimming with chaos energy. The Tiamat stood still until the last second before stepping aside with a small flap of his wings and using war to bind the enchanted claws. Zorith was over 35 meters, 115, tall, whereas he was just 25 meters, 82 tall. The weight gap between them measured tons, and she had 2 cores instead of 1. Her lips curled in annoyance at his hubris, while her mind inwardly screamed in an attempt to stop her own arm. Skypiercer clashed against Double Edge, the chaos eating at the adamant as the claws extended forward, aiming at Lith's head, lungs, and heart at the same time. Much to Zorith's surprise, chaos was met by light which turned it into darkness and by darkness of Lith's own. The two energies fought on par, just like their arms. Lith let Skypiercer extend, keeping war close to the claws' tips to maximize the leverage. Then he pushed the claws aside and plunged the angry blade right into her chest. Thank the gods, I had forgotten that Lith hasn't used Nelia's life maelstrom. Zorith inwardly sighed in relief. It should be enough to fight me on equal footing, yet it's still stupid of him. What does he hope to achieve? Wake up, big sister. Fight the array with me. Lith knew that killing a troll was hard, just like he knew war's powers like the back of his hand. The counter-flow ability hijacked the mana of the Golden Griffin, fighting its effect in a tug-of-war. Nice trick, Zorith managed to say while keeping herself still. Yet I don't think it will work. Can you move away? Lith asked. No, it's taking sheer willpower just to disobey. Watch out! Zorith pushed Lith away before a blast of energy turned him into dust. That's not nice, Histar said. I felt a disturbance in my array, but it's nothing much. Your flimsy sword can't compare to an academy, Verhen. Lith inwardly cursed and smiled at the same time. On the one hand, Histar was right. The difference in output between the two artifacts was like heaven and earth. On the other hand, the fact that war's abilities worked gave him hope to rescue Floria after luring her away from the academy. Unbeknownst to him, it also gave his allies the final piece of the puzzle they needed. Did you see that? Nandi said. Yeah, the biggest problem is solved. The main problem still remains, though. How do we pull them out of there? Theseus asked. Letter 1D453RE, letter 1D626, letter 1D500, letter 1D5F2, letter 1D623, and letter 1D630, new letter 212F, letter 1D62D. See letter 1D5FCM. Leave that to me. The Minotaur started to keep the world energy he collected to himself. Just make sure that no one dies until I'm ready. Run, Solus, run. Bitra moved so fast that even with life maelstrom, all Solus could see was a black and white blur. She used full guard to perceive the Reiju the moment she entered the spell's area of effect and activate the spirit barrier of the Voidwalker armor. Yet it wasn't enough. The barrier didn't have the time to fully form when the Davros, coated horn, pierced through and hit Solus with the energy of a freight train. Despite her superior mass, Solus was sent spinning, and a deep gash opened in her armor. The next strike would come before she managed to readjust her footing, making her feel like a pinball stuck between bumpers. The only time she managed to block, Solus lost her grip on the Fury. Only thanks to the spell that bound it to her did she manage to keep the hammer from flying away. "Why didn't you run when I begged you?" Bitra asked amid tears. "Because I'm a snail compared to you, and I didn't want to be impaled in the back again." Solus was too torn between worry and fear to worry about the Reiju's feelings. Those words struck a chord deep inside Bitra that allowed her to make one of her muscles spasm. It was supposed to be just a twitch, but at her speed, it was enough to make her miss her footing and tumble like an avalanche. Solus realized what had happened, and inwardly thanked the Reiju before flying away as fast as she could. No matter how strong the Golden Griffin is, the array must have a limited range. If I manage to escape it, the effects of the slave spell should fade as fast as they took root, she thought while focusing the life maelstrom in her flight spell. Alas, the Eldritch's body recovered quickly, and she resumed the chase even more quickly. Bitra's cores exceeded the bright violet, whereas Solus had just a blue core. Even with its power increased tenfold by the silver lightning, the gap was still abyssal. The Reiju caught her less than a second later, slamming her out of the sky with a single blow of the absolution. Solus had just crashed onto the ground when full guard warned her of the impending threat. The horn was coming down fast, and it was aimed at her heart. Panic gave both of them strength, allowing Bitra to wrestle against the slave spell and slow herself, while giving Solus the time to react and grab the horn with both hands. Chapter 23, O2 Glimmer of Hope, Part 2. "Please kill me, I don't want to hurt you." The Reiju cried non-stop, her muzzle twisting due to her inner conflict, yet the horn never stopped. "And I don't want to hurt you either," Solus said. "This is not you, Bitra, fight it." She actually had no way to damage the Reiju from that position, but such a cynical statement would have only compromised Bitra's focus. "Maybe you can't, but I can. Never again." Bitra felt the adamant of the Voidwalker give way to her horn and then the piercing through Solus' flesh. The smell of blood and the sight of the wound gave the Reiju a fit of blood madness that the unwavering loyalty array tried to suppress, whereas Bitra fanned its flames. The shock put her two cores at odds as they rejected each other, undoing Vaster's hard work. "Bitra, no." Solus could feel the energy inside the Reiju going haywire, her body bloating and contracting in the effort to repress the wild energies. Solus managed to slip away from the horn, but she couldn't abandon Bitra. At the same time, Lith was taking quite a beating. Even with the life maelstrom boosting him, the gap in experience between him and Zorath was enormous. The silver lightning put them physically and magically on par, but it wasn't enough. The Shadow Dragon's every limb was a lethal weapon that she used with surgical precision and ruthless cunning. She fought with her weapon, fists, legs, tail, and fangs, whereas Lith had trouble even coordinating war with his tail while flying. "On the ground I could use my wings to fight back, but in the air, I'm an infant compared to her." He inwardly cursed as a huge fist slipped past his guard and left a huge dent in his armor. It also knocked the air out of him, neutralizing the burst of origin flames he kept at the ready. From below, the left hook is a feint that will turn into an uppercut. Sky Piercer is going to extend the ring and index finger, keeping the middle to stab after shifting your guard, Zorath said via the mind link. If not for the Shadow Dragon explaining her attacks before her body threw them, Lith would have already died 100 times. "I would love to stay here and witness your death, but sadly I have more important things to do. Glory to Arthan." Histar started to walk away as soon as Lith and Solus seemed to be about to die. Acorned or Lith's mind wondered why the Academy was in the middle of nowhere and what might be so important to ignore them. Then, the answer to his second question dawned on him. In the grand scheme of Thrud's plans, his death was of little relevance. Either she didn't consider him a threat, or she was keeping him alive to entrust Valoran II to him in case of her defeat. "Everything is set. Are you ready, Theseus?" Nandi asked. "I am," the Bastet nodded. "Start with Bitra, she's about to blow." The Minotaur used the world energy he had collected to open a warp steps just big enough for the Reiju to fit. Static field didn't seal elemental magic. It just made dimensional spells require insane amounts of mana to overcome the array's interference. The Minotaur had simply gathered enough power to counter static field. Theseus's vines bolted inside the dimensional door, dragging the Reiju near her companions and away from the Golden Griffin. The warp closed shut, cutting the golden tendrils of the unwavering loyalty array. "Solus is safe, Bytra. You can save yourself now. We'll keep you still." Theseus bound her with his vines until she couldn't move a muscle. Only then did the Reiju stop, overloading her cores on purpose. Usually it wouldn't have been enough to save her life, but between the Bastit's mastery over life forces and the slave array's healing properties, soon Bytra was stable again. "Ready?" Nandi asked. "Ready." Theseus unleashed a second volley of vines through the portal that Nandi opened. This time it was much bigger since Zorath was a divine beast, but the further the golden griffin went, the more world energy the Minotaur could muster, and the weaker the effects of static field. "Insolent fool!" Zorath unleashed a burst of origin flames from all over her body, burning the vines and freeing herself before Theseus could immobilize her. It was the reason he replied, with a blast of origin flames of his own, as he punched her in the face. 2 against 1 created an opening in her seamless defense that Lith exploited to stab her again. Counter-flow fought the effects of the unwavering loyalty array, and the Tiamat pushed Zorath past the steps. "Excellent thinking, guys." After the dimensional passage closed and cut off the golden tendrils, Zorath could feel the influence of the slave's spell weakening. "Keep me still, please." She conjured the chaos from her black core and flooded her body with it. It devoured the foreign energy of the unwavering loyalty array until no trace of its runes remained in her life force. Then she conjured the decay from her troll core, using it to heal the wounds left by the chaos. By combining the cursed elements, Zorath had achieved the same effects of the passing of several weeks in just a few seconds, cleansing every lingering trace of the slave array. "Take your sword out, little brother, and stab Bytra now," Zorath said, after both diagnostic spells and invigoration confirmed her full recovery. "Where she's no troll and I don't want to kill her?" Lith asked. "Struck it in that big ass of hers. It'll be painful but far from lethal," the shadow dragon replied. "You heard her. If you have to, take it on your wife," Lith said while taking War out of double edge and plunging it into Bytra's side. "Lith, no." Solus had just reached them by flight. "She risked her life to protect me. How could you do that, and how could you guys let him?" "It's for her own good. Look closely." Zorath pointed at the bleeding gluteus. "Lith, mind link us, please." While War suppressed the effects of the slave array, the shadow dragon instructed Bytra about how to remove the runes infecting her life force. The Reiju's conditions were still critical, so they needed to take things nice and slowly. First, Zorath fed Bytra with the decay from her troll core. The cursed light both sated the chaos, hunger, while also giving the goblin side the energy to recover. Once the 2 cores and life forces were perfectly balanced again, the Reiju could safely use the chaos on herself again. Her abomination side devoured the runes left on it by the slave array. What remained on the goblin side wasn't enough to control her anymore, restoring her free will. Lith used War's counter-flow ability to exploit the weakened state of the residual slave spell to shatter it. The runes would still be there for at least a week, but in their broken and smudged state, the precise series of instructions required to control a living being was reduced to a bunch of meaningless words. Chapter 2303 Arthon's Genius, Part 1. "I'm sorry, Solus, I'm so sorry," Bytra said amid tears once she could speak again. "I didn't mean to hurt you, I swear it wasn't me." "I believe you," Solus said. "That wasn't your fault but mine. If you didn't shield me with your body, the unwavering loyalty array would have never caught you. Thank you, Bytra." "I'm so sorry," the Reiju kept weeping as if Solus had slapped her in the face. "I'm a monster, Zor. No matter how hard I try, I'm still a monster." The shadow dragon gestured to Lith for a mind link, and he complied. "Damn, between the blood madness and the slave array, I'm afraid that Bytra's trauma has been reopened in the most painful way possible," she said to Lith, who relayed it to Solus. "I don't think her mind is completely here. She's still lost in her worst nightmare. Please tell Solus this for me." Solus caressed the Reiju's muzzle, using a handkerchief to wipe off her tears. "It's okay, Bytra, I forgive you. The past is in the past, you can sleep now." "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've longed to hear those words for so long." Lith took War out of Bytra's body, and she shape-shifted into her human form again, holding Solus' hands. I feel so tired." The Eldritch lost consciousness, yet her hands still clung to Solus. Even in her sleep, Bytra kept crying and apologizing. "Now what?" Lith asked. "Bytra is broken. She needs peace and rest. As for the Golden Griffin, what the heck is it doing?" Xenogrash had turned around to follow the Lost Academy's advance and noticed that it had stopped. The golden griffin stood tall with his arms raised toward the sky. "Is it praying?" Solus asked. "More like casting a spell." Lith tried to use life vision, but the academy was too far even for the eyes of Menadian. "No, if it was a spell, I would see it with mana sense." Solus shook her head. "Wait, I feel something, and I'm not supposed to feel anything." Nandi clenched the gem on his head and the one on his chest, feeling them burn just like those on his hands that he couldn't reach. "The world energy is thin due to the golden griffin siphoning it, yet I can hear it screaming." "Like when you guys use your abomination resonance song, whatever?" Lith asked. "No, when we do that, what you feel is Maga resonating with our essence. This is more like an agonizing scream," Nandi said, feeling pangs throughout his body as the world energy coursed through it. Then something appeared between the golden griffin's hands. At first, it was hazy and visible only under its palms. As the lost academy stood still, the world energy became visible to the naked eye, forming a strand that went from one hand to the other. After a few seconds, the strand grew in size, and its reach expanded as far as the eye could see in two directions, until it disappeared at the horizon. "What the fuck?" Lith said, taking the words from everyone's mind. "Is that a magic circle?" The strand was just a small portion of an array so big that it filled the sky in front of them. With every passing second, more lines and runes of power appeared, making part of its structure visible. "Indeed," Nandi said amid spasms. "A dormant array that's being forcefully activated, to be precise." "Time to call for backup." Lith took his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension and pressed the Queen's rune. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid we are in huge trouble," he said while sharing his view with her. "Why didn't you call me earlier?" She turned pale as the council representatives stood up from their seats to take a better look at the colossal monstrosity. "Because it would have been pointless," Lith replied. "Your forces are already stretched thin, and there's a powerful array that negates dimensional magic. I used a blade tear spell while supported by 5 ancient creatures, and nothing worked. I didn't call you because I expect you to do any better, but to understand what's going on. Arthon was a genius, Thrud is a deceitful fox, and we are screwed. That's what's going on," Silpha said while pressing the runes on her amulet belonging to the headmasters of the 6 great academies, using the royal override code to have their immediate attention. "Turn off the Academy's power core. I repeat, turn off the Academy's power core. This is not a drill. Do it and do it now." Marth, Distar, and the other headmasters used their respective ring to have the east wall of their office open, revealing the power core and starting the emergency shutdown procedures. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, maybe I can help," Inzialot said. "Liches like me can reach the Golden Griffin quickly and fight it safely. We might be able to buy you some time and maybe even put its capabilities to the test." Hearing a selfless and sensible proposal from a Lich would have been shocking under any other circumstance, but the Queen was too desperate to afford to be astonished. "Don't ask, just do whatever you need." "You heard her, boys. One keeps the phylacteries safe while the others go to battle." Inzialot closed the communication before Silpha could hear them arguing about who'd be forced to stay behind. Usually, Liches hated to take risks, but this was about getting first-hand experience with a legendary artifact. Each one of them would kill their mother for the opportunity. The King of Liches had now learned that the key to a woman's heart seemed to be the ability to look cool while pursuing his own interests. "At this point, keeping secrets isn't going to do you any good, Your Majesty," Ragu said. "What is happening, and why are you so worried? Even though the Golden Griffin is a huge golem, it's nothing we can't take down with ease." "You are right, Ragu," Silpha said with a sigh, sitting on her throne. "Even if I keep remaining silent, soon you'll learn the truth by yourselves. To answer your questions, the problem is that an academy isn't just a huge golem, but a mage tower." "What?" The council representatives jumped to their feet, screaming into an uproar. "How can the royals know the secret of mage towers, and not have crafted one for themselves even after a millennium?" Lotho asked. "If the academies are this strong, how could you lose territories during the past wars?" Phila started to pace around. "If you knew what the Golden Griffin was capable of, why didn't you predict Thrud's strategy?" Ragu asked. "One at a time," Maron said amid fits of cough. "It's not as simple as you think." Only once the room calmed down did Silpha explain the situation to them. "We have no idea how to build a mage tower, Lotho. I used that term because it describes the situation the best. We didn't craft another academy because the method entrusted to us by Menadian is as demanding as it's complex. It requires to build 6 academies at the same time, and arrange them in a specific order and position. Chapter 23:04 Arthur's Genius, Part 2. The arrays of the throne room conjured a hologram of the kingdom, highlighting the 6 great academies. At a weave of Silpha's hand, the hologram revealed the position of one mana geyser under each building, and many others among them. A ray of light joined the academies to the geysers and each other, forming a magic circle of colossal proportions. No mage tower is that big, nor does it require so many enchantments. Hence, to make them work, it takes an insane amount of power that can only be achieved by the array transmitting the power of multiple geysers to all academies at the same time. We lost territories during the past wars, Phila, because even though our academies can move as well, in order to function they must keep the formation and the circle intact. They can't get far away from where they were built, and can do it only if they all move together. Useless to say, such a move would leave the kingdom exposed and leave a trail of destruction in its wake. Not to mention that it would also mean stopping all classes and having no new mages until the end of a conflict. Always remember that the Forgemaster Magus intended the academies as a place of knowledge, not weapons of mass destruction. Menadian gave them the ability to fight only in order to protect the youths they host, and only after Valoran begged her for it. If you also consider the number of resources that it takes to update them with the passing of time and the development of magic, it shouldn't surprise you we didn't make more. Wait a second, Phila asked. If they are so powerful, why didn't you use them against Balker during his final attack? Because at that point his creatures were immune to the Academy's arrays, Silpha said with a sigh. Once Balker's undead got inside, the students would have been trapped with them. On top of that, we couldn't afford to reveal such a secret with a cold civil war ongoing. One or more traitorous headmasters might have activated their academy and turned it against the crown. You still haven't answered Phila's question, Ragu said. How could you fail to predict Thrud's plan? First, we still have no idea what her plan is. Meron chimed in to defend his wife. Second, as Silpha just told you, academies are supposed to be built in sets of 6 and unable to move like that. We just thought that the Golden Griffin was capable of warping from one geyser to another under the right circumstances, as all cursed objects do. What we are seeing from Verhin's amulet, instead, proves that it can move freely even in absence of an energy source. On top of that, the Royal Array should have remained dormant unless activated by the 6 great academies at the same time. The Golden Griffin conjuring and interacting with it is supposed to be an impossible feat. The council representatives had to admit that Meron's words made sense. The Black Star, Kogaluga, and all the known cursed objects were capable of expanding or moving their influence from one geyser to another. Also, please consider this, Meron continued. Thrud started the war from the north, attacking our food reserves. She kept the Golden Griffin out of the battlefield and well hidden, so we assumed she was protecting it just like you did. How can the Lost Academy move like that then? Ragu asked. The most likely answer is forbidden magic and Arthur's genius, Meron said. The power core of the Golden Griffin is fueled by stabilized decay, and it's different from those of the rest of the academies. You have a copy of its blueprints as well, yet you couldn't figure out its properties either. This leaves me only one question, Lotho pondered, trying to make sense of that madness. If the academies were Thrud's goal from the beginning, why is she attacking them only now? Because if she had entered the Royal Array, we would have easily beaten her by combining our forces, Silpha replied. If we deployed the army, the association, and the academies, we would have taken down the Golden Griffin in a snap. Even if she succeeded, Thrud would have found herself surrounded from all sides and with no allies. This way, instead, she has conquered her own territory. She has used this time to evolve her generals into divine beasts. She has given her soldiers the time to grow and learn from their battles with us, thanks to the immortality that the Golden Griffin grants them. Last, but not least, she has forced us to spread our forces thin and exploited the fog of war to strike before we could even suspect what her goal was. Space. Darus region at the same time. Zorith was torn between the desire to bring Bytra to safety and not abandoning Lith. One Eldritch was already down, and with the Shadow Dragon gone as well, there wouldn't be much they could do. It's not like there's much we can do now either, she thought while looking at the Golden Griffin and the giant array that was appearing amid its hands. Any idea what is it doing? Lith asked. It's sucking the energy away, Nandi replied. The Golden Griffin is forcing its way in as the 7th point of the array in order to hijack the power it carries. It's more than that, Solus could feel the hands and eyes of Menadian resonate with her tower half, shivering in disgust. The Golden Griffin is like a parasite who's sucking the life out of the other academies. She conjured a hologram depicting their current position, the shape of the visible array, and how by extending the lines they formed a circle that encompassed all the 6 great academies. "How do we stop it?" Lith asked. "We can't get close and our best shots didn't work already," Nandi replied. "I'm spent." Lith had consumed the life maelstrom to survive his battle with Zorith, and his equipment had yet to recover from the blade spell. "I'd say we are screwed," Theseus shrugged. Inside the White Griffin, Headmaster Marth couldn't agree more. The lights inside the academy kept flickering even though the mana geyser below was supposed to provide the building with endless energy. The power core had already received the shutdown command, but it kept short-circuiting. Every single floor of the White Griffin was shaking, the bearing walls screeching as they twisted and deformed in what were supposed to be impossible shapes. "I feel like I'm trapped in the belly of an agonizing beast, but that's impossible. An academy is just a bunch of stones of magic, not a living being." Yet only once his best diagnostic spell confirmed Marth that the White Griffin had no life force was he certain of not being inside a cursed artifact. Headmaster Distar and the rest of Marth's colleagues were in the same situation. The arrays of the classrooms failed and the academies trembled so much that students and professors needed to hug their desks to not fall on the ground. Yet the forests surrounding the academies were unaffected by the strange phenomenon. Chapter 23, 05 Out of Options, Part 1. Dozens of liches appeared at the dimensional coordinates Lith had provided, outside the static field array's area of effect. They were split into 7-man units, and they all held one or more complex magical tools. "How did you get here so fast?" Lith was flabbergasted. "The speed of a lich is directly proportional to her own interests, kid," Ran the Naga lich said. "You better get at a safe distance from here. We seem to be boned beyond salvation already." Pun intended. She rattled her skeletal body to highlight the concept, annoyed that he wasn't laughing at her brilliant joke. Each group of undead unleashed one Silverwing's annihilation with body casting, while they used their diagnostic instruments to collect as much data possible on the Golden Griffin in the hope to replicate it. The 7 pillars of energy of a single annihilation held the same power of a blade spell and couldn't be countered by elemental sealing arrays. The Golden Griffin was an easy target and had no way to dodge. The volley of attacks opened deep holes in its armor, hitting the academy with enough strength to make it falter. "You are too late, maggots," Histar said. "I don't have the time to play with you anymore, so I'm going to be quick and merciless." Several Silverwing's bastions appeared all over the Golden Griffin, blocking the annihilations. The Forgotten inside the academy were channeling their power that the academy further boosted, bringing them on par with the violet cores. Then several small doors opened in the Golden Griffin's armor, letting out Thrud's generals. Each divine beast was infused with life maelstrom and covered by the golden layer of mana body. "Hey guys," a human male lich said. "Is it me or are those kids way stronger than they are supposed to be?" "It's not you," a Hydra lich replied. "My sensors detect a flow of energy coming from the academy going into the divine beasts. According to our update, the Golden Griffin should work in a similar fashion to a mage tower. My guess is that by sucking the power of the Royal Array, the Lost Academy has now enough juice to boost its champions as well." Thrud's generals couldn't use Origin Flames or Doom Tide due to the lack of world energy, so they exploited their raw physical might. The liches just turned the annihilation into a bastion, forcing the beasts to a halt before pummeled them into oblivion. "Either we avoided our war duties too much, and these guys have no experience against liches, or they are green," Rand said. "I mean, the only thing worse than touching a lich is touching an abomination." Direct contact allowed the undead to drain life and energy from their victims, making them their own. "Kids, what can you do?" The bastion shifted into an annihilation again, killing the divine beast the moment the liches had drained him of both the life maelstrom and the mana body. "I guess that the term anti-guardian spells is too big a word for them." With the divine beasts falling and the array between the Golden Griffin's hands fading due to the liches' interference, Lith allowed himself to hope. Nandi was fueling both Solus and his equipment, so they were both recovering their strength. Soon he would be able to join the fray as well. Alas, soon never came. "Don't get drunk on our newfound power or forget your training, idiots." The voice of Ayata the Sekhmet snapped the divine beasts out of their bloodlust. Form groups of 7 and fight like a unit. The battle instantly became balanced, with Bastion clashing against Annihilation, and with no more stray shots reaching the Golden Griffin. The Lost Academy resumed attacking the Royal Array unimpeded, making up for the lost time. "This doesn't bode well," Rand said, pointing at the female figure riding the Sekhmet. Floria was there, combining Omnislash with Yada's Annihilation to kill 7 liches in one shot. She had been charged with life Maelstrom as well, and had put it all behind her best shot. The more liches were destroyed, the more 7-man units of divine beasts could focus on a single target. A single Bastion couldn't stop 2 Annihilations, and soon the liches started to drop like flies. Yet they fought bravely until the very end, squeezing every second to collect data for their personal research. Finally, Histar burst into maniacal laughter. "My unworthy siblings are no more. Nothing will stop the advance of the true king. Glory to Arthan." The array connecting the 6 great academies had completely formed. The closed circuit that was supposed to fuel them was being drained by the Golden Griffin, and its energy twisted against itself. Histar clenched his fists while twisting his wrists, shattering the array like glass. The damage looked small and insignificant compared to the size of the array until it didn't. Even after the Golden Griffin let go of the Royal Array, the energy circle hadn't disappeared. With part of its runes gone and another part damaged, the array fell apart from both extremities. The more runes crumbled, the more quickly the magical formation collapsed. "It's over," Tyrus said while warm tears streaked down her eyes. "The Royal Array was one of the last things I have left from Valoran. I still remember the day when we weaved it together." He was so happy and proud of himself. Valoran, Rifa, Silverwing, and I had given our all to make sure that no matter what happened to the kingdom, our children would always have a safe place where to stay. It was supposed to preserve our legacies forever, and now it's gone. "I'm really sorry for you, loving Finch." Salark wrapped Tyrus' slender shoulders with her arm, offering her to hold the little Sharjin. "Thank you, noisy sparrow." Tyrus took the little whelp, holding him against her bosom. "You have no idea how painful it is to have your own blood turn against you, to see talented people like Arthan or Thrud abuse their gifts." "Trust me, I know," Salark nodded. "The old lizard knows better, though." Balker was there as well, the only human to witness the loss of Valoran's legacy and to understand the magnitude of the events in front of him. Yet he remained silent, his heart split between the 2 rulers and their countries. The god of death now lived in the desert, but he still loved the Black Griffin. It was his old academy and, in a way, his birthplace. At the same time, before Lith could finish weaving ruin, the 6 great academies had lost their energy source, turning into regular castles. "You came all this way to save me, but who's going to save you now, sweetheart?" Floria's crazy laughter sent shivers down his spine. Lith could see with the eyes of Menadian that not only had Yada infused Floria with another bolt of life Maelstrom, but also that the Golden Griffin was flooding her with world energy. "If we are going to get back together, we have to get rid of the 3rd wheel first." Floria aimed her estoc at Solus and unleashed Omnislash. Lith countered it with Ruin, and for a moment they were equally matched. Chapter 23, 06 Out of Options, Part 2. War and Reaver started to cry in pain, making their respective masters shiver. The twin blades didn't want to fight, but they had no choice. "Time to go. There's nothing we can do now." Nandi opened a chaos steps leading as far away as possible and dragged everyone inside. The combined strength of Lith and Solus could hold only for so long against a tower blade spell infused with life Maelstrom. On top of that, Yada's squad was close to completing another annihilation. Lith twisted his blade spell so that the sudden explosion stopped Omnislash and clouded life vision long enough for them to escape. Once on the other side of the steps, they relaxed the space to make it impossible for Thrud to follow them. "Now what?" Lith contacted the royals, hoping that they had a plan. "Now we wait," Silpha replied. "With the academies gone, the only thing standing in Thrud's way is the royal artifacts, yet she's not the type to go for a straightforward attack. Before committing our forces to any strategy, we must first understand her motive. So far, she has played us like a fiddle and has gained a significant advantage over us. Go home, Magus Verhin, and prepare for the fight of your life. Because it doesn't matter who screws up this time, our next mistake will also be our last." Space. Distar region, village of Lucia, Lith's home. The Eldritches had already returned to their hideout to take care of Baitra, so Lith and Solus were alone when they reached Lucia. Thrude had showcased her victory, broadcasting videos of the fall of the academies in all the major cities of the kingdom. Between the appearance of the colossal Golden Knight and the defeat of their supreme Magus, the citizens were too terrified to even riot. The atmosphere in Lith's house was no better. His parents welcomed him back and made sure that he was all right, but after that, a scared silence befell the house. Even the kids didn't feel confident in their favorite uncle-brother anymore. Yet none of them had it worse than Gianni and Orion. Their daughter was now an infamous traitor who had joined the Mad Queen's armies, leading them to victory. She was the Dragon Knight who had fought and bested even the Supreme Magus. "I'm so sorry, Lith," Orion said, clenching his fists so hard that his knuckles popped. "If it wasn't for that damn sword of mine, none of this would have happened. Without Reaver, Thrude would have left Floria alone, or at least rescuing her would have been much easier." "Stop blaming yourself, dear," Gianni said. "You made that sword to protect our little flower and make her the best at her job. You had no way to know that one day her job would make her turn against her family." "Yet here we are," Orion sighed. "Be honest with me, Lith. What are the chances of rescuing Floria? Give me the cold truth, please." "It's going to be nigh impossible." Lith pursed his lips in frustration. "If Floria keeps riding a divine beast who grants her life maelstrom, getting close without dying is already hard. Consider that even if somehow I overpower her while pulling my punches, Floria's partner can always send her back to the Golden Griffin with one spell. On top of that, now I also have to deal with the power boost from the Academy." "Does this mean that you are giving up on her?" Gianni asked. "No way," Lith swept the air with his hand. "Then neither will we. If there is no way to rescue her, we just have to make one," Gianni said. "How exactly?" Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. "For starters, you could use some powerful allies," Gianni replied. "More powerful than the Eldritches, more powerful than me," Lith said in disbelief. "If you have Tessa, S, and Fearwolf's contact runes, sure, but if they wanted my help, by now they would have visited me already." "I was talking about Orion and she looked Lith straight in the eyes. "You have awakened Freya, Quilla, and Floria. If you awaken us as well, we'd stand a chance against Thrude goons. We have our own royal fortress armor." "But I know about the 100 years of servitude rule and I don't care about it," Orion cut Lith short. "Make me your apprentice, your dog, whatever. I can't stand sitting on the sidelines and praying anymore." "That's not what I'm worried about," Lith raised his hand to stop them. "Awakening isn't some problem-solving miracle. Also, I only helped Quilla and Floria to awaken. Falul took care of Freya." "What difference does it make?" Gianni asked. "A lot. They were already powerful mages with a powerful core, whereas you, Gianni, don't even qualify as a magicka. I can awaken you, sure, but it would take you years to reach the blue core and more to learn magic properly," Lith said. "Until that moment, awakening would make little to no difference." "Point taken," Orion nodded, glad at the idea that his wife would be safe. "What about me? I'm a powerful mage and have a lot of experience in the field." "Your problem is completely different, Dad," Quilla said. "You are too powerful to awaken. If you do, you'll die." "But you were a dumb violet and survived." "Dull violet, and yes, that was the key," Quilla sighed. "I had my core poisoned down to the cyan and then Lith helped me awakening. In your case, the poisoning would be much worse. You are likely to die before the process even starts." "It's a risk I'm willing to take." Orion's eyes showed no hesitation. "But I'm not," Lith shook his head. "Because the odds of success aren't low, they are 0. Quilla trained her physique for years to withstand the mana flow and became the first human true mage in Maugur's history. If not for that, I wouldn't have helped her either. Orion, your body has 0 tolerance for mana flow and the strongest natural core a person can achieve. One of these problems I could work around, but 2 are impossible to overcome." "Is there really no solution?" "You can train like Quilla did, but again, it would take months, maybe years. We have weeks at best before the war ends," Lith replied. "What about Balker? He survived?" Orion refused to give up. "Salark helped him. If there's something impossible for a guardian, I've yet to discover it." "There is no hope, then?" Orion's voice cracked as he lowered his eyes. "What if commit suicide?" Gianni said with a casual tone, making her family gasp in horror. "What if my soul sticks around and you turn me into one of your demons?" "Mom," Quilla and Freya said in unison. "Are you insane?" Orion turned pale as a ghost. "In that case, your core and body would be irrelevant," Lith replied. "You would draw your strength and knowledge from me, achieving a power on par with the violet core in one breath of invigoration." "Sounds like a plan." Gianni narrowed her eyes, her face a stone mask. Mom, if you kill yourself to rescue Floria, she would never forgive herself, Freya said. Chapter 23, 07 Orion's Choice, Part 1. What about us? Quilla asked. Are you really willing to abandon us forever? On the one hand, Orion wanted to stop Gianni as much as his daughters. On the other hand, he couldn't forgive himself for not having thought about becoming a demon first. She would forgive herself and I wouldn't abandon you. Gianni shook her head. I would just become like Tryon and we could still see and talk to each other. It's not that simple. Tryon would have liked to stay out of it, but Gianni had brought him up and he didn't want to see another family suffer. You would be bound to Lith in Lucia. You wouldn't experience taste, sounds, and even light like you do now. Your skin would become cold, and you'd never get tired or hungry. You would spend most of your time in a void sigil, regretting all the mistakes you've made and missing all the things you love. Like spending time with your husband, talking to your children and being there for them when they need you instead of just when Lith happens to visit them. Are you willing to forfeit all this? Gianni gritted her teeth, torn between her feelings for Floria and those for the rest of her family. For the first time in her life, there was no clear answer or devious plan to get what she wanted. No matter what Gianni chose, she had to sacrifice something that would haunt her for the rest of her life. No, I'm not. Gianni turned pale as she spoke. I can't give up on my life without the certainty of saving Floria. If we fail, I'd lose everything and my family would grieve twice as much. Everyone considered the possibility of losing Floria terrifying, but they managed to keep it in a dark corner of their minds where they never looked. Hearing someone as strong-willed as Gianni say it out loud was the stuff of their worst nightmares. She would never stop thinking and scheming until she found a way to make the impossible possible, yet this time her despair was sincere. It wasn't just a part of her deception or a small step in a bigger scheme. Gianni really was helpless. Mom, Dad, the Royal Fortress armor could still help us big time. What do Quilla and I have to do in order to wear them? Freya asked. I'm sorry, Pumpkin, but you can't. Orion sighed. Just like only Valorin's descendants can become rulers of the kingdom, only those who carry the blood of the 4 Finding Pillars can wear the Royal Fortress armor of our households. Are you telling me that just because we are adopted, we are not real members of the family? Quilla's eyes teared up. First Tessa and now Tyrus, artifacts judged her lacking because of her humble origins. It's more complicated than that, dear. Gianni hugged Quilla, trying to calm her down. Tyrus gave those artifacts to Valorin's companions to ensure that their bloodline would survive. Without such a safeguard, someone might have forced their way into the family and taken them away. The first queen designed them so that if one of our households disappears for whatever reason, her gift would disappear along with our bond with Valorin. What about the queen? She's no descendant of Valorin or the 4 Founding Pillars, yet she can use the Seaful set, Quilla asked. That's because she's married to Meron. The king imprinted the set first, and that allowed Silpha to share his imprint. If Meron were to die, Silpha's imprint would fade away as well, Gianni said. I understand. Freya's words and tone didn't match. She was livid, her body stiff from outrage. Falul, if I were to become your harbinger, wouldn't that make me a member of the 4 Finding Pillars? She asked, making everyone go even paler. Yes, but you'd become a member of the Nixtra family, not the Urnas nor the Myrock. You could wear our Royal Fortress armor, but my mother is currently using it, and I doubt she's going to return it any soon. The Hydra replied. It's amazing. The fairy tales were right all along. Freya smashed the table with her fist and then kicked a chair, sending it to crash against the wall and turning it into splinters. Only the chosen ones can do something. Everyone who doesn't carries the blood of a hero, or whose coming isn't hailed by a prophecy, can't do shit. She punched the wall, opening a deep hole that the enchantments of the house started to repair. That's not true, Pumpkin. Orion held her tight. The royals are as helpless as you and I'm no better. What kind of a hero can't save the person he loves even with the help of an artifact crafted by Guardian? Freya struggled to get free, kicking and punching at Orion in a way that reminded both of them of their encounter after the second exam of the White Griffin. Back then, Freya had killed her first human being. After Duchess Solivar had betrayed the kingdom and the Urnas had forced Freya into adoption, her mind was already a mess. Committing cold-blood murder just because she thought it would please her step-parents had nearly broken her for good. That's it, little one. Beat me, yell at me, do whatever you want. Dad is here for you, he said while caressing her head. Hearing those familiar words made Freya freeze and stop her tantrum. I'm so sorry, Dad. It's just that being so helpless hurts. Knowing that I could help Floria if only I was your real daughter hurts, Discovering that even if I give up on my life to become a harbinger is pointless hurts. She returned his embrace, falling apart simply because there was no point fighting anymore. Don't you dare say that, Orion replied. No matter your blood, you and Quilla are my daughters no less than Floria, and today you have taught me a lesson. Listening to his wife considering trading her own life for power, and to her daughter being willing to forfeit her free will to rescue Floria had been a slap in Orion's face. They were ready to do anything to bring back his little flower, whereas he still had a card that, until that moment, he had been too scared to play. Not anymore. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Palace, an hour later. After leaving Lith's house, it had taken Orion a while to make a few calls and ensure that every member of his family had plausible deniability for what he was about to perpetrate. After that, it had only been a matter of waiting. You are the last person I expected to hear from, especially now. Balker, the god of death, had reached Orion at the borders with the desert, using a spirit warping array to bring the god of the forge in without passing through official channels. Desperate times require desperate measures, Ilium. You should know that better than anyone, Orion grunted. I do, and I'm sorry for your daughter. I wish there was something I could do for you, but my duty bounds me, Balker replied, making Orion think of the irony of life. Chapter 23:08 Orion's Choice, Part 2. A few years ago, the god of death had come close to destroying the kingdom and killing his daughters. Now Balker was abetting Orion to commit high treason. We'll see, things may change in a while, Orion shrugged. Wish me luck. Break a leg. Balker escorted Orion through the city, vouching for him every time they were stopped by the guards. The presence of the Overlord didn't make the security laxer. Quite the contrary, it made her loyal soldiers do their best in the hope to catch Salark's eye and receive her blessings. This is an unexpected surprise. The Guardian was sitting on a golden throne raised by a dais over 1 meter 3 from the floor. With everything that's happening in the kingdom, I thought you were busy forgemastering something to save your daughter. She wore her long black hair down in a cascade that reached the floor. The pristine white of Salark's desert robes emphasized her bronze skin and her emerald eyes. Her beauty was otherworldly, yet it was easy to miss due to the regal aura of power she emitted. From her bearing to the tone of her voice, everything about Salark exuded a charisma that made her guests want to bend the knee without her asking. The only thing ruining the gravity of her presence was the small Sharjin sitting on her lap and munching her hair while the Overlord held him between her arms. The young featherling looked at the newcomer with interest for a whole second before yawning and falling asleep. Salark had made his head rest on her bosom, and the sound of her heart had done the rest. To Sharjin, it was the best lullaby on Magur. I would if there was something capable of performing such a miracle. Orion couldn't stop looking at the baby, wondering if Lith's children would look like that. That's why I am here. I don't follow. Salark actually had a clear idea of the reasons behind his coming. The grief and despair Orion emitted were almost palpable. For years you have pestered me to abandon the kingdom and join you. You sent me so many letters that I've stopped reading them and started using them to light my fireplace. Today I've come to accept your offer. He felt dirty inside speaking those words, but neither his tone nor his determination faltered. Really? Salark raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Really? Orion nodded, knowing that her lack of enthusiasm was probably due to the terms of his surrender. I'm willing to betray my country, to become one of your forgemasters and share with you everything I know. My personal techniques, the Urna's legacy, and even the royal forgemastering are going to be yours if you'd have me. A tempting offer, too bad that I feel a but incoming. Salark leaned back while wrapping Sharjin in a cloth made of phoenix feathers woven together. But only at one condition. Orion clenched his fists. I want you to awaken me for real. I don't want to become one of your half-assed feathers, but a full-blown awakened with breathing techniques. I don't ask you to help me in rescuing my daughter, only to give me the means to do it myself. It's a fair deal if you ask me. Let me get this straight. Salark cocked her head in a bird-like manner. I awaken you, then you get back to the kingdom, do whatever you have to do, and then you come back to the desert. Correct, Orion nodded. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I'm willing to give you my word and leave here my entire research as collateral. At a wave of his hand, tomes started to pour out of his dimensional amulet. There were so many that they soon reached Orion's hips and more kept coming. If you don't believe me, look at this. He handed Salark a thick book with a white cover. It contains the blueprints for the war series of blades and all my experiments to replace the pseudo-cores with a real power core. This alone makes me a traitor of the kingdom. That book is supposed to not exist. It proves that I'm the one who made war in open defiance to a royal order. Now that you have it, my life is in your hands. You are misunderstanding my words. Salark didn't even open the book before returning it to Orion. I trust you. I have complete faith in your skill and honor, otherwise I would have never offered you the job as my head forgemaster. What I don't trust are your motivations. A snap of her fingers made all the tomes go back into his dimensional amulet. What do you mean? I mean that I made you my offer when you were a free man, when the only thing influencing your choice was your own will. Had you switched sides back then, I wouldn't have considered you a traitor even if the kingdom did, Salark replied. I wouldn't have forced you to share anything you weren't willing to, and I would have just been content to enjoy the future fruits of your genius. Now, instead, you are a man with a knife at his throat. You didn't come here of your own will, but only because you are desperate. Otherwise, you would have never offered me things that I didn't request, nor said words that sullied your honor. By offering me the Erna's legacy and the royal forgemastering, you have become a traitor both in the eyes of the kingdom and mine, and I don't work with traitors. Are you insane? I'm offering you, an almighty guardian, a treasure of knowledge that even the awakened council envies the kingdom, and all I ask you in return is something you've given away many times already. Orion replied. Are you really putting something as insignificant as honor above my daughter's life? Wouldn't you do the same were our positions reversed? Respectively, no and yes, which is why I can't accept your offer, Salark said with a sigh. I'm a parent as well. I know what you feel because I feel the same way every time I risk losing one of my hatchlings. She held Sharjin tight, as if he could disappear at any moment. I respect you and your pain, so I'll pretend that the last 5 minutes never happened. Go away. There's nothing for you here. In the gods' names, why won't you help me? Orion could feel Magus splitting under his feet and plunging him into a bottomless pit of despair. Because I would be taking advantage of a cornered man, and your loyalty would last only until the next crisis, Salark replied. If in the future one of your children in the kingdom were to be in danger, you would just betray me as well. Sure, I could hunt you down and kill you, but then what? Magur would just lose one of its best forgemasters, and I would set a very dangerous precedent. The kingdom would hate me. Your family would hate me. Heck, even my children would hate me. I'm sorry, Orion Ernas, but I'm not going to let you destroy your legacy in a moment of weakness. Chapter 23:09 Catching Up Part 1. You are better than this, Orion. If you turn your back on your household, you'll lose more than your daughter, you'll lose yourself, and you would regret it your whole life. Salark shook her head. Just like I'd regret not trying everything I can to save my little flower, I would give my life for her without a second thought. A father shouldn't survive her daughter, Orion said in outrage. Your words haven't fallen on deaf ears, Salark nodded. I refuse your offer. I refuse your loyalty until it is given freely. As a guardian and the overlord, I can't help you. As a mother, however, I can bend the rules a little. What do you mean? Orion was dumbfounded. When I said that your words haven't fallen on deaf ears, I wasn't referring to mine. Salark pointed behind him where she had forcefully warped Tessa and Firwal. Well said, kid. Juria would be proud of you. Tessa the Titania wrapped her arms around Orion's neck, her eyes tearing up. What are you taking about? The first Ernas was the shield of the king. She would have never betrayed him, no matter the cost. Juria Ernas was better than I will ever be. Orion felt deep shame while comparing himself to his foremother. Are you kidding me? Firwal joined the embrace. Juria served another lord before Valoran, a cruel bastard who abused his power and exploited the loyalty of his knights to do his dirty work. Juria switched sides in the middle of the war and helped Valoran to conquer the kingdom she had sworn to protect. That's completely different, Orion blurted out. She turned her back to a vicious tyrant, whereas I was willing to break a sacred oath to save my daughter. Different how? Tessa said with a scoff. Why do you think that Juria changed her mind? She did it because the bastard had dared lay his eyes on her sister. Breaking her oath crushed her twice. The first time because it sullied her honor as a knight, and the second because she was ridden with the guilt from having stood idly until the problem had become personal. No one's perfect, kid. The revelation shocked Orion, but time was a luxury he didn't have. Does this mean that you are going to help me? He asked. Of course, Firwal nodded. The 4 founding pillars must stick together. We were going to act on our own because we despise the kingdom, but we'll make an exception for you. I swear, looking at you throwing those books at Salark's feet reminded me of Juria giving Valoran the map of the secret passages of the castle and the position of the guards after handing herself over. Tessa patted his shoulders. She bartered her life in exchange for her sister's safety. Juria entered Valoran's encampment as a prisoner, thinking that he would have her executed for treason after getting what he needed. She knew that she deserved to die, but Valoran begged to differ. He thought that she deserved a second chance, just like the one Salark offered you. Gods, it feels like she's back with us. Thanks, I guess, Orion replied. Don't be glum and look at the bright side. Firwall cupped his face, seeing her old friend in him. Even if Salark awakened you, it would have taken you a long time to learn true magic and body casting. We instead have mastered them both centuries ago, and will fight in your stead. The Titania and the Hydra thumped at their own chest with a closed fist, making the Davros of their royal fortress armor clang. Even better, we are willing to work with your Tiamat friend and your little runts, the bewitching demon said. Believe me when I say that if we can't do it after joining our forces, then no one can. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Distar Marquisate, Lith's house. Going back was much quicker since the gate in Lith's barn had privileged access to the desert, and Salark was free to open it from her side. Go home, Firwall said. You need to rest and we need to talk with the runts in private. Are you sure? Orion asked. Lith is a full-blown paranoid and without a proper introduction, things might escalate quickly. Please, he may be a divine beast, but we gave Thrud a run for her money. How tough can he be? Tessa said with a sneer. Like a divine beast in his own home, surrounded by his arrays, and with guardians watching over his wife who won't hesitate to turn you into oatmeal, he replied. Tessa used her personal array detection spell, Unravel, to discover enough magical formations to suppress a dragon. Point taken, you weren't joking about his paranoia. How can someone so young have built something like this? The Titania asked. Lith is Lith. Orion had no explanation to offer. That and he had the royals fund his home defense system ever since he was 12. Let me call Fanny. You warp him back home. Firwall took out her dimensional amulet. Better not make anyone wonder how Orion went from his house to Verhin's and back without going through official channels, and after a gate from the desert was conveniently opened. While we are at it, please don't tell my daughters what I was about to do. He gave them a bow, his shoulders slouching in shame. I bet they would be proud of you, or at least I would. A father willing to put everything he has on the line for his children is a rare thing. Tessa patted his shoulder before sending him away. Go home, you need rest. She imitated Firwall's voice, making it sound high-pitched and dumb. Seriously, couldn't you think of a better excuse? It was no excuse. The man is exhausted and we needed to get rid of him. I just didn't expect Verhin to be such a pain in the ass, and neither did you. The Hydra shrugged. Remember to behave. They are all my daughter's apprentices. Fine, Tessa pouted. I'm serious. Don't embarrass me. Keep your racist comments for yourself and your hands in your pockets, no matter how angry you get. If a guardian kills you, I'll be left alone. Firwall took out a rememberer that projected an image of their old group. 3 out of 5 were gray, dead before their time. Fine, Tessa huffed out. You have my word that I won't let you and Juria's bloodline down. Hi, Mom, how did you get? Oh, gods, no. Fallal pointed at the Titania, aghast at her presence. It's nice to see you too, Fanny. Tessa clicked her tongue in annoyance. You have nothing to worry about. We have come to help. Be a dear and introduce us to your friends. Really? Fallal looked at both women in suspicion. I thought that comment about adding Lith to the When All Are One array was a joke. You've known about him for a while and you've never contacted him. What made you change your mind? It was a joke, Firwall replied. As for your question, desperation changed our minds. The elder Hydra felt no need to specify whose desperation she was referring to. Chapter 2310, Catching Up Part 2. We could use an ally and I'm eager to meet Elfin, Firwall said. Wait, you knew? Fallal was flabbergasted. I'm no fool, dear. I saw Verhin's videos like everyone else, and I'm pretty certain that despite the few changes it has undergone, the Golden Knight who fought by his side was wielding Menadian's fury. Firwall replied. I had my suspicions ever since you asked my help with the hands and refused to introduce me to your boy wonder. At that point, too many things didn't add up, like how Verhin can be such a genius forgemaster despite having no bloodline legacy, or how he uses mana geysers like no one else. Or better, like he has a tower. Fallal, turning pale at the allegation, answered her question even though the Hydra remained silent. Promise me neither of you will try something funny, Fallal said. I promise, both women said. Fallal went to the front door, knocking politely. Back so soon? I thought you were busy with council duties. Is everything all right? Alina asked. She could swear to know one of Fallow's guests, while the other just sent a shiver down her spine. The green-haired woman was beautiful, but there was no warmth in her. Alina felt like she was staring at a majestic yet deadly predator. "I'm fine, thanks. I hope you remember my mother, Fearwell." The Hydra waved at the other woman with 7 colored streaks amid her hair. "But of course, please come in. It's so nice seeing you again, Lady Fearwell." Alina had met the Elder Hydra during Lith's ascension ceremony to Magus. Even though Fearwell back then had acted a bit cold, Alina had no reason to suspect either Hydra of foul play. "Please, just Fearwell. I gave up on pretentious titles a long time ago." Her grip was firm and delicate when she shook Alina's hand. "Who's this charming lady? A relative of yours?" "In a way," Fallowell tensed up. "Alina, allow me to introduce you to the 4th founding pillar of the Griffin Kingdom, Lady Tessa Titania Sempre Erebia." "The bewitching demon," Alina froze up. Everyone in the kingdom knew who Tessa was. She had many unflattering nicknames like the Darkest Page of History, Valoran's Poison, or the Gravedigger. After the unification of the kingdom, the nobles had tried to forget about the Titania while the commoners feared her. "Also that," Fallowell sighed. "Please, don't use that name. Only the enemies and the critics of Aunt Tessa call her like that." "I'm sorry, Lady Tessa, I didn't know that." Alina gave her a deep bow, trembling like a leaf. "No need to apologize, Lady Verhin. The historical reports about my actions are unflattering but accurate. I can't blame you for using a nickname I deserved. Please call me Tessa." The Titania gave her host a deep bow. She found Alina's clumsy manners adorable. "Is everything okay, Mom?" Solus had heard Fallowell's voice and had come to greet her mentor when she noticed Alina's distress. "Effie," Fearwell wrapped her in an embrace and lifted Solus with no effort. "Thank the gods you are all right. You had me worried sick for over 700 years. Why didn't you come looking for me?" "I beg your pardon," Solus asked in confusion. She remembered the Elder Hydra from the Magus ceremony, but that was it. In the past, Fallowell had mentioned that Fearwell was one of Menadian's apprentices, but hearing her use Solus, old name still sounded weird. "She's asking you where have you disappeared until now, jackass. I'm more interested in knowing why you call Lady Verhin Mom. Have you already forgotten about your real mother?" "The poor Riffa gave you life whereas you took hers," Tessa said with a snarl, emitting a burst of bright violet aura. Solus was so shocked by the accusation that she turned pale. She felt responsible for her mother's death, which along with the Titania's killing intent sealed her mouth. "See, she's not answering because she knows I'm right." Tessa misunderstood Solus' silence as an admission of guilt. "I knew that no one could possibly kill Riffa inside her tower unless they had Elfin's help. Just tell me this. Did you lure Riffa outside the tower on purpose, or did you just get tricked like the idiot you are? Did Riffa die at your hand or because of your stupidity?" Since Solus kept not moving or answering, Tessa stepped forward and lifted her from the collar of her shirt. The Titania looked Solus in the eyes with a violent hate the like only Lith's enemies had ever seen before. "Hey you," Roz put himself between them, slapping Tessa's hand away. His strength was insignificant, which made the shock from his defiance big enough to make the Titania lose her grip. "I don't care who you are. Treat my daughter like that in my home and you and I are going to have a problem." Roz was weak and scared, yet there was no hesitation in his eyes. He was really ready to fight. No matter the odds, Roz wouldn't let anyone hurt his family without a fight. Not again. Tessa took a step back, suddenly remembering where she was and why they had come there. "And if you lay a finger on my father, you and I are going to have a huge problem." Lith opened his 7 eyes, each one brimming with mana of a different elemental color, while black flames burst from his mouth. "And if anything you do so much as scares my granddaughter, I'm going to murder you. I'll bring you away from here so that I can take my time doing it as slowly and painfully as I can." Ligain closed the matter for anyone. The Guardian was in the kitchen, dressed like a butler as usual. He was preparing dinner along with several high-nutrition, low-fat delicious sweets for Camilla. The recipe was one of his most coveted secrets. Yet the apron, the clothes, and the wooden spoon in his hand didn't make him any less terrifying. His eyes were pitch black, and so was the aura he was emitting that threatened to swallow the Titania whole. Tessa raised her hands while she took a few steps back, her palms raised in surrender. "Thank you, Grandpa, but I think that rather than killing precious allies, it would be better to de-escalate the situation," Camilla said. "Can you please call Tyrus?" "Of course I can, sweetie pie," he said while talking to her womb and then repeating everything in dragon tongue. "Who's Grandpa's genius girl? You are." A quick mind link, and another guardian appeared in the Verhin's kitchen. "I really hoped that we wouldn't meet again like this, Tessa," Tyrus said with a sigh. "Oh God, Seaful!" The Titania and the Elder Hydra both completely forgot about Elfin and rushed to the Guardian, wrapping her in a tight embrace. "I missed you so much." "You know where I live," Tyrus said while returning the embrace and shedding a warm tear. "You could have visited me at any time, and I would have welcomed you with open arms." "Are you kidding me?" Firwall sniffled. "I couldn't stand seeing you cry. I couldn't bear the thought that my presence would stir the memory of Valoran and cause you even more suffering than you were already going through." Chapter 23, 11 The Bond of the Covenant, Part 1. "I kept my distance hoping it would allow you to process your grief faster, or at least not be a constant reminder of your loss." Firwall shook her head. "Same here," Tessa nodded. "I know that my pain for Valoran's death is nothing compared to yours, yet I was devastated nonetheless. How are you doing now?" "Much better, thanks." Tyrus gave them a warm smile like when the old gang was still alive. "Now, sit down and tell me what's going on here." "I think there is some kind of huge misunderstanding about Solus' survival." Lith pointed at her. "They knew her as Elfin and know nothing about what she's gone through. Based on what we know, Elfin was a great forgemaster, but also a shitty person, so their suspicions are understandable. Yet if I say it out loud, it would hurt Solus. Like Bytra, she's a new person and has to face the burden of her past self," he thought. "Who's Solus?" Tessa and Firwall asked in unison. "My partner." Lith showed them his stone ring before pointing at the 7 streaks in Solus' hair. "Notice something different." The 2 elder women gaped as the realization suddenly struck them. Elfin was supposed to be decrepit, whereas the woman in front of them hadn't aged a day since the last time they had seen her. On top of that, if Elfin had helped the killer, the tower would have been hers. Same if she wasn't involved in Menadian's death. Lith owning the tower made no sense at all. He couldn't be involved for sure since he was too young. Their knees buckled as their minds turned into a fuzzy mess. They would have fallen butt first on the floor if not for Fallow putting chairs behind them. "Did you know me? I mean the old me?" Solus said the moment shock and guilt faded enough for her to talk. "I don't know what you mean with the old you, but yes, I did," Tessa replied. "You were a self-centered, arrogant jackass who never cared for Riffa's suffering or the pain you caused her. You prattled on and on about how cruel she was, and how Thrain's death had scarred you with anyone who was willing to listen to you. You never stopped considering how your father's death and the rumors you spread around affected your mother. You were a piece of shit who trampled on Riffa's feelings, whereas she would have given her life just to keep you from shedding a single tear. Does this answer your question?" Solus gasped, needing a chair as well to not fall onto the ground. Until that moment, the people of her past had told her mostly good things about Elfin. She knew that her old self was far from perfect, but Tessa's words were as harsh as her voice. "Is that true?" Solus asked Firwall. "Was I that bad?" The Elder Hydra had acted friendly upon recognizing Solus, so she assumed that being also a friend of Tessa, Firwall wouldn't sugarcoat the truth. Too much. "Did you lose your memory or something?" the Hydra asked in confusion. "Never mind, you can explain yourself later. As for your question, let's say you were never a Daughter of the Year candidate. After Thrain's death, your relationship with Riffa crumbled, and it never really recovered. Mind me, not for lack of trying on Riffa's part. Your rebellious phase hurt her exactly as you intended, and once you grew out of it, things didn't get much better. You loved her and respected her as a mentor, but you never forgave her as a mother. Your life goal was to prove to everyone that you were better than Riffa, especially to Riffa. You had a few lovers, even fewer friends, and treated with contempt anyone who didn't fit your standards. I'd define you as a troubled young woman, to be polite. Living in the shadow of someone as great as Riffa would have been hard for anyone, but it was Thrain's ghost who really poisoned your life. I think they deserve to know the truth." Lith patted her shoulder, using the contact to establish an invisible mind link. "Keep Bytra out of your story. Tessa seems even worse than what Quilla and Freya told us. We don't have the time to calm her down, and we can't afford our allies fighting to the death among themselves," he said, and she telepathically nodded in reply. Solus took Tessa's and Firwall's hands, using a mind link to show them everything she remembered of her final days while also keeping Bytra's figure shrouded. Then, she shared with them her life until she had been found by Lith and ended it there. They may know Solus, but she had no memory of them nor reason to trust them, especially after how strained her relationship with Tessa seemed to be. She just showed them part of the past encounters with both Baba Yaga and Silverwing. It made clear that they both were aware of Solus, relationship with Lith and were fine with it, relieving any possible worry Tessa and Firwell might have about her free will. Filthy bastard, the Titania jumped to her feet in outrage. They killed you to get to Riffa, just like I always feared. Language, Ligon's eyes flared with power. Who are you calling a B-word? The killer, obviously. Tessa calmed down as fast as she had gotten angry. I told Riffa countless times that marrying Thrain was a mistake. He and Elfin were her weak spot. It was only a matter of time before they also became her cause of death. I apologize on behalf of my friend. Firwell had her eyes veiled with tears and her heart full of compassion for soulless hardships. Fae have only 3 feelings: deep love, burning hate, and absolute indifference. Tessa means well, but she never liked you, Elfin. She always saw you and your father like some kind of package deal with your mother. I can vouch for that, Tyra sighed. Tessa likes very few people. There's no shame in being left out from her VIP list. One last thing. Seafel, is Elfin really free? Because I don't know this guy, and whatever she has shown me with the mind link might be just a memory he implanted into her. The Titania said. I don't like Elfin, but I honor Riffa's memory. I won't leave her legacy and daughter in the hands of a maniac. You have my word, the Guardian nodded. Then it's fine by me, Tessa nodded. Me too, Elfin. Do you have any questions for us? Firwell asked. I wish Tyrus was there when we first met Silverwing. It would have made things so much easier. Lith inwardly griped. My name is Solus. I'm sorry, Solus. It will take a while to get used to it. The Hydra fiddled with her hair in embarrassment. Actually a lot, but none that can't wait, Solus replied. We are in a pinch and have no idea how to rescue our friend Floria Ernas. Are you here to help or just to talk about the past? To help, Tessa nodded, liking the new Elfin more than the old one already. The Elfin she knew would have wasted their time whining about her wounded feelings and demanding an apology. Solus was putting her friend first instead. Chapter 23, 12 The Bond of the Covenant, Part 2. Meeting you was just the icing on the cake. We are here on behalf of Juria, Orion. He begged us to save his daughters, and we accepted, Tessa said. Do you have a plan? Because just looking around randomly for Floria so far didn't pan out for us. By the time we get wind of her position, the Dragon Knight has already moved out. Now I do. Lith nodded while offering them his hands for another mind link. He shared with them part of his past with Floria, the Golden Lily Pendant, and War's ability to mess with the slave array. Then, he showed them his fight against the Golden Griffin. My problem isn't dealing with the unwavering loyalty array, but creating an opportunity to rescue Floria. I can't safely restrict her while also dealing with the Academy, the Divine Beasts, and the Forgotten. Until now, Tessa nodded. I like you, kid. You put together by yourself all the pieces of the puzzle you could, and you didn't hesitate to share with us a few of your secrets in order to maximize your odds of success. I respect your dedication to your cause. Thanks, Lith nodded. I bet that Salark is already regretting having turned down the secrets of the war series. She said to Firwell via a mind link, and the Hydra nodded. I like you too, Lith, but for a different reason. Firwell patted his shoulder. You have protected Elf Solus and Menadian's legacy. Also, I thank you for bringing the old gang together and creating a bond between our new generations. As I see it, the situation is dire but not impossible. The Titania started pacing around the house while filling in the blanks in Lith's plan. You have powerful allies that we can use to create an opening. Those Eldritches will be of great use to us, and they'll be safe as long as they stay away from the Golden Griffin. If we add you to the When All Are One array, we get light mastery, bloodline abilities, and domination. We still lack 2 members, though. What about me? Falwell said. No offense, Fanny, but you are weak. Tessa shook her head. If you give the hands to Philly, she can use them better than you. What about me? Solus said. You are even weaker, and we have no idea if my array can even bring you to Violet. The Titania snorted. Anyway, you'll take Lith's place once he takes care of Floria, so we still lack 2 people. What do you mean replace Lith? Solus asked. You can't be so dumb that you expect him to capture Floria in the middle of a war zone. The first step of my plan is to hit Thrud's army so hard that she will be forced to deploy Floria. At that point, Lith takes her away to a safe location while we buy time for him, Tessa replied. It makes sense, Solus whimpered, making herself small on her chair. I was thinking about Freya. Firwell patted Solus' head to cheer her up. Her dimensional ruler spell was really good, and it would avoid the risk of the enemy learning domination. Also, her gravity magic was amazing. But Mom, she's my apprentice and a youngling at that. How can you pick her instead of me? Falul asked. Because of when all are one child, the elder Hydra replied. I want you with us on the battlefield, but not in the array. You are just like me, but weaker. You add nothing to the formation. I'm sorry, sweetie. I see. Falul clenched her teeth, but said nothing more. If Falul got turned down, I've got no chance. Tista, though. I have no control over most of my bloodline abilities, and I'd only risk putting everyone in danger. We need as many bloodline abilities as we can, Tessa pondered. Do you know a divine beast who's willing to help us? I wish be right back. Lith bolted into the children's room, returning a few seconds later with a honey badger in his arms. Rude, I was having a hello there. Crank's annoyed attitude changed the moment he saw the two guests. They had a bright violet core like him and were old enough to be interesting. He cleaned himself with a quick darkness spell and started licking his fur straight. A Hyperion, Firwall nodded. I would have preferred Life Maelstrom, but Mana body works just fine. There's so much more than Mana in this body, sweetheart. He stood on his hind legs, leaning against her knee. Before I shoot myself in the foot, what is the topic at hand exactly? Help us and I'll rock your world. The Titania gave him her best seductive smile while offering her hand. Whatever it is, I'm in. Crank shook it with both paws, his blood flowing to the wrong brain as he enthusiastically shot himself in the foot. Then we have a deal. You face Thrude army with us, and if we manage to rescue Floria Ernas, I'm all yours for 1 hour. Tessa nodded. Oh, farm, farm, farm. The Hyperion's family-friendly cursing made those present laugh. I accepted the terms and conditions without knowing the mission, and the reward is 1 flimsy hour. The handshake was a sacred covenant between all kinds of beasts. Going back on his word would have destroyed Crank's reputation and made all deals people stipulated with him invalid. 5 minutes seemed more than enough, but I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. Tessa shrugged. Ha ha, very funny. Don't add insult to injury, Faye. Or what divine beast? The Titania crossed her arms. Or nothing, I'm screwed and we both know it. Learn to win with dignity. He sat down on the floor, pouting. Okay, the when all our one array is complete, Firwall said. Maybe not, Solus chimed in. I think I should go with Lith. Together we can more easily restrain Floria, and I'm the only one who can follow him unnoticed. Thanks to the previous mind links, Firwall and Tessa knew who had been entrusted with Solus' secret, and who, like Crank, wasn't made part of it. Yeah, but you heard what Floria told us and Quilla. She considers you the third wheel in our past relationship. If she sees you or suspects your presence, the lily pendant might not work. Anything I say would be poisoned by the doubts that we know Floria has about your influence on me. Never mind, the when all our one array is complete then, Solus sighed. Hold your dragons, Crank snapped out of his self-pity trip. When you say when all are one array, do you mean the legendary magical formation that kicked so many council asses that it established the borders of the continents even to Awakened? Yes, Tessa nodded. And I'm going to be part of it. Yes, Tessa nodded again. I'll be the High Master, Firwall the Tower, Lith the Spear, Freya the Shadow, and you the Shield. You should be honored to play the same role as Juria, she. And you invented it? The Hyperion cut her short, not caring one bit about lore. Yes, the Titania snorted in annoyance. Chapter 23:13 Rescue Operation, Part 1. Damn, it's not such a bad deal after all. If I play my cards right during that hour, I can get you to teach me more than kinky fae stuff. Crank steepled his paws while planning his next move with great caution. Do you realize that you said everything out loud? Tessa asked. I don't like lying. The Hyperion puffed out his chest with pride. It involves remembering the nonsense you say and acting upon it. The truth is easier to remember, and it allows me to do whatever I want. A fair point, the Titania nodded, Philly. Now that we have our tactical formation ready, what we need is a foolproof plan. Firwall got her cue. The problem the Royals have had from the beginning of the War of the Griffins is the same we are experiencing now. Thrude strikes first, with her opponents moving blindly without any idea of what her goal is, except for the one she lets them believe. She acts and we react. It sounds reasonable until you realize that if we keep it like this, we'll never take the initiative. Even worse, we just keep dancing in her palm, and sooner or later we'd be defeated or enslaved. I know, but I'm out of options. I tried conquering her lands and even striking terror with the Eldritches, but Thrude never took the bait, Lith pointed out. Indeed, but things are different now. Firwall used her contact amulet to conjure a map of the kingdom. If before the playfield was wide and Thrude had several possible targets, now she has only one final step left before conquering the kingdom, the city of Valoran. Wrong, she has two, Lith shook his head. One is me and the other is the capital. Thrude swore to leave me for last, but at this point she might as well take a swing at me. Fair enough, Firwall nodded. What I meant is that now we can finally anticipate her moves and be the one who makes the first move. Sure, thanks to Floria, Thrude knows most of your secrets, but so do we now. We can play around everything she throws at us because the rest of her path is straightforward, and she has already revealed all the cards in her hand. Here is my plan. The Elder Hydra proceeded to list a series of ploys and maneuvers, some of which would require weapons Forgemastered for a specific purpose. Her strategies would make use of Lith's control over the army and the council, his eldritch allies, and make them both revolve around Tessa's array. I like your plan, and I think I might kick things up another notch, Lith said while taking out his communication amulet. Inzialot, the king of liches, answered immediately, but he wasn't the one Lith was looking for. What do you want? I'm busy. The Apophis used Inzialot's same greeting. I want to make you an offer. Lith shared the bare minimum of Firwall's plan to let Apep understand what he would be getting himself into. If you accept and we succeed, I'll consider our deal fulfilled and deliver you my part. Hold on, what about me? Crank asked as the Apophis hissed in surprise and excitement. Same thing. I'm willing to deliver a training tool for blade magic to you, Apep, Firwall, and Tessa. My offer was addressed to whoever brought Floria alive to me, and if this plan succeeds, I'll consider it done. Thanks, but no thanks, Tessa said. I'm not doing this for glory or for a flimsy reward. I'm doing this in memory of my companions. I appreciated your offer, but you can keep your reward. Same here, Firwall nodded. I'm doing this for myself, Crank looked Lith in the eyes. You got yourself a deal, kid. Same here, Apep nodded. As long as you pay me, I'll see the job through. Send me the details and I'll come. Apep out. Space. Darris Grand Duchy, a few days later. In the end, Lith, the Royals, and Firwall turned out to be all equally wrong. The Golden Griffin reappeared near its last known position, at the borders between the Darris region and the Weran region. Judging from its path, the Lost Academy seemed to be moving toward the Distar region, but in the opposite direction from Lustria. The answer to that mystery came from an unexpected source. I think I know what Thrude's goal is, Vaster said. She's about to settle her score with me. What do you mean? She's nowhere near the Essaga region, Lith replied. Think about it. Thrude knows I'm the High Master who kept her away from her dying husband. She knows about Tezca. She knows I'm the Master. In her shoes, would you really walk into my home? No, Lith had to admit. Exactly. She's afraid of Tezca and has no idea what I can do. Thrude is afraid that if she forces me to drop my mask, not only she might lose but also turn me into a hero and get my crimes pardoned, Vaster said. Indeed, Lith nodded. I told Floria of your powers and how you could hold your own against Baba Yaga. She knows that you are the first artificial human abomination hybrid, and that just like your eldritches, your strength is growing over time. My point exactly, Vaster nodded. Floria has probably told everything to Thrude, so she has every reason to be cautious. I have no monster core, so her slave array does nothing to me. My organization is full of old abominations and eldritches that if unleashed would slaughter her army. The Mad Queen isn't keeping my secret out of the goodness of her heart, but to keep me on the leash. Do you have anyone on par with Tezca that could lend us a hand? Lith asked. Sadly, no. I have Orolm of Thought and a few more heavy hitters in the fusion chamber, or as I like to call it, Vaster's madness. Yet it will take days for the process to be complete and even longer for the newborn hybrids to adapt to their bodies. The Master had finally managed to find a proper monster core for some of his strongest followers, yet there was no pride in it. His voice sounded bitter and regretful. The best I can offer you, along with the usual team, is myself. Thanks but no thanks, Vaster, Lith shook his head. I need you to stay put. To what end? The Master shrugged. Even if I die, everything is in order. Zinnia will inherit my wealth and you my research. Thrude is scared of me. If you want to force her to send Floria out, I'm your man. That's exactly the reason I can't have you involved, Lith countered soberly. The Golden Griffin is still away from the White Griffin, and Thrude is unaware that we know her target. That means that even if this plan fails, we still have a second shot. If you come with us and reveal your full power now, you won't be an unknown variable to her anymore. Thrude would know exactly what you can do and how far you are willing to expose your powers. At that point, she would have no more reason to keep your secret. Chapter 23:14 Rescue Operation, Part 2. Once revealed, there's no telling how the Royals, the Council, and maybe even the Guardians will react, Lith said. I know that I'm asking a lot from you, but I need you to sit there and do nothing. The looming threat that your absence poses is much worse than anything you could do on the battlefield. If Thrud is anything like me, she hates unknowns, and you are one as big as dangerous. With you allegedly laying an ambush, she can't deploy all of her forces at once without the risk of falling into an alleged trap. It makes sense, Vaster nodded, yet he didn't like the situation one bit. Floria never attended the light department, but I took care of her ever since Balker's anniversary. She's your friend, the sister of my precious students, and the daughter of my dear friends. If you think this is the best for her, I'll follow you obediently. Don't worry, Vaster. Worst-case scenario. The attack will allow me to get used to the when all are one array and probe the Golden Griffin's defenses. This way, in the following battle for the White Griffin, it should be a piece of cake taking Thrud down, Lith replied. Ah, bitterness left Vaster's eyes and was quickly replaced by wonder. That and a sprinkle of envy. Gods, what I wouldn't give to be in your shoes. There's no boy or man in the kingdom who hasn't dreamed of one day becoming like Valoran. That's a huge stretch. Lith dismissed such thoughts with a wave of his hand. Think what you want, kid, but believe me, today lots of people are going to have a stroke, some out of wonder, a few out of admiration, but most out of bitter envy, Vaster replied. Space. Wherean region, Madaka Plains, later that day. Lith received the update about the Golden Griffin's position, along with the order to join the Allied force in the attempt to take the Lost Academy down. The kingdom had put on hold the operations to reclaim Thrud's territories in the north in order to muster enough troops. The council had followed suit, using the first batch of data collected by the Liches to prepare the offensive. The hardest part had been to force the undead to part from what they considered their precious, and were unwilling to share. Once again, Inziolot had saved the day with an unexpected burst of common sense. My heart is with you, and just like my phylactery, it's ready to bolt the moment things go south, he had said in front of a room full of awakened Liches as powerful as they were deranged. I know that you think there's no reason to share your data and cooperate with these morons, but you are wrong. You are blinded by your arrogance and fail to see there's a greater good out there. The auditorium had almost come down from laughter, as half the room considered Inziolot batshit crazy, and the other half thought his words a joke. Will you still be laughing when Thrud wins? When she enters your labs and steals your research? The Liches turned silent. The few still laughing were pummeled into bone splinters that quickly regenerated. Moving away our books and bodies is easy, but what about the ingredients? The stuff you have hidden over the centuries? The scribbles you have left all over your labs when you couldn't find a damn piece of paper? Are you really willing to leave her such a treasure? Inziolot asked. No, the Liches roared as one. Are you willing to lose months before finding a new place suitable for your labs and years to set them up properly? To arrange your stuff in a way that won't force you to memorize what is where again? No. The crowd grew more restless as they remembered how they would often get lost inside their own homes despite living there for centuries, let alone inside a new place. How can a few pieces of data be more important than your life's work? Isn't sharing a few readings a small sacrifice for the greater good? Now that the greater good had a name, coordinates, and several labels, the Liches had changed their minds. The council had shared that information with the kingdom, just like they were sharing their warping arrays to move troops from every corner of the kingdom to the Madaka Plains. Lith had brought most of his friends who had volunteered to help and rescue Floria. For once, Morok didn't say anything insensitive. He just stood beside Quilla, checking his own gear to make sure to not have forgotten anything. Nalrond was with Freya, sharing a few words of encouragement before the battle. I'm really proud and envious of you, he said while caressing her hair. Among all the awakened of Garland, the bewitching demon chose you to replace Jernoff, the god of shadows. Today you are becoming a legend. Yeah, and she dared call me a runt. She acted aloof, but her voice held ill-concealed pride. Stop bragging, damn you, Quilla pouted. 7 streaks, and now you fight along Valoran's companions. If not for Floria, I would have kicked your ass. Even better, I'll ask her help to kick your ass once we save her. I'll gladly take the ass-kicking, Freya sighed. Protector and Falul. Instead, we're talking to Firwell about their previous visit to her home and offering to return the hospitality. Solus had come out from her ring to thank Baitra for being there and helping her keep her cool. The Reiju had yet to recover from her trauma, but she refused to leave Solus alone in the moment of her need. I might be a broken mess, but I can still be your legs, she said while shaking from head to toe despite Zorith's embrace. I wish Tezca was here, Theseus the Bastard said. The old fox is creepy as fuck, but damn if he makes you feel safe. I wish Nelia was here, Nandi the Minotaur said. We need some life maelstrom, also she's hot. Not the time, Nandi, Zorith chided him. I could be dead in an hour, this is the perfect time, he snorted. Everybody had someone but Lith and Tessa who sat near each other while triple-checking the details of their plan. They were both paranoid control freaks, and the stakes had never been so high. Crank alternated between eating and drinking, bored to death. It's time. Nandi, Fearwell, and Solus could feel the disturbance in the world energy respectively through his biocrystals and the hands of Menadian. The golden griffin appeared as a looming shadow on the horizon at first, but it took only a few minutes for it to be perfectly visible despite the distance. The Lost Academy had become faster after stealing part of the power of the 6 great academies. It still couldn't afford to fly without wasting lots of power that it might need in a fight, so the feathered wings were always folded around the shoulders, forming a protective mantle. When do we start the attack? Phila asked. She and Lotho had taken charge of the awakened troops in Floria's absence. Wait until the golden griffin is in range of my blade spell, Lith replied. Chapter 23, 15 Ill-Intended Flaw, Part 1. The effect of surprise will last only for a few seconds. During that time we must deal as much damage as possible, Lith said. Arrange your troops however you want as long as they encircle the golden griffin, and are in a position suitable to take advantage of its weakened state. Will do, General Vorg replied. The kingdom considered it pointless to send regular soldiers against an academy, so their troops consisted solely of war mages and wardens. Their spells were the only ones that might affect something that big. Clench your teeth, kids, this is going to hurt, Tessa said after weaving the final rune of her legendary array. Lith nodded and Freya braced for impact, the pain of the previous experience still vivid in her mind. Contrary to everyone's surprise, Lith screamed no less than her. A silver pillar descended from the sky while a black one came from the ground, mixing into a shadowy silver, yet they went no further. Lith could feel his core grow stronger, yet his life force resisted the sudden influx of new power. The 3 sides that comprised Lith's life force didn't change, and their current configuration had trouble wielding the energy of the bright violet. His human, beast, and abomination side managed to channel it after a while, but the pain the When All Are One array caused Lith was great. Fuck me sideways, I should have known that with my weird-ass life force there had to be some weird-ass condition for the bright violet. A condition I don't meet yet, Lith thought. His body had reached 30 meters of height, yet there was no visible change in his appearance. Lith felt like his body was an inflated balloon filled with too much helium. Shrink down, moron, Tessa scolded him. We don't want Thrud to notice you, also you are ruining the overall effect. What do you mean? Lith asked while the Titania took out her Yggdrasil staff, Morning Dew, and Fearwell her mace, Dreamweaver. You are taking Valoran's place and he was a human, the Elder Hydra replied. Not once did I fight in my true form while he was with us. No one was allowed to stand taller than the king. I'm no king. Lith used the power of his newfound core and his golems to conjure as many demons of darkness as she could. Tell that to them, Tessa replied as she conjured more demons, and so did the rest of the group. In the blink of an eye, there were so many that even Nandi had trouble fueling them all to 6 eyes. Fuck me sideways, Lith and Solus thought in unison as the sheer number of demons painted the green of the forest black. Thousands and thousands of them snarled and roared as far as the eye could see. What did you expect? Fearwell said. It's a legendary array and now there are 5 of you with a bright violet core. Way ahead of you, Solus said via private channel. I'm trying to crack When All Are One with the eyes. This is so cool, Crank said. If I knew it, I would have paid you to let me do this. You can always give up on your rewards, Tessa said. Sorry, sweetheart, I'm excitable, not a moron. On my mark, Lith roared in his communication amulet as black and red runes built up around war. He was halfway through weaving his blade spell when he noticed more runes all around him. The others had a replica of war made of spirit magic wrap around their respective weapons, and were mirroring every one of his movements. Again, as long as you are part of the array, we are one, Tessa replied to his silent disbelief. Now, 5 ruins departed from Lith's group, followed by a hail of multicolored shooting stars. Everyone now had 7 heads and a pair of feathered wings, and they all emitted 8 bursts of cursed flames. The snakes coming out of Lith's shoulders had no trouble withstanding his bloodline ability and working in pairs akin to his mouth and wings. The blade tear spells struck the golden griffin's right knee, whereas the cursed flames struck the left. At the same time, the kingdom's army and the mage association unleashed countless gravity arrays, while the awakened 7-man units released waves of Silverwing's annihilation. The Eldritches joined them, but instead of targeting the golden griffin's escape hatches, they focused their chaos annihilations on the elbows. They hoped to cripple Histar's ability to position the defensive arrays and keep him from softening the landing. Solus and Bytra followed suit with the Golden Knight throwing a Furies, flight followed by tower-tier spells thanks to Nandi fueling her. The Reiju neighed in outrage at the sight of the Titan, firing a chaos annihilation non-stop from her horn. The Lost Academy's defensive systems reacted as soon as they perceived the attack, conjuring several bastions at the same time. Yet it was too late. The kneecaps shattered, the elbows crumbled, and the increased gravity made the Titan collapse under its own weight. The bastions could block a few annihilations, but not all of them. The cursed flames exploded as soon as they came in contact with each other, and spread along the left leg above and below the point of impact. The golden armor of the Academy seemed to develop dull polka dots as the holes created by the spells grew in size. "Attack!" the people under the effects of When All Are One said in unison, and the demons obeyed. It all happened so fast that for a moment the people on both sides forgot about what was at stake and the horrors of the war. They only focused on the majestic sight of the combined blade spell and the swarm of demons blotting out the sky. With only 3 exceptions. "Great Mother, protect us." King Meron gripped his wife's hand. "Verhin has gathered under his banner the 4 finding pillars of the kingdom, something that hasn't happened since Valoran the First." "It's worse than that," Silpha sighed. "He's also commanding our army and the councils, no matter how bad a leader he is and how important the role of our generals is. All the people will see from today's recordings is a second Valoran bringing down a monster. Today's victory will belong to him, and everyone else will disappear in the background. We might win the war, but the kingdom wouldn't look up to us anymore." The third exception was the Mad Queen, who was almost driven insane by Lith's making a fool of her whole bloodline. "That fucker dared to take Valoran's place as the spear in the When All Are One array. That's something that should have belonged to my father. That belongs to me. How dares that filthy Titania sully my legacy? She and her stupid array belong with my son, Valoran II, not with the wretched son of a farmer. We carry the same blood of the man Tessa and Firwal called king, yet they are once again siding against us. I will not stand for this. Histar, send out all troops and set the power core to overdrive. Time to teach these ants a lesson," Thrud said with a snarl. Chapter 23, 16 Intended Flaw Part 2. "At your command, my queen. Glory to Arthan." The golden griffin opened the scales of its armor, allowing the army to leave in force from multiple points without offering an easy target. At the same time, it drained the surrounding world energy, making the gravity arrays falter and reducing the power of elemental magic to 1/10 of its effectiveness. The army mages left their arrays behind, but promptly retreated behind their awakened colleagues. The Lost Academy was bent, but not broken. The damage had started to repair the moment after it was dealt, and with the divine beasts incoming, even the awakened had to switch to a defensive position. Invigoration was off the table, and the enemies were all boosted by both Life Maelstrom and the Academy, making up for the ambush. Nandi, Firwal, and Solus, however, had come early to the battlefield and gained control of the world energy. They manipulated its flow, trying to negate Histar's influence and fighting him for dominance. "Let's see if you've learned your lesson," Histar said as golden tendrils moved out of the Academy and toward Bytra. "They sure did, sweet child." Apep the Apophis Chaos warped in front of the unwavering loyalty array. There was no life force that could be manipulated. His body was comprised solely of chaos, and his black core was plagued by an insatiable hunger. It devoured the golden tendrils, using them as straws to suck at the nectar held by the Academy's power core. "Damn undead," the headmaster tried and failed to retract the energy. The only way he found to stop the bleeding was to turn off the array entirely. "Give it back." The Apophis unleashed a volley of howling void spells, each the size of a train car. Between their speed and the Academy being on all fours, Histar took the full brunt of the damage, and the shockwaves reached even the inner chambers where the students were kept. "Hey, fucker, pick on someone your own size." Zula the Fenrir used Doomtide to completely drain the world energy and make the black spears fade. She charged at Apep with her body shining with golden light from her mana body bloodline ability, and black from the mass of darkness she had infused herself with. Her speed caught the Magus serpent by surprise, and his chaos blink failed as well. Zula rammed at him, bringing the Apophis away without suffering a scratch from the prolonged contact. Mana body made her impervious, and the darkness countered the chaos while also consuming Apep's energy reserves. "Nice trick, I've got no spirit magic, and with darkness magic sealed I'm a sitting duck," he nodded. "Or am I?" His limbs grew in size and length, turning into dozen-meters-long spears, swords, spikes, and anything he needed the moment Zula switched from range to close-quarters combat. Then she and other divine beasts released their own doom tide, filling the air with world energy again. Histar exploited that moment to suck the world energy in and unleash a volley of tower-tier spells against anyone who had come too close for comfort. Things are still a mess. Now that Thrud had regained her cool, she was studying the situation from the throne room. "We can still win, but to do that we must break the when all are one array." The members of Lith's group could all produce 8 cursed flames at the same time. They moved as fast as bullets, ignored most protections, and traveled for hundreds of meters before losing cohesion. Freya's dimensional ruler replicated the effects of the static field arrays, but much worse. Her allies among the humans and the awakened could freely use dimensional magic, whereas Thrud's soldiers found themselves trapped the moment they got too close. The Hyperion's mana body shielded them all, making them immune even to spells infused with life maelstrom unless one would get close enough to be squashed by the Titania's fists or array. The Hydra weaved spells non-stop, using the hands to recharge the power cores of their weapons and prepare a second volley of ruin. Then there were the demons. They were everywhere, fighting with no fear of death, and unlike Thrud's soldiers, it would only take one breath from Lith to resurrect them immediately. "Smart, very smart," the Mad Queen drummed her fingers on the armrest. "This is all a ruse. They have set for me a single path of victory. If I make Verhin leave the array, the demons will stop resurrecting, and no more blade spells or cursed flames. They put a flaw in their plan for me to find it. Either I send Floria Ernaz out and use her to lure Verhin away, or I lose. Or so they think. There is more than one way to skin a cat, but I feel generous today, and I'm willing to play along. I'm really curious to see if Verhin will surprise me again, or if he'll just entertain me." "General Ernaz." "Yes, my queen." Floria appeared out of one of the internal gates, kneeling. "Time to take your boyfriend out and bring him to our side. You know what to do," Thrud replied. "It will be my pleasure." "Who do I take as my ride?" Floria said with the happy smile of a girl in love. "Uffel has 7 heads, but so far he has disappointed me. Remo is no better either. Take Orsat with you. Between her life maelstrom and her physical prowess, you two can take Verhin down." The Mad Queen pondered. "I'm excited. It's my first time being a Griffin Knight." Floria gave Thrud a salute while clicking her heels and warped out with the Red Griffin. Only when the Mad Queen saw Floria flying toward the battlefield did a cruel smile appear on her face. "Space." Floria had wasted no time, conjuring one spell after the other the moment the ambush had started. She combined fake and true magic with body casting to weave 3 spells at the same time. Orsat had charged herself and Floria with life maelstrom, turning them into an unstoppable war machine. The Red Griffin had conjured several hard light constructs of every size and shape that, after being imbued with silver lightning, could withstand most Tier 5 spells. The Red Griffin used them to protect her partner so that Floria was free to keep triple casting and unleash a relentless volley of spells from her sword. At the same time, Orsat blasted through the enemy lines like a living battering ram. The unparalleled physical strength of the Griffin was also boosted by both fusion magic and life maelstrom, granting her the ability to overpower anyone in a handful of seconds. Whenever they got surrounded, Orsat used her red lightning body bloodline ability to turn them both into living plasma and escape the encirclement. Together, they wiped out hundreds of demons, and Omnislash cut deep through the enemy formation. Damn it! Apep the Apophis had turned Zula into mincemeat for a while now, and was chasing the Griffin Knight to the best of his abilities. The Griffin was strong, but not strong enough to be a threat to him. The problem was that he needed Floria alive. Chapter 23, 17 Perfect Plan, Perfect Execution, Part 1. Killing Floria would achieve nothing but a trip to the resurrection chamber, leaving the Apophis empty-handed. She instead had no problem hammering him with darkness spells aimed to kill. The mind link with Orsat and Erna's full guard allowed the Griffin Knight to perfectly harmonize with her partner and her spells to never miss their target. "Remember the plan," the Red Griffin said. "The goal is to take out Verhin and kill as many members of the council as we can." "And you remember my deal with the True Queen," Floria replied. "She promised me that Lith and I would be reunited, so we need to take him alive." Meanwhile, Lith had taken it easy after the first ruin in order to regain his strength. He had followed Floria with his eyes ever since her appearance on the battlefield, and had noticed how the Griffin Knight kept herself on the opposite side. "Thrud seems to have taken the bait," Tessa said. "We baited her for Floria, and she is baiting you to leave the formation. I doubt that it's going to be simple. Remember that she knows our plan. Our intentions are as obvious as hers are devious. Never drop your guard." "Thanks, Tessa." Lith nodded and recalled Solus via the mind link. His leaving would have stopped the demons from regenerating and caused the group to lose his flames, but that was it. Solus would provide the light mastery, crank the mass and wait, and maybe the tower would have reserved a nice surprise. "Here I am." Solus arrived in a white bolt of lightning. Bitra moved so fast that she was just a streak on the battlefield. "Dragon speed, Lith." "You too, and clench your teeth," he said as Tessa moved the tendrils of the When All Are One array to Solus. "Damn it, I knew it," she said after a few seconds when her core was still blue. "This thing doesn't work on me due to my hybrid nature. We need to find a replacement, and quick." Then she felt the power surging inside herself. Her body was already perfect and made to host a bright violet core, so the sudden mana flow caused her no discomfort. Solus already weighed tons, so there was little that the vines had to do to bring her to Crank's level. "What were you saying?" Firwell said with a smug grin as she used the hands of Menadian to pump world energy in Solus, tower half. "Then it's time to go all out." Thanks to the combined effect of the Sage Staff, 2 sets of hands, and Nandi, the tower was over 60% efficiency. Solus extended her arms toward the Golden Griffin, and a 7-pointed star formed between them. The tower tier annihilation burst forward, painting the day emerald as it crashed against the Lost Academy. Histar summoned a bastion, but it wasn't enough. The barrier was pierced, and another huge hole appeared in his armor. "Whoa, what's this?" Crank could feel both the effects of the staff and of the tower filling his body with new strength. "My contribution to the array," Solus replied. At the same time, Lith soared in the sky with such speed that he had become a flaming red meteor. Apep was still fighting the Griffin Knight, and he was losing. Floria had led him by the nose over her troops, and the Apophis had suffered from countless darkness spells already. By hovering over the battlefront, she made sure to change their position so to not draw away the focus of her allies for long while also exploiting the spells of her enemies. Unlike her, Apep had no eyes behind his back, and by lining them up, Floria had already had him take many spells that had been aimed at her. "Took you long enough," Apep said with a snarl once Lith appeared by his side. "I promised you a tool, not an easy job," Lith chided him. "Playtime is over." Finally, the Apophis roared as he unleashed his true power and charged at the Griffin. Lith instead charged at Floria, his goal to split her from her partner and get some time alone with her. "Please, I saw this coming from a mile away," she said with a peal of crazed laughter. "This isn't even your plan anymore, it's mine." Lith didn't bother to reply, countering every one of her spells with his own and crossing war against Reaver. The 2 blades screeched and cried in pain. Adamant couldn't feel, but the twin blades were not supposed to fight. They had been forged on the same day in the same forge with the same purpose, to help Floria. War's task was to kill her enemies while Revere's was to protect her in the line of duty. Their masters could feel the blades twisting in the attempt to avoid contact. They could hear their desperate cries, but they kept fighting nonetheless. "Do you really think you can take me down in your pathetic state, old man?" Orsat said, the silver lightning turning red as she charged it with the fire element. "Do you really think I lived this long with such mediocre skills, runt?" Apep replied with a serpentine smile on his face. "I was holding back, but not anymore." His body suddenly grew in length and width, becoming over 40 meters, 130 feet long. The snake tail wrapped around the Griffin, slamming her against the ground and literally sucking the life out of her. "I have no need to save my strength when there's such a hearty meal in front of me. Time to dig in." The abomination touch countered her physical strength, her spells, life maelstrom, and even lightning body. They were all forms of energy, and energy was food to an eldritch. "Shit," while she was falling down, Orset managed to release half of the life maelstrom she had left and pass it on to Floria. The now griffinless knight had also lost her partner and her footing in one fell swoop. She had to quickly switch to a flight spell, wasting a single second that Lith exploited to tackle her. He was far away enough from the golden griffin to avoid most of the effects of the static field array, and could open a spirit steps to a location of his choosing. Alas, Floria didn't just sit and let him. She activated the give and take ability from Reaver to boost her prowess, and coupled it with the silver lightning to pincer him between a knee and elbow strike. The former hit Lith in the guts, knocking the air out of him, while the latter struck the back of his head, making him dizzy. He lost his grip as they tumbled on the ground, and Floria kicked him away, sending him through a warp steps that brought them to another location. I told you that this is my plan, jackass. A location where Lith had no allies and he had no idea where he was. I have all the spells at the ready I need to fuck up whatever you have prepared. Lith cursed under his breath as he used life vision to make sure to have not fallen into a trap. According to his Tiamat eyes, there was no one around for a kilometer. Chapter 23, 18 Perfect Plan, Perfect Execution, Part 2. Damn my paranoia, Lith thought while Floria exploited his distraction to unleash a flurry of lunges. The golden griffin was just passing from here, and Thrude had no idea I was going to ambush her. It's obvious that this is just a change of field, not a trap. There was no time to set it. Floria must have brought me to the first place she spotted while looking at the area surrounding the Lost Academy. Floria's deep violet aura was filled with white streaks from give and take and silver bolts of lightning. She was smaller and much lighter than Lith, but with her strength increased by several folds, even her physical attacks hurt. As for Reaver, it was still plenty deadly. Floria was a much better swordsman than him, and Lith wanted her alive. Much to his surprise, she didn't bother with defending herself, focusing solely on offense. I know what you're thinking, and no, this isn't a mistake on my part but yours, she said with a savage grin. Reaver cut and pierced through both the Voidwalker armor and his flesh, whereas war was much less effective. It cut through her armor, but it phased through Floria's body like it was a hologram. Did you forget it? My father made war and all of his blades so that they can't hurt an Urnas. They can hurt you, though. She solely sidestepped or deflected his attacks in order to avoid being stabbed square in the chest. As long as war only brushed her, counter-flow couldn't jam the effects of the unwavering loyalty array. On the other hand, her strikes dealt plenty of damage. I'm not an idiot, Lith grunted, taking a parrying dagger out of his pocket dimension. It had a long U-shaped guard meant to trap the enemy blade, rip it off their hands, or even break it if the opportunity arose. It's you who has forgotten who I am? A deep breath and a burst of black flames erupted from Lith's body, eating at the life maelstrom that coursed through Floria. She took several steps back to escape, and consumed more silver lightning to restore her boosted physique. Lith didn't follow her, moving to the next step of his plan. I know you are in there, Floria. The Voidwalker armor turned into liquid, letting the golden lily pendant Lith wore at his neck come out. I've come to rescue you. Shut up, shut up. Sunlight reflected on the surface of the metal flower, reaching the innermost and darkest corners of her mind. You have no right to be here. You abandoned me like trash. I never did, and the real Floria knows it. Lith stepped forward. I still remember my promise. Just call my name and I'll come to fight by your side. I said shut up. Floria's face twisted and twitched as her real self and her enslaved persona tore each other apart. You threw me out of your life. You have no right to play hero with me. Her form was frenzied, but also sloppier than before. Floria was now showing all the tells that she had taught him back at the academy. Thank you, Floria. Lith ignored her words and paid attention solely to her actions. Keep fighting, together we can win. Dual wielding made up for Lith's lacking skills. The dagger blocked half the attacks, and when War parried, the quicker and shorter weapon allowed Lith to counter with all of his strength. He had taken a page from the traitorous Professor Nalar. The parrying dagger was imbued solely with defensive and healing spells. Its blade was too short to kill, but wide enough to open large wounds that light magic closed as soon as the dagger struck. It sapped Floria's vitality and nutrients, forcing her to use invigoration to recover her stamina. Even that wouldn't last for long. Without eating, her body would soon cannibalize itself to heal, and no boost could make up for a weakened state. They kept exchanging blows and spells, with Lith taking more than he dealt. Yet he was stronger, and his advantage kept increasing. Floria's eyes seemed to be incapable of leaving the golden pendant at his neck, shifting her focus. The dagger hit more and more often, draining her vitality. Lith gave her no quarter nor opportunity to use invigoration, making the gap between them grow larger. Finally, Lith thought after noticing that her breath had become ragged and her knees unstable. He blocked a lunge with the dagger, twisting it to trap Reaver and pulling the estoc away from her body. Then he performed a lunge of his own aimed at her chest with war. The blade couldn't hurt her, so Lith had to make sure to leave it in contact with Floria long enough to disrupt the slave spell. His blade encountered no resistance upon reaching her armor, and neither did the hilt. Lith had no idea what had happened. The only thing he knew was the horrible reality in front of his eyes. His whole arm had pierced through Floria's chest and was covered in her blood. A fountain of blood and pieces of her heart spurted from her back and mouth. No, Lith froze in shock, but War's desperate cries snapped him out of it a fraction of a second later. This is wrong, I calculated everything. Lith felt like he was going insane, but he had no time to lose. While keeping his arm inside of her as a plug, he used healing magic, body sculpting, and invigoration to regenerate her heart and lungs as fast as he could. Floria's eyes were now free from the influence of the golden griffin and looked at him with love. Her mouth twitched with pain, yet she managed to smile. This is not supposed to happen. Lith double-checked every one of his actions from start to finish, finding no mistakes. For all he knew, physics had stopped working on Magus, or maybe it was just a nightmare. Whatever the answer, Floria was dying in front of him. A final spasm caused her to gurgle blood from her mouth. Then her eyes lost their light, and Reaver disappeared in silvery dust. No, it was a single word that roared for hundreds of meters around him. It was a desperate cry that uprooted trees and tore the grass, yet Floria's corpse kept turning colder. No, tears started streaming from soulless eyes as she experienced Lith's pain through their mind link. This is wrong. This is not fair. The When All Are One array shared her feelings with the others, making the entire group collapse on the ground, unwilling to fight any longer. Freya started to sob uncontrollably, her spells fading like mist. I'm so sorry. I failed you once again. What's wrong? Quilla knew it already, but she refused to believe that Floria was dead. Until someone said it out loud, there was still hope. Floria is dead. Tessa felt her strength abandoning her. We have failed, I have failed, Agram Juria, forgive me. The Titania and the Hydra experienced despair like never before. It was their first defeat since the War for the Kingdom, and the first time they lost someone not because of their own choice. Chapter 23:19 One Step, Part 1. Fearwolf fell to the ground, sobbing. The hole she felt in her chest was no smaller than Floria's. It shed no blood, but it made her feel empty as the pain from losing her friends rose anew. Inside the Golden Griffin, Thrude burst into a belly laugh while dancing through the throne room with the small Valoran II in her arms. Idiots, all of them, even the Erna's girl. I told her that I'd reunite her with Verhin by the end of the war, and I'm going to keep my word. Once I kill him, I'll bury them together. I mean, seriously, what kind of forever did she expect? With the academies down, I no longer need her. Floria's stupid friends should have learned their lesson by now. Once I can't keep something, I have no qualms about discarding it. Just like I couldn't stop Verhin from taking my cities, I couldn't stop him from rescuing Floria. So I just tossed them away. I would never betray Verhin's secret, because I can't risk someone killing him first and taking that priceless tower for themselves. I can't have him living either, because his life will be my compensation for Jormund's death, while his tower will be Valoran's. Best of all, now Verhin knows my pain. He has killed a woman who he had loved, and who loved him with all of her heart in the same way he killed my husband. Thrude kept dancing and spinning while Valoran giggled, unaware of the tragedy orchestrated by his mother. Space. Lith was still in front of Floria's corpse, bawling his eyes out. He didn't want to cry, nor could he afford the time to. A few kilometers from there, the two armies were still fighting and dying. Among them, there were the few people he treasured and who he called friends. They needed him, yet he couldn't muster the strength to stand up. His mistake had been to conjure a drape from his pocket dimension and use it to wrap Floria and cover the gaping hole in her chest. It was then that it had happened. The figure of Floria lying on the ground had overlapped with that of Carl lying on the obituary table. Both cold, their skin paled from death and covered from the neck down to make them presentable. Yet this time it was much worse. This time it wasn't a stranger or an enemy to have taken Lith's loved one away. Floria had died by his own hand, and guilt was tearing him apart. He had failed his best friend in the most horrible way possible. He had come to rescue her and had ended up killing her instead. His mind kept spinning, replaying the fight from start to finish and finding no mistake. Yet the result of his perfect plan that he had perfectly executed was right in front of him, dead. Floria's rune was gone, and so was her sword. How could I mess up like this? What will I say to Gianni and Orion? How can I explain to them that everything went fine, yet Floria died anyway? Lith thought over and over, his agonizing wails audible for kilometers. War lay by his side, wailing with him. The grieving blade mourned the loss of its twin and of the person it had been crafted to protect. It refused to use Floria's blood to form a scabbard and to be put away as well. War had no idea who, but someone had to pay. The edges of the blade turned into small spikes, clacking in anger and gnawing at the ground. Alas, it found no relief in the wanton destruction. "It's not your fault, Lith. You can stop crying." Floria's demon took form right above her corpse, floating down until they were at eye level. She cupped his face, forcing him to open his eyes and look at her. It was all part of Thrud's plan. My enslaved self had no memory of it because Thrud ordered me to forget about it, but now I remember. At the last moment, I had the order to step forward and undo my protections. I had my armor slip away. I dropped fusion magic, life maelstrom, and give and take. You didn't kill me. I threw myself at your fist. Thrud knew how strong you are and how delicate you can be, so she used both against you. You encountered no resistance because there was none. She caressed his cheeks, wiping his tears away, but new ones were instantly shed. The coldness of her touch and her demon form were two proofs too many that Floria was really gone forever. "Don't cry, no one could save me. Not even Tessa and Firwell would have succeeded. I was dead the moment I was captured. You guys just pretended to not know it," she said. "Not all is lost," Lith said amid sniffles while he regained his cool. "I can keep you as my demon, and maybe Vaster can turn you into one of his hybrids. Together we can find a way to bring you back." "I'm sorry, Lith, but I'm not staying." Floria let go of him, lowering her eyes. "I was already halfway gone when I heard you cry. I came back only because I couldn't rest in peace knowing you blamed yourself for my death. I let your chain reach me only to let you know the truth and tell you that I don't resent you. You are my best friend, and you did everything you could to save me. You did more than I could ever hope for the sake of upholding your word." "Please don't leave me," Lith's voice cracked again. "Please don't make this any more difficult than it already is. I told you I'm not staying. I had a short life and it didn't go as I wanted, but it was full and happy nonetheless. My parents loved me, I found wonderful friends and sisters, and I've traveled through 2 continents. How many people can say the same? I was lucky, and now my time is over. I'm too tired to keep living, too tired to keep fighting. I've done enough," Floria said as silent tears streamed down Lith's cheeks. "Please don't leave me." He grabbed her hand, sharing with her everything about his past on Earth. "I've lost so many people already, I can't lose you as well." "Gods, I can't believe it," Floria said with a peal of silvery laughter that tore his heart to shreds. "You always open up to me when it's too late. I can't stay, Lith. There is no more time for me on Magur nor space in your life anyway. Please tell Mom and Dad that I love them and that I couldn't wish for better parents. Tell Chilean to straighten up for them. Our parents will need him. Tell Gunnian that he is the best older brother in the world. Tell Freya and Quilla that we may not be bound by blood, but they are my sisters and they will always be. As for you, Derek McCoy Lith Verhen, please always remember me. I loved you and I would have kept loving you even if you told me the truth." Chapter 23, 21 Step, Part 2. "As long as you remember me, a part of me will always live inside of you, and a part of you will always be with me," Floria said. "No," Lith shook his head. "I've gone through this already and I know how it ends. The moment you die, that part of me will die with you, forever. Thank you for being here with me in my final moments." Floria cupped his face again. "I'm glad that you've been my first boyfriend and in a way also the last. Goodbye, my beloved master." She chuckled at the 100-year servitude the council had imposed on her, and then she kissed him. It was merely a peck, but it conveyed all the feelings she still felt and the warmth of her soul. Her body faded away, starting from the feet, leaving the lips for last. Leaving Lith alone. The void stood beside him, bearing the same appearance that Derek McCoy had in life. Only the pitch-black skin and the white eyes betrayed his undead state. The void gently clenched Lith's shoulder in a caress, yet his face seemed made of stone, and his gaze was cold. Lith was still weeping Floria's loss, whereas the void was shedding no tear. Quite the contrary, the edges of his mouth were twisted upwards in a cruel and savage smile. "Don't you dare blame Floria for her own death." Lith knew that it was all happening inside the mindscape, and that the void was just a part of himself, yet he hated the void nonetheless. Don't you dare to say things like she was too weak, and deserved to die, or I swear on Carl's name. I won't do anything like that. The void cut him short, his voice deep and guttural like wind wailing through an abyss. Nor will I try to take over your body or blame you for our failure. I've grown past that. We have grown past that. Know that you've done everything I would. Even in hindsight, there's nothing I can blame you for. Then what are you smiling about? If you have no snarky remark to make, why the fuck are you laughing? Lith replied in outrage. Because Floria didn't die, she was murdered. She was taken away from us, and it wasn't our fault. The void clenched his teeth in a furious snarl, his eyes flaring with decay. We know who's responsible, and we can make Thrude pay. Lith remained stunned for a second. Then his grief started to turn into rage. Slowly at first, but quicker by the second, like a snowball thrown from a mountain peak turning into an avalanche. I promised myself I would never again lose someone I love, yet I failed. Lith now was gritting his teeth, his eyes white in a mirror image of the void. I can't bring the dead back, but I can at least avenge them. Indeed, the void nodded. I was smiling because this is no different from Carl's demise. The situation is terrible, but it's something we've already dealt with in the past. I was smiling because we know what to do. Images from Tyrus and Baba Yaga's speech flooded Lith's mind, reminding him about how dangerous was the path onto which Thrude was pushing him. Then he remembered about Solus' first meeting with Magur. If Thrude wants the destroyer, I'll give it to her. If Magur wants a lord of destruction, so be it. As an answer to his fury, clouds started to gather and the ground to shake with growing intensity. Space. The area around the Golden Griffin, a few seconds before. Damn it, where the heck did Floria take Verhin? Aata the Sekhmet was scouring the land in search of the two fighters. Things should be wrapping up in. An inhuman wail of pain caught her attention, and that of the divine beasts accompanying her. There we go, remember the plan. Quick and efficient. No banter, no bravado. We kill him and take the body to the Golden Griffin, are we clear? She asked. Crystal, the others nodded in unison, with one exception. Uphil, the seven-headed dragon, couldn't hide the disgust and shame he felt on any of his many faces. He had been Floria's partner for most of her brief career as Thrude's general and had grown attached to her. Man, the true queen is a damn genius, Zondar the Garuda said with a laugh. She knows how strong Verhin is in the mind and body, so she struck him in his only weak spot, the heart. Indeed, Ophius the Quetzalcoatl nodded. The only things he cares about are his friends and family. We already know how weak he gets when one of them gets hurt, like when his father was kidnapped or his mother attacked. It's only in moments like that that he makes huge mistakes. Now that he's grieving, it's the perfect opportunity to take him out. Was it really necessary? Uphil felt like he wanted to puke. He failed to recognize the people he called siblings in those heartless monsters. Floria was a great general and a mage capable of using blade magic. Killing her that was a fucking waste of talent. You are right, Uphil, but it was necessary. Aata patted his scaly back, feeling his grief. She didn't share our cause, and we had no way to keep her in our ranks. Verhin, Firwal, or Tessa would have sooner or later rescued her. Then imagine what would have happened once Floria joined the When All Are One array as well. Imagine the destructive power she would have contributed to unleashing against our queen. I'm sorry for Floria, but killing her was the right thing to do. She was too powerful a weapon to let her fall into the enemy's hands, especially after the queen had personally trained her and shared so many of our secrets with her. Floria isn't a weapon, was a person, a good person. She was my friend. Uphil's rage flared up, and then sadness overpowered it once he was forced to accept that Floria was dead. I know, and I'm sorry for your loss. Aata glared at Ophius and Zondar, who were sniggering at the dragon. Sadly, in war, sacrifices are necessary. We are soldiers, Uphil, and we have our orders. Can I count on you? Yes, you can. Uphil threw a mean look at his other companions and said nothing else as they descended to the ground. Finding Lith was easy. All they had to do was to follow the wails and sobs. That and the shaking trees and the quaking ground. The divine beasts shapeshifted into their human forms and combined their bloodline abilities. Aata infused them all with life maelstrom, while Ophius used the mana aura ability to share his mana body with the others. Let us be quick and surgical, Aata said via a mind link while making the group stop at a safe distance that would prevent Lith's sense from perceiving their arrival. You know the plan. Who wants to deal the killing blow? Uphil couldn't take his eyes off Floria's shrouded corpse, sending only white noise in reply. I'll do it, Zondar the Garuda said. Chapter 23, 21 The Monster You Create, Part 1. I have your life maelstrom, and my own reserve is full. Even if Verhin pulls some dirty trick out of his ass, I have everything I need to turn him into mincemeat in a split second. Zondar shapeshifted his hand into a hybrid form ending with razor-sharp talons, and had his adamant weapon coat them. The Garuda used air magic to float a centimeter above the ground, and darkness magic to cancel his presence. He closed in slowly, until all he needed to strike was one move. I wonder why Verhin is conjuring clouds. His demons get stronger with sunlight, not without. He mistook the storm for Lith's doing, and the small pebbles bouncing around for the golden griffin stomping the ground. Zondar had been a ruthless and methodical predator even when he was still a lesser Garuda. Evolution had made him much deadlier. In a single step as quick as lightning, he covered the dozens of meters separating him from Lith. He twisted his arm, wrist, and knife hand as it struck Lith's back, extending his adamant-coated talons in a makeshift yet effective drill. Lith weighed tons, but so did the Garuda. His armor was sturdy and heavy, but not only did Zondar have equipment of the same quality, but he had also attacked from a blind spot. His arm entered from Lith's back and came out from the chest, piercing through adamant, dragon bones, and Lith's body in one fluid movement. A dark liquid gushed everywhere, covering the grass around Floria's body. The Garuda's open hand held Lith's black heart, which he squashed while clenching his fist in victory. Isn't this romantic? Dying in the same way as your girlfriend must have healed your broken heart, at least until I broke it for real. Zondar said with a laugh while a life maelstrom-infused hard-light cube and a sealed space surrounded Lith's still-standing corpse. Thrud had given precise instructions to make sure that Soulless Ring had no way to escape her minions without having to explain them the reason. It was fun knowing you, Verhin. We finally settled our score, even though I have to admit that I'd have preferred a fair F. Zondar's voice died when Lith's head turned around to watch him in the eyes. No neck was supposed to turn a full 180 degrees, nor the eyes to be fully white already. Tears were still streaming down his cheeks, but they were pitch black. You have taken Floria away from me, and now you want Soulless as well. His voice was cold. You are no Thrud, but you're good enough to send her a message for me. Zondar tried to pull his arm free, but it was stuck. He struck at Lith with his free hand, but from such a close distance, it was an awkward punch that the Tiamat had no problem blocking. What kind of muscles can he have in his chest so strong that? Only then did the Garuda notice that the blood on his arm was also black. At first, he had dismissed it as an oddity of the Tiamat bloodline, but now the blood was slithering back into place, wrapping around his arm and seeping under his armor. My message is simple. You take from me, I kill everything and everyone you have. Lith embraced Zondar, locking him into place while war rose through the air. The grieving blade wailed its pain and impaled them both. Not so funny when it's you who has a hole in the chest, isn't it? Lith said while blood gurgled from Zondar's mouth. Don't worry, we'll both heal, which means I get to kill you over and over. The void ate at the Garuda from the inside while war crushed his heart, and used its abilities to keep Zondar from escaping. The construct and the sealed space that were meant to trap Lith now trapped the Garuda as well, and Iota couldn't afford to drop either, or he would escape. Zondar's body disappeared inside Lith's. The void devoured him whole to recover the strength and mana consumed during the failed attempt to rescue Floria. Yet that was only the beginning. Thanks for the meal. Lith stood up slowly and took war out of his chest that was now healed. Thanks for all three of them. The angry blade was bursting, with the blackness of chaos, and silver bolts of lightning crackled from its pommel to the tip. Lith shapeshifted from his abomination into his Tiamat form before its endless hunger could feed upon the life maelstrom he had stolen from the Garuda. Everything that Iota had given Zondar, and that was stored inside his mana organ, now belonged to Lith. He used his spirit eye to bend the silver lightning to his will and his yellow eye to boost it. At the same time, he had double-edged fuse with war to increase its mass and power. According to Soulless, life maelstrom is comprised of air element and life force, so my yellow eye should have some sort of interaction with it. He thought as a single lunge of war shattered the spells encasing him. Fuck, Zondar is gone and somehow Verhin is overcharged, yet he's still alone and there's 4 of us. Iota signaled the others to attack while she called for reinforcements. With the advantage from life maelstrom down the gutter, they needed 3 more people to cast Silverwing's spells and keep Lith from using his blade magic. Ophius the Quetzalcoatl whipped at Lith with his tail. The offspring of Feniger lacked limbs, but the length of their bodies made up for it. His armor was equipped with blades all along its surface, so that he could cut through his prey after wrapping around them. Also at the end of Ophius' tail, there was a heavy mace that could be further stretched by a chain into a morning star. War burst with silver and black light, cutting through the adamant in a single slash. The mace, the chain, and the end of the Quetzalcoatl's tail were cut asunder at the same time, spurting a fountain of blood. "Retreat and heal," Yada ordered him as she took point and conjured several hard light constructs to both attack and defend. "Uphil, what are you doing? We need you." The seven-headed dragon was staring at the small corpse that Lith stood to defend, his eyes wet with tears. "I'm with you." Uphil snapped out of his grief and used his polearm to keep Lith away. He took a deep breath, unleashing a burst of origin flames boosted by life maelstrom. Lith sidestepped the spearhead and blocked the flames with his bare offhand. The mana aura he had stolen bought him enough time to take over a third bloodline ability as well before it could deal him any damage. Then he threw it back along with a jet stream of his own. The two origin flames merged into primordial flames, painting the forest white with the blinding explosion that followed. Good gods, what was that? Uphil thought. If not for Dregem's monobody and the constructs, we would be dead now. "Stay behind me." Ophius used the elemental flow bloodline ability to encase Lith in a full set of elemental sealing arrays, leaving him only spirit magic. Chapter 23-22 The Monster You Create, Part 2. The Quetzalcoatl and his companions, instead, could turn the magical formations on and off at will, and use all kinds of magic. Here we are. 3 more divine beasts joined the fray and started conjuring Silverwing's annihilation. Yada conjured more and more constructs around Lith. Dregem the Fenrir compressed the space to keep him from blinking, and the others focused solely on the spell. "I'll never finish casting ruin in time. There's 7 of them and 1 of me." Yet Lith never stopped the blade. He simply shapeshifted into his void-feather dragon form and took a breath as deep as he could. The silver lightning now filled to the brim not only his 7 eyes, but also his red scales and the cursed flames that burned within. The violet light from the origin flames shone through his body, going down his neck and to his heart. There the conjured world energy was surrounded by the cursed elements that stripped it of their respective counterparts. Air became choke, darkness turned into chaos, light into decay, earth became corruption, fire became cinder, and water turned into zero. The 6 cursed elements were gathered into Lith's heart, dominated by his eyes and boosted by life maelstrom. The violet light shining through his scales became white and then silvery. At the same time, thanks to the power absorbed from the world energy, the cursed flames burning inside his red scales grew in size and power. Each one of them turned of the color of their respective cursed element. Lith could almost feel his throat explode under the sheer pressure of the dread flames that refused to fully coalesce from the cursed elements and submit. At least until he took the final component of the world energy, Magus' will, and merged it with his own. Now, Yada lowered the constructs as the 7 pillars of elemental energy from Silverwing's annihilation crashed against Lith. With no place to run and dimensional magic off the table, the void-feathered dragon planted his feet against the ground and had the flames of his scales burst forward. They turned into a 6-colored barrier that spun around him, each neutralizing their opposing element, which, of course, meant that there was nothing to stop the final and emerald pillar of spirit magic. The void-feathered dragon opened his mouth, unleashing a silvery burst of dread flames that ate at the spirit pillar, crushing their way until they reached its source. Yada the Sekhmet was struck in full, and her body evaporated along with her equipment. Yet Lith still had plenty of dread flames. He waved his long neck left and right, showering the rest of the divine beasts with his silvery fire, and killing a leviathan who lacked mana aura to protect her. The void-feather dragon walked toward the survivors slowly, even giving them the time to use invigoration. Lith didn't care if they chose to fight or flee. Since he couldn't kill them, the only thing that mattered was making them suffer. "There's 5 of us, and that power must have a side effect." Dregem the Fenrir jumped at Lith while baring his fangs, his body enveloped with the golden light of mana body. "Indeed it does." Lith unleashed a burst of life maelstrom while activating the powers of his yellow and black eye to add darkness to it. He remembered well the black lightning bloodline ability of the Jatan. He had suffered it in Verendi and finally had the means to reproduce it. The black lightning struck at the divine beasts, stripping them of life maelstrom, mana body, fusion magic, and even erasing the spells they had kept at the ready. What the F War cut the Fenrir asunder, and his voice short. Lith was worn and torn, but he was the only one with life maelstrom and spells at the ready. 5 divine beasts were now down to 4, and whatever power Lith had left was amplified tenfold. The void-feather dragon kept stepping forward slowly, his 7 eyes brimming with power and ready to shut down a dimensional opening at a moment's notice. Ophius, Rain, and Slathen the Garuda were still standing, whereas Uffel was kneeling on the ground. With Iota gone and Floria dead, he had no reason to fight. "Get up, you damn lizard. We have a mission, and you are letting us down as usual," Slathen said while charging forward, hoping that his 4 limbs wielding style would give him an edge over the exhausted enemy. Lith let the blows rain upon him without a care. Life Maelstrom empowered his Voidwalker armor, and Mana Aura further raised his defense, making him into a living block of adamant. At the first blow heavy enough to put Slathen off balance, War bolted at his neck in a thrust. The Garuda crossed the blades on his prehensile feet to execute a pincer block, but the grieving blade was imbued with fury and chaos. It cut through the adamant swords and then through the flesh and bones, severing Slathen's head from his shoulders. "Fuck, I really didn't want to do this. Take cover." Ophius activated his Doom-Tide bloodline ability and sucked every bit of world energy around him for a kilometer. Then he added his life force to it and had it detonate. The Doom-Tide radiated from his skin, leaving the Quetzalcoatl unscathed and attacking everyone else around him. Rain took flight, whereas Uffel didn't bother moving from his spot, just like Lith. He shapeshifted into his abomination form and pushed his palms against the expanding energy dome. Doom-Tide was still made of world energy and life force, and both were just nourishment for the black sphere of the abomination. Yet there was too much, and Doom-Tide was too close for Lith to absorb it, especially with his limited mastery over that side of his life force. What he did was use the abomination touch to buy time while his spirit eye fought against Ophius, will for dominance over the Doom-Tide. The energy dome expanded and contracted based on how the tug of war shifted. From Rain's point of view, it seemed like the abomination was using raw strength to push the Doom-Tide back to the Quetzalcoatl. "What kind of monster are you? You are supposed to be dead," Ophius yelled as he poured everything he had into a final burst of willpower. "The one you created." Lith's voice was a whisper, yet it was perfectly clear. He clenched his hands, flooding his spirit and water eyes with life maelstrom. The energy dome imploded on itself, crushing Ophius with the same power he had so desperately conjured. "Fuck, I'd better get Rain gurgled blood, her expression dumbfounded as she lowered her eyes and noticed War sticking out of her chest. Verhin was using 2 hands against Ophius. How could I miss that? War wailed in reply, using the counter-flow ability to turn her origin flames against the Phoenix and flooding her body with chaos. She tried to activate her bloodline ability, Molting Essence, to turn into a mass of living flames, but War hijacked them too. With the blade's energy ravaging her insides, the Battle of Wills was lost as soon as it started. Chapter 23, 23 Not Enough, Part 1. Rain disappeared in a burst of black flames, and War returned to Lith's hand right when he was walking in front of Uffel. "No last stand, no quips or insults?" the Tiamat asked. "Why should I?" Uffel never stopped looking at the shroud and the body it contained. "I'm loyal to the true queen, but I'm no zealot. Today she betrayed our trust, Floria's and mine. Today I have no reason to fight against you. Just get over with it." Lith nodded, decapitating Uffel's 7 heads and piercing his heart in one seamless move. Unlike the others, he made sure the dragon wouldn't feel fear or pain. Uffel was bound to feel plenty of that on his own the moment he came out of the rebirth chamber. Best-case scenario, Thrud would demote him for his betrayal and he would become a pariah among her divine beasts. Worst-case scenario, she would strip Uffel of his free will and turn him into a puppet. His fate was already sealed. Lith respected the dragon's grief, and how he had chosen defiance to protest against orders he deemed unfair. The moment he was alone, the Tiamat fell onto the ground, panting. His body trembled from exertion, his muscles strained from wielding for so long a power that didn't belong to him. Not only had he been fighting non-stop, but his mana organs were under great stress due to the use of so many foreign bloodline abilities at the same time. The silvery flames are incredibly powerful but also unstable. Without my Voidfeather dragon form and life maelstrom, I would have never managed to conjure them. Even worse, without Mana Aura, I would have taken part of the damage. I need to rest and recover. Not even invigoration can fix such a mess, he thought as his eyes fell onto Floria's corpse. The Void was standing right beside her with his eyes closed. Floria Ernas, you've been the first one to accept me. You had every reason to be afraid of me, and instead you gave me a home. I'll never forget that, he said. What would you do in my shoes? Lith asked amid pants. The same thing I've done once that bastard took Carl away from me. I'd hunt the one responsible until my last breath, the Void replied. I couldn't have said it better. Lith turned into his abomination form, using the energy he had stolen, life maelstrom, and invigoration to fix his energy body, so that the changes would be passed onto his flesh and blood once he shapeshifted again. That's because you are me, yet I'm not the one we need now. The Void pointed at the blue dot in the mind space where the Void-Feather Dragon was bawling his eyes out. He's a crybaby, but unlike me, he's true to his emotions. Let him grieve, let him share his pain with the rest of Magur. Space. A few kilometers from there, on the battlefield for the Golden Griffin, things were slowly but steadily taking a turn for the worse. Attacking the Lost Academy from a distance was possible, but it meant giving Histar the time to conjure his countermeasures and fix the damage he had sustained from the opening salvo during the ambush. Getting close, however, had turned out to be suicidal even for divine beasts. The static field array sealed even spirit-dimensional magic, cutting off every quick retreat path. The Golden Griffin shot tower tier spells like they were confetti, and even being grazed by them caused crippling wounds. To make matters even worse, the closer one got to the Lost Academy, the thinner the world energy and the strongest the boosting effect of the Golden Griffin over its students. Awakened had their bloodline abilities and breathing techniques rendered useless, whereas Thrud's soldiers had no such problem. The aura with which the Lost Academy shrouded them allowed them to fight at their full prowess. The allied forces of the kingdom and the council were slowly being driven back, lowering the pressure on the Golden Griffin and hastening its recovery process. This is not fucking over. Tessa jumped back to her feet with a snarl. If we bring that fucker down and seal the academy inside an array, we can starve it enough to get in and destroy it. Fearwell knew that it was a plan as desperate as it was unlikely to succeed. The battle was still ongoing and Thrud had yet to come out. Even if they brought the Golden Griffin down, the Mad Queen wouldn't just sit there and let them weave an array of such magnitude. Let's do this, she actually said, for Floria. Must we? Crank sat down as well as sad as the others. Both his deal with Lith and Tessa were blown. He would get no tool to practice blade magic nor a hot date. He didn't feel like fighting, more like moving to a different country and drinking until he wouldn't remember his own name. Yes, you fucking furball. Solus slapped him so hard that the Hyperion felt his jaw loosening. Crack another joke, and I swear to the gods that I'll crack your skull open. A dimensional ring appeared around his neck, as Freya stared at the Hyperion in hatred. I dare you, give me one reason, it doesn't have to be a good one. If she closed it, it would decapitate him. I'd better keep my mouth shut and not tell them that I wasn't joking. This battle is as good as over for me, yet I'm afraid that if I say something now, they'll kill me and turn my corpse into a toilet brush, Crank thought. I'm sorry for your loss and I apologize for my rudeness. He gave them a deep bow. Let's kick Thrud's ass. Well said. Tessa hadn't bothered with the Hyperion and had been waving her morning dew staff around. Golden and green runes came out of the Yggdrasil wood, shrouding her from head to toe. Let's follow her lead. Fearwell used the When All Are One array's mind link to share the Titania's blade spell. Everyone's weapon was not encased in a hard light construct resembling a staff, and was weaving runes as well. What the fuck, Crank said, taking the words out of everyone's mind. Valoran taught us blade magic, runt, Tessa explained. Philly and I have our own spells. Then why did we use Lith S before? Solus asked. What's the point of using 3 different spells? Tessa shrugged. The destructive power is in the ballpark and our weapons would need time to recharge anyway. Now shut up and focus. Quilla used her injection spell to flood their bodies with tonics and nutrients, yet her eyes kept weeping. Her communication amulet lay on the ground with an empty space where until a few minutes ago Floria's rune had been. I have no idea what happened, but I'm going to make Thrud pay for this, she thought. In her throne room, the Mad Queen sighed sharply as her happy dance came to an end. All of my generals are back after failing their mission. She sat back on her throne with Valoran II between her arms. I don't know what's worse, if so many divine beasts failing to kill Verhin or Uffel's betrayal. Chapter 23, 24 Not Enough, Part 2. Disloyalty can be easily fixed, Your Majesty, Histar replied. Incompetence, instead, takes time and effort to be rooted out. How are things going out there? She asked while conjuring the images from the external surveillance mirrors again. Not good. Can I go all out now? I wanted to kill Floria and secure Verhin's corpse. Only after destroying the enemy morale and slaughtering the champions of the Pretenders was I planning to turn their despair into terror, Thrud said with a sigh. At this point, I'll take what I can, do it. Histar bellowed in laughter as the power core of the Lost Academy went to full power. The world energy circulated through every one of its inhabitants, Thrud included. The blood of Arthon, Tyrus, and Valoran was the best tonic the Golden Griffin could feed upon. The wings on the back of the Titan unfolded and closed again, reaching Histar's hands. Two handles formed at the same time when the massive wings detached themselves from the shoulder blades. They quickly shapeshifted respectively into a shield and broadsword that Histar wielded with one hand. When Tessa's group unleashed 5 copies of her Blade tier spell, Root of Destruction, none of them reached their mark. The massive shield was shrouded by an emerald coating comprised of dozens of Silverwing's bastions spread all over its surface. Histar masterfully moved the shield around, blocking the strongest spells with ease while the sword lay waste to the battlefield. It contained countless spells, among which there were several annihilations. He aimed his strikes at the positions where the battle was most fierce, slaughtering both enemies and allies. The followers of the royals would stay dead, whereas Thrud's loyalists started being reborn the moment after their death. Retreat, Ragu ordered once she understood that there was nothing they could do anymore. The Golden Griffin was simply too big and powerful. They were just a bunch of awakened ants fighting against an awakened man who also wore a full set of equipment. Histar's tower spells eclipsed their magic. His mass overshadowed even divine beasts, and every one of his strikes killed hundreds. I'm not retreating, Tessa clenched her teeth in fury. Yes, we are, Firwall slapped her to make the Titania snap out of it. I've already failed Agram and Juria today by letting their descendant die. I'm not also going to cause Orion and Gianni more grief by getting 2 more of their children killed. But Tessa wanted to counter, but she had no argument. It pisses me off as well, but there's nothing we can do, the Elder Hydra said. We could have taken down the Golden Griffin, Thrud, or her army. All 3 of them at the same time is impossible. We simply don't have the means. She waved at the allied forces still battling with Thrud, incapable of focusing on the Lost Academy. The Mad Queen's divine beasts fought with no fear of death, and the Golden Griffin empowered them all. What about Lith? Quilla asked. There, Freya pointed at a multicolored meteor that was approaching the Golden Titan at breakneck speed. The Voidfeather Dragon put everything he had into one final bust of dread flames. The life maelstrom and the mana aura that the abomination had stolen would be lost in a few exchanges, and then he would have to consume his own life force. Lith roared as he opened his maw and unleashed a humongous burst of silvery flames. They covered the distance with the Golden Griffin in an instant, catching Histar by surprise while he was blocking a volley of annihilations. The blast wasn't strong enough to make him even budge, but the dread flames opened a large hole in his armor and dug deep. They ate at the enchanted stone and metal, slowing down only because consuming so much mass weakened them by the centimeter. Histar conjured a few bastions, and the silvery flames died out. Anything else, kid? The Golden Griffin banged on his shield with the sword, taunting Lith to attack. He didn't have to ask twice. The Voidfeather Dragon focused the cursed flames in his scales and boosted them again in a 6-colored sphere around him. Yet instead of using them as a barrier to defend against Histar's attack, he dodged the sword and used the sphere as a ram. Histar moved quickly despite his size, and managed to stop Lith and the hail of spirit spells accompanying him with the shield. The impact produced a boom that echoed for kilometers, and an explosion visible from all over the battlefield. Yet the shield was unscathed, whereas the sorry figure of the Voidfeather Dragon was falling down in an arc emphasized by the trail of smoke following him. The clouds dispersed, and the ground stopped quaking as the potential tribulation faded along with Lith's consciousness. Nice try, little fly. Maybe if you were bigger and stronger, I would have felt something more than a mosquito bite. Histar laughed as his blade moved in a descending arc to cut the dragon asunder. At the same time, his shield hand conjured several tower-tier spells, just to be safe. A black figure crossed the sky in a blaze of white light, dodging the spells as if they moved in slow motion. Baitra reached Lith, conjuring both a gravity spell and corrupted bastion. The former made Lith light enough for her to carry, while the latter slowed down the blade. She also used the push against her barrier to further hasten her movements. By the time the sword struck the ground, Baitra was long gone, and Histar had no idea what had just happened. "Thank the gods you are here, Baitra," Solus said once the Reiju dropped the Voidfeather dragon, and she could assess how dire his situation was. "I'm not that good at breaking stuff, but there's more than one way to use speed," Baitra nodded. "Let's get out of here." First things first. Quilla and Falul used injection on Lith, while Solus used their bond to force him to shrink to human size. The Golden Griffin was moving toward them, but the retreating army of the kingdom would still buy them time. Once they patched up the Voidfeather dragon to the best of their abilities, they opened a warp steps and escaped. "I'm sorry," it was the first thing that Lith said the moment he mustered the strength to speak. "I tried to save Floria, I swear, I really tried, but—" "Save it for later, we don't need to lose another friend today," Freya said amid tears. The healers of the group were doing their best to keep his life span from shortening. The dread flames, the fight, and Lith's injuries had put him in critical condition. If not properly treated, his life force would soon bleed out. Tessa and Firwal were working as hard as they could. "We need a geyser," Sola said. "What for?" Crank asked while eating. "I'm sorry, I almost forgot." A wave of Freya's hand warped the Hyperion far away, leaving only those who knew about Solus secret there. "Let me check." Firwal had a map of the kingdom where she had marked all the mana geysers she had met during her travels. Chapter 23, 25 Unspoken Words, Part 1. It took them a few minutes to reach the nearest mana geyser, and a few seconds for the tower to appear. Solus took no risks and warped straight to the desert, where Salark worked her rebirth magic on Lith while cursing like a sailor. She had many things to say and would have reprimanded them all harshly, but from so up close, she could feel Lith's grief via the blood imprint they shared. Salark needed sheer willpower just to not burst into tears from the empathic bond. Once she was done with him, the Guardian also took care of Freya and Solus. The legendary array had empowered them, but had also pushed their cores and bodies to the limit. They all needed rest and food to recover. Alas, there was no time. "How bad is it?" Lith asked, while his bond with the tower allowed him to absorb the energy from the mana geyser and recover his strength. "You went this close to shortening your lifespan even further, you idiot." Salark flicked at his forehead with a finger. It was the harshest scolding he could endure. Luckily, all the extra power and mass from the Garuda took the brunt of the damage. "This time you were lucky, but if you keep going beyond your limits, you are going to pay the price." "Lucky is the last word I'd use to describe myself right now," Lith said with a sigh, a tear streaming down his face now that the adrenaline was gone. With no fury or strength to support him, only despair remained. The moment Solus was certain that he was all right, she hugged him. She hid her face in Lith's chest, glad that he was fine and that the time they had left hadn't dwindled again. It started as a hiccup. Then she started to shed tears as well. A few seconds later, Solus fell apart, the feeling of joy turning into guilt that further amplified the pain from the loss of their friend. Floria was gone, and there was nothing keeping the realization at bay anymore. Freya, Tista, and Quilla were already crying, but they had hushed themselves to not disturb Salark's work. Firwal and Tessa were more discreet, emitting no sound but shedding plenty of tears. They weren't new to loss and failure, but the death of their goddaughter still broke their hearts. "Thanks, Grandma," Lith hugged Salark, who returned the embrace. She wanted to wrap him with her wings and warm his heart with her flames, but she knew it was a losing battle. Nothing could make him feel better. Only time would heal his wounds, yet there was no telling if he had any. The kingdom was bound to fall, and with it Lith would lose even more pieces of his heart. "Now I have to go." Lith stood up from the bed, his legs unsteady and his breath ragged. "You need to rest," Salark said, yet making no attempt to stop him. "I can rest later," he panted. "Floria's parents deserve to know what happened. I'm the only one who can answer their questions and give them Floria's corpse." Just saying her name sent pangs throughout his chest, and made Lith shed another tear. Her body stored in the pocket dimension seemed to weigh tons, and its presence to make the tower's storage burn. "Do you want me to come with you?" the Guardian asked. "I would appreciate it if you waited for me at home. My whole family is going to need your help." Lith gave her a deep bow and a final quick hug before warping the tower back to the kingdom. "Where to?" he asked Freya. "The Urna's mansion," she replied in a choked voice. Mom and Dad are waiting for us there with the rest of the family." When they arrived, the massive gates of the Erna's household were open. Its white crystal wall had been painted black in mourning. The guards stood on attention, their faces as impeccable as their posture, yet their eyes cried in silence. Gianni and Orion were waiting at the door, their faces pale and their eyes red from the crying. Behind them there were Chilean, Gunnian, Gianni's cousin Dita, and even Giza Jernoff. Lith walked in front of the funeral procession, holding Floria's shrouded corpse in a princess carry. Firwell and Tessa walked one step back by his side, while Freya and Quilla were right behind him. "I'm sorry," Lith's voice trembled as he spoke. "I know the what." Gianni was holding Floria's clothes, which had now lost their imprint. "The only thing I want to know is how." "There's much you have to know." Lith's throat felt constricted. He needed to swallow hard to make words. "Also, Floria entrusted me with a message for all of you. Please come close, because I don't know if I'll have the strength to repeat it more than once." Lith established a mind link, sharing with the Ernas everything he could. He showed them his plans and preparations, how everyone had pitched in to come up with the tools for a foolproof rescue operation. He shared with them the whole fight with Floria, what she had said to him while enslaved, and the words she had entrusted to him in her brief time as a demon. Lastly, he showed them his fight with Thrud's divine beasts and his crazed attempt to avenge Floria. Once he was done, Lith needed a deep breath just to not fall apart and burst into tears. He had been forced to tear his wounds open again, and to him, Floria had just died a second time in front of his eyes. "Thank you," Gianni said, effortlessly taking the corpse from his arms into her own. The rest of the Ernas broke into tears one after the other, each mumbling Floria's final words to them. Chilean hyperventilated, needing to lean against the doorframe to not fall. Gunnian stood motionless like his mother, but his throat was so tight that he could barely breathe, and his eyes cried a river. Orion bit his lips and clenched his hands until they bled, yet he stood beside Gianni as stoic as she was. "Thank you for being such a good friend to my little flower even after her last breath." Gianni's voice was warm and kind, as if Floria was just asleep and Gianni was lulling her. "Thank you for trying everything you could to keep her here as a demon. Thank you for your honest offer to give your all and find a way to give her a new body. Don't take her refusal personally. You know how stubborn my daughter is. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You promised me to do your best, and I know you did. Thank you for bringing my little flower's body back. It's not the ending I hoped for, but at least she will be buried with her ancestors, and in time I'll join her." Gianni gave Lith a slight nod, turning sideways. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to remain alone with Floria. There are so many things that I wanted to tell her, yet I never did. Now, the time has finally come." Chapter 23, 26 Unspoken Words, Part 2. I'm going to tell Floria how a married woman can juggle between family and career. I'm going to teach her how to communicate with her husband so that their quarrels don't fester over time. I'm going to share with her all the tricks I learned to keep working during pregnancy and how to deal with babies. Gods, there's so much that we have to talk about. Gianni sniffled, her eyes misted by tears. "There's no rush." Orion grabbed Gianni by the shoulder. "You can take your time and grieve her. Our little flower can wait, whereas you are in dire need to rest." His voice was colder than he wanted, but if Orion let even one shred of emotion out, he knew that his heart would explode. He couldn't let his care transpire without grief coming along. Orion couldn't express his love for his wife without the pain of the loss of his daughter trampling everything else. "You are wrong, dear. I have no time and neither have you." Gianni shook her head, her voice adamant. "If we don't tell Floria everything we kept for ourselves during all these years, if we don't share with her all the love we feel for her, we'll never be able to say goodbye to her. I need to fulfill all the promises I made my little flower back when she was a baby before I can start grieving her. Otherwise, she'd be always alive in my heart, and the pain will never stop." Gianni's voice cracked, and tears started to stream down her face. The Erna's bloodline would live on, but she would never hold her baby girl again, nor would she ever experience the joy of holding Floria's children. "You are right," Orion nodded, bringing her inside before she fell apart. "Please excuse us." The double door of the Erna's mansion was slammed in front of Lith without malice. He was a good friend of the family, but their pain was private, and they wanted to share it only among themselves. Lith stood there for a while with Solus holding his hand and doing her best to be strong for him. Yet she and Tista couldn't stop sobbing, their knees shaking as the realization of Floria's death burrowed its way through their denial. "Let us bring you home, kid," Tessa said, her voice firm despite the tears. You've been through a lot as well. You have suffered much and you need your family. Lith nodded and turned around when he recognized Lucky's barking coming from inside the door. The fluffy rye was welcoming his mom back with joy until the smell of death reached his nose. Lucky was a magical beast, and as such, he knew how to speak. He chose to howl nonetheless, to cry out his pain in the most primordial and honest way he could. Lith fell onto his knees, the pain of the rye echoing through his bones beyond what he could take. He howled back in a roar that alarmed the guards and made Lucky howl harder until Fearwell conjured a warping array and brought him away. Space. Erna's mansion, a few days later. Maybe it was because the death of so many divine beasts had forced Thrud to take a step back and wait for their resurrection. Or maybe it was because the Mad Queen wanted her enemies to savor their pain in full before the next blow came. Whatever the answer was, the Golden Griffin was nowhere to be seen. Lith and his family had been devastated by Floria's death. To Alina and Roz, Floria was Lith's first girlfriend and the only other woman they had ever dreamed about marrying their son. They had known her for almost 8 years, and they had always considered her a member of the family. Lith's parents were devastated and heartbroken. Roz felt helpless and his trauma regressed, but he tried to act strong for his son. Alina did her best to keep in touch with Gianni, but none of her calls was returned. Alina knew the pain of losing a child. First Meln and then Tryon. In her case, at least Meln had turned out to be a monster while Tryon had returned as a demon. Gianni wouldn't have either consolation, and Alina knew it. Aaron and Lyria couldn't stop crying at the idea that one of their aunties would never visit them again. It was the first death that afflicted them personally, and they had no way to deal with it. Nor with the sudden realization that Lith wasn't a god. In times of war, funerals weren't long nor pompous, no matter how blue-blooded or loved the deceased was. Floria's ceremony was heartfelt but simple. Her body was exposed in an open casket in front of which her family and friends stepped to say a few words about her. Marth and Vaster came with their respective wives. Professor Thorman, Floria's Mage Knight specialization professor, had come as well to pay his respects to one of his most talented students. The royals came there in person, despite their busy schedule and Thrud's looming threat, feeling somewhat responsible for what had happened. On top of that, it was better not to anger all the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom at the same time. The Ernas and the Myrock were grief-stricken, just like the Nixtra household and Tessa. Floria's funeral had a monumental political value since one false step might anger the kingdom's most valiant champions and alienate them. Morok and Nalrond were there as well, yet they said nothing. They had never spent much time with Floria, so they had known her little, but they could see how deep the pain of their respective girlfriend was. In moments like that, there were no magic words that could make them feel better. There was nothing the 2 men could do to relieve Floria's sisters from their pain, but be there for them. Morok was properly dressed, acted with perfect etiquette, and talked only when spoken to, limiting himself to a few words each time. Lith wanted to give Floria a eulogy, but he failed to muster the necessary strength. He could still see her mouth gurgling with blood, feel the life slipping out of her body. No matter how many times he had showered, his right arm kept glistening with blood whose scent filled his nose. Lith had thought more than once about amputating and regrowing it, but he knew that the problem didn't lay in the limb but in himself. Floria may have forgiven me and Gianni may not resent me, but until I find a way to forgive myself, none of it matters. He thought while looking at Floria's armor, under which he could still see the gaping hole even though it had been closed with necromancy. She was about to be buried with Orion's latest Featherwalker armor and a replica of Reaver. Lith wanted to speak, to tell everybody the story of how they had met during the mock exam of the first trimester at the White Griffin, and how she had asked him out after the second exam. He wanted to share with them how luminous Floria's soul had been, and how happy they had been together in everyday life. Chapter 23, 27 Survivor's Guilt, Part 1. Lith wanted to conjure the images of the gala at Destars, when he and Floria had danced on the ceiling with gravity magic. Yet all those good memories gave him joy at first, then the pain of the loss, and lastly everything turned into guilt. No matter what everyone said or how cunning Thrud's plan had been, Lith had killed Floria and nothing could change that fact. Every time he tried to speak, guilt tightened his throat and tears veiled his eyes. Even breathing was hard, knowing that he was about to tell Floria goodbye and that once the casket was closed, he would never see her again. Solus and Camilla stood by either side but said nothing. Solus was lost in her own pain and guilt. regretting not being there with Lith during the final confrontation and wondering if there was something that she could have done. Camilla, instead, had no such burden. She considered Floria Lith's good friend and the beloved daughter of Gianni, but due to the past relationship with Lith, the two women had never been close. Yet the reason she remained silent wasn't that Floria's death didn't touch her, but because she understood and respected Gianni's and Lith's pain. There was no point in spouting cliches about time healing all wounds or death being a part of life. It was their grief, and there was no way for Camilla to ease their burden. The only thing she could do was to be there for them and help them to stand up when they found the strength to move on. The moment they sought her comfort and company, Camilla would do everything she could, but until then, she would give them the time and space they needed to mourn. Once everyone was done with the eulogies, the casket was closed and brought to the Urna's mausoleum, where Floria was buried with Juria Urnas and the rest of her ancestors. The enchanted metal gate closed, and with it died every hope Lith had that some merciful god would descend from the sky and bring Floria back to life. She was now gone and buried, just like the chunk of his heart she had taken with her. "We are really sorry for your loss." King Meron was wearing his high uniform and the fur-lined, heavy cloak of Valoran. "I would love to tell you that you can take all the time you want, but sadly the kingdom needs you. As soon as Thrude reappears, we are going to need our head strategist and the general of the army. I'll do what I can, but I make no promises about my efficiency." Gianni gave the royals a deep bow. "I'll resume my duty the moment you command me to, but I can't guarantee on my mental faculties. A part of me died, Your Majesty, and I'm still fighting to find my balance. Scratch that, I'm struggling to find a reason to keep fighting." The royals turned a little pale but nodded. Pressuring a grieving parent would only backfire. The crown would look insensitive and ungrateful, making its most loyal subjects walk away from the war. "I'm ashamed of myself for saying this, but I fare no better." Orion cleared his throat a few times to keep the pain from coming out. "I gave my best as a general, a father, and a forgemaster, yet I failed. My loyalty still lies with the kingdom, but my soul is broken. If you need me, I'll come, but I don't know if my presence will do you any good." "Don't count on us," Firwell said after giving the Urnas a quick hug each. "We are done with the War of the Griffins. We are going back to our self-imposed exile." "What, why?" Freya asked in outrage. Her parents were shocked as well, but they just nodded at the elder Hydra. They inwardly envied her for her freedom to wash her hands of the war. "Thrude is still alive. She has killed my sister. How can you bail out like this? Is this what the loyalty among the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom amounts to?" The royals turned pale and just nodded at Freya's words, supporting her position. "I know that, child," Firwell said with the saddest voice. "But there's nothing I can do about that. Thanks to the Golden Griffin, Thrude is a truly immortal White Core, and even if we were to find a way to kill her, Floria would stay dead." "Is this it then?" Quilla clenched her hands but acted as politely as she could, remembering how badly the Titania reacted to rudeness. "Are you just giving up and letting Thrude win?" "I understand your pain, child. I really do," Tessa replied. "Once you live as long as us, however, you'll realize that Thrude has already built the foundations of her ruin and misery. She's going to win the war, but then what? She'll become the ruler of the Griffin Kingdom for 70 years tops before Valoran II succeeds her. Thrude has already lost her husband, and at that point, she'll also lose her kingdom. I'll let her suffer for a few months before taking away her son as well." "How do you plan on killing a white-cored divine beast now armed with the seaful set Thrude will obtain after killing the royals?" Freya asked with a sneer. "I won't, silly child," Tessa shook her head. "I'm simply going to visit Valoran II and show him the atrocities that his mother perpetrated in his name." The Titania pointed at the mausoleum. "At that point, Valoran will ask Thrude the questions she will have spent her reign fearing. Whether she lies or is honest, her son will discover the truth. The truth about how his father died because of her mother's stubbornness and all the lives lost in her cruel schemes. Valoran will reject her, and Thrude's life will become more empty and painful than you can possibly imagine. Valoran I couldn't live 100 years after Arthan's execution. I bet that Thrude will commit suicide even sooner. Without her son's love, without her legacy, she's nothing." "Sounds good, but how many people are going to die in the War of the Griffins and during the 70 years of Thrude's rule? Are you really going to forfeit your duty?" Quilla asked amid tears. "People die every day, child," Firwell said. "Even if we won the War of the Griffins, people would still die for it and in the 70 years following our victory. As for our duty, we have none. The kingdom betrayed us first and we walked away. We came back only to honor our promise to Juria and Agram. We failed, and we are sorry for that, but there's nothing more we can do. My advice is to go away. Without the academies, there's no way to stop the Golden Griffin. You've seen it in action. The Lost Academy is too big and powerful. We tried our best spells, yet they amounted to nothing. To not fight a cause you believe in is for cowards, but to fight a battle where there can be no victory is for idiots. Goodbye. The two elder women warped away, leaving the Ernest sisters gaping and crying. Chapter 23, 28 Survivor's Guilt, Part 2. Magus Verhin, the queen asked. He had remained silent the whole time, but Silpha could almost hear his inner wails of pain. The fire in his eyes was gone, his hands twitching in remorse. I don't know what I'll do, I really don't know, Lith said. The royals nodded and avoided any attempt to cajole him. They knew how deep the relationship between Floria and Lith had been because they had tried more than once to get them back together. Gianni and Orion turned toward their home, followed by their children and family members. Lith, instead, remained in front of the mausoleum, refusing to move a single step. Stay as long as you need, Gianni said. I've already instructed the guards, no one will disturb you. Alina, Raz, Camilla, Tista, and Renaf followed the Urnas, needing the mansion's warp gate to go back to their homes. Leaving Lith there pained their hearts, but intruding in his grief would achieve nothing. Besides, he wasn't alone. Solus was still by his side, holding his hand in silence. After a few minutes, when Lith was certain that no one was around, he fell onto his knees and Solus hugged him from behind. Together, they reminisced all the memories with Floria that belonged solely to them. The first meet, the first date, and the first kiss. The academy exams, the fight against Nalar, Uriel's funeral, and then the 5th year of the White Griffin until Floria had broken up with him. Lith's eyes were dry, but his heart was bleeding. He still carried on his neck the golden lily pendant that he had gifted Floria for her 16th birthday, the moment when a girl became a woman on Magur. The same pendant that Floria had carried until the Magus ceremony, and that he had used to stir her free will during their fight. The enchanted gold weighed a few grams, but they felt like tons of scorching lava, burning through his flesh. Lith wanted to take the pendant off and bury it with Floria, but he couldn't find the will to part with it. The necklace was the last piece of her he had left, and he felt like he deserved that pain. After a few hours, when Solus couldn't keep her human form anymore, she went back into her ring and Camilla took her place. She hugged him while saying nothing. The warmth of her body fought the cold of death of the Urnas cemetery, while the sound of her heart reminded Lith that despite how he felt, he was still alive. Space. Inside the Urnas mansion, Quilla's room. Morak was sitting in a corner chair while Quilla paced around her room like a tormented soul. After the funeral, he had been there in silence the whole time, leaving only for the bathroom, eating, and drinking. Every time he came back, he brought her a hot tea and some warm food that Quilla ignored. Once they got cold, he would simply store them in a dimensional amulet without saying anything. I can't believe that Firwal and Tessa are willing to wait 70 years for their revenge. Can you? She asked once she was done crying and punching pillows. No, I can't, Morak shook his head. They are a couple of incompetent idiots. Floria is dead, my parents are barely holding out, and those hags dare spout such bullshit at the funeral. She stomped her foot, leaving a mark on the marble floor that the house promptly repaired. Indeed, Morak nodded. Worrying about those fuckers isn't going to do us any good. Quilla sighed, her shoulders slouching. Our priority must be taking care of Mom and Dad. With Floria gone, we can't allow them to lose the will to live. I know them. They can act strong as much as they want, but they are seconds away from barging out the door. If we don't do something, they are going to kill Thrud or die trying, most likely dying. I know how they feel, Morak said. I felt the same when I believed that Darius had killed you, yet I also know that there's nothing we can do. As usual, you are wrong, Quilla shook her head. There's something I can do, but only with your help. Anything you want, you just need to ask. Morak stepped forward, glad to see her stop moving for the first time in hours. He took her hands and she didn't push him away. He wiped the trace of the latest tear on her cheek, and she brushed it against his hand. I need to get pregnant, Quilla said with the sweetest voice that sounded raving mad to Morak. I beg your pardon. He froze on the spot, refusing to believe his own ears. Isn't it obvious? She squinted her eyes in annoyance. If I get pregnant, I'll give the Urnas an heir, my parents a grandchild, and most importantly, a reason to live. I don't expect anyone to take Floria's place, but Mom and Dad need something good in their lives. How is a pregnancy in the middle of a war something good? Morok took a step back in shock. Easy, it will make me stronger and it will give my parents someone to love, Quilla replied. Maybe in a few months I'll become like Camilla and able to conjure the baby's eyes. Maybe between my talent and our combined genius, we could discover how Gleemos altered your life force and the hidden abilities of your bloodline. Are you kidding me? His eyes went wide, there was no warmth in his voice anymore. That's my line, jackass, Quilla pocked at his chest with her finger with enough strength to hurt him. It's you who pestered me to go out with you. It's you who proposed to me every other day. It's you who wanted me to give you babies. How can you turn your back to me, right, when I'm willing to give you everything you wanted? Because this is not how I wanted it, Morok replied. I wanted to go out with you to understand if I loved you, and I do, and see if you would return those feelings. I proposed because I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and that hasn't changed. I want you to have my babies because I love you, and because I'd give an arm and a leg to be a father, but solely in order to give our children the love they deserve and the happiness I never had. I don't want to give them life out of duty or for them to be treated like some kind of remedial tool. Our children deserve to be loved for who they are, not to live in the shadow of your dead sister. Floria would never allow it. Were she here, she would scold you until your ears bled. Yet she isn't because she's dead, Quilla replied. How dare you speak of her when you didn't bother to remember her name for months? I always knew her name, I just pretended not to. I did it for you, Morok said. What do you mean? Quilla was flabbergasted at the revelation. Chapter 23, 29 Survivor's Guilt, Part 3. Freya and Floria are your sisters, so I knew that you cared about them. I also knew that there had to be some level of sisterly competition among you, so I figured that by remembering only your name I would make you feel special. The tyrant replied. You sure did. Quilla sat on her bed, not knowing if being more hurt from Morok making sense or hearing Floria's name. So, it's a no on a child. It's a no if you want one because your sister died. It's a yes if you want one because you want one. He knelt in front of her, taking her hands. Do you realize that for at least 2 months you'd be no more powerful than you are now, and the baby would be at high risk on the battlefield? Do you want to make a child as an act of love or just forge a weapon of revenge? Before answering me, please think of what kind of story you want to tell our kid once they are old enough. Quilla kept her gaze low, pondering his words while Morok caressed her fingers. The more she thought about her so-called brilliant plan, the more it unraveled into a nonsensical mess. Getting pregnant would keep her away from the War of the Griffins without giving her an edge for months. If something were to happen to Quilla or the baby, her parents would be devastated. To make matters worse, Quilla couldn't imagine telling her hypothetical child that the only reason they were born was to get even at Thrude. You are right, she said with a sharp sigh after a while. I don't want to get married in the middle of a war, let alone make a child. What was I thinking? Am I such a mean person, or am I just that stupid? A hiccup escaped her throat, as shame and embarrassment piled up on the grief that already burdened her. Neither, you have just buried your sister. Morok shook his head. You are allowed to be angry and say stupid stuff, but only for a while and only with moderation. You are supposed to be the smart one. If you take away the ridiculous crap and the dumb jokes from me, what can I possibly bring into this relationship? You bring a lot, she said with a thin smile. You are wiser and kinder than you look. Quilla hadn't laughed, but she hadn't cried either, which was enough for Morok. Let's put a pin on that for the next time I do or say something stupid, he replied. Would you like something to eat? If you are going back on the battlefield, you are going to need your strength. I would love some hot stew and bread, thank you. Quilla actually didn't feel hungry, but he was once again right. If by the time Thrude returned Quilla's stomach was as empty as her heart, she wouldn't offer a decent challenge to the Forgotten. Floria was gone, and as Tessa had pointed out, nothing would bring her back. Quilla's priority was survival, to not make her parents grieve another daughter. Revenge came a close second, but a second nonetheless. Space. Erna's mansion, Freya's room. There had been no arguing or even talking between Freya and Nalrond. They lay together on her bed, cuddling in silence ever since the end of the funeral. Freya couldn't stop clenching her heart, feeling the pain from the death of her sister, and from the cruel words Floria had told Freya during their final meeting. Can you believe it? She said after a while. With her dying breath, Floria called me a slut and a one-trick pony. She called me a parasite that has crawled inside her house. She considered me an ungrateful bitch who sold her services and her body. That wasn't you, sister, but the unwavering loyalty array. Nalrond stopped caressing her hair and held her tight. Floria's dying breath was about how much she loved you and the fact that she always considered you her sister. How do you know? What makes you so sure of that? She turned around to look him in the eyes. I know because that's what you told me after you two clashed in Nesra. I'm sure of it because you shared with me Floria's final moments as a demon, he replied. I wasn't there either time, but I trust you and I trust Lith. Why can't you do the same? Because I'm angry. I hate the fact that Lith got to talk with her one last time, whereas all I got are insults or recriminations. She was my sister. He killed her and even took my last chance to talk with her away from me, Freya said with a snarl. I would like to point out that Lith is faring much worse than her, but there's no place for logic in moments like this one, Nalrund thought. I'm sorry, babe, I wish you were there as well, he actually said. Do you think she was right? Freya asked after a few seconds. Who was right about what? Nalrund said in confusion. Floria, Freya hid her face in Nalrund's chest. Am I really a parasite? After all, she's dead and now I'm about to take her place. I'm going to steal her clothes, her equipment, and even her place in our parents' hearts. I'm a monster, she said with a hiccup. You are not a parasite and you are not going to steal anything. Nalrund wrapped her in an embrace. You didn't come here with the goal to replace Floria, you just wanted a family. You played no part in her death. Quite the contrary, you did everything you could to rescue Floria. Your parents know that, just like you know that Floria won't ever be forgotten or replaced. The voice in your head that keeps berating you doesn't belong to Floria, but to you. It's survival guilt. Freya stopped crying and remembered how Nalrund was the only survivor of his own village. He had probably lost more during that single day when Dawn had escaped than Freya in her entire life, yet he was the one consoling her. Did you have siblings? She asked. Yes, a brother and a sister, Nalrund replied. Does the pain disappear with time? No, it just hurts less every day, until you discover that you can think back at the good moments you shared with your loved ones with an honest smile on your face, he said with a sigh. For a long while, every memory you have of your sister will be a sad one, yet don't despair. No one can take the happy times you've lived with Floria away from you. In time, remembering her smile will make you smile as well instead of cry. Freya looked Nalrund in the eyes, detaching from her own grief enough to appreciate him not mentioning his past or trying to compare their respective situations. It would have belittled her loss and made her feel stupid. Will you be here with me until that moment? She asked. If you want, yes, he nodded. I only wish I was stronger. You've already surpassed me in every aspect, and the next time you fight Thrud, I won't be able to follow you. Chapter 23, 30 Survivor's Guilt, Part 4. I would just be a hindrance to you. Gods, this is so frustrating, Nalrund said. Don't worry, this is more than enough. Freya gave him a short kiss to stop Nalrund from pitying himself. Thank the gods Lith wasn't here to listen to my rant. He didn't kill my sister, and if he were to even think that I consider him responsible, I would never forgive myself. What rant? The Rizar shrugged, pretending to have forgotten all about it. Thanks, she nodded. Gods, I don't know what I'd do if you weren't with me today. This would be a good moment to tell him that I love her. They thought almost at the same time. Yet if there's something I learned from Lith is to not make important decisions under emotional distress. Let's just hope I don't end like Lith. He didn't tell Camilla that he loved her for years until she broke up with him. Freya just pulled the bedsheets to cover them as she snuggled up to Nalrund. That day, Magur was dark and cold, but she was lucky and had still some warmth in her life. Space. Outside the Erna's mansion, in front of the mausoleum. Lith stood in the same position for hours after Camilla's arrival. Only after the sun completely disappeared at the horizon did he find the strength to get up. Let's go home, Kami. His voice was husky and deeper due to dehydration, and his throat being still tightened by grief. Are you sure? Camilla asked. We can stay for as long as you want. My void feather armor keeps me warm, and I had plenty of rest earlier. I'm sure. Lith grabbed her hand, resting on his shoulder, and kissed it lightly. I know that I'm not responsible for Floria's death. I know that both she and I are victims of Thrud's ploy. The only difference between us is that the Mad Queen isn't done with me. Yet knowing the truth will do me no good if I keep staying here. I need to accept that Floria is gone, or like Gianni said, I'll never be able to tell her goodbye for good. Lith took the golden lily pendant that he still carried at his neck and handed it to Camilla. Do you want me to bring it inside the mausoleum? She asked. No, I want you to keep it for me. I'm not ready to let it go, but I can't keep it on me either. Lith looked into Camilla's eyes, finding worry and pain. Please, Kami, I need this. Okay then, she nodded. On the one hand, she found it unhealthy for Lith to keep the memento so close to himself. It was bound to bring him memories, and with them even more pain. Camilla was afraid that as long as Lith didn't get rid of the pendant, he would never heal. On the other hand, she was jealous of the golden lily. She had witnessed Floria's final message to him, and was now afraid that the ghost of their past relationship would now haunt him. A living person would never stand a chance against the idealized memory of a deceased. She had every reason to refuse, yet she decided to trust Lith and give him his space. She took the lily pendant and stored it inside her dimensional amulet. "Are you hungry? I can prepare anything you want, just ask," she said. "No, but I need to eat. Anything warm will do. Thank you." Lith weaved a warp steps that would lead them to the nearest mana geyser. He could have used the Urna's gate, but just the idea of stepping inside Floria's house and seeing the corridors they had walked together so many times made his stomach churn. On top of that, I can't risk meeting Lucky. It would destroy me. Lith gritted his teeth at the memories of him and Floria playing with the fat furball. "Do you want to go home or stay at the tower?" Camilla asked while they crossed one steps after the other. "We'll go home to reassure the others that I'm okay, but I'm not planning on staying there. I need some time alone with you. There are a few things we need to discuss." Lith replied, and she nodded. Camilla walked abreast of him in silence, holding his hand while keeping his arm wrapped around her shoulder. Lith would stagger from time to time. His mind spacing out made him miss his footing. That way, she was able to support him and keep him from falling onto the ground. Lith was grateful to her for that because he didn't know if he would manage to stand up again. He was so tired, and everything seemed pointless. Even putting one foot in front of the other was a struggle that took him sheer willpower. "Thank the gods you are back." Renaa opened the door and hugged him. "Are you all right? You are freezing." Renaa guided him toward the fireplace while holding his hand. She rubbed it vigorously and breathed on it like she used to do during winter back when they were children. "Do you want something to eat? Do you need to sit down?" Alina's eyes were still watery, but she managed to speak normally. She checked Lith's hands, arms, and face like usual before wrapping him with a heavy blanket. "I'm all right, thank you, Renaa." Lith nodded, refusing the armchair in front of the fireplace. "Yes to both, Mom, but not here. Everybody is suffering, and I don't want you to walk on eggshells because of me. I've just stopped by to reassure you of my well-being and tell you not to worry about me. I'll spend the night in the tower with Kami, and I don't know where we'll go. Unless something bad happens, please don't contact me." Renaa had gone to the stove, and now handed him a bowl of hot broth that Lith gulped down. "Of course, dear. Just remember that if you need something, anything, we are here for you." Alina caressed his face. "I know it, Mom, thank you, but I also know that this doesn't affect only me. How do you feel, Dad?" "Terrible." Roz was slumped on a chair, his eyes dark and empty. "I loved that girl. If I feel like this, I can't even fathom what Orion must be going through, losing his baby girl." His eyes wandered to Tista, Renaa, and then to Alina's womb. Roz felt desperate and dejected. Desperate because if even someone as strong as Floria could die, no one was safe. Dejected because no matter how much he struggled, Magus seemed to be an unfair and cold place where bad things kept happening to good people. "You'd better go. Your mother is probably going to have her hands full with me. I'm a failure of a father and a big baby trapped in a man's body," Roz said with a snarl, hating himself for being once again a burden when his family needed him the most. "You're wrong, Dad. You are just a broken man, something I'm an expert myself." Lith clenched Roz's shoulder. "See you in the morning." Tista wanted to hug him and tell him that everything would be all right, but she couldn't. Chapter 23, 31 Night into Day, Part 1. Tista was the person who had spent the most time with Floria after her awakening. First, Tista had taught her true and spirit magic, and later they had worked together with the awakened core that Floria had founded. To make matters worse, Tista wasn't faring much better than the kids. Lith was her hero. Even though she knew he was just human, in her heart he'd always been a demigod capable of saving the day, no matter how impossible the situation looked. His failure to save Floria had shattered Tista's childish belief and undermined the foundations of her world. Tista didn't blame Lith for the death of their friend, but she also knew that if she talked to him, she would end up increasing his burden. Lith entered the kids' room, discovering that they were already in bed. Aaron and Lyria hugged their furred friends, whimpering even in their sleep. He gave them a kiss on the forehead and caressed their hair before leaving. A single steps moved him and Camilla to the Tron Woods, where Solus conjured the tower. A single warp brought them to the geyser near Salark's beach house. Why here? Lith said, as sunlight flooded the open windows and forced him to shield his eyes with a hand. Because we can all use a little warmth after such a dark day, Solus replied. The air of the desert was much hotter than the kingdom's, and the sun was still high there. Go get some air while I prepare dinner. Camilla pushed him out of the door. Solus, do you mind giving me a hand? Sure thing. She gave Lith a strong push, sending him face first onto the sand. I meant in the kitchen. My bad. Solus slammed the door while Lith was still getting up. There was a thin smile on his face, and he was happy that there was no one to witness it. Every trace of happiness made him feel dirty. He had no right to be happy, not after Floria's death, not after being an integral part of her demise. Lith took a few deep breaths to calm down, as his body started to shudder despite the heat. Fuck Thrude, she knew that taking away someone I loved was the best way to make me suffer, and she even found a way to make me do it myself. Lith looked at his right arm. The sunlight highlighted the white of his Magus robe, yet he kept seeing the red of Floria's blood. He walked into the ocean, dipping up to his hair in an attempt to wash away that sticky feeling that, despite the passing of days, still haunted him. Once Lith returned ashore, he inwardly thanked Solus for her thoughtfulness. There's nothing here that reminds me of Floria, and the sun almost makes the past few days look like a bad dream, he thought. If only. His human form didn't suffer from water and cold, yet he lay down on a deck chair and let the sun dry him. It took the time of a deep breath for Lith to fall into a dreamless sleep, waking up only when Camilla put a skewer of grilled fish under his nose. The delicious smell first made his stomach gurgle in his sleep. Then, it twisted his dream into a banquet that never sated him, no matter how much he ate. Only after he screamed in frustration in his dream did he finally wake up. I hope you are hungry because we prepared you a feast, Camilla said while Lith looked around in confusion, trying to sort imagination from reality. A loud grumble from his abdomen settled, which was which in 1 second. I'm starving, he stretched his limbs while standing up. The sweet relief from sleep was soon crushed by the memory of the recent events flooding his brain. Wow, did you do this in just a few minutes? Lith asked in amazement at the sight of the full-course meal waiting for him on the table. Actually, you slept for over 1 hour, Solus replied. Magic made things faster and easier. Solus helped me a lot. Camilla helped him sit at the table, opening with tortellini and a steaming broth to warm him up. Yeah, I washed the vegetables, I cut the vegetables, and I even stirred the pots, Solus grumbled. It's not my fault if every time you cook something it comes out burnt, frozen, or both. Camilla shrugged apologetically. I'm not angry with you, I'm angry with myself. After the broth came a fish dish with spiced potatoes, deep-fried breaded shrimps, and cuttlefish. Everything was served with abundant Mikosh beer that the tower kept nigh its freezing point. The contrast between the cold beer and the steaming food made everything even more delicious. When Lith was done eating, not a single crumb remained on his plates. Thanks for the meal, I'll do the dishes, he said. No need. A snap of Solus' fingers made both pans and tableware disappear, leaving behind only the scraps that she fed to the beach animals. A second snap conjured a new set of everything in mint state. That's some cheating if ever I saw it, Lith said. Thanks, I learned from the best, Solus said with a warm smile. Do you want to talk now or do you want to take another nap? Camilla asked. I'd like to talk now, thanks. Napping can wait, he replied. Good, but before you say anything, there is something you need to hear. Camilla nodded. I'm all ears, Lith sighed. Not here. Solus dragged him to the living room and forced him to sit on the couch in front of the fireplace before warping the tower to the Rakar mountain range. Why did we move? Lith asked in confusion. A lit fireplace in the desert during the day is beyond stupid, and this is for ambience. She pointed at the starred sky now visible from the windows. Okay, I give up. You talk and I listen. He raised his hands with his palms out, hoping that the situation would make sense sooner than later. Camilla sat down by his side and pulled her shirt up enough to expose her belly. Solus put her hands on Camilla's skin and weaved a spell. Suddenly, a faint and rapid thumping filled the room, growing in volume as Solus' spell closed in to the source of the noise. Is this? Lith asked, his eyes wide with awe. Our baby's heartbeat, yes. Camilla nodded, bringing his hand to her womb as well. The moment Solus told me about Earth's fetal Dopplers, I fell in love with the idea. Since Magur lacks the necessary technology, we had to make up for it with magic. I was saving this to celebrate a happy moment, but I think that you need to hear it now. I want you to remember that no matter how dark Magur might look, There's always a light waiting for you at home. Camilla took a pause, letting her words sink as the baby girl's heartbeat pounded them into Lith's brain. No matter what Magar and Baba Yaga say, even if you really turn out to be the Lord of Destruction, you can still create life. Chapter 23, 32 Night into Day, Part 2. With my help, of course, Camilla said with one of her smiles that could turn night into day. The quick-paced heartbeat was the best music Lith had ever heard, washing away all of his worries and grief. It reminded him that even in his darkest hour there was someone who needed him, someone to fight for. Thanks, Kami. Thanks, Solus. Lith sniffled, this time out of joy, and he didn't feel bad for it. You are welcome, they said in unison. Have you thought about a name for the baby girl yet? No, you, Lith asked. I've no idea about the first name, but what do you think of Floria as her second name? Camilla replied. It would be perfect, thank you. Lith needed sheer willpower to not cry and a handkerchief to blow his nose before snot covered his face. Now that's settled, what did you want to talk about? Solus took her hands off Camilla, but left the spell in place so that the heartbeat would remain in the background. A few things, Lith replied. First, I don't care what the others think or do, I'm not giving up on this fight. Tessa is right, there's no way for us to defeat the Golden Griffin, but if the opportunity arises, I want to be there. I'm the only one who can get inside the Lost Academy and destroy it for good. If before the war was just a matter of upholding my deal with the royals, now it's personal. I'm not going to let Thrude win. I understand, Camilla nodded. Do what you think is right, I'm 100% with you, just be careful. She clenched his hand, pressing it against her womb to remind him how much was at stake. Don't worry, Kami, I'll watch his back and bring him home in one piece. Solus held her other hand. Thank you, Solus. Camilla returned the hold, thanking once again the gods for her odd yet functional marriage. One more thing, with Floria gone, we need to pick another godparent for the baby, Lith said while lowering his gaze. Isn't that a bit too soon? Camilla clenched both Solus and Lith's hand. We can take our time and wait until we feel better. Doing it right now feels like spitting on Floria's grave. I would agree with you if not for what we have just said, Lith sighed. If something goes wrong, I want someone I trust to take care of the baby and you in my stead. I can't afford to wait. Solus opened her mouth to object, but she closed it just as quickly without saying a word. Her full focus was now devoted to clenching her teeth and not squashing Camilla's hand in worry. Do the old requirements still apply? Camilla turned a little pale but otherwise managed to act natural. Yes, I'd like a human to help her appreciate her mother's side. A mage so that they can share with the baby the wonders of magic. Last but not least, an awakened so that they can understand the care that raising an awakened child takes. Lith replied. What about Solus? Camilla asked. Mother and godmother, thanks but no thanks. If anything happens to Lith, I'll be the one needing someone to take care of me. Solus shook her head. What about Tista? Once she hits the violet, she'll be in my same situation, so no can do. Lith shrugged. Freya and Quilla are off the table. They would never accept taking Floria's role so soon, especially once they learn the baby's second name. Camilla pondered. Zinnia and Renaa are not an option either. No magical power of sorts. Renaa is already lost with Lyria, let alone with a hybrid child. Solus tormented her hair. Yeah, the same reason I can't involve Celia or Zekel, Lith thought out loud. What do you think of Tyrus? Solus said. That she's going to see it as an attempt to manipulate her, Lith replied. Also, I don't trust guardians that much. I mean, look at how their own children ended up. Think of Arthur. I want someone who has no problem going all out and playing dirty when necessary. Then what about Zorith? Camilla asked. She was a hybrid who discarded her nature as a dragon, so she knows both sides very well. She was also an awakened and now has regained her dragon bloodline. She's an abomination hybrid as well. She possesses the dragon, the human, and the undead side just like our baby. Last but not least, she didn't hesitate to help you with Floria. Do you realize that she's an ancient mass murderer? Lith was flabbergasted. The same could be said of all guardians and most elder awakened like Tessa. Camilla shrugged. The difference is that Zorith is willing to give her life for you, her wife, Zin, and her children. That's enough for me. I'm with Kami, Solus nodded. I'm not completely fine at the idea of spending too much time with Baitra, but you have to admit that having the fourth ruler of the flames looking after our child has its charm. Baitra was Zorith's wife, so if the shadow dragon were to take care of the baby, Baitra would be part of a package deal. Then it's settled. Lith took out his communication amulet. Do you mind if I ask her right now? 2 thumbs up and 1 pressed rune later, Zorath's hologram appeared in the middle of the living room. Is everything all right? Do you need reinforcements? The shadow dragon was in her human form and wore an elegant evening dress. Her face was even paler than usual, as Zorath looked around the room for enemies. No, it's not, but not because my life is at risk. I'm just grieving. There's no need for reinforcements, but thank you for your offer, Lith replied. I'm sorry for your loss, little brother. Father told me how deep a bond you and Floria shared. If there's anything you need, I'm here. You only need to. What's this noise? It sounds like a heartbeat. Because it is. A thin smile appeared on Lith's face. It's the heartbeat of my baby girl. Solus invented a spell to allow us to listen to it. That's wonderful. Bite, come here and listen. A clicking of shoes, and a second later Bytra's hologram joined the room. This is amazing. Can you really hear a baby's heart so soon? She asked. Yes, about your offer. Lith left the words hanging until Zorath nodded for him to continue. The War of the Griffins is still ongoing, and I'm going to see it until the end. That's why I would feel much more comfortable while I fight on the front lines if you accepted to take care of my wife and child for me, Zorath. Would you like to be her godmother? The shadow dragon's eyes went wide, and her skin became so pale that Bytra thought she was about to faint, and the Reiju was right. Bytra caught her wife before she collapsed, and handed Zorath the leather bag that Bytra used when a fit of blood madness sent her into hyperventilation. Breathe in here, dear. It will pass soon. The Reiju found being on the caregiving side for once a fulfilling experience. Chapter 23, 33 Dark Dealings, Part 1. Are you sure? Zorath repeated Lith's same objections, and more in between breathing in the bag. Yes, I'm sure, or better, we are sure. Lith, Camilla, and Solus nodded. Yes, absolutely yes, it would be my honor. Zorath started sobbing, her words becoming more and more fragmented. I promise that you won't regret it. I won't let you down. I'm going to kill them all. Kill who, dear? Bytra tried to make her reason. Whoever even comes near to the baby. The shadow dragon burst into tears and her knees buckled. Bytra needed gravity magic to keep her from falling. That's a bit too much. Lith cleared his throat. My daughter is going to have a big family, and I'd like the people who love her to be free to visit without having to face a dragon's ordeal just to get to the door. I'm sorry, I'll have Zor call you later as soon as she calms down. Bytra had to yell to be heard over Zorath's bawling. Thank you very much. You have no idea how much this means to her, to us. I think I'm getting the picture of it. Lith chuckled as a dragon's roar made the hologram and Vaster's home tremble. Bytra hung up the call before activating the arrays that Vaster had prepared in case one of the hybrids went on a rampage. It took her quite some effort to stop Zorath without hurting her, and then forcing her to drink a narcotic derived from the red dragon liquor. It was actually just a very concentrated version of the beverage meant to intoxicate the patient quickly. Zorath lost her strength after a few drops, and the house stopped trembling. A baby, Bite, we're having a baby. Can you believe it? She repeated over and over as she cried while falling asleep. Yes, I can, my love. Now rest easy. We have lots of things to do, right? For the baby, you need your strength, the Reiju said while caressing Zorath's hair. The shadow dragon mumbled a bit of gibberish, nodded, and then fell asleep. Bytra still felt terrible for hurting Solus while under the effects of the unwavering loyalty array. Also, even though she had never met Floria, her death still shook the Reiju deeply. Bytra knew that the late Ernest was Solus, friend, and one of the master's beloved students. Yet all those things faded as the idea of Zorath becoming a godmother sunk in. Elfin would have never asked Zor to do that if she held a grudge against me. Elfin wasn't lying for my sake back then. She did forgive me for real. The Reiju could feel a huge burden lifted from her chest, which along with her wife's happiness gave her hope for the future. Back in the tower, everyone was still chuckling at Zorath, freaking out in enthusiasm. Gods, our baby girl is amazing, Camilla said with a warm smile while caressing her stomach. Awakened at birth, 6 grandparents, and now she has vanquished a dragon while still in the womb. Zor wasn't really beaten, more like overwhelmed, but I see your point. Lith nodded. What's the next item on our agenda? Solus' smile was the first to disappear. She looked at the stars, worrying that as the sun came out, that peace might shatter and she and Lith would be forced to leave again. The night didn't look romantic anymore and gave her a sense of urgency. I'm not in the mood to watch a movie or make small talk. I'll take that nap if that's okay with you. Lith sighed as sadness flooded him along with the memory of Floria's death. No napping for you. You need 8 hours of rest to reset invigoration, Camilla said. You may not have to leave tomorrow, but you need to get back in shape both physically and mentally. Agreed. Lith nodded and moved to the bedroom, wishing that warmth and cuddles would give his conscience the relief it needed. Space. Erna's mansion at the same time. While Lith fell asleep inside the tower, the lords of House Ernas found no solace among the walls of their home. Gianni and Orion had barely talked to each other during dinner, stealing glances in the direction of the mausoleum every time they thought the other wasn't looking. I can't believe that Lith stood out there for so long, Orion said while hugging Lucky. He isn't responsible for Floria's death. We saw it clearly from his memories. The huge rye had refused to eat until fed from his hand, and had bawled his eyes out no less than any other member of the family. Owner and pet clung to each other, Orion finding comfort in Lucky's soft fur and the rye in Orion's beating heart. I know, yet I appreciate his gesture nonetheless. Gianni nodded. I'm honestly glad that it was him getting caught in Thrud's trap. If it was any of us, we would have never learned the truth and would have probably killed ourselves in remorse. Orion had to agree. Lith's ability to conjure the dead didn't always work, but at least it gave the departed a chance to leave a message. If it had been Orion ripping Floria's heart out, his own would have quickly followed. Judging from how Gianni clenched her hands and the feverish look in her eyes, she was still weighing her options on the matter. What do we do now? Orion sighed as small tears streamed from his eyes due to Lucky, who kept begging Orion to not abandon him as well. What we must. Gianni turned around, the orange light of her mana burned in her eyes like a flame. Or at least what I must do. A sudden knock on the door stopped Orion before he could ask her what she meant, and angered him greatly. I told you that I don't want to be disturbed. No exceptions, he yelled in outrage, almost choking the hapless butler with the sheer pressure of his killing intent. I'm sorry, my lord, but I'm following Lady Erna's orders, the butler whimpered and cried. Let the poor man go, dear. My guest has finally arrived. Gianni waved her hand, and the pressure stopped as if it had been her causing it all along. A guest, Orion echoed in amazement, which only grew when he saw Professor Zagar Vaster walk through the door. I'm sorry for being late. I came as soon as I could. The master had started losing weight ever since Thrud had dared to attempt kidnapping Zinnia. Until that moment, he had never cared much about his physical appearance, but now things were different. Vaster wanted to be at his peak condition to protect his wife and avenge his student and his friend, Manohar. Turning into a human abomination hybrid had restored most of the hair on his head that was now pitch black. Vaster had no qualms about cheating with light magic to accelerate his metabolism and with invigoration to replenish his stamina. The former made the fat burn and the muscles grow right after a grueling session of training. The latter gave Vaster the strength to perform more sessions in a row without the need to rest. Chapter 23, 34 Dark Dealings, Part 2. Vaster was still overweight, but no one would mistake him for an egg come to life anymore. His belly was reduced to the size typical of a beer enthusiast, but his limbs and eyes brimmed with vigor. Please visit. What can I do for you? He asked. Leave us Lammer and inform the rest of the staff that we don't want to be disturbed, Gianni ordered the butler. Whoever gets in here will leave this house in the morning, feet first. Lammer had often seen the lady of the house annoyed or angry, but she had never threatened a member of the staff. Gianni was a woman of thought and action. She spoke little, and the few words she said held great weight. He gave her a deep bow and closed the door, activating from the outside the lockdown arrays that could be only undone by the masters of the house. I have no use for you, Zagar. Gianni's cold eyes were in stark contrast with the blazing mana they emitted. You are a failure. You couldn't stop Balker from slaughtering your precious students. You were oblivious to Nalar's betrayal and stood helpless like an idiot while she killed Linjo's and orchestrated Uriel's death. Gianni stepped closer to him, her voice dripping venom and rage. Yet none of those words could hurt Vaster. He had long since accepted his past mistakes and had worked hard to never again repeat them. He just felt curious because he knew Gianni better and waited for the delivery of her speech. You couldn't help Floria with her trial nor Lith with his treason charges. Despite all of your powers, you left Floria alone like I did, and we let her die with our incompetence. Only when their noses were centimeters apart did Gianni stop. I need the master, the man who made the whole Garland continent piss its pants, the man who haunts Thrud's dreams and whose power threatens even the Guardians. The master has risen to a level of skill that puts him on par with Manohar and Balker. He succeeded in saving Zinnia and protecting his children from unstoppable monsters. He's the one I called here in search of help. Then let me ask you again, what can the master do for you? Vaster asked. I need you to awaken me and my husband without anyone knowing, she replied. It's feasible, but why me? The master tormented his waxed handlebar mustache while Orion was too shocked to utter a word. Lith is awakened. Your daughters are awakened. Heck, the Jernoff household is filled with awakened. You have no need for my help. I sure do, Jeannie gritted her teeth. Lith has no idea how to awaken Orion, and even if he did, we would be under his service for 100 years. Our daughters would never awaken us. They fear both what we might do in our grief and the authority they'd hold over us. As for the Jernoff, I already asked them, and they turned me down. They said that my forefather Ogram left precise instructions not to awaken people like him, to which they abide to this day. Shouldn't that make you think? Orion said. Please, that fucker killed himself with no care for his descendants. Ogram loved Valoran more than his own family. It's his fault if no one was left to keep the kingdom in check. They both abandoned us in Arthan's hands, and today's situation is the result of their foolishness. If I could meet Ogram today, I would kill him first. The master, instead, is not affiliated with the council and has no scruples. You can awaken us and leave us free to do whatever we want as Rogue Awakened. I see, the master nodded. Mind if I check you up? Jeannie shook her head, and Vaster activated his breathing technique, Beyonder's Eye. He took a deep scan of Jeannie before giving her the diagnosis. Orange core, perfect physique, and a little number of impurities already have been extracted by Lith's treatments. I can awaken you right now, and there would be no adverse effect. As for your husband... Orion looked at Vaster approaching, as if the professor was going to kill him, but the pleading look in Jeannie's eyes kept him from raising an objection. Orion is a mess. His body is great for his age, but his core is so overloaded that the slightest mana flow would kill him on the spot. Natural violets are a miracle of nature. It's a no, then? Jeannie twisted her fingers in frustration. More like it's going to be hard, the master sighed. His body needs to be tempered through fusion magic and true magic, while his impurities need to be anchored so that they won't move a millimeter until Orion is ready to be awakened. If I combine my resources with Balker's and Manohar's research, I'm confident I can pull it off. If I use forbidden magic, I'm certain of it. Forbidden magic, Orion echoed, his face turning pale. Do you realize that even talking about it is high treason? I should kill you where you stand. You are free to try. Vaster unleashed a bright violet-black aura that made the lights and the arrays in the room flicker. Enough, Jeannie stepped between them to stop that madness. Orion, I called the master here for help, not to fight. Vaster, I can't speak for my husband, but I want you to awaken me now, please. As you wish. The master conjured a great amount of world energy and then used his breathing technique. Jeannie followed his instructions by the letter, demonstrating a level of discipline and understanding rare for someone with only basic knowledge about magic. Vaster doubted that any grieving person could succeed like Jeannie on her first try. Her body emitted a pop, as her mana core generated a timid flow strong enough to drive out solely the most superficial impurities. I've reached the bright orange. What now? Jeannie asked, feeling both strong and weak at the same time. Strong because fusion magic was intoxicating, and so was the power that she felt flowing through her veins. Weak because Jeannie was aware of being at the same level as an awakened baby. Now I'm going to teach you both invigoration and accumulation. Invigoration you can use freely since it has no side effects. As for accumulation, beware, every breakthrough will be more dangerous and painful than the previous. If you don't temper your body and train your core, you'll die at the green. If you keep using accumulation even when it starts to hurt, you'll die at any level. Always listen to your body and not rush things. I understand, Jeannie nodded. Can you teach me true magic? Either I or one of my children will come here whenever we can, Vaster nodded. What about Orion? He and I need to talk. I'll call you again as soon as we decide what to do. Thanks, Zager. The master may be my most powerful ally, but you are a true friend. Don't mention it. His gaze became cold and furious like hers had been until a while ago. Thrud took your daughter, and I can't even imagine how you feel. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to Zin and the kids. Chapter 23, 35 Battle at Dawn, Part 1. I promise that I'm going to make Thrud pay. If the kingdom falls, I have no reason to keep my identity a secret. I'll move to a different country and live openly as the master. You guys will be always welcome to join me. A snap of his fingers, and Vaster's spirit warped away. What have you done? Now that they were alone, Orion managed to clear his head. I told you already what needed to be done, Gianni replied. Don't you remember what Lith said about awakening? It will take you months to get stronger and years to learn magic properly. What point does this have? He asked in bewilderment. The room had started to spin like a top, but he couldn't stand still anymore. The point is that even though I'm still powerless, at least now I can grow stronger, she replied. Our daughters are awakened, Orion. I didn't care for magic because I thought I could always protect them. Yet what can our money and political power do when something like this happens? Gianni clenched her hands, while grief tightened her throat until her voice was reduced to a whisper. What will we do when another monster walks up to our door and takes another of our children? I'm not going to stand still and beg someone else to do the dirty work for me. Not again. I can't live like this 1 second longer. When our babies need us, I want to be more than a meat shield. I want revenge. And so do I, Orion sighed. But again, it will take us years. It's pointless. No, it will take me years, whereas you need to strengthen your body enough to awaken. You heard Quilla, you can retain the power of your violet core. On top of that, you already are a skilled mage. I'm sure that it wouldn't take you long to get used to true magic, spirit magic, and body casting. Even if the cost is forbidden magic, he asked. How is it different from selling yourself to Salark? Gianni replied with a snort. You knew. Of course I did. I didn't miss your disappearance nor that of your entire life's work. There's no other reason to take so many tomes away with you. I don't know why she turned you down, but I'm certain that at the next crisis her answer will be the same. Are you sure you want to do this? Orion looked her in the eyes while holding her hands. I'm not going to ask you anything, dear, but I have to do this. I can feel the madness creeping inside my head already. The next time something like this happens, I'll die if I stay like I am, Gianni replied. Also, there's another reason I wanted to awaken. Which is, Orion asked. I want us to have another baby. Gianni was in her early 40s, and even though still possible, a pregnancy would have been difficult to achieve and risky. Awaken keep their fertility until they die. Think of Firwell or Tyrus. This is insane, Orion said in shock. First, there's no guarantee of the gender of the baby. Even if it is a girl, she could never replace Floria. This is just the grief talking. No, it's not. Gianni shook her head. I don't want to replace Floria, nor am I fixated on having another girl. I just want a second chance. I want to give this baby everything I failed to give our little flower. On top of that, I need this. I need an anchor to this life. Without someone who really needs me, I don't know if I can keep going on. Our other children are all grown up and ready to settle down. Awakening will allow me to have the energy to be a good parent and give me the time to see them happy. That and the power to protect everyone. I don't plan to live forever. I'll die right after the last of our children. Then so will I, Orion hugged her, understanding all too well how Gianni felt. He was a natural violet-cord archmage, the god of the forge, a royal forgemaster and the commander of the Knight's Guard, yet all those titles amounted to nothing. When push came to shove, he was no different from any grieving father-please visit. Never again will I let someone get away with killing one of our children. It may take me years, maybe even centuries, but I swear to you that if Thrude wins, I'll bide my time and kill her son when she least expects it, Orion said. And I will be there with you, dear. Do you want me to call Vaster? She asked. Yes, but no forbidden magic. I want our old and new children to have a father they can be proud of. Space. The following morning, Lith woke up with Solus hugging him from the left side and Camilla from the right. Damn, the last thing I remember is that we moved here to lie down while listening to the baby's heartbeat. We must have dozed off almost at the same time. That or Kami didn't object to Solus staying. Yesterday was a nightmare and Solus needed company as much as I did, he thought while making breakfast for everyone. Maybe it was because of the nap on the beach, or maybe because the desert sun had filled his abomination side with energy. Whatever the answer, Lith felt full of vigor yet no less depressed than the previous day. He prepared a triple serving of waffles for everyone, tea, coffee, and a triple threat cake. The latter received such a warm welcome that by the end of the breakfast, only 2 slices were left even though Lith had barely touched the cake. Let's save them for later, Camilla said, taking her tea plain in a whimsical attempt to make up for what she had eaten. In case we have guests, Lith's voice dripped with sarcasm. No, silly, in case we get hungry, Solus replied and Camilla nodded. He was about to say something very rude that would have put him into trouble with both women when his communication amulet lit up and opened the communication on its own. It meant that the situation was so dire that the crown had deemed it necessary to use the royal override code to have his attention. "Magus Verhin, is this a bad moment?" King Meron asked. "Yes, your majesty, I'm not even done with breakfast," Lith replied. "Then you better sit down because it's about to get much worse." A wave of Meron's hand made a map pop out of the blue gem of the army amulet. It depicted the Distar region, and an ominous red dot was advancing toward the White Griffin Academy. "Is that Thrude?" Lith asked, receiving a nod in reply. "Why is she still going there? The academies are down, and the only threat left to her army are the royal artifacts in Valoran. I expected her to try and reach the capital of the kingdom as stealthily as possible." "We believed the same, and guess what? We were both wrong," Meron sighed. "Did you sit down?" "Yes, your majesty." Lith hastily pulled a chair, bracing for impact. Chapter 23, 36 Battle at Dawn, Part 2. "To answer your question, Thrude is going to the White Griffin because that way she can get rid of all the royal artifacts and so much more," Meron said. "I'm sorry, I don't follow," Lith said while Camilla poured him some coffee. "Understandable. I'd be as confused as you are if we hadn't just finished deciphering the blueprints of the Golden Griffin's power core." Meron pulled out the documents that Lith and Vladian had provided after their raid of the Lost Academy. "You see, we have finally understood what those unknown runes do. Their purpose is not only to allow the Golden Griffin to interact with the royal array that connected the 6 great academies, but also to rebuild it after taking the White Griffin's place." "Wait, are you telling me that destroying the White Griffin isn't a mere act of spite toward me and Vaster?" Lith spat out his coffee. "Weren't those runes simply meant to grant the Golden Griffin the ability to move on its own?" "No to both," Meron replied. "Their purpose is to create a new royal array based on the unwavering loyalty array. Once the White Griffin is eradicated and the Golden Griffin takes its place, Arthan's royal array will encompass the other 5 great academies. Thrude will become their master as well, and with 5 more mage towers at her service, she'll have all the power she needs to conquer Valoran and kill whoever stands on her path. This is our last occasion to stop her. Failure means death or enslavement. There is no third option. Can the crown count on its supreme Magus?" For the first time since their deal, Meron was asking instead of ordering Lith. The king knew that no one could stop Lith from running away to the desert, or the Empire but Lith himself. "You can," Lith nodded. "Just one question. Are we going to merely slow Thrude down, or do we have a chance of victory?" "I'm sending my wife there as we speak. I'd come as well, but with my health I'd just be a burden for her. Does this answer your question?" Meron replied. "It does. I'll be there shortly. Take your time to say your goodbyes, but do not delay. Meron out." The king turned off the amulet and looked at Queen Silpha. She was wearing the Seaful armor, while the Seaful sword was hanging from her hip. "I'm so sorry. That should be me inside the armor." "Don't be foolish." She couldn't risk her long hair bothering her during the fight, so she fixed them into a tight bun secured by an enchanted pin. "If we have a chance at destroying the Lost Academy, it's thanks to your sacrifice. You paid dearly to ensure Verhin's immunity to the slave array. Now it's my turn." "But only I carry Valoran's blood. Your imprint is secondary. What if the Seaful set doesn't activate for you?" Meron asked. "I refuse to believe that Valoran and Seaful were this stupid." Silpha shook her head. "I may not carry Valoran's blood, but I carry his will. It has to be enough." She thumped her fist on the armor's breastplate, right on the heart. "Maybe and maybe not." Meron took the small knife that he carried on his waist and cut deeply into his palm. It bled profusely, and the king spread it over the helm, the breastplate, and along the entire length of the blade. It was the ancient ritual of blood, dating back to the king who had succeeded Valoran. According to the legend, the first king had created the ritual in order to allow the spouses of his descendants to tap into the true power of the Seaful set. The problem was that until that moment, no king or queen had ever fallen Ilpli's visit. Valoran's descendants would always face a threat themselves, so the ritual had never been put into practice, and its workings were unknown. "Are you insane? You are still weak. You need to rest and recover." Silpha tried to stop him, but he refused. "Please, maybe I'm really going crazy, but I can't stand the thought of sending you to die in Distar while I stay here in the safety of the castle. Let me be there with you however I can," Meron said. "If anything happens to me, just run. I don't care if you give the small world and the spell-hoarding cube to the Empress or the Overlord. The only thing that matters is to keep Thrude from getting her hands on them." Silpha took the helm off, letting him smear his blood under her eyes and on her lips. "I will always remember that I love you," the king said. "I love you more?" Silpha leaned her forehead against his for a brief moment, and then warped to the White Griffin. Space. Ricard Mountain Range, Soulless Tower. What are you going to do? Even though she knew it was impossible, Camilla felt her stomach churn as if the baby was kicking every piece of food she had just eaten up her esophagus. You heard the king. I'm going to say my goodbyes. A snap of Lith's fingers warped the tower to the geyser in the Tron Woods. Damn it, I almost forgot. He took his communication amulet and pressed Vladian's rune. The Golden Griffin has reappeared near the White Griffin, and the royals have requested my presence there. I'm calling you because I remember your promise to the undead trapped in the dungeon of the Lost Academy. I have no idea what the royals are planning, but this is the only chance you'll get to uphold your word. If the opportunity arises, I'll sneak inside the Golden Griffin to destroy it while you rescue your brethren. Thanks for the heads up. The firstborn vampire gave him a polite nod. I'm on good terms with the Empress, but it seems that she's been left out of the loop as well. I'll join you as soon as I can, but first. Join me how? Lith furrowed his brow in confusion. I don't know where you are, but here in Destar the sun is high. Say thank you to Uncle Lith. Vladian ignored the questions and lifted a small boy who had Vladian's raven-black hair and Lysa's blue eyes. Thank you, Uncle Lith. The boy's skin looked a bit gaunt, but it was also rosy and healthy. Oh gods, is that Raydusk? Solus asked. Yeah, even I have trouble recognizing my little man sometimes, Vladian said with a warm smile while ruffling Raydusk's hair. Is Tyrus with you? I wanted to thank her as well. I hope not, Lith mumbled. He had almost forgot that one guardian allegedly followed Camilla at all times. I hope no one was here yesterday. I'm cool with protection, but I'd also like to have some damn privacy, he thought. Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything, Lith actually said. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have met your wife and she wouldn't have been in Tyrus' company. If not for you, the Great Mother would have never granted me an audience, and my son would still be ill. For that you have my gratitude, Lady Verhin. Vladian gave Camilla a deep bow and hung up the call before she could answer. Chapter 23, 37 Torn Apart, Part 1. That was weird, but at least Vladian didn't call me Lady Magus, Camilla sighed. From the Tron Woods, the warping mirror allowed them to reach Lith's living room in a single step. Much to Lith's surprise, several people were waiting for him. Falul, Quilla, Morak, Freya, Nalrund, Protector, Celia, Vaster, Zinnia, and the kids were all inside Lith's house in Lucia. Lith, thank the gods you are here. Alina ran to him, checking that he was all right. No one wants to tell me what's going on, and I'm starting to get scared. They probably wanted to let me break the news to you. Lith hugged her and shared with the whole family what he had learned from the king via a mind link. I've come here to bid you goodbye and send you all to the desert. If I know that you are waiting for me in the safety of Grandma's palace, my heart will be at peace when I fight against Thrud's forces. It's the same reason we've come here, Quilla sighed. The royals have relieved us from duty and ordered us to evacuate the kingdom. They say there's no place for us in the ensuing battle, and that they want to preserve the lives of members of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom. Mother and father sent us here to go to the desert with your family. What about Gianni and Orion? Roz asked. They have refused to move from the Urna's mausoleum. Freya hiccuped, needing sheer willpower to not break into tears. They are going to watch Floria's grave and wait for the outcome of the battle. If the kingdom loses, they'll buy the time necessary to unearth our ancestors and bring their corpses to safety. They say that they won't let Thrud disturb Floria's rest at any cost. I'm here to summon Lith on behalf of the council, and because I'm going to take part in the battle as well, Falul said. I'm sorry, Celia, but your husband has to come with me. A powerful emperor beast like him can make the difference. At those words, Quilla and Freya clenched their teeth until their jaws popped, but they said nothing. I understand. Celia nodded as a silent tear streaked along her cheek and she wiped it off. What about your mother and Tessa? You could use their help. I'm sorry, but they left the kingdom the day Floria died. The Hydra sighed. Mother is back in the Empire and Tessa is wherever she lives. They said that they have no reason to fight such a desperate battle. They have suffered so much that at this point they just don't care. Fucking bastards. Celia cursed every member of Valoran's party, including the First King. Vaster remained silent the whole time, no matter how much Zinnia begged and nudged him. Tell him, dear, he has the right to know. Zinnia's voice was broken. She was trying and failing to hold her tears. Tell me what? Lith asked. The royals relieved me from duty as well, Vaster said with a sigh. They say that I've done enough. They thank me for my years of service and said that I don't deserve to die like a dog. The king himself awarded me with the greatest honors and wished me and my family a safe and happy life wherever we want to move. Vaster showed a document that allowed his family to cross the borders of the kingdom to every other country. Then why are you crying, Zin? Camilla hugged her sister, failing to understand the source of her distress. Because Zagar is staying, she yelled. Even with the blessing of the royals, he came here solely to send me and the kids to the desert with you, Kami. Wait, what? Lith blurted out in surprise. You heard her, the master nodded. I'm sending Tezka with Zinnia, but the rest of the kids and I are going to fight by your side, Lith. I'm too old to run away, and I'm not going to let my heir die after struggling so much to find you. He tried to sound casual, but the warmth in his voice and eyes reminded Lith of how Raz looked at him as a child. I've already done enough. I've lived way too long and found way more happiness than I deserve. An old coot dying to protect a young man isn't only fair but also the natural order of things, Vaster said. You have a wife and a daughter who need you, whereas I have just a bunch of bloody secrets and too many regrets. Magar would gain a lot in the exchange. That's not true. You have a wife as well. Zinnia grabbed him from the back, bawling her eyes out, yet he didn't flinch. Vaster was aware that a good chunk of her love was built on a lie. Were the truth to come out after his death, it would soften the blow of his betrayal and give her a fresh start as a rich woman. Don't go, Dad. Please don't leave us. Philia and Frey clung to his legs. We are not your real children, but we love you a lot. You are the only dad we ever had. Vaster's throat clenched and his determination wavered. It was the first time in a long while that a child had called him Dad, and it made him prouder than he would have believed possible. I thought they just pretended to like me for Zinnia's sake, yet their affection was sincere. The master thought as emotion blurred his vision. Seeing two innocent beings crying like that for a ruthless monster like me means that at least I've done one good thing in this life. And you are my children, he caressed their heads. You may not carry my blood, but I've always considered you mine even before I married your mom. That's why Daddy has to stay. It's a father's duty to fight for his children and ensure them a better life than he had. Don't you like your house, your friends, your school? Frey and Philia nodded, but kept clinging to him. I'm going to make sure that you don't have to give up on any of them, to give you the safety and the happiness you deserve. Thrud is a bad woman, and if she wins, she'll come for you next. Dad is going to make sure that she never gets the opportunity, or at least he'll die trying. I don't care for a big house. Please stay, Frey said. Frey and I can share a little room together. We are used to it. You don't have to go, Philia sobbed. Yes, I do. Vaster knelt down, kissing their foreheads and wiping off their tears. I'm going to protect your mom, aunt, uncle, and even your cousin. The children turned to look at Camilla's womb. If something happens to me, it's your duty to take care of them. Can I trust you with it, my children? Yes, Dad, they nodded in unison. Raz clenched his hands and gritted his teeth. His trauma had been reopened by Floria's death, but it couldn't hold a candle to the rage he felt. Chapter 23, 38 Torn Apart, Part 2. Rage for being once again helpless and useless. Rage for being sent away like a child while his son fought to the death for those stupid fields, and House Raz had whined about for months to get them back. Pushing Frey and Philia away was the hardest thing Vaster had done in his whole life. Every time they clung to him again, his determination faltered. Yet with every tear they shed, it grew strong again. I'm a relic of the past. I have to ensure them a future worth living, he thought while entrusting them to Zinnia. Do you really have to go? Alina felt like dying inside, yet she stood strong. It wasn't the first time that Lith risked his life, but it was the first time she was painfully aware that he might not come back to her. Even when the royals had sent him to recapture cities in the past, retreat was always an option. On top of that, there were few creatures on Magar that could kill Lith, and he was smart enough to avoid them or fight them only on his own terms. This time, instead, he was about to face a white cord awakened, an accursed monstrosity on their field. To play a game by their own rules. Alina was aware that Lith's death would mean losing Tryon and Solus as well. The soul of her lost son would fade away while her adoptive daughter would fall into the hands of the enemy and be turned into a weapon. I have to, Mom. I owe it to you guys, to Floria, to Kami, and to our daughter. You've seen how cruel Thrud is. She's never going to leave me alone after I killed Jormung. If I don't get rid of her now, she'll become unstoppable, Lith replied. Alina hugged him first, then Solus, and then Tryon, blessing them and begging them to do everything they could to come back to her. I know we never spoke much, but I know who you are, Roz said while looking Vaster in the eyes, who promptly hushed them. I mean who you really are. I recognized Bytra and Zorith. So what? The master clenched his hands, worrying about how much Lith might have shared with his family about Vaster's crimes. I just want to thank you for everything you did for Lith so far and beg you to protect him, Roz said, making the master gape at him. I'm his father. I'm supposed to protect and help him, but it has been the other way around my whole life. Please take care of my son like I would. Be the father I would have been if I wasn't born a helpless simpleton. Roz fell on his knees, begging Vaster with all his heart. Stand up, Roz. The master patted his back and forced him to straighten up. There's no shame in being weak, only in giving up. I've done terrible things because I refused to give up on chasing Manohar and my dreams, but it's thanks to those acts that I now have this strength. I would do anything if it meant that now I could follow my son on the battlefield, Roz said. I'd rather Lith hate me and curse at my memory than be helpless while he walks toward his death. Don't rush to judgment. Only time will tell which one of us made the right decision, Vaster replied. I'll do what you asked. Now be strong. Our families need you. Aaron and Lyria were crying their eyes out, afraid to not see their brother-uncle ever again. Don't worry, kids, I'll be back, Lith said. You said the same about Aunt Floria. Please don't go, Aaron sobbed. There can be no victory without a fight, only defeat. Lith patted his head. You've lived 7 years of peace, and I'm going to make sure that the rest of your life will be peaceful as well. Grandma can protect us all. Come with us to the desert. Lyria tugged at his pants as hard as she could. If I do that, then Grandma will have to fight, and I with her. You can't run away from your problems, Lyria, only face them. Otherwise, no matter how far you run, they'll stalk you like your own shadow. Renaa and Tista helped him to get free from the children before hugging him. Please don't play hero and run away the moment you think the fight is lost. His older sister held him tight, pressing his head against her shoulder and lulling Lith like Renaa did back when he was a baby. Tista said nothing. She just cried in silence while she moved her eyes from her brother to the rest of their family. One after another, they all walked through the warp gate leading to Salark's palace. Then, once she was the only one left, Tista shut down the dimensional tunnel and disconnected the mana cable fueling it. Why did you do that? Lith asked. Because I'm not leaving you alone and I didn't want to argue with our parents, she replied. I don't care if I'm just a bright blue cord awakened. I'm still a demon, and more importantly, I'm your sister. I'm not letting my siblings fight this war alone. Tista hugged Lith, Tryon, and then Solus. I'd say we are done. At a wave of Vaster's hand, a chaos gate appeared. It led to the space above the forest that surrounded the White Griffin. How is this possible? Tista asked in amazement. It's thanks to us, kid. Kigan and Zorith came out of Lith's shadow as the Balor Phoenix dispelled his Shadow Step's bloodline ability. And to us, Nandi, Bytra, Nelia, Ikos, Sierre, Hushar, and Theseus were on the other side, acting as dimensional beacons. The whole family is back together for this. We have all volunteered to be here. The White Griffin is a second home to us, and we are not going to let it fall without a fight, Nelia the Frost Griffin said. The Academy actually only meant a lot to Vaster, but the Eldritches couldn't say it out loud in presence of witnesses. I couldn't tell it to Zin and the others because it's supposed to be a secret, but even after the Golden Griffin took down the Royal Array, the lessons continued, Vaster said. Students, professors, and even non-magical staff are still there. I don't know you, but I can't abandon my adoptive family. How do you know that? Lith asked in surprise. Marth told me. According to him, the headmasters were ordered to keep their position and keep working as if nothing had happened. The master replied. Enough yapping, start preparing your spells. Falul pointed at the horizon, where a golden dot had appeared and was approaching quickly. The Golden Griffin could suck the abundant world energy from the awakened forest, as if it was its own, and use Mager's essence to fuel the Lost Academy's power core. Please visit. Tista shapeshifted into her red demon form and wore the mouth of Menadian that she had infused with her best spells. Falul put on the hands of Menadian and used the world energy to conjure a warping array that allowed the members of the council to join them. Chapter 23, 39 Legacies at War Part 1. Hundreds and hundreds of awakened filled the sky as those coming out from Falul's warp opened more of their own, but compared to the nearing Titan they were but a swarm of mosquitoes. Glad to see you here, Silpha said, the wings of the Seaful's armor flapping. Glad to be here, Ragu nodded. She had brought her best artifacts and apprentices, and so had the rest of the council representatives. Just one question. I've seen the blueprints of the Golden Griffin, but not even the collective wisdom of the Garland Council could find a path to victory. So why have you summoned us here? Because I do have a path to victory, the Queen replied, making everyone's eyes go wide in surprise. The royals have kept their secrets for a long time, but that doesn't mean that we stood idle and pretended everything was all right. The Crown has studied the lost cities for almost 1,000 years and has worked hard to prepare for every possible contingency, even the most unplausible one. The Golden Griffin is no different. The moment we discovered Arthur's plans and the existence of his academy, we simply added it to the to-do list. We had 700 years to prepare for this moment, and we can only hope that the efforts of our predecessors weren't for naught. Queen Silpha to King Meron, everyone is in position, over. This is King Meron. I proceed to release the royal seal, over. The king pressed the 6 runes on his communication amulet that belonged to the 6 headmasters of the great academies. This is an order. Expose the power core of your academy now. Marth had no idea what was happening, but he obeyed nonetheless. He had already sent Rissa and Manohar II away, so at least his heart was at peace. He pressed the switch on the wall on the east side of his desk, making it slide over the hinges. At the same time, Headmaster Distar did the same in the Black Griffin, his eyes burning with determination. Stupid Brynja, she refused to leave the Distar household even though she's pregnant with our child. If Thru doesn't kill her, I will, he thought. The power core was still brimming with mana, but after the destruction of the royal array, there was just enough energy to keep the protective arrays working and keep the students safe. Good, now take off your headmaster ring and point it at the power core, Meron said. Repeat after me. In the name of Valoran, heed my voice. In the name of Valoran, heed my voice. Archmage Lemma, the headmaster of the Fire Griffin, echoed, worrying that even Meron's mental health had deteriorated. This is no spell and real life is no fairy tale. What point is there in talking to a piece of enchanted crystal and metal, she thought. Rise, my champion, the king said, and the headmasters followed. The rings slipped out of their respective headmasters and floated halfway between them and the power core. The energy from the mana geyser below each academy gushed through the stone and into the power cores, bringing them back to full strength. The world energy turned into mana that flowed into the rings and then into the headmasters. Marth, Distar, Lemma, and the others started to float as well now that the circuit was complete. The rings became one with the headmasters and then fused with the power core of their respective academy. The rings gave the buildings a mind while also preventing the humans from being swallowed by the power core and becoming cursed objects. A pillar of elemental energy of a different color erupted from each of the 6 great academies and then spread from one to the other, forming once again the royal array. Once the circle was complete, each academy became the point of a star, drawing more lines and filling the air with countless runes. Great Mother Almighty, Marth thought as he could now feel every stone and room of the White Griffin like it was a part of his body. The mana moved from the power core to the students and the professors, their mana cores acting as the auxiliary cores of an awakened and boosting the mana flow that coursed throughout the academy. Yet that wasn't all. Unlike the Golden Griffin, the White Griffin had lain dormant for centuries, but it had never stopped feeding. Every time one of its students had cast a spell, a small part of their mana had become engraved in the white stones of its walls and corridors. Every time a professor had given a lesson or demonstrated a spell, it had left an echo. Marth could feel the mana of all those who lived or had lived inside the White Griffin flow through his body. He cried, feeling Manohar's obnoxious energy and his condescending attitude toward anyone who was Manohar. He clenched his fists, finding Floria's full guard and her determination while holding her estoc. Lith's rage, Vaster's envy, Rudd's obsession with hierarchy, and many other personality traits belonging to past students and professors were still there and called upon Marth to fight. The White Griffin started to shake from its foundations. Towers, walls, and buildings rearranged themselves in a different form. Lith could believe neither his eyes nor ears, while a combination of spells, clicking, and turning of gears caused an unbelievable transformation. Primus Almighty, he said while listening to a familiar whirring and watching the White Knight stand up per order of the first king. It was identical to the Golden Knight in front of it, except for the color and the open helm. The White Knight had a generic yet definite human face, and it stared at its twin in hatred. Nice to see you, old man, Histar said with a burst of laughter. I was expecting to take you out without a fight, but this works too. You are outdated. There's no point in your healing arts when I can grant true immortality to anyone of my choosing. Soon you'll be reduced to a bunch of ruins, and I will take your place just like King Arthur intended. He was the only true god of healing of the Griffin Kingdom, and he predicted both this day and its end. Silence, you abomination, the white griffin spoke with a voice that belonged to Marth and all of its students at the same time. You are a threat to the balance. Immortality is an aberration that leads to madness and stagnation. Without the fear of death, there is no progress, only conceit. Without getting rid of the old, there is no space for the new. What you offer isn't eternal life, but the torment of a soul that can't die even if they want to. Arthur was a mad king, and you are his worthy creation. I will wipe you out in Valoran's name. You and what army? Thrude came out of the golden griffin, her appearance almost mirroring Silpha's. The main differences were her dull white aura and 2 sets of feathered wings, instead of a bright violet aura and a single set of wings. Once I would have seen this as a showdown between the past and the present. Chapter 23, 40 Legacies at War Part 2. A wave of the Mad Queen's hand highlighted how outdated the look of her armor and academy were when compared to Silpha's. Now, however, we've exchanged positions, and this has become the pathetic struggle of an even more pathetic present that refuses to turn into the past. I am the future, fake queen. My academy, its students, and my generals are the harbingers of a new dawn for the Griffin Kingdom. You and your pathetic followers can struggle all you want, fake queen, but you can't win. Another burst of power highlighted the difference between the two women. The contrast between their auras, the mass, and the raw power they emitted made Silpha pale in comparison with Thrude. Your only true achievement is this final surprise. I wasn't aware of this particular piece of Valoran's legacy, even though my father took his sweet time studying the royal archives. How did you do that? She pointed at the new royal array. It's easy once you think about it. Silpha was glad to stall for time. It allowed her to activate her Mother Earth, nutrients, and tonic tattoos. Derived from Hathorn's research, they allowed the alchemical potions to reach her bloodstream without wasting time drinking them. The Mother Earth potion granted Silpha Tyrus, breathing technique, while the other 2 would provide her with everything she needed to heal during a fight. She wasn't a white core and lacked Thrude's regenerative abilities, but this way Silpha had achieved the next best thing. After Arthur's execution, the new king failed to capture you and discovered the whereabouts of the Golden Griffin. He knew that one day you or one of your descendants might return, and that the lost academy had to be another of Arthur's monstrosities. On top of that, no secret can be kept forever. The royal array is powerful, but once discovered, it was only a matter of time before an enemy of the kingdom found a way to destroy it. Hence he started to modify the power cores of the 6 great academies in a process that has continued up to this day. After all, you have destroyed the royal array, but the geysers fueling it are still in place, and so are its focal points. The crown made sure that in case something like this happened, the 6 great academies each held a portion of the royal array, and that they could conjure it by themselves whenever it's necessary. Brilliant, Thrude nodded. It will help me greatly in taking down the city of Valoran first, and then in invading the other 2 great countries. You see, the new royal array is fantastic news for me since my academy can tap into it as well. Linnea modified the power core into a replica of yours, so the royal array gives you no advantage. Sure, my armor is outdated, but I'm a white-cored golden griffin, whereas you are just a fake awakened human, fake queen. On top of that, the students inside your academy are nothing but fake mages. Mine are powerful awakened who can use the 7 elements of magic and even Silverwing spells. Thanks to the unwavering loyalty array, I could afford to awaken everyone, even the clerical staff, without the worry that they might betray me. You, instead, had to keep your people weak to cover for your stupid secrets. This isn't even a fight. Stop this pointless struggle and I'll grant you, your husband, and your children a painless death. I'm not like Tyrus. I won't make them suffer like she did to my father, unless you force my hand, fake queen. You shouldn't have threatened my family, mad queen. Silpha's voice was ice-cold, her fury transmitted to the Seaful's set, which started to hum with power and silver bolts of lightning. I would have never stopped or surrendered anyway, but while before I would have offered your followers the possibility to surrender after I kill you, now that's off the table. You can blab all you want, but all I hear are the ravings of Arthur's worthy daughter. I'm sick of hearing your voice calling me a fake queen. We are both queens, but there's only one kingdom. This battle, not your ramblings, will prove which one of us deserves the throne, and which one instead will be remembered as a power-hungry tyrant. I couldn't agree more, Thrude nodded. Here stand 2 queens and 2 griffins where there can be only one. By the end of this day, one shall stand. And one shall fall. Silpha closed her helmet shut, and the white griffin followed suit. 2 stone plaques came out from the sides of its mouth, meeting in the middle. There they extended further, forming a beak and turning the human face into a griffin's head. A face mask? The white griffin has a face mask just like me. Lith remained frozen for a second in amazement while the 2 colossi and the 2 Davros-clad queens clashed. Reel in your inner fan and focus, Soulless voice snapped him out of it. Incoming. Thrude wasn't afraid of the assembled council because she had brought an awakened army of her own. Many plaques of the Golden Griffin opened, letting out every single forgotten, Emperor Beast, Fae, and Divine Beast at her disposal. Why waste time and manpower holding a few cities when I can get them all? Once the White Griffin is destroyed, I'll have 6 Golden Griffins, and no one will be capable of standing in my way. Thrude's blade was as heavy as Silpha's, but the gap in the strength of the hand holding them was abyssal. Even during the first exchange, the Queen had been pushed back of dozens of meters. Both she and the Mad Queen were used to aerial fighting, so no matter how much Silpha flew back, Thrude followed. Without distance, strength and speed became of paramount importance, and Thrude was above Silpha by several notches. I can't believe it has really come to this point, Tyra said, her eyes watery as she witnessed the clash between the 2 armies. No matter to what faction they belonged, she considered them her children, and she felt like she had let them all down. I can't believe we had to come to this very spot a second time, Salark said, reminiscing the day Tyrus had called them to witness the fate of Nalar's plot to trigger a civil war. History tends to repeat itself when people fail to learn from it. Ligain patted Tyrus' shoulder to console her. I can't believe no one has ever seen this coming. Milia Jennies, the magic empress, pointed at the battling academies while she held the little Sharjin in her other arm. I'm nowhere near completing my academies. How could the kingdom have 6 of them since its foundation? Easy, Ligain shrugged. For a time there were 3 magi, Lakra, Menadian, and Baitra, and 2 white cord awakened, Valoran and Lakra. By combining their power and wisdom, everything was possible back then. I see, Milia grumbled. There have been 2 magi at the same time during the history of the Empire, but never 3, and none of them was a white core. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lith was giving his all just to stay alive. Chapter 23, 41A Queen's Stand, Part 1. Most of the Forgotten were humans trapped centuries ago by Arthon as the first batch of his students, and they fought in 7-man units with flawless teamwork. Each squad used solely Silverwing's Bastion to defend and combined their Tier 5 spells to attack. Each one of them had a violet core like Lith, and they also received the power boost from the Lost Academy. Thrude had only 30 Divine Beasts, but they worked in 7-man units as well, and used Silverwing's spells on top of their bloodline abilities. The Golden Griffin empowered both Forgotten and Divine Beasts, making even the Elders of the Council not a match for Thrude's generals. Damn it, even Xenogrosh was having trouble fighting them. There were only 9 Eldritch monster hybrids, and forming a 7-man unit was the same as reducing their numbers to 3. Baitra was acting as Soulless, legs, running through the battlefield and dodging stray spells coming from every direction. Nandi was too busy defending himself to provide the rest of his siblings with world energy, which further limited their strength. Usually, the Minotaur Orc would have had no problem hogging the elemental energy, but now he was against 2 literal titans. Both the Golden and the White Griffin sucked most of the available world energy, to the point that everyone coming close to them could only rely on spirit magic. Bloodline abilities like Origin Flames wouldn't work either, screwing up most of the Eldritch's usual tactics. They had no access to spirit magic, and without their bloodline abilities, they were just cunning and lethal giant brutes. Yet it didn't matter against an enemy that would keep themselves at a distance and spirit blink away the moment the Eldritches approached. To make matters worse, without Nandi recharging them, it was only a matter of time before the lack of a breathing technique became an insurmountable obstacle. Thrude's soldiers had no such problems, since the Golden Griffin encased them with a thick aura of world energy wherever they went, further tipping the balance in their favor. Any idea what to do? Lith asked Falul via Mindlink. The 2 of them fought back-to-back, with the Hydra providing him cover fire with her spells and world energy via the hands, while Lith took care of the physical aspect of the combat. None, Falul replied while Double Edge saved one of her necks. There's me, you, Vaster, and Tista here, but we can't cast Silverwing spells on our own. Tista is too weak, so we lack 4.5 people. How is Ruin going? I'm weaving it with the mouth so it's faster than usual, but it still takes time. Lith focused solely on defense, using every block and parry to conjure more runes while looking for an opportunity to counterplease visit. We meet again, Verhen. Zondar the Garuda laughed as his 7-man unit unleashed an annihilation at Lith, forcing him to blink away with Falul. Alas, the spell was far from wasted. The 7 divine beasts simply changed their target, blindsiding a unit of council elders that had counted on Lith's protection while dealing with the Forgotten. 2 annihilation against 1, Bastion made short work of the barrier and scattered the elders to the wind. The Awakened managed to save themselves only thanks to their rich battle experience and a blink kept at the ready. Run as much as you want, but this time things are going to go differently. No Guardian to help you, no Mana Geyser for you to cheat, and your army of demons is useless against true Awakened. Lith had already conjured his golems and as many demons as he could before the start of the battle, but they were being quickly wiped out. The demons lacked in equipment and energy compared to the Forgotten, who also were constantly boosted. The demons, instead, were stuck with the energy they had received at the beginning of the fight, and Lith had no time to provide them more. Come on, fight me and let's discover once, and for all if dragons really are the natural snack of Garudas. Zondar kept taunting Lith, who in turn kept focusing on his blade spell. What's the matter, Supreme Magus Verhen? Are you still mad at me for your girlfriend? Come here and I'll rejoin the 2 of you forever, just like the true queen promised Floria. Lith snarled, clenching his sword hard for a second, but he didn't bite. Don't you dare say her name, Vaster roared as he unleashed his Tier 5 Chaos spell, Howling Hunger. The blast struck at the bastion so hard that the 7 divine beasts were pushed off their course in surprise. Floria was a good kid and you fuckers killed her. I'm going to choke you with your own entrails. Lith, Falul, Tista, with me? A black bright violet aura burst out from the master's body, and Lith finally realized why the professor had taken an unusual appearance. His Dominator armor had been shaped to look like a man 1.78 meters, 510, tall and clad in a golden armor, cloaking even his voice. Vaster didn't want to appear in front of the royals along with his eldritches in order to protect his identity as the master. Yet by doing this he is exposing himself to Falul, Lith thought. She was with us in the barn and knows his real identity. The aura of the master kept growing, far exceeding that of bright violet cord Awakened. The Hydra, the Tiamat, and the Red Demon only had to conjure a single element to cast Silverwing's annihilation, while Vaster did everything else by himself. Tista failed to fully control her part, but the master managed to help her to compensate for that too. The sudden burst of 7 pillars of elemental energy caught Zondar's unit by surprise, pushing the already weakened bastion to its limits. Then Lith unleashed Ruin before they could recover from the impact. The bastion shattered, and the divine beasts cursed their bad luck. They combined the spirit barriers from their armor, the life maelstrom the Garuda had infused them with, and the power from the golden griffin to survive. Yet their bodies were now weakened and battered, missing 1 or more limbs. At the same time, the members of Vaster's group were already using their respective breathing techniques to recover the lost mana. They would soon be back to the peak of their strength, whereas the divine beasts were in dire need of food. Otherwise, even once they fully healed, their bodies would lack the strength to fight, and hunger would cripple their focus. Kigan, it's our time to shine, Ikos the Garuda said as bolts of silver lightning covered his whole body. On it, brother. The Black Phoenix activated his bloodline ability, Molting Essence, turning into a living mass of origin flames as he charged at the crackling Garuda. The 2 divine beasts were separated only by a few meters, the energy of one seeping into the other. The silver bolts of lightning turned red, while the edges of the origin flames burned white, slowly merging into one. The life maelstrom and the origin flames fused, turning both the Phoenix and the Garuda into a mass of living plasma. Chapter 2342, A Queen's Stand, Part 2. Kigan and Ikos rammed against the members of Zondar's unit, and every group of enemies they met, bouncing like a destructive pinball that left a trail of ozone and charred meat on its passage. This is impossible. That's supposed something that only a lost bloodline like mine can do, Leary the Thunderborn said before being turned into cinders by Volting Essence. What an idiot, Kigan scoffed at the Thunderborn's naivety. Her bloodline was lost because our foremother understood that by not picking a single side, she didn't get them both but only bits from each. Indeed, Icos nodded. It's one of the cases when the result ends up being less than the sum of the single parts. That's where you had disappeared, Kigan? Salark clenched her fists in fury at the memory of the black sheep of her nest. Zagran, you have to see this. She opened a mind link that crossed 2 continents, and an ocean to reach the mother of all Garudas. Icos, my baby, what have you done? Zagran stared in horror at how her gifts had been twisted by the black core first and then by the master. Can I come there? Please, I beg you. Ask Tyrus, not me. This is her turf, Salark replied. You can come, but only to watch. No interference is allowed during or after the fight that will determine the future of my kingdom. The Great Mother anticipated the question. I don't care how you feel about your lost son. You threw Icos away, and he made his own destiny. You have no right to mess with him in hindsight. It would only be a hypocritical gesture out of guilt. Fine, Zagran snarled in submission and opened a gate that brought her next to the other 3 guardians. Do you want to warn Feniger and Roghar as well? Like they would care. Tyrus clicked her tongue, her face a disgusted grimace. They would both consider their children's fate as one of their sick experiments. I'm not going to enable their obsessions. I'm sorry, you are right. Zagran gave her a deep bow while clenching her hands. She was torn between the desire to protect her baby and kick his ass into oblivion. Damn it, 1 annihilation, 1 ruin, and that thing just to kill a single divine beast. Lith cursed their bad luck. Less yapping, more fighting, Vaster chided him. Let's finish off those bastards before they regroup. There's only 6 of them and they are weak now. Keep dreaming, Ant. Ayada the Sekhmet threw barrels of nutrients to her companions while conjuring a spherical hard-light construct imbued with life maelstrom. Your council stands no chance against us because you are only strong as individuals. While you wasted your time hiding your secrets from each other, we shared everything we had. We trained countless times for this moment, and not by performing stupid drills but by real battles to the death. We learned how to fight even when outmatched and outnumbered, how to defeat a much stronger opponent thanks to teamwork. Unlike you, we are strong as individuals and even stronger as a unit. Glory to the Queen. Alas, Ayada was right. Having over 30 divine beasts meant having 4 7-man units and a few generals to spare in case one of them died. On top of that, aside from Silverwing's spells, the Council Elders had no training in cooperating. They used their bloodline abilities only for themselves, often messing with each other's strategy. Also, the battle between the 2 academies wasn't going well for Marth. He had fused with the White Griffin for barely 1 minute, whereas the Golden Griffin was Histar's true body. They had both turned their wings into a sword and a shield, but while their physical prowess was equal, there was a gap in their magical abilities. Histar could freely use Silverwing's spells and decay magic, whereas Marth's limit was the Tier 5 spells he knew. You don't have to feel bad, brother. The new replacing the old is the way of life, the cursed headmaster said with a laugh while unleashing a barrage of decay rays from his fingertips that opened deep holes in the White Griffin. Valoran the Fool could have never defeated Arthon the Genius, and the same stands for their respective creations. You are made of rainbows and happy thoughts, whereas I was bred for war. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Queen Silpha was the only one faring well in her fight. How is this even possible? Thrud delivered another barrage of feints, blows, and spells that Silpha seemed to read like a book, ignoring the first, parrying the second, and countering the third with surgical precision. The Queen's spells were weaker, but she aimed them at the focus points of Thrud's spells before they could fully form. The resulting explosion couldn't hurt the Mad Queen since it was mostly comprised of her mana, but from that distance, it couldn't hurt Silpha either. The blood of Tyrus and Valoran runs thick through my veins. I'm one of the only 2 golden griffins on Magur, whereas you are a human woman. How can you still be alive? You talk too much. Silpha grunted as she wrapped Sifil's sword around Arthon's, pushing it aside before moving on to the offense. Both queens employed the royal blade style, and with the gap in their physical prowess, Thrud was supposed to win by a landslide even without using a single one of her bloodline abilities. Yet not only had every one of her assaults failed, but Silpha was also slowly overwhelming Thrud with sheer technique. The Sifil sword moved like a snake, whipping from one point to the next in a continuous, fluid, and unpredictable motion. Whenever Thrud blocked, Silpha changed the angle of her own blade so that the momentum of the impact would be carried on and accelerate her next move. The Seaful sword became faster and heavier with every exchange, until it exceeded the alleged limits of a bright violet core. "You are nothing but a fool," Silpha said to throw Thrude off her game now that the Mad Queen was on her back foot. "We practiced the same style, but while you ran like the rat you are around Maga for centuries, the royal family kept practicing. The kings and queens before me improved the royal blade style until what you learned as a kid became obsolete. As for me, I didn't spend my time demanding to be treated like a queen and crying like a baby. I spent the last few decades training, not against dragons, phoenixes, or griffins. Every day since my coronation I've fought against the mother of all griffins until my limbs gave out. When I fight Tyrus, I always feel small and insignificant, but I never gave up. Against you instead, I feel nothing. I'm not afraid of you, Thrude Griffin. I can see victory smiling upon me already." "Shut up," the Mad Griffin cried in outrage and unleashed her Tier 5 spirit spell Rainstorm. An emerald tide filled the air between the queens, ready to swallow Silpha in an hexielemental avalanche. "Begone!" Silpha raised her right hand and activated the emerald streak amid her hair, dominating the incoming spell. Chapter 23, 43 Vaster's Worth, Part 1. Thrude tried to counter Silpha's domination with the powers of the Arthan sword, but they were nullified and overpowered by the modern spells of the Seaful sword. Before she could do anything, the Mad Queen fell victim to her own spell. The storm of emerald lightning bypassed Arthan's armor by drenching Thrude in water. Every single drop that seeped inside the Davros switched to the earth and darkness elements of spirit magic, turning itself into darkness-infused stone spikes that pierced through her body. Light constantly healed Thrude's wounds, sapping her stamina, while the fire aspect turned part of the rain into steam that burned her throat and lungs. Fueled by Silpha's will and reinforced by her mana, Rainstorm turned the Arthan armor into a pressure cooker inside which Thrude was trapped. "Curse you, fake queen!" Thrude had her armor open for a split second to get rid of the steam and relieve the pressure that was boiling her alive as she turned into her real form, that of a golden griffin 30 meters, 100 feet, tall. The Arthan armor grew in size with her, covering Thrude while she used Life Maelstrom to boost her regenerative abilities, and then shapeshifted into a humanoid griffin who could wield the sword of Arthan after it had adjusted its size as well. "Cry like the child you are," Silpha rebuked while weaving her own spells and conjuring Life Maelstrom from her armor. "I may not share a single drop of Valoran's blood, but I'm more similar to him than any madness will ever turn you into. He was just a man with no bloodline but his own just like me. He built his legend whereas you stole it." Thrude activated her bloodline ability, Phantom Echo, to create a double of every spell she cast. Also, she activated Light Raider. The bloodline ability turned the light element from Thrude's spells into magical runes that she could freely rearrange to form arrays, light mastery spells, and more. She achieved that by mixing the light element of the world energy with her life force, binding it to her will. The runes of light now shrouded the two queens, forming healing spells for Thrude, hard light shields to block Silpha's attacks, and tower-tier spells of all elements. To convert light into another element, the runes produced by Light Rider simply had to sacrifice themselves to conjure what they needed from the remaining part of the world energy they came from. Nice try, but it's not enough. Silpha had no bloodline ability aside from domination, yet she refused to back down. "What was the king thinking when he had me activate the White Griffin?" Marth thought as his battle went from downhill to losing. "If the other 5 academies converged on my position, we'd have a chance, but as it is, this fight is hopeless. Nothing I do works, whereas I have no defense against Histar's attacks." Marth had activated Full Guard first, using the dimensional awareness that the spell bestowed upon him to quickly get used to his new body and better follow the enemy's movements. Yet that was the only one of his strategies that had worked so far. The headmaster was a fake mage, and even with the academy boosting his spells to tower tier, they were still regular spells that belonged to the magical specializations he knew. The White Griffin also possessed several arrays that he could use akin to true magic to both attack and defend, but that wasn't enough. Histar mixed spirit spells with his swordplay, and every one of them reached its target. Elemental sealing arrays were useless. Only the White Griffin's shield could block them, but it came at the cost of shifting his defense from the sword. Regular barrier arrays were no match for tower-tier spirit spells, let alone for Silverwing's. Histar used the annihilations from his students to coat his sword and overpower Marth's, and the bastions to coat every part of his body that was about to be hit by a spell against which he had failed to defend. After Manohar's death, Marth had rejuvenated his body and trained like a madman until it had returned to the peak of his youth in order to avenge his fallen friend. It brought his swordplay above and beyond that of a brute like Histar. The cursed headmaster had been stuck in his academy form for 700 years, and Thrud had rarely allowed him to turn into the Golden Knight. Even then, no enemy had been capable of forcing him to use his weapons. Histar was a poor swordsman due to his lack of training, but his magic shot down Marth every time he managed to create an opening. Also, the power core of the Golden Griffin was imbued with decay that Histar unleashed from point-blank range. The cursed element was quick, incredibly destructive, and Marth had no defense against it. A light sealing array could block it, but Histar neutralized it with his own magical formations. On top of that, being the one taking most of the damage, Marth needed healing magic to cure and protect his precious students. The students and professors aren't just the fuel for my spells, they are the people I've sworn to protect at every cost. Even if the Great Mother has turned her back on them, I won't. Also, inside the Golden Griffin there's the bastard who killed Manohar. On the day of his death, I swore to kill Meln, and this is my opportunity to do it. The headmaster's heart was in the right place, but his academy seemed to lack the strength of his convictions. Histar blocked a lunge with his shield, bashing Marth's blade to the side as the Golden Griffin launched an all-out attack. A barrage of spirit and decay spells struck at the exposed white griffin. Thrown out of balance by the tower-tier spells, Marth took the attack on his neck in full. Were his body made of flesh and blood, it would have been lethal, but the white griffin was comprised of magic and stone. Marth felt great pain and fell to his knees, but he was still alive, a situation that Histar's descending sword was about to correct. At the same time, on the battlefield, Vaster stared at the charge of Thrud's 7 divine beasts in defiance, refusing to move. Lith Tista Falul, stay close to me. He suddenly released a pillar of black energy. Xenagrosh, Kigan, Nandi to me. The 2 eldritches produced a similar pillar, warping out of the blue right beside the master in a way that neither life vision nor dragon eyes could predict. On it, they said in unison as the phoenix, and the dragon took a deep breath while the minotaur clapped his hands in a boom of thunder. The biocrystals over his body released the world energy they had accumulated, creating a density so great that Solus, Tower, became fully operational. Violet light erupted in between Zorith's scales and Kigan's feathers. It moved from their mouth to their neck, then to their chest, and respectively to her lungs and his heart. Xenagrosh hurled a blast of bright violet origin flames while Kigan released another with a flap of his wings. Chapter 23, 44 Vaster's Worth, Part 2. The 2 flames devoured the world energy, conjured by Nandi and fused into a white mass of primordial flames, 3 times the size of the original. What the fuck? Yada and her group were flying close in order to cast Silverwing spells, so they were all inside the primordial flames area of effect. They conjured the bastion they had at the ready, just for it to be punctured by the white flames and their bodies to be drowned in a fiery inferno. That's impossible. We are all boosted by my life mail. Only then did the Sekhmet notice that bolts of silver lightning coursed through her enemies as well. So you are strong as a team? What a coincidence, so are we. The master unleashed a barrage of howling void that pierced through the divine beast's armor, killing 2 more and severely injuring the others. Nelia Sierre. Another black pillar burst from Vaster's body and the pattern repeated itself, but this time it was the Fenrir's and the Griffin's turn. The Fenrir landed on the Griffin's back and activated Doom Tide, drawing in all the world energy remaining from Xenagrosh's and Kigan's combined attack. Yet instead of emitting it in every direction and hurting her allies, Sierre passed it onto Nelia. The Griffin used the life maelstrom stored in her body to beat the Doom Tide into submission and channeled it to her mouth. Then Nelia combined the Doom Tide with her Light Raider bloodline ability to conjure a Doom Blast. The energy was the same as the Doom Tide, but focused in a single beam compressed by a hard light construct that spun at high speed, giving both of them great piercing power. The Doom Blast struck Histar's leg with enough strength to shatter his kneecap and foil the finishing blow on the White Griffin. What? How? The 4 guardians hadn't been so flabbergasted since the day Magur had summoned them to witness Lith beginning his ascension. The bloodline abilities of a phoenix can only be used with other members of my species, thanks to our blood bond. My origin flames aren't supposed to mix with Zagran's life maelstrom. A combined bloodline ability is supposed to be impossible, Salark said. What she said, the mother of all Garudas gaped at her lost child, her brain just as lost from the shock. A griffin and a Fenrir can do that? Tyrus had stopped crying from amazement. Since when? I guess the same way a phoenix and a dragon are supposed to conjure primordial flames solely with other members of their respective kin. Ligaon's eyes were in their true form, yet even with their help the father of all dragons had no explanation for what he was witnessing. I guess that Magur was right in asking us to leave the master alone. Our species are always fighting and despising each other due to either their territorial nature or the grudges of their progenitors. Thousands of years have passed since our coming, yet we had no idea that our bloodlines could achieve so much. Our lost children are the black sheep of their respective species, but that allowed the master to bring them together. Their misfortune and pain turned them into a makeshift brotherhood, allowing them to become the first of their kind to open up to another divine beast. It pains me to say it, but the master may be a better leader and mentor than us. Vaster had no way to listen to Ligaon's words, but to the father of all dragons, it seemed like the small man was determined to keep slapping him in the face. Marth, you idiot, what are you doing? The master yelled in his communication amulet while Hushar the Leviathan and Xenagrosh produced a combined attack as well that lay waste to the enemy lines. I'm sorry, Zagar, he's too strong. Marth's voice was filled with self-loathing and frustration. If only my students and I were also awakened, Who the fuck cares about awakening? Did that ever stop us from kicking the butts of Emperor Beasts? Did it stop Manohar, Linjos, or Rudd? Vaster cut him short. But decay. It's just light magic, and light and darkness are but two sides of the same coin. Didn't you learn anything from Manohar? Are you really letting his whole life work be destroyed by an imbecile who didn't study a single day of his life? The master replied. Manohar? Marth echoed the name of the late god of healing, wishing he was able to pull one of the mad professor's miracles just as easily. It was then that the power core of the White Griffin answered his call and revealed the true difference between Arthan's Opus and Valorin. Manohar's mana was still there, flowing like blood through the academy. All of his research, his spells, and his personal breakthroughs had left a deep imprint in the White Griffin. An imprint that now answered Marth's call, flowing through him as well. Histar emitted a blast of decay to not lose the advantage and keep the enemy on his back foot, but Marth raised his hand, conjuring a curtain of darkness that shrouded him from head to toe. The decay feasted on the darkness element, turning back into harmless light. A light that joined Marth's darkness thanks to the White Griffin's arrays, and then the headmaster turned them both into a huge hard light construct that slammed in Histar's face, sending him flying. The construct then switched into a mass of darkness magic that flooded the Golden Griffin before he had the time to recover from the surprise. What the? Histar raised his shield to block the incoming attack, and coated his sword with several Silverwing's annihilations to boost its destructive power. Not a chance. Marth called upon Thormund's mana and conjured his Blast Guard magic night spell. A flaming sphere deviated Histar's lunge enough for Marth's shield to push it away, leaving the Golden Griffin exposed from head to waist. Histar took a step back and raised his own shield just for Marth to blink. Static field didn't affect the elements, it simply increased the mana cost of dimensional spells. Alas, the Golden and the White Griffin had the same power source, making the array pointless. Marth appeared behind the enemy's back, hitting him with a diagonal slash that cut him from the left shoulder to the right hip. How is this possible? You are a fake mage. You need hands and chance to use spells, Histar cried in outrage. Tell that to Kavos Rudd. The old professor had mastered dimensional magic to the point that his hands and mouth could complete any spell faster than anyone else. He was so quick that during the first lesson of dimensional magic, Lith had thought Rudd employed true magic. Histar turned around and Marth blinked again. The cursed headmaster could see the exit point with life vision and struck at it with his tower spirit spell, Execution. Marth replied by conjuring the tower tier version of Vaster's tetrastrophe. The first spell intercepted Histar, making it explode at a safe distance. The other three struck at him from below, where he wasn't covered by his elemental sealing arrays. The true power of the 6 great academies lay in their purpose and their slumber. Chapter 23, 45 El Inherited Will Part 1. Unlike the Golden Griffin, who was always active and needed a steady flow of energy to survive, the White Griffin had enjoyed a long peace. During that time, it had nurtured countless geniuses, taking in their mana as students first and as professors later. They had become a part of the academy which could use their skills to fight just like they would. While the Golden Griffin conquered and enslaved the other griffins nurtured and protected. Like every teacher, they learned from their own students and became better for it. Valoran knew that there might have never been an awakened headmaster, but he had made sure that whoever was in charge would be like a king. The people behind the headmaster would be the source of their strength, and they all would fight as one. This is great news, but we are still deep in the mud. Lith had trouble dealing with a single 7-man unit of Forgotten by himself, and Vaster's strategy had barely lessened the pressure. The mindless awakened were boosted by the Golden Griffin, and exploited Silverwing's spells to make up for the mass gap with the Tiamat. To make matters worse, Lith had consumed the spells he had at the ready to deal with the divine beasts, whereas the Forgotten could safely retreat inside the Golden Griffin the moment they needed rest. Hope you don't mind a hand then. Vladian Dragonborn spirit blinked inside Silverwing's bastion, decapitating 3 Forgotten at once with his primordial thirst blade. Hello, handsome. Ilthin the firstborn Banshee charmed the survivors into a stupor that allowed Lith to kill them without encountering any resistance. Did your wife ever make up her mind about that threesome? What threesome, and how can you be here during the day? Lith could see with life vision that Baba Yaga's firstborns had a power above the bright violet, and that sunlight didn't bother them in the least. Ask your wife. As for your second answer, look up, Ilthin replied, bringing even Thrud to a halt to look in the direction of the Banshee's finger. Fuck me sideways. Solus had no problem recognizing the horsemen of dawn and dusk. They rode upon their crystal steeds, one pristine white and the other blood red. Dawn wore a simple crystal armor and wielded a sword made from her prisms, whereas Dusk wore his full adamant set. The horsemen were crossing their blades, allowing their energies to flow into each other before sending them to the undead. It wasn't just Ilthin and Vladian to have come, but also the firstborn Ghoul, Wendigo, and Mage Slayer. Sit down, you cat. Vladian hurled a jet stream of blood-red origin flames that, along with the silver lightning crackling all over his body, took Yata by surprise. Hi, Solus. Dawn took off her helm, and under the waterfall of raven-black hair there was Nika's face. I couldn't leave you alone again, not after what these fuckers did to your friend Floria, Dusk. On it, the red sun unleashed a burst of life maelstrom that empowered both Solus and Baitra. Thanks, Nika. Baitra bolted forward with unbelievable speed, bringing Solus away to the rescue of several council elders. Wait, where's Tista? Nika asked. The red demon had been swept away by another 7-man unit of Forgot that had exploited a moment of distraction, while Vaster was talking with Marth for a sneak attack. Floria had revealed to Thrud that Tista owned the mouth of Menadian, and the Mad Queen had put Tista among her priority targets right next to Falul. Yet while the Hydra had a bright violet core and the mass of a 20 meters, 66, tall Emperor Beast, Tista was just a bright blue cord awakened. Her cursed flames had bought her some time, but her defeat was written in stone. Even with the mouth casting the best Tier 5 spirit spells at her disposal, Tista was still no match for 7 violet cord awakened who had flawless teamwork. We meet again, kid. Headmistress Linnea couldn't wait to make up for their previous humiliating encounter. This time there are no demons to help you, and your brother is very busy. I made sure of it. Linnea had no doubt that Thrud would win, but she wanted to get her hands on the mouth first, just to be safe. This way, even in the worst-case scenario, she would walk away with a priceless artifact and the secret of awakening as a retirement bonus. 7 against 1, you are a coward. Tista's spirit blinked, gaining but one moment of respite. Honor is for the living, the dead are just dead, you have no use for it. The headmistress burst into laughter. I couldn't have said it better. A silver-clad figure protected Tista with a hard light construct while striking at the bastion with his sword. Linnea paid no heed to him, and that was her first mistake. The 8 mana crystals aligned along either side of the fuller lit with power, turning the defensive barrier into a pinball that went crashing against the nearby units, disrupting their formation. Come on, kid, that attack worked because I took her by surprise, but we can't win by ourselves. Where are your allies? He asked. That way, mister. I'm no one, call me however you like. The silver-clad man shook his head. Wow, whiny much? Tista rose an eyebrow in mockery. Brooding is overrated and far from sexy. Let's go, whiny. Zepho Akala, Dawn's ex-host, smiled at his new and unflattering call sign. It wasn't the first time that someone hadn't taken him seriously or forgotten to thank him, but he didn't mind it. He had spent a lot of time in the Empire, drowning in self-pity while replaying Dawn's parting words in his mind over and over again. It had taken Akala days to really listen to them and weeks to understand their meaning. The bright day had left him not because she had found him wanting, but because their bond had reached a point where her presence hindered Akala's growth instead of nurturing it. The former ranger of the Keller region had always been a petty man whose ego far surpassed his real capabilities. He was an excellent soldier and a powerful mage, but his ambitions demanded far more than he could reach. After fusing with Dawn, he had become her slave until she stopped manipulating him and turned him into her partner. The problem was that after witnessing her genius, seeing what a really talented mage could achieve, he had gone from one extreme to the other. He had relinquished his thirst for glory and recognition, relegating himself to the role of Dawn's +1. Whatever she taught him, and the marvels they shared made him feel insignificant instead of furthering his personal growth. Akala had spent the last few years of his life following Dawn like a dog, never asking a question or raising an objection. Dawn abandoned me because of my ego. Everything we achieved I considered solely her doing, whereas I pinned our failures on myself. Our relationship started toxic, but I'm the one who let it fester, Akala thought. Had she not left me, I would still be waiting for my problems to magically disappear. Chapter 23, 46 Inherited Will Part 2. This time, instead, I'm here by my own will. I came back to the kingdom because I want to make up for failing to defeat Thrud instead of whining and letting others fix my mistakes. I had my sword and armor shapeshift into a generic form because I don't want to be recognized. I ruined my entire life chasing after power and honors. It's worth trying to fight just for myself for once, Akala thought. By the way, thank you, Whiny, Tista said while they flew toward Lith. Don't mention it. Akala nodded in reply and then steered away before entering Life Vision's area of effect. Verhin is bound to recognize me, and I don't want that, he thought, staring at Dawn for an instant before going to help others in need. I wonder if that's her new host or just a flesh suit to help the firstborns. Whatever it is, I wish her the best. If we ever go back together, we must become like Verhin and his partner. Two different people who choose to walk side by side, not just because one is scared that the other might think less of them. Are you all right, Tista? Lith asked. For now, she looked left and right, activating full guard to avoid getting caught by surprise again. What can we do? This is war, Tista. You can't win it by yourself. You can only try and beat as many opponents as you can as fast as you can. Lith took a deep breath, sending a wave of new energy that revitalized the wounded and destroyed demons. You are not going anywhere, you murderer, a creature as big as Lith said while charging at him with a speed boosted by both fusion magic and life maelstrom. His body was a patchwork of several divine beasts. He had the body of a griffin, the wings of a phoenix, and the limbs of a dragon. I'll make you pay for killing my father. Protheus had barely a green core, but between the mass he had stored, the boost from the golden griffin, and the bloodline abilities he had collected, he felt to have a chance at victory. Protheus? Lith could see with life vision that despite his pitiful monocore, the doppelganger had a vitality on par with his own. Since body refining is out of the question, it means that his mass surpasses mine, and that he is keeping a compact form in the hope to deceive me. He actually thought, dodging the attack instead of blocking as Protheus wanted. Come here and fight, you coward. His right hand turned into a Nidhogg's mouth and spat a river of acid while a deep breath conjured a blast of green origin flames. Lith replied by hurling a blast of void flames that reached the doppelganger's flames almost right outside Protheus' mouth, causing a concussive blast that clouded his vision and destroyed half of his head. Alas, for a doppelganger, there was no such a thing as a wound. His mass was not damaged, simply misplaced. The shattered head quickly turned into a silvery jelly before returning to its original shape. I can't charge in recklessly. He can easily turn any of his limbs into a Scorpicore's tail like his siblings did in Zeska against Orion. Even cutting off his head is pointless. I need to get creative, Lith thought while his brain spun at full gear. The Tiamat kept mixing footwork with flight spells to always stay out of Protheus, range while trying different tactics. Even spirit spells dealt no damage. No matter how powerful they would just split the doppelganger into many pieces that would get back together a second later. As dumb as it seems, cursed flames are the worst in this case. Their laser-like focus opens a small wound and allows Protheus to just cut off the burning parts to escape the aftereffects. Origin flames will work better. That and this. Lith unleashed his Tier 4 War Mage spell, Plague Storm, mixing it with spirit magic. The spell produced a hail of darkness bullets that, thanks to Lith's mana, were also imbued with kinetic energy and chased their target. Darkness spells usually were slow, but once turned into spirit spells, they lost their only weakness. The doppelganger cursed as the black swarm surrounded him from every side like a school of angry piranhas. Darkness magic was the bane of both living and unliving creatures because its entropic energy disrupted order on a molecular level. No matter how small the pieces into which Protheus divided his body were, they would be corrupted until they turned into irredeemably rotten flesh. He tried to blink away, but Lith saw his exit point and willed the plague storm to chase after him. You have so much whereas I have so little. Why do you stubbornly try to take the people I love away from me? Protheus abandoned his chimeric form and shapeshifted into a Bahamut. He took a deep breath and unleashed a sphere of origin flames from all over his body, dispelling plague storm and buying himself the time he needed to recover. I have taken people away from you, Lith roared in outrage. Your damn queen invaded my country, she had Manohar killed, she had my father kidnapped and tortured, he's alive by a miracle. She drove me away from my home, she targeted innocent children and my friend Floria just to have them killed. You guys took everything away from me. Liar, Protheus blinked several times in quick succession, opening multiple decoy exit points and charging at Lith from one of them at random. Mother didn't kill Floria, you did. The doppelganger Bahamut tackled the Tiamat while taking a deep breath. The silver lightning from Life Maelstrom fused with the green origin flames from his lungs, forming the golden life flames. You are a monster who killed thousands of innocents just to follow the orders of the pretenders to the throne. You didn't hesitate to kill women, the elderly, and children in your rampage. Do you really think I would believe a word you said? Not knowing what to do, Lith shapeshifted into his void-feather dragon form. Its scales burned with the power of the cursed elements, and his hope was that, under stress, he might manage to produce the silvery dread flames. He took a deep breath as well, generating a jet stream of void flames from his mouth and of blight flames from his wings. The twin blasts fought and lost against the life flames, but the interaction generated a powerful explosion before the golden fire could reach Lith. On top of that, even though his cursed flames had lost, and the conflagration hit him the most along with the remaining life flames, Protheus was just a green cord awakened. The golden fire burned at Lith's life force, equipment, and mana, but the cursed flames from his scales quickly snuffed them out. The void-feathered dragon roared as it bit deeply into the Bahamut's flesh, piercing through the silver scales and tough bones. What an idiot, Protheus thought. My body looks solid, but I decide how dense it has to be. I'll eat Verhin from inside out. Chapter 23, 47 Inherited Will Part 3. A gelatinous chunk of the Bahamut form detached, rather than being ripped off by Lith's fangs, and threw itself down his throat. The doppelganger's goal was to burn with his acid the worm's windpipe first, and then his lungs. Unfortunately for Protheus, the void-feather dragon had already drawn another breath, and the fragment of the doppelganger's conscience found a black furnace waiting for him. The void flames swallowed the gelatine but took care not to kill it. The chunk was still connected to the main body, and its suffering was Protheus' suffering. At the same time, Lith activated his abomination touch. The doppelganger felt his strength slipping away while Lith's recovered. Protheus struggled to get free, but the searing pain from the trapped fragment of his body made it hard for him to think. They were physically on par, but Lith's fury made him stronger. You asked me why you should believe me. Because Floria is dead, that's why, Lith roared. The doppelganger conjured several spells he had kept at the ready, but it took just a glimpse of domination from the void-feather dragon's eyes to turn them against their caster. From so up close, Protheus didn't have the time to understand what was happening. The demonic features of the worm now were the only thing he could think of. Unlike your queen, I never targeted innocents. Sure, I killed them, but never on purpose. They were just in the wrong place and at the wrong time. I bloodied myself for Floria. I slaughtered thousands. How can you think that I would kill her? How is that any different from what you say Mother did? Say what you want. You are a monster and you just admitted it yourself. Protheus gave up on his Bahamut form, turning back into a gelatinous mass to escape from the hold. He also let the trapped fragment die by retrieving his consciousness to make the blinding pain stop. I am a monster, and I've never tried to deny it. Yet this war made me into something even worse. I sacrificed those people, I gave up on my humanity, and for what? Your queen killed Floria just to make me suffer. All those people died for nothing, and it's all my fault. Lith replied, his fury growing with every word he said. Protheus turned into a seven-headed dragon and used the multiple heads to produce multiple blasts of origin flames at the same time. I refuse to believe you. Mother would never do such a thing, not after what happened to father. Yet even he had a hard time believing his own words. Verhin's fury was genuine, and the fact that he didn't shy from his responsibilities made Protheus' doubt grow. I've seen the records. Verhin and father respected each other. Also, I can't deny what he's saying. Had mother been kidnapped, I too would have sacrificed Magus for her. If Floria loved Verhin and he cared so much about her, why would he kill her? Why promise so many treasures and call upon so many allies in order to rescue her when he could have just waited to meet her on the battlefield? Protheus thought. Do you really think that Jormung would have entrusted his son to someone capable of killing those he loves? Are you insane? Lith was so angry, his guilt for unwittingly killing Floria, that his right arm felt once again bloody and sticky. The void-feathered dragon cried in pain and breathed out a torrent of fire. The fire started black, then became white, then orange, yellow, blue, and finally red. The blast was comprised of all the cursed flames, but he had failed to merge them. The fire inside the scales of the void-feathered dragon grew dim as the corresponding cursed fire was needed, but Lith didn't care. They were nowhere near dread flames, but the multicolored volley destroyed Protheus, 7 flames and necks alike. The fire spread to the rest of his body as if it was covered in gasoline and seeped through the open wounds. Protheus tried all the forms at his disposal, but the cursed flames burned them all, trapping him in a searing agony. Verhin is right. Dad entrusted Valorin II not to me or one of Mom's divine beasts, but to Verhin. Dad wouldn't have done it unless he thought that Verhin would have taken good care of my little brother. Was I wrong all along? What am I supposed to do, Dad? Has Mom really gone insane? Crippled by pain and doubt, Protheus let himself burn. With his fury gone and his love for Thrud cracked, he had lost his will to fight, and with it, his reason to live. The father of all doppelgangers was scared of losing and terrified of winning. Thrud was all he had, and her truth the only thing he knew. Without her and the mission, he was no better than an ordinary slime. Not far away, Uffel stared at the fight. He could have saved Protheus by pointing out the doppelganger's situation and the fact that Verhin seemed tired to his squad, yet he said nothing. The 7-headed dragon hadn't been punished for his defiance, but he had lost his will to fight anyway. He was there at the front line simply because he had no other choice. If I run away, I'll be left with nothing. Thrud is like a mother to me, and the other divine beasts are closer to me than my real siblings have ever been. If I turn my back on them, the council will kill me. Even if the council lets me live, if Thrud wins, she'll punish my betrayal with eternal slavery. Like Ligon said on the day we met, my hands are bloody with forbidden magic no less than hers. I'm in too deep. I bet too much on this war. My only path is forward. Like a gambler full of debts, Uffel was driven solely by desperation. He didn't care about the War of the Griffins anymore, he just wanted to live. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tisto had gotten stranded again in the mayhem of the fight, and Linnea exploited the opportunity to fight her 1-against-7 again. The head mistress of the Golden Griffin didn't care for trifling matters like honor. She liked trampling over her enemies and enjoying their despair. Everything else was irrelevant. Come here, Lesser Verhin. With you dead, your brother will do something stupid out of grief again. At that point, taking him out will be easy. I'll get to wipe out Neria's legacy in one fell swoop. I'll erase the humiliation that your brother inflicted upon me 8 years ago, and it will be only thanks to you, child. Linnea had no qualms about sharing her plan simply because Tista had no way out. Static field blocked dimensional magic, and even though the red demon was a powerful bright blue cord awakened, she was nothing compared to 7 violet cores ready to deploy Silverwing spells. Tista managed to stay alive only thanks to the mouth of Menadian. The artifact made up for her lack of body casting and left her free to use her cursed flames and breathing technique at every opportunity she got. Chapter 23, 48 El Inherited Will Part 4. Once I kill you, the mouth of Menadian will be mine, Linnea said upon recognizing the artifact from Floria's drawings. The true queen thanks you for your contribution to our cause. Damn it, what do I do? Tista knew to be outmatched and outnumbered, so instead of wasting time fighting, she kept retreating. The static field array sealed Linnea's dimensional magic, as well so the 7-man unit could only fly, just like Tista. The wings of the red demon gave her superior speed and maneuverability that she used to keep her distance. Two of her 4 eyes followed Linea's unit every movement, while the other 2 searched her surroundings for the nearest ally. Yet the headmistress kept getting closer, sending Tista into a panic. A sudden blast of true flames missed its target by a wide margin, and the red demon escaped the next charge, only thanks to the frozen flames from her wings. They covered the bastion with such a thick layer of ice that Linea's physical and mystical senses were blinded. You can run, but you can't hide, or so she thought. The cursed flames reached their target and lit the sky like a flare. Crap, that's our convened signal, Nika said. Tista needs my help. Can you keep fighting without me, Dusk? No, if not for our communion, I wouldn't be able to overcome Mother's seal. He pointed at their respective weapons that were still crossed. Without Life Maelstrom, Origin Flames, and Doom Tide, the Firstborns will be unable to fight against the 7-man units. Then follow me. The Horsemen of Dawn nosedived toward Tista's last known position, and Kellia rode by her side. They both had come to the White Griffin to protect their respective homes and Baba Yaga's children. Do your worst, Lesser Verhen, Linea said. You are just like Nerea. You are out of your length, width, and depth. I'll kill you just like I should have killed her decades ago. Tista ignored Linea and focused on body casting. The red demon was still limited to Tier 3 spells, but Linea's constant mentioning of Lith had given her an idea. Here goes everything. With one last deep breath, her whole body turned into a living mass of Origin flames. No longer limited by her physical form, the magical runes flowed freely through her body. The red demon slammed helplessly against the bastion, her rain of spells rolling off the emerald sphere without leaving a scratch. Do you really think you can overpower 7 Awakened with that puny body of yours? Linea unleashed an annihilation at Tista from too close for her to dodge. The red demon had her body split into several smaller flames that avoided the emerald blast, and then reformed a split second later before ramming at Linea again. This time, however, the bastion was forced to a halt by the impact. The headmistress was confused, but she didn't lose focus and kept attacking. Tista split her body and struck again, making the bastion stop and tremble. What the fuck? Linea saw cracks as thin as a hair in the barrier in front of her, but cracks nonetheless. I'm no different from Lith. Even if I'm not going to achieve the violet here, the closer I get to it, the more my mass approaches that of a divine beast. Tista used body casting non-stop, not for the spells, but to bring her life forces closer. Linea had failed to notice it, because the red demon had willingly kept the flames that comprised her body compact and dense to the extreme. It allowed her to both hide her strategy and focus her attacks on a single point. Were Tista still flesh and blood, her body would have already surpassed 10 meters, 33 in height, and her weight reached the tons. That, combined with the Origin flames burning at the very essence of the bastion, dealt huge damage at each clash. Stop running away. I know of your weakness. Floria told us that once you turn into ethereal Aegis, you don't know how to undo it. It's only a matter of time before you collapse, Linea yelled, hoping that desperation would mess up with Tista's mind. Only a few of the dozens of spells that the headmistress and her forgotten cast reached the target, but with every hit, Tista's life force burned faster. She replied by taking a deep breath, the flames of her body turning from bright blue into a mix of red fire and blue ice. When she clashed with the bastion, its surface froze and those inside had their sweat turn into ice. The cold stiffened their bodies and slowed their minds. Another clash and the ice was gone, and with it every drop of humidity in the air. Their throats were parched, the air unbreathable, their tongues so swollen that they clogged the 7 Awakens' mouths. I'm proud of being like Nana, and even prouder of having learned from her mistakes, Tista said. You managed to destroy her life only because she was alone, whereas I'm not. Dusk and Dawn galloped through her left wing, while Baitra and Solus through the right. Tista and Nika had often trained with Solus, and all of their strategies involved all 3 of them. The flare of true flames was a signal to regroup and converge. Cursed blessing bestowed upon them the full power of the frozen flames that wrapped around them from head to hoof. The horsemen struck in unison, shattering the left side of the bastion and killing 2 forgotten. Solus focused the blessing on her hammers, unleashing the Furies, flight from the fury and ruination from the absolution. 18 Davros hammers coated in frozen flames destroyed the right side and pummel at everyone inside. Tista's body was now comprised solely of true flames, and she released them as well before being consumed by them. Slowed by the cold, dehydrated from the heat, and beaten by the hammers, Linea had barely the time to notice the incoming blast before being turned into cinders. "Help," Tista managed to say before fainting from exhaustion. Solus caught her on the fly, and Bitra carried them out of the fight zone. "Remarkable, a bright blue dealing with violets is nothing to scoff at," the Reiju said. "Yeah, but it will be all for nothing if we don't find a way to get inside the Golden Griffin." Solus nodded, while leaving the unconscious red demon in a hopefully safe area. "Why have you brought us here, Seaful?" Tessa the Titania asked. "To show you the fight you have abandoned," Tyrus replied. "We abandoned nothing," Firwall shook her head. "We came for Floria and failed. Our fight is over." "Really?" The Guardian rose an eyebrow in disbelief. "Can't you see what's in front of you? The fight is not over. The members of every race are fighting to protect Valoran's legacy, those who married into his family." She pointed at Silpha, who was no match for a divine beast with her same equipment, yet she refused to surrender. "Humans, beasts, plants, awakened, eldritches, undead, guardian candidates, and even traitors are giving their all." Tyrus pointed at the Council's army, Vaster's hybrids, the firstborns and the horsemen, Lith and Solus and Akala. Chapter 23, 49 Seaful's Shield, Part 1. The traitorous ranger had been deeply wounded more than once, and would have died if not for Dawn's Davros equipment, yet he kept fighting. Not for glory or to be forgiven, but for himself. To see if there was still something of Zepho Akala under the rubble of Dawn's host. To see if there was still a fire burning under the self-pity he had used to justify his shortcomings his whole life. Even those who don't amount to one of your fingers are giving their all to protect the people they love. Everyone but you. Lastly, Tyrus pointed at Center the Thunderbird, who, empowered by the awakened forest, fought by Marth's side. "Get your filthy hands off my husband, you stupid piece of rock." From below, Rissa had rallied the plant folk of the forest, and they were using their bloodline abilities to pull the ground off the Golden Knight's feet. Vines and trees tried to hinder its movements, while hills and cracks formed non-stop, but none was fast enough to impede the Titan in his fight against the White Knight. Histar needed but a stomp to ruin their work and crush them into bits. Rissa, waves of fear shook Marth's very being at the thought that he might have just lost his wife, and their son his mother. Luckily for him, plant folk were naturally hard to kill, and Rissa had the home advantage. The forest of the White Griffin found the bits of the plant folk, and provided them with the nutrients and energy they needed to regenerate. "What do you expect us to do, exactly?" Firwall asked. "We have already tried and failed to fight that monster when we had armies at our command and several powerful bloodline abilities. There's so much chaos that finding 3 more people for the when all are one array is impossible. Your queen is fighting alone in the sky, and without our trump card we have no chance of victory." Thrud's golden griffin form was clad in Davros, and she used one bloodline ability after the other. To make matters worse, the Lost Academy was fueling her with a constant stream of power that made any wound she sustained last but 1 second and have no consequence. Silpha was doing her best, but with her size, she couldn't open a wound deeper than a scratch. "I'm not asking you to win, since even I don't know if that's possible. I'm asking you to fight for yourselves, for your legacy and Valoran, Tyrus replied. "Why do you care? Silpha is not of your blood, she's no one," Tessa said. "And so was Valoran before meeting me, before meeting you. Everyone knows him for who he became, and yet they forget how he started. Now tell me, what would he do now?" Tessa gritted her teeth, seeing herself in the pointless struggle of the young dryad below. Many she had loved, and all she had lost before turning into the monster known as the bewitching demon. "Give up, you idiot," she mumbled under her breath, praying for Silpha to admit defeat and run away from the unwinnable battle. Yet the queen endured. A tiny little woman against a beast the like legends sang about. "Damn you, Seaful, I'm in," Firwall said. "Me too. We need 2 more people to help Valoran, but who do we pick?" Tessa's slip of the tongue made Tyrus happy, but she said no more. "Space. Griffin Kingdom, City of Valoran at the same time." From his surveillance mirror, Meron could follow the fight from many angles thanks to the magical cameras all over the White Griffin. The only thing he could do with his weakened body was to command the army from the safety of the capital. He had the war mages and the wardens keep away from the elemental sealing arrays of the Golden Griffin and support the awakened troops from a distance. The royal array provided plenty of world energy that the mages of the kingdom used to buy their allies the time they needed to use invigoration. Despite that chaos, he never lost sight of Silpha, praying in between orders that she found a way to win. His hope lasted only until Thrud turned into a golden griffin. Then, the queen's mastery of the royal blade style became useless. Her domination failed to override some of the spells now that Thrude imbued them with willpower. Her equipment was superior to the Mad Queen's, but not enough to make up for the bloodline abilities and the gap in their raw strength. Despite her considerable strength, Silpha was a human, whereas Thrude had become a griffin, the mightiest of the divine beasts. Damn it, why hasn't the Seaful armor activated yet? Meron felt a fit of cough raising, but sheer willpower kept it at bay. Damn you, Valoran! How could you be so stupid that you left us in a mess of your creation without giving us the means to face it? The king slammed his fist against the armrest of the royal throne as hard as he could, but the enchantments of the room kept it unscathed. Meron kept hitting the relic of the first king, wishing to break it in an act of defiance. I'm too weak to fight. I gave my life for that damn forbidden array. I sacrificed everything to protect your kingdom. Then why isn't that piece of shit activating? What more do you want from me? The final strike didn't break the throne, only Meron's hand. His blood dripped from the skin of his knuckles, painting the armrest red. What the fuck? Meron stared at the droplets disappearing into what was supposed to be just gold-painted wood without leaving a trace. Good gods, how stupid could Valoran's descendants possibly be? This crown, the lights, even this cursed throne, they all belonged to him, and he was an awakened. Now I understand the true meaning of the ritual of blood. The reason we have only 6 academies, even though Valoran knew there are 7 elements. Meron unsheathed the knife at his waist and cut his palm open like he had done just a few minutes ago for the ritual. This time, however, instead of spilling his blood on his own throne, he poured it on the queen's. An emerald pillar burst out of the royal palace, finally bringing the royal array to completion. Space. What the heck? The 6 headmasters, Thrude and Silpha, said in unison, as the white griffin burst again with a pillar of white light. Each one of the remaining 5 great academies did the same, and the 6 rays joined the one coming from the royal palace before plunging into the Seaful armor. The blood coming from Silpha's wounds mixed with the blood that Meron had smeared on the Seaful set, allowing the relic to recognize her as Valoran's heir. The silvery black of the Davros turned emerald, and in the blink of an eye, Silpha's size matched Thrude. Just like the academies were linked to the headmasters, the Seaful armor had reached its full size while allowing its master to control it like her own body. On top of that, the royal array fueled Silpha with a constant stream of mana and elemental power that brought the queen back to her peak condition. Chapter 23, 50 Seaful's Shield, Part 2. How can you become the Emerald Knight? We wear the same armor, but only I carry the blood of Valoran, Thrude said in outrage. Because despite your pompous self-appointed title, you are no queen, Silpha replied. You weren't crowned in Valoran, nor did you imprint the royal array and everything left by the first king. I did, just like I imprinted the power cores of the 6 great academies the day after my wedding. All you have is your stolen set of equipment and the cursed academy that you imprinted. Too bad that while Arthon was a coward and made it so that the power of the Golden Griffin would be split between him and his meat shields, Valoran was a true king. He fought his battles firsthand, never delegating or putting others into danger for his own ambitions. Are you telling me that? Thrude tried and failed to complete the sentence. Rarely would a griffin experience despair, but when they reached the white core, it would become a unique event. Yet that was how the Mad Queen felt, and her throat was too tight to emit a single word. Exactly, the power that the Golden Knight pours into you and your army, every single knight pours it only into me. And that's not all. An emerald sphere appeared in Silpha's left palm, and when she clenched her fist, the sphere turned into a shield. An emerald shield made of pure spirit magic, so dense that it had taken physical form. There's no such a thing as Seaful's shield, because the royals are the shield of the kingdom. The Emerald Knight is supported by his 6 elemental knights, and in turn, they are the Seaful shield of the royal family. The queen moved on to the offensive, her body empowered to the point that the gap between her and the Mad Queen was gone. The 6 academies and the royal array they formed worked in a similar fashion to Silverwing's fortress. Each one of them provided Silpha with a constant stream of elemental energy that answered her will and was mixed with her mana, turning into spirit spells. Not only were they all tower tier, but the queen could also instantly cast them as if they were bloodline abilities. With the Seaful sword now matching Arthon's and enveloped into a thick layer of Silverwing's annihilation, Silpha's mastery of the royal blade style immediately turned the tide of battle. How can this be? Tessa was flabbergasted. How come not even I have ever heard about this? Because as long as Valoran had you guys, you were the only royal knights he needed, Tyrus replied with a sad smile. Valoran never intended to use the royal array himself. He was a true awakened and a bright white core. Yet he knew that he wouldn't be there forever, and that sooner or later his descendants should learn how to defend themselves. Valoran never meant to treat his children like helpless babies who needed his protection. Before abdicating the throne, he left everything they might need, but none of it would work if they were cowardly or neglected their training. Were Silpha a mediocre mage, the influx of power would have already killed her. That's the real point of the royal ordeal. That's why only those I deem worthy can ascend to the throne. Thanks for the history lesson, Firewall nodded. Valoran, I mean the queen doesn't need us anymore, but the kids do. I say we bring the When All Are One array to completion and bring in one member of each race. I like how you think. The Titania nodded and warped them both below. We need 3 people. Care to join us? She said to Vaster, Dawn, and Dusk. Me, a hero? I thought I'd be damned before it happened. After Lith, I get to be Valoran as well. The Master laughed in disbelief. Sure, the horsemen said, yet they shuddered at the memory of Valoran's blade spell cutting Dawn's crystal asunder and almost killing her. You, a hero, Firewall said with a scoff. Aside from Valoran, no one in our group has ever been one. We are a bunch of war criminals. Then I'll fit right in. Vaster nodded, yet his voice was still filled with pride at the idea of telling Zinnia and the children how he had taken the first king's place in the legendary array. Finally, Lith blasted away a divine beast and reached Baitra. I can destroy the golden griffin, but only with your help. Mind link, the Reiju nodded, not wishing to waste a single second. Lith shrunk to his human size, jumping on her back while pressing several runes on his contact amulet. Marth Vaster Vladian, here's my plan. He was still talking when Baitra bolted forward, moving so fast that only a trail of lightning marked her passage. You heard the man. Vaster yelled more orders in his communication amulet as the When All Are One array took form. Thanks to the power of the Master's cores, everyone exceeded the bright violet and had free access to chaos magic. Dawn bestowed upon the group light mastery on a level unthinkable even for Manohar, while Dusk was now completely free from his shackles. The When All Are One array now coursed with Life Maelstrom, Origin Flames, and Doom Tide, making its members unstoppable war machines. They moved as one, keeping the formation tight and wiping Thrud's troops out of the sky so that no one could disturb Lith's search. Your Majesty, Verhin needs your help as well, Marth said via mind link. The royal array transmitted not only the power of the White Knight, but also his thoughts. Glory to the kingdom! Silpha charged at Thrud in response, using her shield to block both the spells conjured from Light Raider and those that were doubled by Phantom Echo. The Seaful's shield shattered and the queen took considerable damage, but she could afford it. The 6 great academies empowered her, and most importantly, without destroying the Golden Griffin, there could be no victory. Thrud was pushed far and away, deeming Silpha stupid for giving up on her advantage. She failed to notice that now the queen stood between her and the Lost Academy, blocking her vision. Don't gloat yet. Energy cannot be destroyed, you know. The Seaful's shield reformed in Silpha's left hand, while with her right she performed a series of feints. Thrud failed to understand why no attack followed the complex maneuvers, until she saw that each deceitful spin of the blade generated a tower spirit spell. She activated the gems on the Arthan sword to conjure counterspells, but Silpha did the same, bringing them back to square one. At the same time, Baitra was running around the Golden Griffin in a spiral pattern, while making sure to stay away from the tendrils of the unwavering loyalty array. Where next? She asked after moving past the knight's huge bottom. Sorry for the long shot, but that's where I would have hidden the power core. Lith replied while holding the map of the Golden Griffin crafted 700 years ago by the undead courts. It only needed its master to be near the Lost Academy to show him everything past the walls and armor. Chapter 2351 Combined Assault, Part 1. A normal person would put the power core in the chest. It's the largest and the best protected part of the academy. Only an idiot would put it in the head. It's exposed, and if decapitated, the Golden Griffin would become a sitting duck, Lith said. So next stop the head. Baitra understood Lith's reasoning. Yeah, Thrud isn't dumb, but she is cunning. She may have chosen a dumb spot to make it hard to predict, he replied. What the heck is Verhin doing? The security system showed Lith's path to Histar, but the Reiju moved so fast that by the time she was pinpointed, Baitra was already hundreds of meters away. On top of that, the cursed headmaster couldn't focus on the mystery. Marth was attacking with everything he had, and it was more than Histar could take. If Lith succeeds, there's no point in saving my strength. I'll make this fucker pay for attacking my wife. Marth snarled as his blade locked the opponent's. His shield pushed away Histar's, and his right leg bolted up like a whip. Marth's kick struck the Golden Knight in the chin with his heel, the impact snapping the head up. Histar staggered for a second, long enough for Marth to blink behind him and perform a shoulder bash that sent the Lost Academy sprawling on the forest. Try laughing now, you bastard. Manohar's spell, Supernova, appeared out of thin air. Yet instead of surrounding the fighters, the hard light spheres encased the Golden Knight in a concentric formation. At a snap of Marth's fingers, they imploded in unison, leaving Lith unscathed even though he was just centimeters away. Histar, however, couldn't say the same. The mad professor had developed several versions of Supernova, and this one was designed for indoor fights while protecting his students. Casting Supernova in this form reduced its power while focusing it on a single opponent. Not a single iota of energy was lost, filling the Golden Griffin's armor with thin cracks. Cracks that started to heal the moment Histar regained his footing. Idiot, struggle all you want. We are both fueled by the Royal Array. Soon you'll run out of energy and then I'll destroy you, the cursed headmaster roared. At the same time, Lith had finished scanning the head of the Golden Griffin, finding it empty. Chest it is, he said, and Baitra followed his directions. For once luck didn't laugh in his face, and he found the power core after scanning about 50% of the chest. There, Lith had the image of a huge X appear in front of Baitra's eyes, thanks to the mind link. The headmaster's office wasn't in the place of the heart, but of the left lung. Copy that. The Reiju consumed most of the life maelstrom she had received from Nelia to cast a powerful chaos annihilation. She moved her head in a diagonal trajectory from down left to up and right, then all to the left and down again to the right. The X that Lith had telepathically shown her was now visible to everyone, carved in the armor by the chaos spell. That's our cue, Zorath said, as the fallen descendants of the 6 originals gods of magic assumed a formation that resembled the Big Dipper. It was centered around Vaster, who acted as the 7th star. Gods, if I'd love to call this Vaster's annihilation, but even I find it pretentious, he thought as they unleashed the Mirror World spell. Vaster had derived it from Silverwing's legacy, and just like the hexagram, it was a hybrid between a spell and an array. Each eldritch conjured a different cursed element, while only the master provided spirit magic. The 7 pillars couldn't combine due to the nature of mirror magic, but they still held tremendous power. They struck the same point in unison so that their chaotic and violent conflict would be focused on a single point. The blast opened a hole in the armor of the Golden Griffin deep enough to reveal the academy inside. Lith didn't waste time and jumped in, quickly followed by the firstborns who had spirit warped behind him on his cue. Magnificent, Tessa said with an enraptured voice while looking at Vaster with new eyes. Thanks, but I'm a married man. The When All Are One array carried the thoughts of its members, creeping Kelia and Nika out but leaving the others indifferent. Too bad, she shrugged and moved past the fleeting excitement. To plant folk and fae, power was the greatest allure, and the master had proven to be a most charming man. Yet those feelings would fade as fast as they came unless nurtured. My queen Verhin is inside, and so are Baba Yaga's firstborns. Something is wrong. Histar tried to follow Lith, but Marth almost cut his armed limb off, forcing him to focus on the battler. What do you think you are doing? Thrud locked Silpha's sword, the Davros of the blades screeching as it bent due to the massive pressure both sides exerted. If you sit down and wait, I'll gladly explain everything to you. The queen replied with a smirk, pushing the blades to a side and shoving Thrud away with a shoulder bash. The dungeon is that way, I have to go this way instead, Lith said via a mind link. He couldn't afford the risk of Histar relocating the power core, so he had to keep the map, while Vladian would follow it via the telepathic channel. Luckily for Vladian, Lith had found the dungeon almost immediately during the scan, so it was visible on the map as well. Solus. Almost done. She had started adding the self-destruction spell for the academy inside the mouth of Menadian the moment Lith had spotted the headmaster's office. Until that moment, she had kept one slot ready for a disarray in case. Baitra was caught in the unwavering loyalty array and Ruin in the other slot, because why not? The hole they had entered from was already closing, and the walls of the academy were shrinking in the attempt to squash Lith like a bug. Unfortunately for Histar, the Tiamat was Baitra, but he was still incredibly fast. On top of that, He was free to focus on the path ahead, whereas the cursed headmaster was beaten up every time he got distracted in the attempt to block Lith. Marth was relentless, burning the entire energy reserve of the White Griffin in a seamless onslaught. On top of that, his strikes were aimed at the joints, and he came close to severing the arms of the Golden Griffin more than once. Damn it, if I don't stop Verhin, he'll reach the power core of the Academy. On the other hand, if I don't stop Marth, he'll cut off my limbs. Once I lay defenseless on the ground, all he has to do is to sever the headmaster's office from the Golden Griffin to turn the entire Academy into a sitting duck. Histar thought, and he was right. He had understood Lith's plan to perfection when it was too late to stop him. Silpha blocked Thrude, while Marth kept Histar on his toes, leaving Lith free to advance. Chapter 2352, Combined Assault, Part 2. Or rather, that was how things were supposed to go. Histar shared not only a tower-like bond with Thrude's generals, but also a mind link. In the face of defeat, he had turned off the static field array and sent to the divine beasts the dimensional coordinates of the power core, along with an SOS. When Lith burst the door of the office open, he found several divine beasts waiting for him, though they were beaten and battered. The fight with the Council first, and then with Vaster had drained their strength to the point that even invigoration had a limited effect. Yet they were all back to their best condition possible, and coursing with the little life maelstrom they had left. For Floria, Lith and Solus thought in unison. The limited space actually played to their advantage, making the enemy's numerical advantage of little relevance. Solus activated the mouth which started to weave the Academy destruction spell on its own, requiring no focus on her side. The runes formed as if someone was reading them from a parchment without even bothering to understand their meaning. At the same time, she unleashed the Furies, flight while Lith cast ruin all around himself. He and Solus had the same energy signature, so their respective spells didn't bother them or each other. The divine beasts, however, weren't so lucky. Even with the Golden Griffin raising its floor and lowering the ceiling to protect them, the red-black fire still bit deep into their flesh. The 9 hammers of the Furies rode Ruin's storm, using its momentum to blast through the enchanted stone and pummel at the generals. Origin flames clashed against origin flames into violent explosions, but while Solus only had to get back into her ring to escape the conflagration, the other divine beasts could only suffer more damage. From there, Solus kept focusing on the mouth and healing Lith so that once the smoke dissipated, he was back at full strength while the others were still shaken by the blast. I admit that you are full of tricks, but that's not enough. There's strength in numbers, Yada said while conjuring hard light constructs to both shield and heal her allies. She moved into close quarters, using her claws and scorpion tail to perform attacks from opposite directions at the same time. I couldn't agree more. Tryon came out of his void sigil, stabbing at the Sekhmet's side with a poison-coated healing dagger. The light magic imbued in the blade closed the wound, draining Ayata's stamina and spreading the poison through her system. It was a neurotoxin that blocked her nerves, paralyzing her. For a divine beast who was a light master, it would take a few seconds with light fusion to cleanse the poison, but during those seconds she was slow and clumsy. War had never forgiven nor forgotten the day of Floria's death. The Morning Blade hated every single one of Thrude's soldiers with a vengeance and expressed that hate through its edge. It turned into many small blades that spun like a buzzsaw, cutting through the armor and ripping Ayata's flesh off, leaving behind a hole so big that not even invigoration could close it. Many divine beasts tried to stop Lith, but one of his demons emerged from a sigil, poisoning them every time. War needed but one small opening to cut down their heads and numbers. When they were about to surround him, Solus emerged as well, sucker-punching them from impossible angles or dishing out spells that not even life vision could predict. Just keep him away. They raised a spirit wall that sealed Lith on the opposite side from the power core. Fine by me, Lith thought while his mouth chanted the next string of runes. Solus was already triple casting from her ring whenever she could to speed up the destruction spell stored inside the mouth. A physical copy was also stored inside Soluspedia, so that she had no need to memorize the runes. Lith joined her, bringing it to heptacasting. What is he doing? Fenrir asked. The generals joined their forces and created several layers of barriers to keep the Tiamat at bay, but he didn't seem to mind. Who cares? We just need to buy time until the White Griffin runs out of steam. At that point, Rain choked on her words when the Lost Academy started to tremble with such violence that she thought the fight had reached its apex. What was happening instead was the destruction spell reaching its second half. Histar wailed in pain, feeling the flow of world energy from the mana geysers and the royal array turning into poison that coursed through his system and flooded every stone of the Golden Griffin. The walls, floor, and ceiling started to crack open, yet there was no trace of the self-repair spell that had protected the lost academy from the passing of time and enemy strikes alike. "Good gods, it's a forge-mastering spell," Remo the fire dragon said after his eyes read enough runes to understand what Lith was weaving. "Verhin's previous raid didn't fail. He knows how to destroy the academy. We need to stop him." Alas, Marth waited for no one. The more the spell neared completion, the slower Histar become. The headmaster of the White Griffin had fallen into a controlled frenzy that allowed him to strike as precisely as violently. The shield-bearing arm of the Golden Knight fell first, followed by the hand holding the blade. Then Marth conjured dozens of tower-tier spells aimed at every part of the lost academy but the headmaster's office. The quake became so intense that the divine beasts couldn't even stand, so they had to fly. They bolted at Lith, tearing down the defenses they had painstakingly built. Or at least they tried. Reality and domination hit them in the face, locking them in the wrong half of the room. "Learn domination all you want. Your resurrection chamber is not going to work this time." Lith thought as his spirit eye and Solus, Emerald Streak, combined their strength to force the barrier to submit to their will. "No, this can't be right. I'm supposed to be eternal." With the last of his strength, Histar warped Meln Narchat, his equipment, and his steed as far as he could. If Verhin is going to be the scourge of the true queen, then may Narchat be the curse of his existence. A few seconds later, Lith was done and the spell was complete. The power core of the Golden Griffin imploded on itself, and then exploded. The blast killed all the divine beasts in the headmaster's office, and it would have threatened Lith's life as well if not for the thick spirit barriers that now were under his control. He focused on holding them together, while Solus quickly weaved a warp steps leading back to their original position. He stepped through the dimensional door in time to see the Golden Knight disappear in a burst of flames and stones. Hundreds of lights came out of the rubble and darted toward the sky. The souls of the Forgotten had been locked out of their bodies and trapped inside the lost academy for centuries, but they were finally free. Chapter 23, 53 Victors and Spoils, Part 1. Never again. I beg you. Free at last. A choir of voices prayed for the living to learn from the mistakes of the past as they faded away, free to move on. No, no, no. Thrude yelled in despair as the destruction of the Golden Griffin was accompanied by the disappearance of the flow of world energy that empowered her and her army. Without the resurrection chamber, she was no longer immortal, and every fallen soldier would stay dead. "Cry me a river, bitch!" Silpha cut the Mad Queen's head off, her prowess now leagues above her enemy, S. "Please let me at least check that my son is all right." The regenerative powers of the White Core allowed Thrude to reattach her head to the neck and beg for the sake of Valorin II. "You never cared for the children of others. This is for Floria Erna's." A blast of emerald energy destroyed the Arthon set and most of the Mad Queen's body, killing her on the spot. The Davros of her equipment, however, quickly reformed thanks to the self-repairing properties of the magical metal. Thrude, instead, remained dead. "It's over. Surrender or die." Silpha's voice echoed throughout the battlefield, putting an end to the War of the Griffins. The Forgot had died along with the Golden Griffin, leaving behind only the Awakened who had willingly joined Thrude. They fell onto their knees and dropped their weapons, knowing that all was lost. Without the true queen and her academy, defiance would only put Valorin II's life in danger. "Seriously, what about the baby?" Silpha asked Lith, who shrugged in reply. "We can ask Ligan." He pointed at the group of guardians who were still watching the events. "Valorin II is safe," the father of all dragons said. "He is my grandchild and he isn't responsible for any of this. He's under my protection." "But I allow that," Tyrus said, cutting Silpha short. "Also, I'm going to take this as well." Ligan picked up the Arthon set and had it float by his side. "This child is doomed to be haunted by the crimes of his ancestors. Valorin has already lost both of his parents, and once he grows up, the entire Garland will be his enemy. I won't allow him to lose the only thing he has left of his mother, no matter how bad she was." "I agree," Tyrus nodded again. "The Arthon set is a miracle of magic, and it's neither good nor bad by itself. I hope that one day, Valorin II will prove to be worthy of the name he carries, and find a way to redeem the mad blood that flows through his veins." Lith and Silpha didn't like the idea of losing such a prize one bit, especially Lith. The Arthan set consisted of tons of purified Davros that Salark could recycle for him. Alas, arguing with the Guardians was a waste of time. Grandma is nodding as well. If I piss her off, I can kiss my creation magic lessons goodbye, Lith thought. My queen, there's more, General Vorg said. Good or bad news? Silpha panted like a bellows despite the Mother Earth potion and the royal array still being active. That's for you to decide. His white beard was caked with blood and sweat, but his blue eyes had lost none of their vigor during the battle. The queen waved at Lith to follow her. Her intention was to share with him the glory of the victory, since his allies had played a huge role in the battle yet had already left. The Master and his hybrids had warped away in order to keep their identity a secret. A short flight brought them to a group of council elders, surrounding the kneeling figure of a human-sized 7-headed dragon. This guy surrendered to us even before Thrud's death, Fila the behemoth said. The moment his unit scattered due to our annihilation, he dropped his equipment and turned himself in. He even helped us a bit during the final phase of the battle. Explain yourself, creature. Silpha took off her helm to look Uphil in one pair of eyes. There's not much to explain. Floria's death opened my eyes. I understood that despite all her superficial kindness, Thrud had experimented on us no differently than Zedros. She had us trapped in a nice lie, but a lie nonetheless. The dragon replied. I kept fighting on her side solely because if I were to voice my doubts, she would have just enslaved me. As soon as I found a way out, I took it. I'd rather die a free dragon by your hand than live forever like a mindless pawn at Thrud's service. A wise decision, Silpha nodded. Nonetheless, you aided and abetted Thrud. I invoked the treaty between the kingdom and the council. Uphil cut her short. I was once a Hydra who abandoned his bloodline because they abandoned me first. I ask my kin for asylum and offer my services in exchange for sparing my life. That's not up to you to decide, the queen snarled. You'll be trialed like everyone else. Saying I'm sorry changes nothing. You have to answer for the people you killed and the property you destroyed. Yet it's up to us. Fila stood between Uphil and Silpha. Elder Firwal Nixtra, this is a controversy between the kingdom and the council, and you are the best-suited person among us to determine its outcome. Elder Nixtra belongs to the Hydra bloodline, the Awakened Council, and is also one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom. Queen Silpha, do you agree? I do, Representative Fila. Silpha swallowed her pride, knowing that she couldn't afford to make an enemy of both the council and the founding pillars in such a delicate moment of the kingdom. Know that your service might last decades, maybe centuries, if not even until your death of old age. Do you still accept? Firwal came down from the sky accompanied by Falul and Tessa. I do, Uphil nodded. Today I was supposed to die. Every day will be a gift, but one that I can easily refuse the moment I change my mind. Until that moment, I need time to think about what I've done and what I can do to make amends for it. Then I hereby accept his offer, the Elder Hydra nodded. Are you sure? Silpha frowned in annoyance. A traitor is still a traitor, and I think he's getting away too easily. There's nothing easy in Uphil's life. He was abused and experimented upon by his awakened master, then manipulated by Thrud. His actions are inexcusable but understandable, Firwal replied. On top of that, by studying his condition, we might discover a way to further our own evolution. What Thrud achieved with forbidden magic means that there is a path still available to Hydras to become dragons. Her madness demanded a terrible price to take the easy way, but there must also be a hard way, the right way, something that maybe only the most talented or lucky among Hydras can achieve, but it would still be better than nothing. Stand up, Uphil the Hydra, and welcome back to the family. Firwal helped him to get up and hugged him while turning her skin into scales. Chapter 23, 54 Victors and Spoils, Part 2. Hydras could share emotions just like dragons, but only among the members of their race. Uphil broke into tears, crying in joy at the idea that he wouldn't die that day. The Beast Council approves, Fila nodded. The Human Council approves, Ragu followed suit. Thrud had found a way to evolve herself along with the Emperor Beasts. Ragu's hope was that by studying Uphil's condition, humans could learn how to evolve as well. She accepted to go out with me, what she said. Inzialot beamed with joy. The Plant Council approves. Lotho actually didn't, but he was already outvoted, and voicing his grievances would have gained him nothing. Emperor Beasts learning how to become divine beasts would further skew the Council's balance in their favor, yet Lotho could only suck it up and smile. Anything else? Silpha asked, her patience running thin. I need to call Maron and make sure that the Emerald Pillar didn't originate from him. What if his lifespan shortened again? Good gods, how can Verhin and his wife live with this? She turned to Lith, empathizing with his condition. Yes, Vorg nodded. This is good news for sure. We searched through the rubble of the Golden Griffin for something useful, and we found this. The old and short general took a block of Davros out of his dimensional amulet. Lith recognized it immediately as the one he had found during one of his trips in Huriol as a ranger. That's it, it's not even purified, the Queen sighed. It's still Davros and lots of it. Vorg blinked several times in confusion. I appreciate your concern, Brigadier General, but the Royal Treasury is not that desperate for resources, and the kingdom has plenty of mines. Silpha shook her head. Supreme Magus Verhin, it's yours if you want it. You found and reported that Davros forge first. You raided the Lost Academy twice and brought it down. This treasure belongs to you. I gracefully accept your gratitude, Your Majesty. Lith enthusiastically wrapped his breastplate and gave her a deep bow as the Davros block disappeared in his pocket dimension. That's just the beginning, Silpha shook her head. With the War of the Griffins over, there's no more reason to delay our respective promises. You are going to help us to create trains, tablets, and write down the principles of void magic in a way that anyone can learn it. The Crown will finish building your mansion and see you properly compensated for your efforts. Go home, Supreme Magus Verhin. You've earned it. Wait a second, where's Vladian? Where's my sister? Lith turned around left and right, searching for them in the crowd. Right here. Nika came forward while carrying the still unconscious Tista in a princess carry. A fifth eye was open on Tista's left cheek, shining with the power of the air element. Vladian walked by the young vampire's side and was followed by several undead. How can you walk under the daylight? Silpha said in shock. Thanks to me. Nika's features shifted into Dawn-S for a split second and her crystal protruded from her chest. I'm the Horseman of Dawn. I'm sorry, Lith. Vladian ignored the Queen's ensuing barrage of questions. His allegiance lay solely with the eclipsed lands, and his deal with the Empress gave him diplomatic immunity. I tried searching for your brother, but the Golden Griffin exploded before we could find him. Search for Meln Narchet now? Silpha turned pale and focused on real problems. He's still alive and must be somewhere around here. Keep the kill scrolls at hand. Thanks, Vladian. Lith was very tired, and with the full force of the kingdom and the council already searching for Orpal, he knew there wasn't much he could do. What now? If Meln is still alive, he's either unconscious, and they'll find him, or he has already warped away under the cover of the chaos of battle. Lith's pessimistic nature told him it was the latter. The explosion was nowhere strong enough to kill a horseman. Worst-case scenario, the moment Night got reconnected to her steed, she warped thousands of kilometers from here. I upheld my word to my fellow undead, and the threat to the eclipsed lands is over. Now it's time for me to go home. I suggest you to do the same, the firstborn vampire said. Except Lith isn't done. Ligon descended from the sky with Milia, Salark, and two stunningly beautiful handmaidens by his side. The mother of all phoenixes carried Sharjin, while the father of all dragons carried Valorin II. I'm sorry to rush you, but I need to hear your answer now. Lith shuddered at the sight of the baby. His smell reminded the Tiamat of Jormun and Thrud. Neither was pleasant. The first conjured the illusion of the blood of the emerald dragon, drenching his right hand, while the latter triggered his recent trauma, making his whole arm feel sticky and wet from Floria's blood. Lith stepped close to the guardian and tried to caress the baby. His hands started to shake and his stomach to churn, forcing him to move back or puke his guts out. I'm sorry, but I can't. Floria died a few days ago, and I'm still haunted by the memory of what Thrud made me do. If I take Valorin, I would do wrong to both of us. He deserves loving parents who will love him like every child needs, not a reluctant stepfather who would make him feel unwanted. Lith shook his head. If I may, I have a request. Name it, Ligon nodded. Jormun entrusted Valorin to you. Yours is the final word. I want you and Grandma to take care of him for me until I will be ready. Lith turned toward Salark. One of you might repeat the mistakes of the past, but I'm sure that together you'll do a great job. Also, Sharjin can use a playmate and someone who can understand his struggles. I accept as well, Salark nodded. What about the handmaidens? Valorin will need humans to appreciate his mother's side, and someone he knows to not be shocked by the sudden changes in his life. Please, my queen, spare them as well, Lith said to Silpha. She was being glared at by 4 guardians, which was the closest thing to death, hugging her and giving her a business card. "The Crown approves," Silpha nodded like a frenzied parrot. "You are welcome to visit at all times, loving Finch," the Overlord said. "Valoran II may be my stepson, but he's also your grandchild. Gods, our family tree has just gotten even more messed up." "Thanks, noisy sparrow." Tyrus took the small Bahamut in her arms, and he cooed in joy, mistaking her for his mother. "I'll always be there for you, little one, I promise." The baby biologically was her grandchild and smelled no different from a griffin. He also smelled of Valoran, the like she hadn't experienced in 700 years. "Is there anything else? I really want to go home and kiss my wife." Lith sighed as the adrenaline of battle started to fade and exhaustion to kick in. Silpha turned to Vorg, who shook his head, before joining the search party for the dead king. Chapter 23, 55, Unbreakable, Part 1. "Do you need a ride?" Salark asked, beaming with joy for the trust that Lith put in her and the new member of the family. "Thank you, Grandma," Lith embraced her. He felt so tired and disgusted from all the bloodshed that even the thought of looking for a geyser made him want to puke. He felt cold and dark, whereas Salark was warm and bright. Lith felt terrible at the idea of all the people who had lived inside the Golden Griffin, the people he had killed along with Histar. "I have something to do in the Empire," Ligon said. "You go first, I'll join you as soon as I can." A warp brought him, Milia, Tyrus, and Valoran right inside his secret lair. There, Lyri the Thunderborn, Protheus the Doppelganger, and every one of Thrud's unique creations were waiting for the Guardian of Knowledge. "What the fuck?" Milia said in shock. "How could these bastards escape from the kingdom and reach the Empire so quickly?" "They didn't, I brought them here," Ligon replied. "He's the world's keeper, child," Tyrus answered her silent question. "Ligon's duty is to preserve the knowledge that would otherwise be lost, and the creatures that Magus people aren't ready to accept." "Let me get this straight. If Firwall showed no mercy, you would have saved Uffel too, correct?" the Empress asked. "That's right," Ligon nodded. "They are unique beings and have no fault in the way they were born. They have been lied to and manipulated their whole life. I'm going to let them live, but they'll have to earn their freedom. Until I'm certain that Thrud's brainwashing is gone and that they have paid for their crimes, they are not going anywhere." "There's no point in keeping me alive. Just kill me already," Protheus sobbed. He had no heart, but Thrud's death seemed to hurt as if someone was ripping it out of his chest anyway. "Really? Would you abandon your brother?" Ligon showed him the small Valoran, who giggled at him. "My liege," the divine beast said in unison. "Brother," the doppelganger jumped up and hugged the baby, his tears now of joy. "Don't be so quick to give up on life. You are a baby as well, barely older than Valoran." Ligon patted Protheus' head. "You've known nothing but Thrud's teachings. She may have been a good mother to you, but she was a bad person. Her rage and madness infected you for so long that you consider them normal. You and your children need time to see Magar with your own eyes, to lift the veil with which Arthan's daughter clouded your judgment." "My children," Protheus echoed in disbelief. Then he saw them. The other doppelgangers who had been born from him were all there, rescued from the ruins of the Golden Griffin as well. They screamed in joy and relief, seeing both their father and their uncle alive and well. "I wouldn't doom a race like that," Ligon shook his head. "Welcome home, children." Space. Meanwhile, in the SR region, Orpal kept crying on the ground. "Enough torture. I beg of you, make it stop." It wasn't the first time that Thrud created a complex illusion to fool him into believing to be free. Then she would appear when he was at the peak of his happiness, and beat him into a pulp until he lost his mind in despair. "This is no illusion, you cretin." Night took over, using the abundant darkness energy to recover her strength and moonlight to regenerate their body. "We are free, truly free. I can even hear the call of my mother and siblings." "I don't care, please let me die," Orpal moaned. "Damn it, Thrud broke him for good," the horseman thought. "To make matters worse, he's been stuck at the Deep Blue until now. During our imprisonment, Lith has become so strong that in the final moments of the Golden Griffin, I could feel his power despite the seals on our cell. I no longer have my undead court, my resources are gone, and my host is a hot mess. Yet I'm free and time is the only thing I have plenty of." Space. Heavenly Plume Palace, Blood Desert at the same time. Salark warped in her living room, where Lith's friends and family were waiting for him, Solus and Tista to return. "We won," was all that Lith said, and it was enough to make the room almost come down from cheers and stomping. "My babies, my beautiful babies," Alina rushed forward, checking Lith, the still unconscious Tista, and Tryon for injuries. Are you all right? I'm just tired, Mom. Lith sat down, his eyes drooping. Where es Solus? Roz asked. Right here. Lith raised his hand and showed the stone ring. She's tired as well, and without a geyser she can't take human form. Do you mind some help? Salark offered her hand, and he gave her the ring. A second later, the ring was above a powerful geyser, and after another second the tower took form. Solus was in her bedroom, already asleep. There you are, Camilla rushed to Lith, jumping into his arms before kissing him. I was worried sick. You should have called me as soon as the battle was over. I know, I'm sorry. Where have you been? He asked. I was busting my ass, just like you. She showed him one of the many books about names that she had been consulting in his absence. I think I've found a name for our daughter. Elijah, it belongs to a legendary goddess of the desert and means sunshine, just like our baby and her pendant. What do you say? Elijah Floria Verhen, Lith said while moving his gaze from his mother to Salark. The room burst into cheers, and his parents were honored by the baby being named after Alina. Salark was honored as well because it wasn't just a name that belonged to her country, it was also one of her old alter egos. But that's a story for another day. As for Lith, just saying Floria's name sent a pang through his chest, yet it quickly faded. She was gone, but she would never be forgotten. Her memory would live on with his daughter. Most fitting. You've done a great job so far, Kami. I can't wait to meet the final result of your opus. Lith gently caressed Camilla's womb before giving her a sweet kiss. Me too, she gave him a soft smile. Do you need help to get to bed? You can use some rest. I need help, but not for that. Please wake up Solus for me. Lith suddenly turned dark, his face twisted by pain. Even with Nandi fueling her and the life maelstrom, Solus was still a blue core. Fighting for so long had taken a huge toll on her body, just like killing so many innocents weighed on her mind. Whatever this is, can't it wait? Solus, frown turned upside down the moment her family embraced her and welcomed her back. No, it can't, we can't, Lith shook his head. Kami the lily pendant, please. Are you sure? Do you want to do it now? She took the golden necklace out of her dimensional amulet and put it on his palm. Chapter 2356, Unbreakable, Part 2. It's not that I want to. I have to. I failed my vow by not saving Floria, but now I have fulfilled it by avenging her. Thrud took Floria away from us, and I took away everything she had. It won't bring Floria back, but it's the best trade I could get. I'm now at peace with myself and ready to bid her goodbye. If I don't, the hole in my heart left by her death will never start to heal, Lith said. About that, where's Valoran II? Camilla's tone sounded casual, but she was inwardly worried about the baby and how he would upend the life as they knew it. I'm sorry for deciding it by myself, Kami, but I had to. Lith took her hand and shared the recent events with a mind link. You did the right thing. I'm proud of you. She clenched his hand, helping him to stand up. Salark opened a gate for them that led directly inside the Erna's mansion, and outside the mausoleum where Gianni and Orion stood guard in their royal fortress armor. Tyrus herself was there, keeping them company in silence. They raised their weapons at the gate and quickly lowered them as soon as Gianni and Orion recognized their friends. They nodded at Camilla and Solus, but Lith was the one they were staring at. I wish I could tell them how sorry I am, Solus thought while clenching her hands. I wish I could open my heart about how much Floria meant to me and how many moments we have shared together since the academy, but that would raise questions I can't answer. She had not been able to give a eulogy during the funeral, and even now Solus was forced to hide her own grief. She knew and cared about Gianni and Orion as much as Lith, yet to them, she was still a stranger. It's done, Lith answered their gazes. Thrud is dead, and so is everyone involved in Floria's kidnapping. The Golden Griffin is destroyed, and the kingdom is now at peace. He opened his hand, showing them the golden lily pendant. I gifted it to Floria back when we were together, and she gave it back to me after my marriage. Yet I feel that it doesn't belong to me. Even when Floria was enslaved by the unwavering loyalty array, she kept looking at it. When she turned into a demon, I could feel that she longed for it. This pendant is comprised of a few grams of gold and some of the happiest memories of my life. I want Floria to have it. I don't want to risk that her spirit might linger instead of finding peace. Thank you, Orion said, his eyes tearing up and his voice cracking. Thank you for avenging my little flower. It lasted only for a moment. Then, he remembered that he still had several children and that they might be the next. Orion's heart hardened again, and his determination to awaken became stronger. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but before putting the pendant in Floria's tomb, I'd like you to try and summon her. Gianni didn't falter. Her face showed no emotion for Thrud's defeat, nor hope for the summon. Sure, Lith shapeshifted into his abomination form, letting the void take the wheel. Floria Ernas, if you can hear me, please answer my call. His voice sounded like a guttural howl, yet it was filled with pain and grief. Countless chains burst from his body and scoured Magur for a trace of Floria's soul. Out of the blue, one of the chains plunged inside Tyrus' chest and then into Orion's. From there it bolted toward one of the tombs inside the mausoleum, yet it was Floria's. Juria Ernas came out of the darkness, her white eyes crying tears of decay that turned into sparkles of light the moment they rolled off her cheek. It's nice to see you again, Seaful. Orion, my child, you have my deepest condolences for your loss. The founder of House Ernas fell onto her knees and slammed her head against the ground in penance. It's all my fault. In my incompetence, I thought that by keeping my descendants out of the awakened community, I also would keep them safe. If it wasn't for me, your ancestors would have reached their true potential, and you would now have the power to save the members of our family. The void went pale, having no clue what was happening, and Tyrus managed to get even paler. Juria, the guardian, stuttered the name. Is that really you? Juria the Unbreakable. Orion fell onto the ground, his knees too weak to stand. Yes, I've come because Floria couldn't make it. She is still troubled by her new condition, and coming back might have broken her. Yet your grief causes her great pain, and she was willing to risk everything to deliver you one final message, Juria replied. Yet I couldn't allow it. I'm the matriarch of the Ernas. The death of every one of you is my failure, so I came here in her stead. The spirit of Juria was unstable, flickering in and out of existence. Lith could feel through the chain that every second cost her great pain, both physical and psychological. What do you mean? Gianni asked. This world is beautiful but terrible. Once you get here, you remember all the pain and the struggle that living demands. If Floria came back, her bonds might have forced her to stay, maybe even for millennia before she managed to find her way again. Juria said. Now please take my hand and receive her message. Orion and Gianni exchanged a quick look and then complied. The mind link didn't transmit words but feelings and images. Wherever Floria was, she wasn't alone. She was at peace. The only source of distress was the grief of her parents and siblings. In the message, Floria expressed all the love that she had failed to convey to them during her life. All the words she had never found the courage to say. Gianni and Orion cried as they now knew for certain how much their daughter loved them and how thankful she was for having them in her life. I love you too, baby girl, Gianni sobbed. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Mommy will live strong and will protect your siblings. Goodbye, my little flower, Orion said amid hiccups. I'm sorry for losing you so soon, but every single moment we spent together lit my life with joy. Even if I could turn back time, even if I knew there was no way to avoid your death, I would do everything all over again. Rest in peace and don't worry about Lucky. I'll take care of him for you. Thank you, Juria said. I'll give her your message just like I gave you hers. Goodbye, you have my blessing. The demon cut the chain, connecting her to Lith, and faded away. It's unlikely to succeed, but since Juria answered my call, do you want me to try and conjure Valoran? Lith asked with the void's voice. Tyrus' heart was torn between the desire to see her beloved again and the wish for him to be at peace wherever he was. Chapter 2357, Goodbye, Good Night, Part 1. Tyrus had a hard choice to make, yet the answer came unexpectedly easy. Thank you, Lith, but no, she shook her head. You've seen how much Juria suffered by being here. I've probably worried Valoran for centuries by never letting go of him. Forcing him to come back would be as cruel as dangerous. What do you mean dangerous? Lith said. Valoran was a white core, and becoming one of your demons would give him a black core, Tyrus replied. If he manages to fuse them, he might not need your assistance to stay here anymore. Really? Lith's eyes went wide in disbelief. It's a risk I'm not going to take, Tyrus nodded. The pain from being back to life and his love for me might also drive him insane. Seaful set or not, you don't want to have Valoran as an enemy. The form he acquired after achieving the white core was truly powerful, worthy of the king of mankind. What are you talking about? Lith projected an image of Valoran from the historical archives that looked no different from a normal man. Silly child, the Great Mother giggled. Thrud evolved into a golden griffin upon reaching the white. Baba Yaga evolved from an Odi into a sun weaver. Why does no one ever wonder what Valoran and Lakra have become? What did Valoran become? Lith echoed. A better man, that was his hope and how he called his form, Tyrus said with a sigh. In a way, he looked like you, just not so gloomy. Like this, Lith waved at his abomination form in amazement. Gods, sometimes I wish you really belonged to my bloodline instead of Salark's. Because it would give you someone of Valoran's blood who can understand you and be close to you, Lith asked. No, because it would make everyone crap their pants at the idea of you becoming king. It would be hilarious, Tyrus chuckled. Valoran, too, would laugh his ass off if he were still alive. The rumors about the two of us sleeping together, however, would greatly anger him. Well, I'm no king material, that's for sure, Lith shrugged. And neither was Valoran. He just pointed the way and hoped for the others to follow him, she replied. Yeah, but at what price? Lith shapeshifted into his human form, lowering his eyes to the golden lily pendant in his hand. I'm sorry, but now I have to do this. Lith stepped through the door of the mausoleum, walking for the first and last time in front of Floria's tomb. There were candles lit for her and a small stone tray for offerings. He left the pendant there, closing his eyes and remembering the day he had gifted it to Floria and how happy it had made her. Even after the breakup, she had never taken the lily pendant off. Until her final moment, Floria had never stopped to believe in Lith and him in her. Goodbye, Floria Ernaz. Good night, my little flower. Lith allowed a single tear to stream down his eyes, leaving it along with the pendant as his tribute to her memory. Space. Inside Ligon's biome at the same time. It hadn't taken long for the divine beast's relief at being alive to turn into rage for the defeat of Thrud's army and scorn for those who, like Uffil, had surrendered. Or better, that was what Lyri the Thunderborn felt, and she expected her brethren to do the same. Yet they just sat around lazily, their eyes devoid of any emotion. How can you be like that? Valoran II is still alive. We can still fight for the true heir to the throne and fulfill Thrud's dream, she said at Ophius the Quetzalcoatl, who didn't even bother to look her in the eyes until she forced him. What dream? It's over, Lyri. The sooner you accept it, the better. Keep up like this, and you'll be a prisoner here forever. He sighed in despair while staring at something on the feathers of his wings that only he could see. What do you mean over? We are still alive and have our equipment. We can always. What do you know of the battle? His sudden fury took Lyri by surprise, cutting her short. You were comfortably sitting in the resurrection chamber when Ligon rescued you. You weren't there to see Magur fall apart. Here, let me show you. Ophius' left wing touched her right temple, establishing a mind link that brought the final moments of the battle for the white griffin to life. In the images, Lith had just completed the destruction spell for the power core, and the golden griffin had been blown to bits. The explosion had been controlled to not affect the allied forces of the kingdom and the council, but for Thrud's troops, it had been the equivalent of a nuclear bomb. The souls of the forgotten were now free, and their bodies dissolved at once into piles of ashes. A downpour of adamant had rained upon Ophius as the Forgotten's armor and weapons fell toward the ground. Lyri experienced his fear when he realized that without the students of the Golden Griffin, the council forces outnumbered them 10-1. The fear turned into horror a second later when Ophius and everyone else thought Valoran II had died in the conflagration. Then the horror turned into a panic when the flow of world energy from the Golden Griffin disappeared. Thrud's soldiers were already tired from the prolonged fight, and suddenly their bodies felt heavy and their mana failed them. To make matters worse, their opponents were now free to use their bloodline abilities again, and without the sealing arrays of the Lost Academy to hinder the fake mages, the army had joined the fray as well. Ophius' bastion had shattered under the council elders, annihilation that also blasted away half of Orsat the Griffin's body. Yet this time, she and her equipment hadn't disappeared in a cascade of light. Her eyes had gone dull, her body was in a freefall, and her blood and entrails sprayed over the surviving members of the 7-man unit. It was then that Ophius and the others had realized that their next death would stick. Every one of Thrud's followers had always fought fearlessly because the unwavering loyalty array made them immortal. Once they got out of the rebirth chamber, they joked and compared notes about their demises, considering it a joke. Now, however, they had reached the punchline. Thrud's awakened formations had fallen into disarray. Everyone worried solely about survival and looked for a way out. Even the most loyal among them knew that Thrud would never leave before making sure that Valoran was all right, which also meant that they considered her dead, even before Silpha had vaporized her body. Now that Marth's opponent was down, the White Knight was free to focus on the surviving forces of the Mad Queen's army, killing dozens of them with a single swing of his sword. The headmaster rained tower tier spells to cut their escape routes, while the 5 monsters in the When All Are One array moved from one 7-man unit to another, mowing them down like ripe wheat. Chapter 2358 Goodbye, Good Night Part 2. Last but not least, Nandi had gained full dominion over the world energy and used it to feed his fellow eldritches. Between their mirror magic and the might of their bodies, not even divine beasts could slow them down as they butchered their way through the battlefield. The moment Thrud had died, the last shred of hope had followed her. None of her soldiers was a leader. They were followers of her dreams and ambitions. With Valoran II allegedly dead and the true queen slain, they had no will to fight anymore. By the time Silpha had offered them a truce, they had already been decimated. Now you know, Ophius wiped the tears that were streaking down Lyri's cheeks. There's no such thing as Thrud's army anymore. What you see here is what's left. Of her 32 divine beasts, Ligon only saved those like you and me. The 8 of us are alive because we are unique existences, not because he felt pity for us. 8, Lyris echoed, her voice deadpan from the shock. Including Protheus and Uphil, yeah, Ophius nodded. I guess that a few of our fellow disciples have been captured, but there were just a few hundred of us to begin with. Even if all those who surrendered were spared despite the frenzy of the battle, I doubt they reached the double digits. It's over. It's really over. The Thunderborn's knees buckled, and her expression was now no different from that of the other new inhabitants of the biome. The War of the Griffins had plagued the kingdom for months, yet it ended in the Empire. The moment Lyri let go of her weapon, there were no soldiers of the Mad Queen left, only survivors. Space. White Griffin Academy at the same time. Right after all the members of Thrud's army had been captured or killed, the White Knight had gone back to its academy form, and the Royal Array had been deactivated. Silpha was still there to supervise the cleaning of the rubble and the collecting of the equipment of fallen soldiers and divine beasts. To make sure that Meron was all right, she had to settle for a call and arrange with him the finishing touches. No one would ever know about the true form of the White Griffin, thanks to Thrud's information blackout, and the fact that only mages from the army and members of the council had taken part in the battle. "What's the casualty rate for our side?" the queen asked. "We were lucky, your majesty," General Vorg replied. "Since the army only fought from the backlines and our main task was buying time for the awakened, we have lost just a few hundred mages." "A few hundred mages," Silphas bitterly echoed. They had all been veterans and loyal subjects to the kingdom. Very few mages had the talent and the will to pursue such a career instead of their own interests. A few hundred would have been a small number for regular people, but for mages, it was a huge blow. "Better than thousands," Vorg shrugged. "Better than complete annihilation." "Point taken," Silpha nodded. "What about the council?" "It was a bloody massacre." Ragu was barely containing her fury as she checked the number of missing runes from her amulet. "We have lost over 100 elders and a few hundred members. We have lost millennia of history and knowledge, maybe forever. Our only hope is that before joining the battle they chose their heirs and arranged their legacies so that they can be mastered even without a mentor." "Is there anything that the kingdom can do to ease your losses?" the queen asked. "For starters, keep your word," the human representative snarled. "Try to pull anything funny and you'll have another war at hand. Second, we are taking half of the collected equipment. The royal forgemasters can learn a lot by studying Thrud's enchantments, but so can the council." "It's a fair request," Silpha nodded. "My advice is to keep one piece per type for study and have someone melt the rest into adamant. Losing the ingredients and the crystals employed to forgemaster them is a waste, but keeping enchantments tailor-made for someone else would be even worse," Ragu said before walking away. "Headmaster Marth, how are things on your side?" the queen asked via the communication amulet. "Peachy, the students and the staff have no idea what happened since the White Knight kept them inside gyro-stabilized panic rooms. I'm already reassuring them that the war is over, and that I'll free them as soon as our front lawn is clear," Marth replied. "Perfect, what about you?" "It's hard to tell." The moment the power core had gone back to standby mode, it had expelled Marth and the headmaster's ring. "I've never been so powerful, so now I feel as weak as a kitten. I have no idea if it's because of the battle, or if I just miss my powers already. Feel free to consult a specialist if you think you are suffering from withdrawal symptoms," Silpha said. "Even if it was just for a while, you are no different from a cursed object, and there's no telling what the side effects might be." "I will follow your advice, your majesty," Marth nodded. "One more thing." Silpha pressed the runes of the rest of the headmasters, having them join the conversation. Take care of your students because they are our most valuable currency. Today, hundreds of loyal mages have died, and we have yet to deal with hundreds of traitorous mages. The fate of the kingdom now rests on your shoulders as well as on the royals. Those kids are our future. Think about it before doing something stupid. Space. Erna's mansion in front of the mausoleum, a few minutes later. Tyrus wanted to spend time with Valoran II, and Lith couldn't stand being there 1 second longer, so the Guardian had opened a warp gate leading to the desert. Orion and Gianni still stood in front of the stone gate, but their expression was now relaxed. Relief and sadness were mixed together, twisting their faces non-stop. It's finally over, Orion sighed. There's nothing more we can do. It's time to say goodbye to Floria as well and move on with our lives. If only it was that simple, Gianni sighed as well, but you are right, we have to at least try. A long silence fell between them, and it took them a few minutes to find the strength to enter the mausoleum and bid their daughter goodbye. The stone gates weighed nothing thanks to the royal fortress armor, but closing them felt harder than shifting Magus' orbit. The War of the Griffins is over, but we are far from done, Gianni said. I now have to train my magic and mana core while you need to find a way to awaken. On top of that, there's the matter of making a new child. Not today, Orion shook his head. I don't want to create another life out of grief or as a part of one of your schemes. If we are going to do this, it must be an act of love like for all of our children. Chapter 2359 Face the Future, Part 1. I don't feel like celebrating the end of the war, but our family can use a little happiness or at least an opportunity to take our minds off the grieving. Let's spend the rest of the day with our family. Everything else can wait until tomorrow, Orion said. Maybe even for a bit longer, Gianni nodded. With Through dead, Gianni's rage was gone. Without her rage, she was empty, ready to be filled with more pain from Floria's absence. Gianni still had lots of plans and schemes, but no will to enact a single step of any of them. Space. Erna's mansion, Quilla's room, later that afternoon. The lunch had been an utter failure. No one felt like rejoicing for the end of the war, and no one was in the mood to chat. The long silence and brooding faces made the dining room look like a funeral vigil. Lucky sat at Orion's feet the whole time, eating only the food coming from his hand. Thanks for dragging me away. I was about to burst into tears again, Quilla said to Morok, who had gotten them out with an excuse. Yeah, the mood was really heavy. Any longer and it would have crushed me. The tyrant sighed in relief, plunging onto one of the comfortable padded chairs of her living room. Quilla followed suit, and several minutes had to pass before either of them spoke again. This doesn't feel real. The War of the Griffin lasted for so long, and now it's over. I lived with Floria for years, and now she's gone. Everything happened so suddenly that it all seems like a sick joke, Quilla said. That's life, Morok shrugged. Stuff just happens without any notice. We can only hope to receive a gift from a friend instead of a kick in the nuts. I could really use a gift right now. Quilla turned to look at the mausoleum through the window of her living quarters. I'm tired of kicks in the nuts, and I don't even have gonads. About that, Morok produced a thud that snapped her out of it. He was now kneeling in front of her, holding with 2 hands the deep violet robe of a Magus. Now that the war is over and Thrud is dead, you can make this decision without revenge clouding your judgment. I would love to wait until you have overcome your grief, but in my experience, pain doesn't come with an expiration date. The robe was tied in the middle with a common string forming a complex knot that was impossible to unravel. The knot of betrothal gifts. Quilla Nymia Daphne Ernas, would you marry me? Morok followed tradition to the letter, using her middle names in the proper order. Wait, what? She froze on her chair without knowing what to say. I said, Quilla Nymia Daphne Ernas, would you marry me? Morok replied. Also, I really want to have children, so if you are not with me on this, you'd better tell me now and I'll get out of your hair. A marriage proposal with a side of blackmail. She raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Threatening to dump me right after my sister's funeral. Well, yes, but actually no. I mean to cheer you up and let you know how much you mean to me. Morok shook his head. Yet even if you are stronger than me, smarter than me, and richer than me, I'm not going to be your doormat. I have dreams that I will follow and goals that I want to achieve. I don't want to hinder your career, but I won't allow it to mess with my life either. If we can't make each other happy, we deserve to find someone who will. Gods, you are so wise and yet so rude. Quilla's frown disappeared, replaced by a peal of silvery laughter. Pray tell, smartass, what does that thing mean? Only the royals can make someone a Magus. Without their approval, it's just a violet robe. Also, how am I supposed to wear it with that knot? If I cut it after accepting your gift, we'd be the first couple on Magus to have divorced before the marriage ceremony. This robe symbolizes my wish for you to achieve your dreams and my will to support you in whatever endeavor you'll undertake. As for the knot, the soft fabric of the robe needed but a gentle pull to come out of the long piece of string. Gods, you act so dumb, yet you are actually smart and thoughtful. That's the reason I love you, Quilla said. Yeah, Morak froze and his jaw fell to the floor. He stared at her for a while, showing no intention to pick it up any sooner. Quilla wore the violet robe and put the knot on her wrist like it was a bracelet. I love you, Morak Erie, and marrying you will make me the happiest woman on Magus, so yes. Yes, I will marry you, she said amid sniffles and with eyes veiled with tears. This is the moment when you stand up, tell me that you love me too, and then we kiss, jackass, she said after he remained frozen in the same position. This is not funny, you idiot. You're ruining this for are his pupils really dilated. Quilla tried moving around, but Morak's eyes didn't follow her. She put 2 fingers on his neck, checking his pulse and casting a diagnostic spell. I can't believe it. This idiot really fainted with his eyes wide open. She burst into laughter, taking an empty remember from her desk. I need to record this, or no one will ever believe me. She made the device start recording, and then she gently pushed Morak, making him fall on the floor with his eyes and mouth still wide open. Mom, Dad, guys, you have to see this. Once Quilla was sure to have collected every piece of evidence she would later need to prove the story of her marriage proposal, she opened the door and yelled at the top of her lungs. The entire Erna's family came in a rush, armed to their teeth and spells ready to fly. When they saw Morak unconscious on the floor, they looked around the room for an assailant. Only then did they notice Quilla wearing a violet robe and laughing her ass off to the point of crying. Once they managed to make her share what had happened with a mind link, they cried as well, their joy no less than hers. Space. Erna's mansion, Freya's room, later that evening. On the bright side, we got to witness Morak's reaction when he finally realized that Quilla had said yes. On the even brighter side, his sprawled body on the floor was hilarious. Freya said. We needed a good laugh. Ever since Floria died, no one could so much as smile. The end of the War of the Griffins is supposed to be good news, but it actually feels empty. Quilla's marriage, instead, feels like one real good news. Yeah, about that, Nalrund scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't tell me that you want to propose to me, she said in surprise. Chapter 23, 60 Face the Future, Part 2. Absolutely not. Even in the off chance I wanted to, now I'd have to wait for another opportunity since today your family had plenty of emotions already. Ah, Freya replied. It was a single word, yet it carried the cold of an ice age and all of her scorn and disappointment. I see, I'm sorry for interrupting you. What were you saying? Nalrund wasn't the most sensitive of men, but the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees, and Freya's glare seemed to be trying to choke him with the power of her mind. That with the end of the War of the Griffins, your parents should have no reason to be scared about your future anymore, he cautiously said while offering her tea and cookies that Freya didn't even glance at. I say that we let a few days pass, maybe a couple of weeks, and then we can safely break the engagement. You want to break the engagement? She replied in shock. Well, yeah, he shrugged. Your father proposed on your behalf because of the war. This is something your parents wanted, not us. Also, let's be honest, we don't have a future. I can't awaken, whereas you'll live for 1,000 years. 3,000 if you become a harbinger. I'm stuck as a hybrid, and I still have no clue about how to merge my 2 life forces. Our children would be born as forced hybrids without even the choice to pick your side, and... Is this because my survival is bound to becoming Fallow's harbinger? Freya cut him off. Because I might lose my free will and a good chunk of my privacy. No, he shook his head. Fallow is a wonderful person, and I'm sure that she'd treat her harbinger as a partner, not as a slave. I believe that you are in good hands. Then is this because you don't feel anything for me? Was this only sex for you? Did meeting my family and living together never mean anything to you? She said in outrage, clenching her hands so hard that they popped. Gods no, how can you even think that? Nalrund was as outraged as her, but the pain in Freya's eyes made him realize how bad his words had to sound to her ears. He gently grabbed her shoulders, taking a deep breath to calm down before speaking. Look, I'm not going to beat around the bush any longer. I love you, but I'm not the right guy for you. You need... A slap to his face cut him short again. How can you say that you love me and drop me like a bad habit? Freya said with eyes veiled with tears. I told you already. I'm going to be a decrepit old man before a single of your hair turns gray, and I'd pass my hybrid nature on to my children. You deserve. A second slap hit him. Just like the previous, it was just as strong as one from a regular woman, showing that even in her fury she didn't want to hurt him. I decide who I deserve, jackass. You don't get to choose that for me. She stood right in front of him, grabbing Nalrond from the collar of his shirt. Freya forced him to bend down and look her in the eyes. Yes, I do, because it wouldn't be fair to you or your family. They don't need to know the truth about me, and there's no point telling them. I'm doing this because I love you, and I want to spare you the suffering of seeing me die. Of being forced to choose between not having children or watching them die as well. You. I love you too, jackass, she said with a snarl, never averting her gaze. Oh, Nalrund said, suddenly feeling like the biggest idiot on Magur. Oh, indeed. Freya let him go, turning around in anger. Congratulations, you've managed to pull the least romantic love confession in Magur's history. This will be really hard to beat. The Razar tried to find the words to patch things up, but his brain refused to work. Do you really love me? He asked with a dumb expression on his face. Yes, I do, and I really hoped you would propose to me earlier. She half-turned toward him, still giving him the back but also showing him her lips twirled up in anger. Well, don't you dare do it now, she said after noticing that he was about to kneel. You've ruined it. You've ruined everything, and I'm leaving. Freya walked through the door of her room, slamming it with enough force to make the wall tremble. Stupid idiot, Nalrund said to himself. Years spent mocking Morok, and then you act like such a fool that in comparison he's Valoran himself. The only way I could have made things even worse was to joke about the fact that since Falol has to be a big part of our life, we might as well invite her to a threes. Why the fuck aren't you chasing after me? Freya's voice came through the closed door. I fucked up so much, she'll never let me hear the end of this. Even if I awaken, she'll throw this in my face on her deathbed. Are you coming or not? Freya yelled again. I'm sorry, I mean it. I'm worse than a Morok. Nalrund bolted forward, praying for the Great Mother to give him a third brain since both of his human and Razar brains seemed to be completely useless. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Palace, right after Lith departed from the Urna's mansion. Thanks to Tyrus, they had no need for geysers or the Kingdom's Gate network. They reached their destination in a single step, yet it was one step too many. Lith was already exhausted from the final battle against Thrud and the destruction of the Golden Griffin. Visiting Floria's resting place had put a burden on his psyche as big as the one that summoning Juria had put on his body. He collapsed the moment the presence of Salark's palace and of his family made Lith feel safe. If not for Tyrus catching him on the fly, he would have fallen face first on the floor. We have to stop meeting like this, she chuckled while lifting him in a Princess Carry before putting him down on an armchair. Very funny, he mumbled, his voice barely audible. Is he all right? Alina rushed to his side in fear that another fight might have broken out. Bad luck seemed to follow her son like his own shadow. No matter how much she prayed for him, Lith seemed to never catch a break. I'm fine, Mom, I'm just tired. Lith felt his eyes drooping, talking required sheer willpower. You should have seen him, Alina. I'm really proud of him. Camilla caressed his hair and used a mind link of her own to share the events with the rest of the family and spare Lith from the effort. He gave Orion and Gianni closure. Lith summoned the spirit of Juria Urnas, and despite how weak he already was, he offered to help Tyrus as well. Chapter 23, 61 Embers of War, Part 1. The royals may call Lith a hero for the feats he has achieved as a Magus, but it's for the things he does as a man that I love him, Camilla said. Alina sniffled a bit but said nothing. She kissed Lith on the forehead and ordered a huge meal from one of the many valets. How do you feel, Solus? Raz asked. I'm almost as tired as Lith. She clenched her hands to find the strength to not fall apart. Speaking with Juria and saying goodbye to Floria had brought her great pain, but she didn't want to burden Lith or make the rest of the family worry. I'll be right back. I just need to put the tower in place so that Lith and I can recover our strength faster. Do you mind some company? Raz noticed her distress and didn't want her to be alone. Thanks, Dad. That would be terrific. Solus did reach the Mana Geyser and summon the tower, but then she hugged Raz and let herself go. You should have seen them, Dad. Gianni and Orion were suffering so much, and I couldn't even console them. Floria was one of my best friends as well, but I couldn't explain to them how we met nor tell them how much she meant to me. I know, sweetie, I know. He held her tight, gently caressing her head. I don't get it, Dad. Thrude is dead, but I still hate her so much that I wish she was alive just to torture her more. Why don't I feel any better even after we avenged Floria? Why do I still miss her so much? Solus sobbed. Because she was a precious friend. Even though hatred may give you strength, none of it makes up for your loss. To make matters worse, once you get your revenge and the hate fades away, the void in your heart is bound to grow colder. Roz replied. What can I do, Dad? The only thing anyone can. Live on while remembering how Floria lived instead of focusing on the moment when she died. I know that right now it seems impossible, but in time, you'll be able to do it. Meanwhile, between the tower and a hearty meal, Lith was quickly regaining his strength. His awakened nature allowed him to recover simply by resting and assimilating the abundant world energy in his surroundings. I swear to the gods, Mom, I can cut the steak by myself. Yet no matter how powerful a divine beast he was, to his mother Lith was still her baby. I know, but this way you can focus on eating. You are deathly pale, dear. The sooner you put some meat on those bones, the sooner you can go to rest. Alina replied while ignoring his grievances and making the rest of the family laugh. Do you want to go back home? Now Lucia is safe. No one will make an attempt on our lives anymore. Lith asked, his palms out in surrender and happy that at least she wasn't trying to spoon-feed him. Not today, Alina shook her head. First you need to eat, then rest. Then I want you to keep doing that until you feel better. I love Lucia and our home, but this is the only place where I know that nothing bad can happen. Agreed. Renan nodded, glad to not need a security detail anymore. Grandma is the best. Aaron and Lyria nodded while playing with Sharjin, who in his wormling form had already reached their size. Thank you, sweetie pies. Tyrus, Camilla with me, please. The overlord gestured for them to follow her into the adjacent room. What do you owe gods? Is this Valoran II? Camilla pointed at a small baby boy less than 6 months old who kept shape-shifting from human into a wormling and back. Yes, he is. He's also the next best thing to how your daughter will look and behave. Salark nodded. Lith can barely stand the sight of Valoran, but I thought you might want to meet him and maybe hold him a bit. Valoran II looked at Camilla with his big violet eyes, emitting the same noise that any baby would. He's so little and cute. I can't believe that a monster like Thrude could make something so beautiful, Camilla said while taking the baby in her arms and triggering his shape-shifting. In his Bahamut form, Valoran had the head, the hands, and the tail of a griffin. Everything else resembled the body of a dragon and was covered with white scales as big as a stamp. A set of golden feathered wings emerged from his back, while a second set of membranous white wings came out of his hips. The claws and beak didn't hurt Camilla, yet he tried to reach for her breasts in search of milk, making her flinch for a second. Thrude wasn't a monster, Tyrus sighed. She was just a misguided woman who never managed to escape from the shadow of her mad father. As long as Thrude had Jormund by her side, I had hopes for her redemption. After his death, however, the loving mother and wife were gone, and all that was left was Arthan's daughter. Tyrus took the baby from Camilla and fed him from a bottle. If only she had accepted Ligon's offer, we all would have been spared a lot of pain, and Valoran would still have his parents. Camilla looked funny at Tyrus, and then at Salark long enough for them to notice. I don't lactate at will, or rather I can, but it would bring also a lot of side effects like maternal instinct, Tyrus said with a sigh. Still feels weird seeing someone called the Great Mother using a bottle, Camilla pointed out. He's still Thrude's son, and there's little we know about his abilities and squat about his character. Salark shrugged. We are not getting attached to him until we are sure Valoran II won't follow in his grandfather's footsteps. And how do you think to stop that if he grows up feeling that people are scared of him, if no one loves him? Camilla asked. Valoran is still your grandchild, and you are the only relative he has left. Tyrus and Salark exchanged a quick glance before answering. Point taken. Tyrus held the baby close to her chest, singing him a griffin song like she would for one of her own. Valoran II gulped down the bottle, asking for another, and another, and another. After the second, Camilla asked to be the one feeding the baby. She wanted to get used to Valoran in case they adopted him and also make practice. Now that I think about it, is Elijah going to be a glutton too? I mean, now I eat really a lot, but once she's born, if she keeps needing so much food, I doubt I can keep up with this kind of appetite. She asked once Valoran II reached the 4th bottle and seemed to have no intention to stop. Don't worry, Elijah will be a hybrid and her human mass will limit her food intake. Valoran instead is already a perfect divine beast. That's why he eats so much. Chapter 23, 62 Embers of War, Part 2. Valoran is used to the nutrients that his mother, a golden griffin, provided him, Tyrus replied. After taking care of the baby, they left him with the handmaidens that Ligon had also saved from the collapse of the Lost Academy. Aphia and Vila were part of Valoran's life, and the last bits of his family who were officially still alive. Camilla had none of Lith's hard feelings for Thrude, and her heart clenched at the thought of the hardships that Valoran would have to face alone growing up. Yet she cared more about her husband, and decided to make no mention of the baby's presence in the palace. When they returned to the dining room, Lith was done eating and Solus had returned. "Is everything okay?" Lith asked after noticing Camilla's inner turmoil. "Peachy, nothing that you have to worry about, I swear," she said with a sweet smile. "How do you feel, Solus?" "How long do you have?" she sighed. "I only want to go to sleep and forget." Suddenly, most of the communication amulets lit up in unison, even Salark's and Tyrus. As for Lith, his military amulet turned on by itself due to a royal override. "What is it now? More enemies. Explosive devices left by Thrude as a contingency plan in case of her defeat?" he asked in frustration. "Sort of," Queen Silpha replied. "I used the royal override to make sure to reach you before any member of your family answered their amulet. Believe me, your parents don't want to see Thrude's final message." Raz looked at the amulet, noticing that the blinking rune belonged to the kingdom's information network. It was used for important updates and news relevant to the survival of people. Drafts, famines, and all kinds of political and natural phenomena that could compromise the livelihood of the citizens of the kingdom were reported through the channel. "What is it about?" Salark asked. "Nothing much, just a compilation of Meln Narchet being tortured, pissing himself, begging, and all the most humiliating things he did while Thrude held him prisoner," the queen replied. In her message, Thrude says that she made sure that even if he escaped, his reputation would be destroyed. After seeing that video, no one will ever respect Narchet. The undead courts, the criminal underworld, and even regular citizens now consider him a joke. The fearsome dead king has become a laughingstock. The bad news is that he's clearly alive. Thrude wouldn't taunt a dead man. The good news is that he's alone. No one will help him in his quest for revenge, and without Baba Yaga's support, it's only a matter of time before we find him. She took a pause to let the news sink in before moving on to a different topic. "Supreme Magus Verhen, the kingdom thanks you for your help and contributions in ending the War of the Griffins. Yet this is far from over. The kingdom is still split in two. There is a lot to rebuild and millions of people to bridge back to our side. The crown still needs your help. It won't be tomorrow or next week, but I'll summon you again and I expect you to answer. I know it may sound of bad taste, but there will soon be a gala. If we don't celebrate our victory, if we don't show to the citizens of our country that the war is over, they'll never believe it. I hate the idea of dancing while the corpses of so many friends are still warm, but life is for the living." Queen Silpha out. Everyone deactivated the blinking rune but Raz. He needed sheer willpower to not grin from ear to ear. "As soon as Alina falls asleep, I'm going to watch that video until my eyes give out. Giving me the chance to see that fucker get his due is the only good thing Thrude did," Raz thought. "I was afraid of this," Lith sighed. "Meln is still alive. Yet as the queen said, he's a much lesser threat now. If Thrude did to him what I think she did, his mind and body are in ruin. While he was trapped and his power sealed, mine kept growing. He can only rely on himself, and we all know how Meln is his own worst enemy. We'll deal with him, but not today. Now I only want to rest." Lith stood up, still needing help from Camilla to walk, and slept until dinner time in the kingdom. Space. Vaster Mansion, the Master's private quarters, right after the end of the battle. Vaster and the monster Eldritch hybrids returned home in dire need of rest and food. They were exhausted but happy. Not one of them had died, and when pushed to their limits, their newfound powers had surpassed the Eldritch's highest expectations. Even better, they had learned from the fight how to further improve and merge their life forces. Now that the War of the Griffins was finally over, they could afford the time to take turns in the new and perfected madness. Vaster had thoroughly studied the blueprints they had acquired from the Wisdom Palace, and created what he believed to be a masterpiece. Until that moment, his version of the madness was based on the few fragments left for study in the royal archives, and the device he had barely glanced at in Thrude's lab in Author. Now instead, he had the schematics of every single spell and iron bolt. Yet it would have to wait for another day. "Daddy," the moment Philia and Frey used that word to welcome the master back, all of his plans to cure Maugr and further mankind's evolution took the backseat. The children didn't say much, just calling him Dad and crying non-stop, but it was the best speech Vaster had ever heard. It made him feel at home, loved, and needed. "Don't worry, kids, Dad is all right." He hugged them, lifting them off the ground with ease. "We kicked the bad guys' butts and no one got hurt. You should have seen us. Your aunties and uncles were the real heroes today." "Don't listen to him." Nelia assumed her human form, that of a stunning redhead with silver eyes. "Dad was the best. Look with your own eyes if you don't believe me. He even worked with Valoran's companions and took his place in the legendary when all are one array." She projected a doctored hologram of the battle that was kept family-friendly from start to finish. The children yelled, cried, and chanted their father's name all the time. "I'm proud of you, Zager." Zinnia came close to him second, letting the children experience for the first time in their lives the feeling of having a father they loved and of whom they could be proud. "I told you that you aren't a monster. You should stop beating yourself so much and believe in yourself." Her kiss and embrace were as sweet as honey, yet they tasted like poison. The master felt guilty for the lives he had taken, and those he was already planning to take in order to further his plans. The new madness couldn't be fueled by rainbows and happy thoughts. It needed live sacrifices and hundreds of them. Chapter 2363, A Long Path, Part 1. Yet how and where to procure the fodder to fuel Vaster's madness would also have to wait for another day, because another unexpected storm was incoming. "I can't wait to rub this in the face of all those stuck-up nobles who always badmouth you in the royal court, Zager," Zinnia chuckled. "Between your achievement and your new training schedule, I'll have to fight to keep other women's hands off you." "I'm sorry, Zin, but that won't be a problem." He hugged her, losing himself in her warmth. "What do you mean?" "Zager, Vaster was sent off with you. I fought as the master. No one will ever know of my involvement. It would expose my real strength and my affiliation with the Eldritches," he replied. "Let me get this straight." She pushed him away to look him straight in the eyes. "You put your life on the line and replaced Valoran in the array. I risked losing my husband and my children their father, yet no one will ever know. Are you telling me that Lith, the queen, and Marth will once again hog all the glory? That after everything you have done, your name will be kept off the records? That those idiots in the royal court will mock you thinking that you cowardly abandoned the kingdom before the final battle?" Zinnia's voice was cold and filled with outrage, but not toward her husband. It was the kingdom she resented, and its people she despised. Zinnia found them ungrateful and cruel, wishing them the worst. "Yes, but you and the kids know. That's the only thing that matters to me," Vaster shrugged. "I have your love, your respect, and for one day I stood equal to the first king. I don't care for the glory. No one can take this away from me." "Oh, Zager, you are too kind for your own good. Those people don't deserve you." Zinnia hugged him, sniffling. She needed sheer willpower to not cry at the injustice and curse the whole kingdom. She didn't want to ruin that moment for her husband or the kids. Despite her good intentions, Zinnia managed to make Vaster feel even worse. There, we need to celebrate. I need a bath, a meal, and after that we can do whatever we want." He caressed her back. "I know that you kids are all grown up, but since today I gave you such a scare, what do you say if tonight we all sleep together?" Philia and Frey looked at him in confusion, taking a step back. "What's with that face?" Vaster was even more confused. "If you don't want to, just say it." "They've never slept with their parents, Zager," Zinnia rushed to explain. "What?" "Falmug didn't allow me to stay close to the children nor them to bother him at night," she replied. "What if they had a nightmare? What if they had a fever?" he asked in disbelief. "He would either lock them in their room or order a servant to look after them." Zinnia clenched her fists. "Gods, I wish I knew it back then," Vaster thought in outrage. "I would have made sure that Falmug suffered for much, much longer before his execution." "Okay, so do you want to sleep with Mom and Dad? Yes or no?" he actually said, smiling. "Can we?" They looked at Zinnia, afraid to be a bother to them. "Of course you can," Zinnia nodded. "Thank you, Zager," she whispered in his ear. "We need to talk. How could you not tell me such a thing sooner?" he whispered back, making her stiffen for a second. She would have never expected that their first quarrel wouldn't be triggered by Vaster's secrets or her jealousy, but by his wounded fatherly pride. Zinnia not involving him wholly in Frey, S and Philia's life had made Vaster feel left out. Zinnia just smiled, looking at her children's happy faces and thanking the gods for blessing her with the perfect man. Her only wish was for that happiness to never end. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Palace. Sundown for the kingdom, but dawn for the desert. Lith had felt weird having lunch when it was dinner time for him, and even weirder going to sleep when the sun had started to rise on the horizon. Yet his biological clock was set to the kingdom, and his body was in dire need of rest. "I can't believe it," he said while looking at the ceiling of the bedroom of the dream house in the tower. "In one day, the War of the Griffin is over. I said goodbye to Floria, Quilla is choosing the date for her marriage, and Freya is single again." "How can you blame her?" Camilla chuckled. "Nalrund was such a jackass that in her shoes I would have sicked Orion, Gianni, and the whole Erna's guard at him. Don't you ever do something so insensitive to me, are we clear?" "Crystal," Lith nodded, "do you mind if we just sleep? I'm really tired." "What do you mean, if I mind?" She blinked several times in confusion. "Well, I know that you are a pervert and that you have your needs. I really love that you can't keep your hands off me, but right now I'm in dire need of sleep." Lith used a dramatic tone, speaking as if he was usually forced to indulge her in their amorous plays. "I'm the pervert, since when?" Camilla punched his shoulder. "Then what's that?" Lith pointed at the white silk Roman toga that he could see in her closet. It had a deep neckline and side slits on either side that would leave most of her legs exposed at every step she took. The standard uniform of a dragon's maiden. She blushed a little in embarrassment. "You are also a dragon, and I thought that maybe we could make a historically accurate reenactment of their master-apprentice relationship sometime." "Where did you even get the idea?" "Today I've met Valorin II's handmaidens. One thing led to another, and I had Grandma make one for me." She glossed over the part about the baby being there as well, and the uniform of her choosing being the most demure in Salark's closet. "As I said, a pervert," Lith chuckled. Camilla blushed harder, glad that she had yet to procure the rest of the material for their romantic evening. It would have just proved his point further. "Thank you, Kami," he said after a while. "For the dress," she snapped out of it. "For always being there for me when I'm weak. For loving even the parts of me I struggle to accept. For helping me to collect my pieces when I fall apart. I will never thank you enough for asking me to marry you and giving me a daughter." Lith drew her close in a tender embrace. "Silly man," she returned the embrace. "I'll remember these words when it's your turn to take care of the baby and you try to dump your chores on me." "I call bullshit," Lith looked her in the eyes. "I can promise you right now that if that's what you want, I'll take care of Elijah on my own." Chapter 2364, A Long Path, Part 2. "Of course, Solus would help me, and she'd spend much more time with our daughter than you, but who keeps count of stuff like that?" "Son of a dragon," she replied in mock outrage. "I walked straight into that. By the way, where's Solus? After everything you guys went through today, I expected her to spend some time with us before going to bed." "Space. Solus's room at the same time." "Thanks for keeping me company, Tista," Solus said. "I really didn't want to stay alone, but at the same time, I don't want to bother Lith and Kami." "Don't mention it," Tista sighed. "I need company too, but with Badia still on the front lines to recapture Thrud's cities, you are the best I got." "Wow, so kind of you. You are making me blush," Solus replied with a sneer. "As I said, don't mention it," Tista yawned, too tired from the long day to care about sarcasm between friends. "By the way, you never answered Camilla when she asked you how you feel." "Because I was waiting for this moment. I need to speak with both you and Nika," Solus replied. "Nika," Tista sat up abruptly. "How could I forget about her until now? She fused with Dawn to help us. What if now the horseman knows everything about you?" "Only one way to find out." Solus pushed the rune of the vampire on her communication amulet. "Solus," Nika answered immediately. "You sure took your sweet time. I was starting to get worried sick." "I'm sorry, Nika, but first things first." Solus raised her palm out to stop the barrage of questions about her side of the fight. "Is Dawn still with you?" "Yes," Nika slightly opened her shirt, revealing a white crystal amid her bosom. "How much does she know about me?" "Only that you and Lith are bonded like a horseman and her host. She also knows you are some kind of powerful relic, of course," Nika replied. "Before bonding with her, I asked Baba Yaga to seal off the mind fusion. Neither of us can access the other's mind without explicit consent. When Dawn wants to know something, she has to ask me and I have to agree. We still have both our free will and personality. Like this, we can both see and hear what's around me." She pointed at the exposed crystal. "Now, instead, Dawn is locked inside her real body." The crystal disappeared under Nika's skin, and then her entire body shapeshifted into Dawn-S. "This is the way I can protect my secrets." Her voice was melodious and sweet, but also much wiser and detached than the vampires. "I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Solus Verhin, but I don't plan on sharing much with any of you." "And neither do I with you," Solus replied. "Do you mind bringing Nika back? There's something I have to say to both of you." The white crystal emerged from Dawn's flesh, making her snowy skin sparkle like silver. "I meant to switch bodies. No offense, you still creep me out," Solus said. Dawn curled her lips in annoyance, but shapeshifted without saying a word. "As you know, I have a special relationship with my host, but not as deep as the one between Dawn and Akala," Solus said, and the other two women nodded. "I often wondered about taking my time and space to understand how much of my feelings for him are due to our bond. Until now, there's always been a crisis or another that kept me from leaving Lith's side. With the end of the War of the Griffins, however, I can finally travel Magur on my own. To be honest, I'm scared and excited at the same time. I've never stayed away from Lith for long, yet if I don't do this before the baby is born, I'll just be swallowed in our relationship. I want him out of my head and sight until I'm sure of what I want and what I like. I need to discover my place in this world without worrying about what he thinks." A wise decision indeed. A white light appeared in Nika's eyes, and she spoke with Dawn's voice while nodding. "Your situation is no different from Zepho's. I sent him away for the same reasons you are taking this journey." "Thank you," Solus gave her a small bow. "Yet to do that, I need both Tista and Nika. I've never been alone, and I know I couldn't make it on my own. As for you, Dawn, I haven't forgotten about how we met. Yet I would appreciate if we could be civil toward each other and compare notes about living with our respective hosts. Can I ask you a question?" It was Dawn's voice coming out of Nika's mouth, and Solus nodded for her to continue. "How did you get your own body so quickly? I lived for over a millennium, yet the only way I found to not be in the backseat was to take over my host. Until Akala, there was no us, either me or them. It was far from quick, but it's thanks to my nature being similar to that of a horseman," Solus lied through her teeth. "Why, how was your life before Akala?" "I could talk with my hosts, of course. I could share their senses, but the food never tasted as good as when I used my own mouth. A flower didn't have the same fragrance, and even daylight felt dull," Dawn replied. "Couldn't you just switch bodies?" Solus asked. "Who would give their body away freely? Who would let someone else wear their skin and live their life?" Dawn said with a snort. "I had hundreds of hosts, and every single one of them only looked at me like a source of power and knowledge. I was a thing, their thing. They felt entitled to tell me what to do or not, to shut me up whenever they found my thoughts noisy or my advice unwanted. After a while, I learned to just return the favor and turn them into my things. Why do you think Mother made sure that only I could conjure my true form, and only a bond like the one I had with Akala could give me a body of my own? Otherwise, taking a male host would have meant being taken in more than one way." Solus shuddered at the thought of someone looking at her just like a piece of meat. Someone who, despite knowing all of her most intimate thoughts and fears, would only consider her as a plaything. "My senses have been dulled too until I got my own body, so I understand what you mean," Solus nodded. "I hope that the two of us will get along. Lith is my first host, so I could use your experience on the matter." "The first? How lucky of you." Dawn didn't bother to hide her envy. Solus' eyes were too clear, and her way of thinking too innocent to have experienced much about the cruelty of human nature. "If your type is tall, dark, and workaholic, I could introduce you to Dusk. Too bad that he's too busy with school, or he could join us. His host needs friends, and badly." Chapter 23, 65 Paternal Pride, Part 1. "No offense to Kelia, but I want friends my age. Also, I already met Dusk, and he looks nice, but I don't trust him more than I trust you, Dawn. On top of that, if I was interested in babysitting, I wouldn't be taking this trip," Solus replied. "Fair enough." The light of dawn disappeared from Nika's eyes as she spoke with her own voice again. "How long until we leave?" "Just long enough to make sure that everything is all right and Lucia is safe. I'm not going to waste a single second more than necessary," Solus said. The four women continued to talk until Solus was too tired to continue. Yet after ending the call, sleep eluded her. Solus was still haunted by Floria's death, happy for the end of the war, and terrified at the idea of moving on with her life. Space. When Lith woke up, it was the middle of the night in the desert. He slept until the tower returned his body to its peak condition, and rest eased the burden that still weighed on his mind. "Good morning, sleepyhead." Camilla kissed him as soon as he stirred up. "Are you ready to go back to Lucia?" "Good morning, Kami. Good morning, Elijah," he chuckled, kissing her on the lips first and then on the stomach. "As for your question, I'm not ready, yet if I don't go now it makes things harder for everyone." Lith took his time dressing, wearing his clothes normally instead of just making the Voidwalker armor cover him up. He also went to check the dragon maiden dress in Camilla's wardrobe. "What are you doing?" she asked while he tested whether the toga was see-through or not, and how to take it off in the heat of passion without damaging the expensive silk. Collecting information, he replied with an expression deep in thought that Camilla knew was actually his perverted face. Knowledge is power in every world I've lived. Stop it, she chuckled, giving him a slap on the forehead. There's no time for whatever kinky stuff you are thinking about. Everyone is getting up for breakfast and we can't make them wait. I was planning no such thing. It's not my fault if you have a dirty mind and think everyone is like you. Lith blatantly lied, making her laugh harder. Once they reached the dining room, Alina and Roz were already there, and so were Solus and Tista. Protector, Celia, Renat, Sentin, and the kids came fashionably late. The mood during breakfast was better than the previous day, but there was still too much silence. I'd like to go back to Lucia now, Lith said once he was done eating. Until we start living as we did before the War of the Griffins, peace will never feel real. I want everyone to go back to their old lives without having to worry any more about Thrud or Meln. Thank you, dear, Alina nodded. There's nothing I'd like more than seeing your father work in the fields with his friends again. I can't wait to go back to taking care of the animals and managing our finances, yet as I said yesterday, it will have to wait. Why, what's wrong? Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. Nothing, Roz shook his head. It's just that the war ended yesterday and you are already putting us first. Your mother and I discussed this, and we've decided that it's time that you let us be your parents for once. Let us worry and take care of you, son. But, Dad... No buts. Roz cut Lith short with a wave of his hand. Your mother is right. This is the only place where nothing bad can happen. I want you to take your time to recover from Floria's death and the atrocities of war without having to worry about us. If I have to take care of my fields, I can't take care of my son. You are my priority, Lith, and my decision is final. Roz stood up and walked to Lith's side of the table, full of paternal pride as he squeezed Lith's shoulder. Thank you, Dad, Lith nodded, understanding how important it was to Roz and glad to be loved so much. Thank you, Mom. Grandma, if you are done eating as well, there's something I would like to share with you all. Can you please call Ligon? You mean grandfather? The overlord frowned in a glare. No, I mean... You mean grandfather, right? Yes, can you please call grandfather? Lith recognized Salark's. There's only one right answer, young man toned and gave up. That's one skill I'd better have picked up by the time the baby is born, he thought. Is everything all right? Ligon appeared from a warp gate, a bit annoyed for being disturbed during the playdate between Sharjin and Valoran II. Better than all right, Lith nodded. Please sit down. He gestured for Camilla to expose her womb, and he used the spell that Solus had created to let everyone hear the baby's heartbeat. Is this what I think it is? Alina's eyes became veiled with tears. Elijah's heartbeat, yes, Camilla nodded. Oh gods! Roz was glad to be already sitting because his knees had suddenly given out. He already knew that Camilla was pregnant, but hearing that rhythmic thump turned a mere notion into reality. There was life inside of her. Even though Roz couldn't see Elijah, his granddaughter was actually sitting just a few meters from him. This is as wonderful as it is upsetting, Salark said, leaving the rest of the table flabbergasted. At least until Alina and Celia nodded, with an equally stern frown on their faces. All this time you had this wonderful spell and you never bothered sharing it with us, the overlord sounded upset. I was pregnant until a while ago, yet the thought of using it on me never crossed your mind. You are in good company, Grandma, Alina grunted. Way to make me feel part of the family, Celia snorted. I didn't know it even existed until a few days ago. Solus created it. Lith had no qualms about throwing her under the bus to save himself. Ah, really? The three women turned in unison towards Solus, glaring at her with the harshness of a perennial winter. Well, yes. Solus inwardly cursed Lith and herself for not having shifted the blame first. I kept it a secret to surprise Lith in case anything bad happened. He was always on the front lines, and I thought he might need to be cheered up. I wish I was wrong. She sighed and lowered her gaze, making the memory of Floria's death resurface. I could argue that you could have shared the secret with us and kept Lith in the dark, but there's no point crying over spilled milk, Alina said. Thank you for taking good care of my son, Solus, but if you want me to forgive you, you'd better use that spell on me too, and fast. Solus bolted to Alina's side, using her magic to let a second thumping fill the air of the dining room. Can you hear it? This is our baby girl, Alina said amid sniffles. Chapter 23, 66, Paternal Pride, Part 2. Gods, we need to start thinking about a name. Something starting with an S. While Alina looked at Salark, who felt deeply moved, Roz froze to the point that he forgot how to breathe. The second heartbeat belonged to his unborn daughter, who had now become as real as Renaa and Tista. His whole being crumbled, and he felt like falling onto his knees and crying with joy. Then the pieces reassembled themselves as Roz remembered the time back when he was still barely a man, and Alina had told him she was pregnant for the first time. He had been happy and terrified at the same time, but he hadn't let those emotions overwhelm him. Roz knew how big of a challenge raising a baby would have been, so he had steeled up and worked twice as hard. Now, he had no need to work, but he was nothing like his old self. He was weak and wounded, something he couldn't tolerate anymore. Roz wanted to be strong and go back to being someone his wife could rely upon instead of just being another person she had to take care of. The heartbeat of the baby gave him the strength and the will to fight his inner demons like the man he wanted to be. "It's beautiful." He walked behind Alina, caressing her face and then her womb. "Thank you, dear. I thought I'd never been happier, yet you proved me wrong." After that, it was Celia's turn, and Protector howled in joy, quickly followed by Lilia, Laren, and Fenrir. The baby's heartbeat accelerated, matching their rhythm as if they were answering the call. "Stop it, you wolfheads," Celia said with a broken voice. "If the baby comes out before the right time, it would be your fault." The pack went mute in a second, rushing to reassure her baby bump that everything was all right. "It's beautiful indeed," Ligon nodded. "Do you plan on sharing it?" "Don't ask me, it belongs to Solus." Lith gave her full credit along with the blame. "Thanks, Farmbutt," she snarled. "Honestly, I haven't thought about that, but I think I will. It's no secret and requires little skill, Kami." "Why do you ask me?" she replied. "Because you helped me develop it. I consider the spell yours as well," Solus said. "I'd be happy to share it. It can't be used to do harm and will only bring joy to the people of the kingdom. They need it," Camilla nodded. "And not only them?" Sinmira and Surtur walked inside the room, but remained outside the door, not wanting to intrude in case their presence wasn't welcome. "Every mother on Magur would pay gold to hear their baby. Rithia sure would." The Dragon of Light cleared his throat, feeling awkward from Lith's glare. "What are you doing here?" Lith didn't care to hide the edge in his voice or the irritation he felt. "We wanted to offer you our condolences and let you know that we are here for you," Sinmira said, tormenting her fingers. "I don't want any of your condolences." Lith stood up. "Keep your offers for someone who doesn't know you, because I remember well that when I really needed you, you turned your back on me." "I'm sorry for that, but my family comes before mine." Lith ended the phrase for Surtur and nodded. "I understand that, but it doesn't change the outcome. I have no idea if I could have saved Floria with your help. What I know for certain is that you weren't there and she died. I'm not going to point fingers, but I have no need for someone as unreliable as you." "Now you are being unfair." Sinmira took a single step forward. "If it was about Camilla or Elijah, we would have helped you no matter the cost, yet it was just a human woman and the price was fighting a war." "That human woman was my best friend." Lith's voice dripped scorn. "Floria, that was her name, was my daughter's godmother. Speaking of that, I have a second announcement to make." Camilla noticed Lith's lips curling up in a cruel smile, and she hated him for that. He shouldn't drag Elijah in his petty revenge. I understand how he feels, but this is just wrong, she thought. With Floria, just a human woman, Erna's dead, Elijah needed a new godparent. Kami, Solus, and I have unanimously decided that there is no better person than Zorith to take that mantle, Lith said, making the entire room burst into an uproar. Grandma and Grandpa are already bound by their vow, and I didn't want to burden them further, especially now that they have to take care of Sharjin and Valorin II. Lith raised his hands to quiet them down and let him explain. Zorith is the best choice. She's a human-dragon abomination hybrid, so she knows exactly how Elijah will feel, and she experienced the same struggles that my daughter will face. She is also an awakened mage. Zorith will be able to teach Elijah everything she needs and follow her when she throws a tantrum. More importantly, Zorith had no qualms about risking her life and that of her wife to aid me in the war. If she did so much for me, I'm certain that she'll do the same for Elijah. When her goddaughter needs her, Zorith will overturn the heavens and earth instead of explaining Elijah why she can't intervene. Lith stared Surtur and Sinmara in the eyes during the last part. I approve of your choice, Salark nodded. I don't like her, but in your shoes I would do the same. Thank you, Lith. Ligon shivered lightly in emotion. It means a lot to me. Maybe if we work together we can bring my baby girl back to life in full like you. Well, congratulations. The twins clicked their tongues in unison. The decision was already made, and arguing was pointless. Still, I think you are being unfair to us, Surtur said. Mother and father didn't help you either, yet your feelings for them are unchanged. They are worlds apart from you. Lith shook his head. I couldn't ask Grandpa to choose between Jormung and me just like I couldn't ask Grandma to put the desert at risk for me. They are guardians, whereas I'm just a Tiamat. I can't even begin to understand what they see when they look at the world around them, but I can sense their burden. They didn't stand idly out of selfishness, but because they can see the ripples of every action we take. Grandma healed me more than once, helped me with my forge mastery, and kept my family safe. I couldn't ask more from her without feeling the need to swear my allegiance to her. Grandpa didn't do much aside from protecting Kami, but that's fair as well. We never cared or liked each other much, so I didn't expect him to go out of his way to help me. He was honest with me, and I'm grateful for that because I made no illusions about our relationship. You instead called me your sibling. You offered me your hands, and then when I tried to hold on to them in a moment of desperation, you took your hands back. Chapter 2367, Festering Scar, Part 1. Lith closed his eyes and took a deep breath to quell his anger and not ruin the mood. So yes, you can visit and are free to be part of my daughter's life. Yet don't ask me to give a damn about what you think or how you feel when I make a decision. Sinmara and Surtur lowered their eyes in embarrassment. Lith wasn't completely right, but he wasn't wrong either. In the end, they had remained on the sidelines, whereas Zorith had risked her life and free will for him. There was no logic, no matter how sound, that could make up for that. That said, Grandma, I would like to keep coming here in the future, Lith said. Granted, the Overlord nodded. Which means that I'd like you to allow Zorith and Baitra access to your palace, at least while I'm here and they want to visit Elysia. He rushed to add once he noticed Salark's frown. Granted, she echoed dryly. Ligan, tell your daughter that if she makes one wrong move, I'll end her. I'll suspend my judgment, but if she dares to break one of my laws, she'll be punished accordingly. It took Lith, Camilla, and Solus a bit to explain the reasons for their choice, and the fact that Zorith had already accepted their offer. Do you mind if I invite her here? Lith asked. Be my guest, the Overlord grumbled while massaging her temples. A quick call and a few warnings later, Zorith and Baitra stepped out of the desert's gate after entering from Lith's barn. Hi guys, do you remember my wife, Baitra? Zorith was wearing comfortable brown linen pants and a white shirt. Welcome and congratulations. The Verhins hugged the shadow dragon in turns, thanking her for everything she had done for Lith and Solus, and for bringing them back home alive. Can I call you Zorith, or do you prefer Xenagrash? Camilla extended her hand. You are doing me the honor of being your baby's godmother. You could call me names and I wouldn't care. Zorith shook her head. Then welcome to the family, Zorith. Please, take good care of Elysia. Camilla had black scales covering her arms and hands as she hugged the shadow dragon. Elysia, what a wonderful name. Zorith shapeshifted her skin without thinking, allowing the scales to share their respective feelings better than any word could. Oh gods, thank you. No, thank you, Camilla replied. While Zorith had felt Camilla's sincerity, Camilla had experienced how honored Zorith felt, and how there was nothing she wouldn't do to protect the baby. Literally nothing. Under any other circumstance, Camilla would have been scared to death by the unbridled fury and merciless cruelty the shadow dragon exuded. Yet those feelings were addressed toward those who would try to harm Elysia, and Camilla would do even worse to them, given the chance. After a few toasts, Zorith asked to listen to the baby's heartbeat in person, and when Solus granted her request, the shadow dragon needed her father to not fall apart. She's one of us, Zorith bawled her eyes out. She's really one of us, there is hope for my kind. The melody of her life force is similar to our own, but Magur is embracing Elysia instead of rejecting her, Baitra explained. That's wonderful news, Ligan said, whereas Salark, Surtur, and Sinmara didn't share his enthusiasm. This proves that there is a path for you to be once again part of the world energy. We just need to find it. I have an announcement to make as well, Solus said, after congratulating the hybrids and thanking them. Their presence would ensure that nothing bad would happen during her absence. I'm planning to take that long journey with Tista and Nika I've often talked about. I want to travel Magur and find myself. Now that there is no enemy or looming threat at our door, I want to stay on my own for a while. How long? Camilla asked. I'll depart as soon I'm certain Lith won't need my help and return before Elysia is born. I gave you my word and I wouldn't take it back for the world, but that's all I can say, Solus replied. Take all the time you need, you deserve it, Camilla embraced her. Never forget that you'll always have a home in Lucia. Elena stood up and hugged Solus as well. Whatever you decide, you'll always be a part of this family. You'll always be my daughter. Thanks, Mom. That word meant the world to Solus. The more she remembered about her old self, the more she realized how much time she had wasted on recriminations. Solus knew from her lingering visions how much Elphin had loved Menadian, yet after Thrane's death, she had never expressed those feelings. Riffa had blamed herself for his death, and being a child, Elphin had believed her. The guilt from the mother and resentment from the daughter had created a vicious cycle that neither could find a way to break even after Elphin reached adulthood. In time, Elphin had understood that Riffa wasn't to blame for Thrane's demise, but by then the old wounds had left a festering scar. Like most awakened, Elphin had assumed that she and Riffa would live for centuries, and that there would be time to patch things up between them. Solus, instead, was painfully aware of how frail life was even for a powerful awakened like Floria. I promise that I'll come to visit you every time we find a geyser or a gate and not just to get a recharge. I'm not going to be a lith, Mom. I want to spend time with you, Dad, and your baby as she grows, Solus said. Thanks, dear. Elena kissed her head and caressed her hair. Hey, I resent that, Lith grunted. Resent what you want. She's telling the truth, Roz shrugged. I love you, son, but you aren't very present unless there's a crisis. I'm your father and I can accept that, but if you dare do the same to your daughter, I'll kick your ass. Me too. Zorith raised her hand, and unlike Roz, her tone was serious. Jokes aside, I'm going to miss you, Solus. Lith hugged her, glad to see that she was moving her first steps forward. Before you go, we have to organize the material I have to share with the royals. Once we are done, you don't have to worry about me. To be honest, the next few months would have been terribly dull for you if you stayed. Traveling is the best thing you could do. What do you mean dull? Camilla asked. She could have helped you with your research like usual. Not really. Lith scratched his stubble. I have to go to the royal palace to show the blueprints of our creations to the royal forgemasters, and then present the books about void magic to the headmasters of the 6 great academies. I'll be forced to spend a lot of time in Valoran in order to answer their questions and rewrite chapters in case I need to be more clear or specific. Since I can do most of that stuff and theoretical research from any desk, I've asked to be assigned to you as your bodyguard. Chapter 2368 Festering Scar, Part 2. I beg your pardon, Camilla spat the final sip of her tea. You know that I've never wanted to leave your side during the pregnancy. Now that the war is over, I can stay with you and make sure that you are safe. Lith said with a warm and kind smile that made it hard for her to tell him that she liked having some personal space. Soon the pregnancy will start showing, and someone must make sure you don't exert yourself. Camilla looked around the room like a trapped animal, looking for comfort, advice, or a way out. Stop looking for a way out, Elena shrugged. In my experience, there are only 2 kinds of first-time fathers, those who are overprotective, overbearing, and will shadow you to the point you'll wish to kill them in their sleep. Then there are those who don't give a damn about your condition and treat you like nothing is happening. Which one do you prefer? Celia Renat and even Salark nodded, making Camilla sigh deeply. Isn't there a middle ground or something? She asked. Would you like for your husband to be halfway good, or for your food to be halfway tasty? Salark said. Do you know what the word is for stuff in the middle ground? Mediocre, average at best, Camilla replied. My point exactly, the Guardian nodded. Why are you acting like that? We'll embark on this journey together. If you can't drink alcohol, neither will I, Lith said to prove his goodwill. Good gods, how do you deal with that? Camilla asked Salark, ignoring him. I love Ligain, but he really was too clingy as well. When you want to be left alone, either you get Lith drunk or you give me a call and I'll knock him out without him even noticing. Hey, Lith and Ligain said in unison, the latter suddenly understanding why he was fainting prone, while taking care of Salark and their babies. Space. The Verhins remained in the Blood Desert for over a week. During that time, Lith performed one of the most incredible feats that his family had ever seen him do. He slept a lot and took the time to enjoy the little things in life. He worked in the tower with Solus only to arrange the material he would later need in Valoran. This way, he would be ready, and there would be no reason to bother her during her travels. Solus kept teaching Camilla magic in their free time, letting her learn at her own pace, and answering the questions that Camilla raised in between lessons as she practiced on her own. Lith and Camilla would also often go back to the kingdom to visit the Urnas. They also went on double dates with Quilla and Morok, or Vaster and Zinnia. The first couple was now living together to test-run things before the marriage, while the second could finally afford the time for a proper honeymoon. Zinnia was proud of Zogger for what he had done during the battle for the White Griffin, and for how good a father he was. Since the rest of the kingdom seemed to ignore his achievements, she did everything she could to make him feel appreciated. It was during one of the visits to the Erna's household that Gianni gave them the news. "Don't worry about your job. I've made sure that despite the insane workload the constable office is going through, no one will disturb you. You deserve it, Camilla, you both deserve it," she said with a sigh. Lith had expected to find Gianni disheveled and marked by grief, yet she had never looked better. Even without makeup, her skin looked younger and her hair silky. She had always had the sensual grace of a predator, but now her movements were even nimbler and more delicate. "Thanks, Gianni. I can't even imagine how hard it must be for you to deal with both your duties as an Archon and the aftermath of the war on your family." Camilla avoided mentioning Floria's death, afraid to tear the wound open. "We are all still forlorn from my little flower's untimely passing, but I can assure you that work isn't a problem." Gianni shook her head. "Sure," Camilla nodded, incapable of hiding her disbelief despite her rigid training as a constable. "I'm not acting strong. Work really isn't a problem because I've taken a sabbatical." Gianni would have liked to wait a bit more before sharing that piece of news, but she could see the worry on her apprentice's face. "A sabbatical?" Camilla echoed in disbelief. "Are you really going to be away for a whole year?" Lith said nothing but clenched his hands. Gianni was Camilla's fortress and army at work. Many people had yet to forget about her, and Lith being oath breakers. His inhuman nature and her carrying his child made things even worse. Without Gianni's protection, things could get really nasty really fast. "Maybe more, maybe less. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm not going to work until after Quilla's marriage," Gianni replied. "Right now, I wouldn't be able to be a good Archon, and my family needs me more than ever. I've lost so many things, and I don't want to miss a single moment of my little one turning from a beautiful woman into a wonderful bride." She sniffled on cue, fooling everyone. Gianni did want to help Quilla with the wedding planning and take care of his grieving family, but she also had an agenda that demanded no witnesses. She had to get accustomed to her new body and learn all kinds of elemental and spirit magic. As her core grew stronger, she needed to give Vaster and Orion the time to develop a new kind of cloaking device that would fool even awakened like Lith, and keep her newfound powers a secret. "Once Quilla is married and I've mastered everything I can about my core's current power output, I can safely go back to work," Gianni actually thought. "Right now, I'm limited to Tier 1 spells and it will take me months to get the yellow. There's no point wasting time at home. Not when I can use my powers on the job as well and get real experience instead of mere training." "I'm so sorry, Gianni. Take all the time you want," Lith said. "I've already applied to be Camilla's bodyguard whenever I can, and there's always a guardian with her. She should be safe." "Physically, maybe, but no guardian ever bothered moving their ass when she was hazed," Gianni countered pointedly. "That's why I took care of handpicking the Archon Camilla will work with and arranged for a proper introduction." "Thank you again, Gianni. If there's anything I can do for you, you just need to ask." Camilla grabbed her hands when the door of the tea room opened, letting Quilla and Freya in. "Mom, what's this story about sending me away? How can oh, hi guys." Quilla charged like a bull and stopped abruptly when she noticed the guests. "Hi, little one, congratulations again." Lith stood up and hugged her. "Gods, I hate you so much," she said with a sweet voice while returning the embrace. Chapter 23, 69 Tough Choices, Part 1. "That damn moniker of yours turned out to be catchy, and now everyone in the family calls me that," Quilla said. "How is single life treating you, Freya?" Lith asked while extending his hand that she refused and hugged him instead. "Great, Nalrund is courting me like crazy, and he's pestering everyone to know if I'm already seeing someone else," she replied with a snort. "That's cruel, Freya," Camilla giggled, agreeing with the punishment in full despite her words. "When are you going to let that poor soul off the hook?" "As soon as he learns his lesson," Freya replied. "Being a Morok is fine, being a self-centered jerk is not. On top of that, because of him, now I'm dead last again. Quilla beat me to marriage as well." "It's no competition, dear." Gianni had no problem saying such words, but only because her daughter already had a suitor she was willing to marry. It wasn't a matter of if any more, only of when. "You are saying that now only because I already have a suitor who I'm willing to marry," Freya called on Gianni's bluff, making her choke on her tea. "Back when I had no one, your opinion was wildly different." What were you saying, little one? Gianni had long since learned that as long as she changed the battlefield on time, where there could not be victory, there could also be no defeat. I've heard the house staff discussing my new apartments out of the house. Are you really planning to send me away? Quilla felt hurt and afraid to have somehow disappointed her mother. Yes, I'm having one of our best country houses prepared for you, and no, I'm not sending you away. Gianni stood up and took Quilla's hands in her own. I know I can be difficult, and the first times living together with Morok are bound to be rough. You two need to find your new balance, and I don't want to make things harder for you with my presence. If you stay here, everything you see will remind you of Floria. Your husband would clash with your father, and whenever he does or says something stupid. I just want you to be happy and not worry about anyone but yourself. You will always be welcome here. This is your home, and you can hide here from Morok anytime you want, but you need your own place. A house where you are the only Lady Erna's and not Lady Erna's daughter. Thank you, Mom. Quilla sniffled, moved by Gianni's care. Don't mention it, Gianni caressed Quilla's face. Since we are all here and in the company of our friends, I have a question to ask you. Would you like to have another sibling? Lith spat out his tea, knowing all too well that such a question was merely rhetorical. I would love to have one, but are you sure? Have you thought this through? Quilla bit her lower lip in stress, wondering if it was an act of love or of desperation, like the one she had almost made a few days ago. Of course I did. We did. Your father agrees with me, and I want to reassure you that we aren't going to replace Floria. Boy or girl, it doesn't matter. I just want to be the parent I never was for my little flower or any of you. Gianni clenched the hems of her day dress. Do you need a healer? Lith asked. Yes, but don't worry. I know how busy you are going to be, so I've already asked Vaster, and he accepted. He's an expert in late pregnancies and will follow us step by step. This way, Vaster and his eldritches, disguised as his assistants, would have an excellent excuse to visit often, and the alleged medical procedures would explain the time Gianni would spend with them learning magic. You could have asked us, Mom. Freya was slightly offended for not having been even consulted about the matter. It's time for you to move on with your life, dear. I want you to focus on that. Gianni took her hands, caressing them gently. Now, why don't you sit down and keep us company for a while? It's nice having everyone around for once. With a sleight of hand, Gianni pressed one of the runes on her dress, signaling her husband that Quilla's room was empty and their daughter busy. Orion knew about Quilla's research to reach awakening from back when she was a violet cord fake mage, a condition similar to his own that Orion needed to overcome without dying or resorting to forbidden magic. In the past, he had often seen her diaries open on her desk, without understanding what those unknown runes were about. Quilla was a brilliant mage living inside one of the most secure households of the kingdom, so she felt no need to write things down in code, especially since to most people awakening was just a myth, and without solid basis, true magic made no sense. She had jotted down her entire research about the runes needed to cast true magic and conjure fusion magic. The procedure that she had used to become a true mage was described step by step, along with her thoughts and suggestions that she had added in hindsight after succeeding. Orion felt like a thief while searching through his daughter's room, and like the scum of Magus for abusing Quilla's trust and stealing her research. I'm sorry, little one, I really am, he thought. But if I told you the truth, you'd never accept to help me, and I'm not going to leave your mother alone. Also, if anything were to happen to you, I don't want to feel helpless ever again. To make matters worse, Orion had to find and copy everything before Quilla moved to her own house. He swallowed his pride and used one of his night guard's devices to take scans of the room before searching it, so as to be capable of putting everything back into place before leaving. Once he found one of Quilla's grimoires, Orion would just scan it with another device, obtaining a 3D digital copy in a matter of seconds. Every search required making sure that no one would barge in, keeping both the house staff and Morok busy. What about me? Freya asked in the tea room. Are you going to send me away as well if I get married? It depends. Do you want to keep living with your parents your whole life? Gianni replied. Gods no. Do you want to live with your sister? Gianni pointed at Quilla. Gods no. The idea of meeting Morok first thing in the morning and having another contest about who had spent the wildest night in bed made her stomach churn. Hey, I resent that. Quilla had noticed her sister's tone going from displeased to terrified. Then you have your answer, Gianni chuckled. Of course I'm having another country house prepared for you. It's no less big or magnificent than Quilla's, but I'm just arranging it with the bare minimum. They are going to be your respective homes, and you have to make them a reflection of your own family, not mine. Chapter 23, 70 Tough Choices, Part 2. Thanks, Mom. Freya hugged Gianni as well. Speaking of mansions, Lith, what about yours? I'm in your same situation, he sighed. The Queen is having it finished at record speed, but she also will set the bare minimum. She wants me to decide stuff like drapes, the style of the furniture, the art pieces, and all that crap. Is he whining because he hates decorating, or because he has to pay for the furniture out of his own pocket? Quilla asked Camilla. Hey, Lith didn't like the allegation. He's whining because everything looks the same to him, and he has trouble seeing more than 16 colors, Camilla replied with a giggle. The royals are paying for everything, or you'd see him cry blood. Kami, did I say something wrong or inaccurate? She asked. No, but not in front of our friends, he said in embarrassment. No need to be embarrassed, Gianni shook her head. You have yet to buy Camilla a single gift worthy of its name. Everything she has you crafted yourself. It's very romantic, but also very cheap. Yeah, even her void feather armor comes from Salark, Freya nodded. You are the supreme miser, everyone knows it, Quilla shrugged. Buy your wife something nice for once, she's going to need it. What do you mean? Lith and Camilla asked in unison. Well, in a while she's going to attend to court summons, the gala for the end of the war, court life, and my marriage minimum. Do you know that wearing the same dress twice is considered terrible manners? Quilla replied. Are you kidding me? Lith clenched in pain the stone ring where his wallet was stored. Why do you think I have so many dresses? Gianni rose an eyebrow in disbelief. You have to wait at least 1 month before wearing the same outfit can be considered proper. Then, you must also consider the current fashion or be frowned upon as outdated. You also need to take into account that a party can be themed and you must fit in. Last but not least, you need suitable jewels for your outfit. Women are not like you who can wear your damn uniform and robe and be always fine. We need to shine. Oh gods, Lith whimpered, making everyone laugh. I'm sorry, babe. I can borrow what I need until Camilla's worry was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lith felt like a heartless jerk, not only because he had never bothered learning all those things, but also because she was feeling sorry for him. Camilla lived on a military salary, whereas he was a baron, a magus, a supreme magus, and the owner of silver mines. Plural? No, you won't, Lith shook his head. Can you girls please help Kami get herself a good wardrobe? I'm terrible at it, and I don't want to scare clerks and tailors with the grimaces I know I'd make if I were present. It will be our pleasure, Gianni nodded. Any request in particular? Just make sure she and the baby are comfortable. I don't care if you have to buy every dress in multiple sizes, Lith said, making the women awe. Remember those words and throw them in your respective husband's face if necessary, Gianni said to her daughters. If even someone like Lith can be so thoughtful, Nalrond and Morok must be ashamed of themselves if they do any worse. Hey, Lith was tired of being insulted. Sure, everything they said was true, but it didn't make it pleasant to hear. Space. Duchy of Essager, inside the Eofel school at the same time. Lith was on special leave due to his contribution to the war efforts, and Gianni was on sabbatical, whereas the life of the master had resumed the day after Thrud's death like nothing had happened. The White Griffin was already fully operational, and the permanent new royal array was just a few days away from being completed. As vice-headmaster, Vaster had to help Marth with the mountain of paperwork necessary to run the academy and prepare the lessons for the 4th and 5th years. Actually, something had changed in Zogger Vaster's life. Marth had told everyone how he had managed to tap into the White Knight's true power only thanks to the support of the old professor. Marth claimed that Vaster had helped him from the outside first, and then had joined him in the cockpit. As the vice-headmaster, the headmaster's ring bears Vaster's secondary imprint, Marth said to everyone willing to listen. It allowed us to join our forces and beat the Golden Griffin into submission. Rissa and the plant folk from the White Griffin's forest also vouched for Vaster. They hadn't actually seen him, but Marth knew Vaster had to be there somewhere, and that was more than enough for the plant folk. Marth had unwittingly helped to further split Vaster from his master persona in the public opinion, giving him an alibi. The words of the headmaster had also brought Vaster a little share of glory and fame, since now everyone knew that he hadn't run away even when given the chance. Also, after learning from Zinnia about the true life of Philia and Frey in their school, Vaster had started to accompany them in person every morning. Once not even that had proven to be enough, he had demanded from the Eofel school's headmaster to arrange Bring Your Parents to School Day. Useless to say, Vaster attended the event while donning his deep blue archmage robe over his high uniform and wielding his Yggdrasil staff, Grimbark. His spellbreaker pin, the Queen's core badge, the Royal Forgemaster's stripes, and the white griffin insignia identifying him as the head of the light magic department were pinned on his breast pocket as well and impossible to miss. The noble parents swallowed nonstop, and the bullies were covered in a cold sweat even thicker than their parents. The rest of the class was simply in awe. The children gawked at the sight of Vaster, each pointing at their respective favorite symbol of power. Good gods, what have I done? Every single one of those who badmouthed Zinnia and her children thought. They each used slightly different words, but the fear was the same. Seeing the meek and round professor with his usual white robes, it was easy to forget who Vaster really was. It was the reason he was reminding everyone of the consequences of standing against him or those he loved. He was an old coot, but an old coot who ruled over the Essagar Duchy and who held in a single one of his fingers the power to raise their households to the ground. Vaster didn't need to say a word or emit a shred of killing intent to deliver his message. He was displeased with his retainers and was showcasing his will to go to war against them now that he was done with the Mad Queen. Thank you everyone for attending. Headmaster Nanth couldn't take her eyes off Vaster, thanking the gods for having always taken care not to anger him. This is a special occasion that I hope we can turn into a regular event, if you'll like it, of course. Vaster nodded, and everyone followed suit like a flock of hysterical birds. Chapter 2371, Fear Tactics, Part 1. Before starting the regular lessons, I'd like for the parents to introduce themselves to the rest of the class just like your children did on their first day in our school. Who wants to go first? Nanth asked. Vaster stood up before the headmaster was done talking. The event was his idea, and so was the speech. He had Philia's and Frey's classes, conveniently, merged for the day so that he didn't have to repeat himself. Hi everyone, I'm Archmage Zagar Vaster, Vice-Headmaster of the White Griffin and head of its light department. These are my children, Philia and Frey. I hope we'll get along well. He wore a warm smile, and his tone was that of the average man. Yet from that day onward, those who still dared badmouth Zinnia did it in the secret of their chambers, whispering like conspirators afraid of being charged with treason. Their children were instructed to behave, and those slow on the uptake learned the hard way that disrespect would be no longer tolerated. Vaster would hit the parents of the bullies where it hurt the most. Their reputation, their business, and any chance they had to even get an audience from one of the 6 great academies crumbled like sandcastles facing high tide. The parents, in turn, spared no effort in disciplining their unruly heirs and showing the lord of the land how sorry they were. Life became quite boring for Tezca, but the many smiles and friends that Frey and Philia made in the following days were the best reward the ancient monster could ask for. Space. Griffin Kingdom, City of Valoran, Royal Palace. The destruction of the Golden Griffin had done more than keep Thrud's army from resurrecting. With the lost academy gone, the unwavering loyalty array had disappeared, and its effects had quickly faded. In order to gain the trust of the citizens of the regions she had occupied, Thrud had used skinwalkers to replace the most respected and influential nobles of each district. The members of that particular fallen race could copy everything about their latest victim. From their physical appearance to their gait, their manner of speaking, and even their memories. A skinwalker could play his part to perfection, recollecting distant events down to the most insignificant detail as if he had actually taken part in them. That was until a skinwalker got peckish. Then he would fall prey to his own hunger and devour someone else, no matter the who or where. The unwavering loyalty array was the only reason Thrud's skinwalkers could keep their base urges in check during the war. Once the slave spell was gone, it took the monsters less than 1 day to reveal their true nature to their loyal subjects. On top of that, before bringing the doppelgangers to his lair, Ligon made sure that each one of them would betray its nature and run away in front of plenty of witnesses. The father of all dragons had granted Protheus, children safe haven, but demanded for them to take full responsibility for their actions and make up for them to the best of their ability. The skinwalkers, the doppelgangers, and Thrud's final video, revealing that Orpal had been alive all along, made the united front of the traitorous regions fall apart in the span of hours. They all promised each other to fight until the last breath like brothers, swearing oaths of undying loyalty. The moment the meeting was over, however, each one of them rushed to contact the royals and discuss the terms of their surrender. Without the Mad Queen and her army, there was no hope of victory. The rulers of the renegade regions knew that the first one of them to switch sides would get the best deal in exchange for their help against their associates. No one among the rulers had a single doubt that the others were already trying to sell their skin as bargaining chips. In politics, guilty or innocent didn't matter as much as how useful you could be. The royals had no qualms about playing their best cards. They reminded the traitorous lords how the crown still had the support of the awakened council, and that the elders of the council would love to replace the useless nobles. When the negotiations failed or someone dared play too hard to get, the king would say a single phrase and make it public on the interlink. "I'm sending Supreme Magus Verhan there." At that point, one of two things would happen. Either the lord of the region called back and begged for their life, or the people of their region would riot and offer the lord's head to the crown as a peace offering. Everyone had watched the videos of the Tiamat's rampage, and no one wanted to experience it on their own skin. According to the rumors, Foja was still burning from the 1,000 flames, and Bima was still scarred by the destruction that Lith had caused by bursting its gates open. On the one hand, no blood was spilled, and no more battles were waged to reunify the kingdom. Diplomacy was more than enough to bring everything back to how it was supposed to be. On the other hand, however, it was a hollow victory. While on the maps it took a few days to make the Griffin kingdom whole again, in reality, the borders passed through its former domain might as well lead to another planet. There were thousands of traitors to apprehend, trial, and sentence. Half the people of the kingdom were terrified of the royal army, and panic made peace but an empty word. One side rejoiced while the other trembled in fear, yet neither of them could thrive without the other. Such a situation made the justice system of utmost importance. The actions of every single guard, constable, and archon had to be beyond any suspicion. The crown couldn't let anyone think that the law was being used as a cudgel to beat the losing half of the kingdom into submission. Every sentence and document provided as proof didn't just have to be impartial, it also had to seem as such. There could be no lingering doubt of planted evidence or rigged trial. Archon Genma Griffin knew that never before had her role been so vital for the kingdom. Based on her performance and that of her fellow archons and constables, the peace so painstakingly achieved would endure or crumble. Also, never before had she been summoned to the throne room to receive an assignment. Usually, she would receive confidential orders through the secure channel of her amulet, or she would be summoned in the privacy of the office of a minister in case state secrets were involved. Genma was a branch member of the royal family, and although she had the right to undergo Valoran's trial, she had never desired to rule. The royal blood in her veins and her silver eyes had granted her the opportunity to rise to the role of archon, and it was more than enough for her. Sometimes, she found it to be too much. Being at the top meant being responsible for everything that went wrong in her department. Chapter 2372, Fear Tactics, Part 2. Every one of her decisions had to be weighed and pondered, since a mistake from one of her constables would snowball up instead of down and trample her. "Genma, it's so nice to see you." Queen Silpha's smile sent a shiver down the archon's spine. Genma knew that the queen had no love for the royal family, only a deep-seated disdain that Silpha had never bothered to hide even back when she had just graduated from the Crystal Griffin. The youngest great mage of her generation had considered Valoran's descendants nothing more than a bunch of fossils who had squandered the legacy of the first king and turned his kingdom into a rotting corpse. It was the reason the future King Meron had approached her. Not only did she have an amazing magical talent, but she also was the perfect candidate to finally start changing the outdated system. Silpha had no interest in the status quo, which she openly despised. Her family belonged to a young magical household that was struggling to thrive despite the merits of its members, due to red tape and bureaucrats defending the interests of their own incompetent families. After marrying Meron and discovering how widespread the corruption was, Silpha's spite for the royal family had turned into bloodlust. After the late General Morn had compromised the War of the Griffins by exposing Lith's identity for his personal agenda, Silpha had expelled from the royal court anyone who wasn't worth the trouble they caused. "How are you, cousin?" King Meron asked. His condition seemed to have greatly improved after the end of the war. The cough was gone, and most of the age lines caused by the forbidden ritual had become shallower. "That should be my question, my king." Archon Genma Griffin fell onto her right knee and bowed her head. "My life for the kingdom." "I should be that lucky," Silpha snarled, her gaze not bothering to hide the wish to perform one more forbidden ritual to extend Meron's lifespan and get rid of some useless trash at the same time. Genma stood still and said nothing, knowing that she was that trash. Please forgive Silpha's manners, dear cousin. She's very tired from taking care of me and of everything the kingdom needs to put the final nails in the coffin of Thrud's rebellion. Meron held his wife's hand gently, and the queen's gaze softened again. Even though their marriage was political, they had ended up becoming friends first and lovers later. Silpha loved her husband and their children. Everyone else in Valoran's bloodline might as well disappear for all she cared. There's nothing to forgive, my king. You paid a great personal price to vanquish the Mad Queen, and Queen Silpha risked her life on the battlefield for all of us. She has every right to be angry with those of us who have been useless. Genma replied. Don't be so harsh on yourself, Genma. Meron shook his head. Silpha has great expectations for you, and so does Archon Ernest. They have personally selected you among the Archon's ranks for an important task. Genma raised her head just enough to see the king's honest demeanor, and the queen's lips curled up, her teeth exposed in something too feral to be called a smile. As you know, due to the recent loss of her daughter, Archon Ernest has taken a sabbatical. Among her duties, Archon Ernest was in charge of supervising an important member of the Justice Department. A role that you have been selected to serve in her absence. Allow me to introduce you Constable Camilla Torchbearer Yavel. At a wave of Meron's hand, the door of the throne room opened, and Camilla walked in, wearing her uniform. As she crossed the red carpet separating her from the dais, a chair appeared near Archon Griffin. Sitting in the throne room was something that, according to protocol, only the current royals could do. Giving a chair to a guest was the highest honor they could receive, and it could be granted only under precise circumstances. The guest had to be vital for the kingdom and pregnant. Women who carried fresh and powerful blood couldn't stand for long, and unlike any other condition, theirs couldn't be cured. When Camilla arrived in front of the throne, Silpha waved her hand when Camilla was about to kneel, sparing her from the formalities, and offered her the chair that Camilla politely refused. You probably know her as Baroness Verhin, or, as many like to call her, the Lady Magus. Silpha said, her smile honest again as she wondered how much life force could be extracted from Genma. 3 last names? Archon Griffin was flabbergasted. Even nobles could only have multiple second names, but more than 2 last names was unheard of. I understand your confusion, Meron said. Captain Yavel received the torchbearer name from Overlord Salark herself on the day of her marriage. Captain Yavel is not only a loyal officer of the kingdom, but also an honorary citizen of the Blood Desert. The Overlord? Genma felt her throat become parched as she understood how dire her situation was. Yes, Silpha nodded. It's a funny story. I'm certain that Captain Yavel will be happy to tell you about it, or you can ask the Overlord herself when she comes to visit. Lady Salark is very fond of Captain Yavel and of the child she carries. Genma cursed under her breath, understanding the threat she was under. Camilla was a political hot potato that the royals couldn't afford to drop. She was an oath breaker, a half-citizen of the desert, but also the tether between Verhin and the kingdom. The same Verhin who embodied the fear that, along with gum and spit, kept the peace together. If something were to happen to Camilla, the royals would sacrifice Genma to appease his anger. Literally, the use of forbidden magic was allowed solely on death row inmates, since they were considered already dead, and the way they were executed was irrelevant. Gianni had chosen Genma to make sure that nothing would happen to Camilla. Were anything to go wrong, Archon Griffin would find herself in prison, and Silpha would have someone compatible with Meron's life force to experiment upon. Nice to meet you, Archon Griffin. I'll be in your care. Judging from her tense smile, Constable Yavel had no idea that the hand she was offering was actually a sword aimed at Genma's heart. And I in yours, Archon Griffin nodded while keeping her best poker face. When are you due to come back to work? I need to prepare you a suitable office. After the royal gala, Meron answered for her. The War of the Griffins has taken a huge toll on the Verhins as well, and the Crown has decided to give them a special leave to reward them for their sacrifices. Genma inwardly sighed in relief. She had the time to purge her staff from problematic elements and make sure that they understood that if her head were to roll, theirs would all follow. Space. City of Valoran, Royal Forgemastery Department at the same time. Since Camilla had been summoned to meet her new boss, Lith had decided to accompany her and deliver the first batch of documents he had prepared in accordance with his deal with the royals. Chapter 2373 Under the Spotlight, Part 1. Why do you think Kami rolled her eyes when I told her that I was coming to Valoran as well? Lith asked. Maybe because you don't allow her to walk up a single flight of stairs and open a steps for her, because you move her chair for her every time and carry her suitcase for her, Solus said with a sneer. She's pregnant, not crippled. She's in the 3rd month, Lith said in outrage. What if she exerts herself? What if she or the baby gets hurt? Never mind. Solus rolled her eyes and gave up after remembering Alina's words. Curb your worry, Lith. Women got pregnant in the past, and they survived even when neither they nor their husbands had a shred of magical power. Orion ignored Lith's hand and gave him a brief embrace, patting his shoulder. Really, were you calm when Gianni was pregnant with Gunnian? Lith was surprised to see Orion there, let alone back to work and wearing all the insignia of his rank. Are you kidding me? I princess carried her everywhere, even from bed to the breakfast table, Orion said with an embarrassed laugh. I can't prove it, but I'm certain that at one point she started to drug me to get me out of her hair and move around freely for a few hours. Then what's the point of your words? Lith furrowed a brow. To tell you not to worry and that everything will be much simpler with the 2nd child. Orion shrugged. Really? Yes, Orion nodded. I got drugged only once or twice then. At the 3rd child I had learned to keep my nerves in check. How come you are here, Orion? Solus asked in worry. Gianni is staying home and I can't afford to take a sabbatical at the same time. The reputation of House Ernest is already bad due to... Orion took a deep breath and clenched his hands. Floria's betrayal. We need to show our loyalty to the kingdom. On top of that, if I stay home one more day, I'll go insane. I'm terrible with marriage preparations, and just choosing the doilies for the centerpieces makes me want to rip my hair out. You and me both. Lith sighed at the memory of his own ceremony. Also, Gianni needs her space, and so do I. We've got to the point that staring at each other's face all day just reminds us of our loss and makes the pain worse. Orion sighed. Since we are at it, why are you here, Solus? Even better, how did you get past the security? I brought her here for the same reason I called Freya. Lith pointed behind Orion and at his daughter who had just appeared from around a corner. They are both part of the Dulorian project, and I want to give them the recognition they deserve. Hi, Dad. Freya waved her hand as Orion gawked at her. Her hair was in its natural state, showing the 7 elemental streaks. What does this mean? When he managed to speak, his voice was reduced to a whisper. Freya is the only dimensional mage I know, and I couldn't make warping runes on my own. Solus, instead, is a light master better than I am. I devised the Dulorian, but they each made one of the 3 pseudo-cores required. I didn't mention their contribution until now because Solus, magical prowess, was a secret, and because I didn't want to force Freya to choose between her duty toward her family and our friendship. Now, however, everyone knows about the Golden Knight, and since I'm sharing the blueprints for the Dulorian, Freya is no longer between a rock and a hard place. Lith replied. I was talking about this. Orion pointed at her hair, even using a diagnostic spell to make sure it wasn't just a dye or body sculpting. I got them with my awakening, Dad, Freya replied. With the existence of the Awakened Council known to the upper echelons of the kingdom and their alliance with the crown, I don't have to hide my status anymore. Why didn't you tell us? Orion sounded hurt. Because explaining the appearance of 7 streaks, where until a day before there was none, would have also meant revealing to you the existence of the Awakened, and my deal with Falul. Freya lowered her gaze in embarrassment. As Lith said, now you already know about that stuff, so I don't have to hide anymore. Damn kid, I'm so sorry. Orion gave her a deep bow. You are sorry for what? Freya tried to make her father stand tall, but he didn't budge. For being such a crappy father that you didn't trust me enough to share your secrets with me, Orion replied. Now I can tell Roz that I know how walking a mile in his shoes feels. Freya opened her mouth, but no plausible explanation came to her mind, leaving it hanging. I'm sorry too, Dad. I should have trusted you. Damn right you are. Orion hugged her, forcing her to straighten up. I can't believe it. My little rainbow is Magus material and as talented as Silverwing. I'm proud of you, sweetie. Dad, no. Freya blushed in embarrassment at both the public display of affection and her new unwanted moniker. Little rainbow, it sounds nice. Lith grinned at Solus. Thank the gods I kept my own streaks hidden, she thought. It sounds adorable, Solus actually said. After letting Freya go, Orion led them to the main office of the Royal Forgemastery Department. It was a large circular room with a diameter of about 40 meters, 130. At its center, there was a huge forge-shaped round table and at least 50 chairs. Lined up against the walls were cabinets filled with documents and apprentices ready to provide their mentors with anything they might need. Lith could feel the hair on his neck stand up due to the massive amount of mana in the air. Every single piece of furniture and paper was heavily enchanted. There were more spells in the room than in one floor of the tower. Yet, Solus and Lith were surprised to notice that among those present there was Archmage Quart, former headmistress Onia, and all the council representatives of the 4 races. In accordance with our deal with the royals, we'll take a look at your void magic and work to convert it into true magic. Lotho's words made every human in the room twist their face in an angry grimace. The council praises you, Magus Verhen. Why those long faces? Inzialot tormented a piece of rotten flesh hanging from his chin, making the royal forgemasters emit retching sounds. You should be happy. I mean, despite being fake mages who have to babble runes and wave your arms like idiots, you are gaining a lot. We aren't fake mages, Headmaster Lemma of the Fire Griffin said with a snarl. We are mages, period. Yeah, right, keep telling yourself that. Inzialot laughed his ass off, drawing even the glares from his peers in the council. Enough, Ragu said. Magus Verhen, if you please. She used Lith's human title in respect for her hosts. Chapter 2374 Under the Spotlight, Part 2. Awakened only cared for rulers of the flames, because they shared their wisdom just like a magus, but their work also widened the gap between fake and true mages. Spirit magic was always required to tap into the full potential of their opus, and only awakened could use the 7th element of magic. These are the Lorien blueprints, while these are the books about void magic. They cover tiers from 0 to 3. Lith handed Orion 1 parchment and several tomes. What about tiers 4 and 5? Fila asked. When I get there, you'll be the first to know, Lith shrugged. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lorien is exclusive to the kingdom, Orion said. Void magic instead we can share. He pushed the books toward the center of the table, and an array did the rest. They were brought to the middle of the forge, where a pillar of light engulfed them. The magical formation conjured one virtual copy of the tomes for every chair around the table, while another array splashed empty books with ink. The liquid moved from one page to another, copying the original down to the smallest detail. Let's give them all a read first and then discuss it amongst ourselves, Orion proposed, and the others nodded. We use the same first magic, so mages and awakened can benefit from comparing their respective notes. Ragu nodded. The copies were ready way before the assembly of mages was done arguing about their respective theories on how to improve Lith's void magic. The awakened gave a significant contribution, but they also were shocked by their fake counterparts. The royal mages demonstrated an understanding of magic almost as deep as their own, and a few of them even offered brilliant suggestions. Ragu took a mental note of their names. Marth, Distar, Ernez, Rudd, and Vaster, I have to keep an eye on these 5, she thought. Only once the awakened took their leave did Orion put the blueprints of the Lorien on the table and shared the news about Freya's and Solus' contributions with his fellow royal mages. Everyone gasped, remaining frozen for a few seconds before the room burst into an uproar. Everyone congratulated Orion and Freya, especially her old professors from the White Griffin. I knew that you were special since day one. Professor Rudd, the teacher of dimensional magic, was almost moved to tears. Finally, a dimensional mage is going to get the recognition our profession deserves. These 7 streaks are a blessing for us all, yet, if you want to make this old man happy, you must become a magus before I croak. From day one, my ass, Freya thought. You treated me like crap until I ran circles around the rest of the class just because I didn't belong to a magical bloodline. Thanks, Professor Rudd, she actually said. I'm certain that were you to awaken, you'd have the same streaks. It seemed like a compliment, but it was meant to make Rudd eat his liver. It worked. Thank you for your kind words. The old professor wore the joyful expression of someone who had just learned to have lost everything in a fire. Are you really the Golden Knight? Marth asked in surprise. Yes, why? Solus was offended by the allegation. No offense, it's just that I saw you fight in the videos. You were so strong and majestic that I had pictured you a bit taller and fiercer. Marth needed sheer willpower to not mention how petite and lovely she looked. I'm not short, it's Lith who is a beanpole, Solus replied. Actually, Orion pointed at his colleagues, highlighting with a raised hand how she was even shorter than Vaster. Fine, Solus conjured several hard light constructs to prove her mastery of magic. Remarkable, Archmage Quart said. From what academy did you graduate? Are you a beast or a human? Headmaster Lemma asked. Are you single? Several people asked, each one of them one too many for solace comfort. I studied under Overlord Salark. I'm a human and I'm happily single. Can we talk about magic now? She answered in a rush to make them back down, but it only made matters much worse. A human disciple of the Overlord would have explained how both she and Verhin had learned light mastery. It meant that Solus had strong connections with the Overlord, and through Verhin, also with the kingdom. Such a powerful and influential single woman was a unique catch, especially after having witnessed her prowess on the war records. Before Orion could manage to make the session resume, Solus had enough contact runes in her hand to build a house of cards. The archmages would have approached Freya as well, but even though she had broken her engagement, they didn't want to pressure Orion after his recent loss. Good gods, is this how it feels when people want a piece of you not for who you are but for what you can do? Solus asked via the mind link while covered in a cold sweat. Yeah, get used to it, Lith inwardly nodded. I'm sorry I can't give you half the credit for void magic. It would mean raising questions we don't want to answer and explaining the reason we are so close. Are you kidding me? Solus replied. If this is what I get for revealing the crumbs of my work, it's no surprise that Mom lived like a hermit in her tower. After a while, once she finally managed to calm down, Solus added. Thank you, Lith. No matter how scary it is, walking through the royal palace with my own legs and being recognized for my talent is still a wonderful experience. Please, this is the least I could do, he replied. After a brief questions and answers session about the most complex runes of the Dulorian's power core, the assembly was adjourned to give everyone the time to revise the material in detail. Lith was surprised when Archmage Quart approached him and offered him a hand. I want you to know that I had no idea that Darius was consorting with Night, and that I'm truly sorry for what happened to Floria Ernaz, Quart said while shaking hands. Let's say I believe you. What do you want from me? Lith didn't buy either the change of heart or the condolences. Quart hadn't attended Floria's funeral, which spoke volumes about his feelings. Nothing, the head of the Mage Association sighed. I want to thank you because what you shared with us today will give the association a bit of respite until we find a way to redeem ourselves. I don't follow you, Lith tilted his head. Your contribution counts as that of an individual, not as a member of the army. A Magus and even a Supreme Magus are titles that belong to the association and give it luster, Quart replied. Until this moment, the only reason the army has yet to swallow the association is that the royals are wary of what would happen if too much power were to end up in too few hands. It would give the army an authority too close to the crowns for comfort, and make it hard to control in case another morn pops out. Chapter 23, 75 Teachers and Students, Part 1. Now, instead, with your ascension to Supreme Magus, the royals can put a halt to the ambitions of the upper echelons of the army because a merger would give them credit for your achievement. I doubt that it would sit well with you, especially after what Morn did, Quart said. You can say that, Lith nodded. Also, thanks to you revealing the contribution of Freya Ernaz to your opus, you have proven that albeit flawed, the association works. We are not like the army. We give our members the freedom to do and share what they want. Some of them abuse this privilege, but all things considered the good still exceeds the bad. Were Freya Ernaz in the army, she would be court-martialed now. Since she was in the association instead, she'll face no repercussion. Lith clicked his tongue. Nothing Quart said sounded like good news to him. You can go home now. Orion stepped between the two men. We'll call you as soon as we are done with our tests and have practiced void magic enough to figure out how far we can learn it on our own. Your book explains the basics clearly, but there's no telling if it's enough to master void magic until we do a few test runs. Would you be interested in giving classes about void magic? Marth asked, quickly followed by the rest of the headmasters. It will take us a while to study your book, let alone find the best way to teach its contents to others. You, instead, as the inventor, could give elective classes and try different approaches in order to find which one works best. I'll think about it, Lith replied. When do you need the blueprints about the tablets? One thing at a time, Lith. Orion shook his head. We Royal Forgemasters will focus on the Dulorian and the headmasters on void magic. Tablets require us both and the supervision of the Royals. Before changing Maga forever, we must make sure it's for the better. Once this technology is released, there will be no turning back. Space. Village of Lucia, outside Lith's house, a few hours later. Solus and Camilla couldn't stop talking about what a wonderful morning they had respectively had while taking a stroll in the woods. Solus had finally taken her first step out of Lith's shadow and had been recognized for her own talent. Camilla, instead, had spent a pleasant time knowing her new supervisor and in the company of people who didn't make her feel like an overgrown baby. Walking with her legs and carrying her own briefcase was a pleasant change. You should have seen how proud Orion was when everyone hailed Freya as the new Silverwing, Solus said. You should have also seen how embarrassed Freya was and how she swore that coming clean was the worst mistake of her life. Everyone now expects her to become a Magus and is putting her under an insane amount of pressure, Lith added. Really? Camilla asked while taking care of keeping Solus between them and using her as a human shield against Lith's unwanted attention. Well, she is an awakened with 7 streaks and one of the makers of the Dulorian. She's also a member of the noble House Ernas who's getting trained by House Nixtra. Do I need to say more? Lith shrugged. Poor Freya, Camilla nodded. Poor Freya, my scaly ass, Lith said. She always grumbled about being the only Ernas whose talent didn't get recognition and being stuck as a mage of the kingdom. Now that the cat is finally out of the bag, she should be happy. Her dream has just come true, yet she just keeps whining. Really, would you feel the same way if I said, poor me, because I've been walking a few miles in Freya's shoes, or rather, she's now walking a mile in mine, Camilla replied. What do you mean? Lith blinked a few times in confusion. Look at me, she waved at her figure from head to toe. A bit more than 3 years ago, I was an army lieutenant with a few friends, a disowned family, and a sister kept prisoner by a monster of a man. I had passed the marrying age and had nothing to offer. Back then, I would fall asleep while staring at the ceiling, always afraid that I would die alone, that I would become a captain maybe at retirement, and that my sister might die at any moment and her husband go unpunished. Now I have a family, a wonderful husband, and I'm carrying the most beautiful baby girl on Magur. Don't get me started about how happy and safe Zinnia is, or the marvels of magic you have shared with me. I'm supposed to be on cloud 9 as happy as a clam with all my dreams come true, she sighed. Yet it came at a price. People still consider me an oath breaker and my career might never progress because of it. I lost all my friends on the job, and my colleagues either consider me a pervert or a gold digger. Also, based on how the Queen behaved today, I'm pretty sure that I'm the pawn in some scheme that she and Gianni are weaving. Archon Griffin is scared shitless by them and you. Every time I mentioned your name, I could see the blood drain from her face. I'm so sorry, babe, Camilla raised a hand, asking to let her finish. Please, there's no need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm an adult and I've made my own decisions. I'd pay that price 10 times over and it would still be cheap compared to the amazing life I got. I'm just trying to say that even when a dream does come true, bad stuff still comes with it. Real life is no fairy tale. There's no perfect happy ending, just a better compromise. So yeah, poor Freya. Poor Kami, Lith drew her close and gave her a sweet kiss. Poor is a strong word, but stingy does fit her husband like a glove, she chuckled. About that, how much am I allowed to spend during my travels? Solus asked. Half of what I have is yours, Lith shrugged, tired of being called a Scrooge. Spend it as you like. Thank you, Solus joined the embrace. I'm not going to lie, Kami, it hurt when you left me out of your list. Which one? Camilla tilted her head in mock focus. The amazing life one. If you dare put me on the bad list, I'm going to make you breakfast every day until I leave. Solus pouted in mock outrage. Please no, I like my teeth as they are. Camilla giggled and Solus followed suit. The sudden clearing of a throat that didn't belong to any of them drew their attention and ruined the moment. Can we talk, or am I interrupting something? Crank the Hyperion was looking at the scene with a confused expression. Lith was surprised to find the Hyperion near his home, and even more from his attire. The divine beast was in his honey badger form, yet he wore a waistcoat over a doublet and a beret with a single long feather. Chapter 23, 76 Teachers and Students, Part 2. We can talk, but my time is precious, so let's cut to the chase. Lith replied with a glare that brooked no questions about his personal life. What are you doing here, Crank? It's Baron Crank Zassier of Marana now. The Hyperion gave them a small bow. Even after you dropped me like garbage, I still fought my fair share of Thrud's goons and cashed my reward. Please tell me that we aren't neighbors. Lith had no clue where Marana was since he had taken the maps of Lustria out of Saluspedia from the day he had enrolled in the White Griffin. Gods, no, Crank seemed to be even more revulsed than Lith at the idea. I've taken a fief in the west, in one of Thrud's occupied regions. The royals are in dire need of new and trustworthy nobles, and I have subjects used to working for beasts. Everybody wins. Then if it's not a courtesy visit, why are you here? Solus glared at the Hyperion, still remembering his insensitive comments after Floria's death. Because your husband still owes me my light mastery lessons, young lady. I didn't come earlier because I didn't want to intrude on your grief. Crank's reply was only half true. The other half was him remembering his own comments as well, and how badly they had been received. The Hyperion had waited a bit to make sure that the storm would pass, and heads would cool down. Otherwise his own might have gotten cut off. And for that you have my thanks, Lith nodded. Follow me, you'll be my guest for lunch and we'll start the lessons first thing in the afternoon. Really? Crank and Solus asked together, respectively with a smile and a frown. Spending the time she had left with Lith teaching the nasty furball was not on the list of things Solus wanted to do. Really? Lith echoed, walking them home where they all received a warm welcome. Alina and Roz were proud of Solus. They wanted to hear everything about how the magical community of the kingdom had reacted to her presence. Renan and Tista asked Camilla about her new boss and tried to understand the queen's endgame. Crank instead was grabbed and pinned down by the children. A talking pet was already amazing, but a pet who was willing to wear clothes was even better. They put outfits taken from their toys on him, and Crank ended up dressed as a soldier, a mage, and then like a princess. The long and frilly pink gown from one of Lyria's dolls was itchy and uncomfortable. The Hyperion had lots of mean things to say, but that day Salark was on shift, and her glare was enough to not make him utter a word when a small blonde wig was put on his head. The food was amazing, and the servings were so hearty that they made up for the earlier annoyance. Crank stuffed himself so much that when he woke up, he discovered that he had taken an afternoon nap with the kids. Good you are up, follow me. Lith beckoned at him, yet Aaron and Lyria followed as well. He's talking to me. Crank took the toy clothes off in annoyance, eager to regain a shred of dignity. No, I'm talking to all of you, now move. Lith shook his head. Wait, what? Crank's annoyance grew when Abominus and Onyx trotted behind them. I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Lith replied. Aaron and Lyria will teach you light mastery so that I fulfill my part of our deal and they deepen their understanding of magic. It will also serve as practice for when my daughter and my little sister are born. So I'm going to be their science project? Crank said in outrage. They are skilled with holograms and can teach you everything I can. Also, I'll be at home so whenever they fail to explain something clearly, you can always ask me for help, Lith said. By the way, do you want the spoon-fed method or not? No spoon-feeding, Crank shook his head. If I just learn by rote, I'll never move past the holograms. I need to figure out problems by myself as much as I can if I want to learn how to conjure hard light constructs. Excellent choice. Lith turned to Aaron and Lyria. This is not a game, so take it seriously. Teach him as I did with you, and by answering his questions you'll realize what your own magic is lacking. Do not hesitate to ask my advice if you or Crank feel slumped. Can we teach Abominus and Onyx as well? Lyria asked, hoping that her steed would soon evolve and catch up with Onyx. Sure, Lith's reply made Crank groan. Great, I risked my life for something that these pups get for free. They are our friends and risked their lives for us countless times, Aaron said, noticing that the more Honey Badger spoke, the less cute he seemed to become. Fine kid, the Hyperion sighed. Can you really create holograms? Aaron and Lyria didn't like his tone, so they conjured the most complex images they could control. A starry night from Aaron and a small void-feather dragon from Lyria. Yet the kids had not learned how to add colors, so the holograms were in black and white. It's better than nothing, please start, Crank nodded. Elemental magic can be divided into 3 branches, the elements of balance. I know magic, kid, Crank cut Aaron off. I've practiced it since before your family moved to Lucia, so quit with the lecture and go straight to the juicy part. But if you don't learn the basics, you'll never understand the principles of light mastery, Lyria said. Please, kid, I'm an awakened divine beast over 500 years old. First magic is the foundation of true magic. If some non-awakened runts can do it, it can't be that hard, the Honey Badger said with a sneer that wasn't cute at all. Fine, while Lyria explained everything from the start to Abominus and Onyx, Aaron taught Crank the basics of light mastery. 1 hour and several questions later, the Hyperion still failed to have the sparkles of light coalesce into any form but a sphere. 2 hours later, the situation was still the same. "Okay, kid, clearly you are forgetting something important," Crank snarled. The only silver lining was that Abominus and Onyx fared even worse, wasting their time playing with the air and water elements for some reason. "I didn't forget anything because there's nothing to forget. You just have to think of the air as solid matter and make the light element give it shape according to your imagination." Aaron opened his palm, conjuring a replica of the honey badger. "You've been telling me that for hours, yet I keep failing. It means you are not teaching me right," Crank replied. "No, it means that you are not listening," Lyria said, creating a second honey badger hologram. "Call Lith right now. I'm done playing with a bunch of stupid hairless monkeys who waste my time," and Crank yelled at the top of his lungs, emitting a bright violet aura that terrified the children and made them cry. Chapter 2377, Kid Gloves, Part 1. "Say that again?" Salark appeared out of thin air, cutting Crank short. "Say that again to my face if you dare." You dare threaten my blood under my roof?" A violent white aura engulfed the children, protecting them from the Hyperion's killing intent and snuffing his own aura. "Technically, this is the kingdom, and the house belongs to Lith," Crank managed to say in a whimper. "You idiot, I'm the Blood Desert. Wherever I go, that's the capital of my domain." Then, Salark turned to Aaron and Lyria with the sweetest smile. "Go inside, kids, and warn the others that no one has to come out until I'm done." "Yes, Grandma." The kid sniffled, hugging her leg for comfort and extending Crank's sentence further. "Now you can start praying." Once Aaron and Lyria closed the door, the Overlord stretched her hands and neck, making them pop. "Are you telling me that I can sweet-talk my way out of this?" Crank tried to warp, but the space was sealed. He tried to move, but his body was frozen in terror. "I said praying, not begging. There's always the chance that a god might really exist and come to your rescue," Salark replied. "Let's find out together." Space. Lith's house a few hours later, right before dinner time. "You did nothing wrong," Lith said to cheer Aaron and Lyria up. "Sure, you could have been clearer, but look at Abominus and Onyx." The two beasts were finally managing to conjure small holograms with elementary forms. They would last just a few seconds before losing cohesion, but it was a start. "Crank is mean," Lyria pouted. "Can't you kick him out?" "No, our deal stands," Lith shook his head. "Also, life is full of mean people. You have to learn to deal with them." "They are 7 years old, for the gods' sake," Renaa said. "They should just play and have fun." "In 5 years, they might go to an academy," Lith replied. "We can't follow them there. They need to stand up for themselves." Alina's and Renaa's hearts clenched at those words. To them, it was just yesterday that the kids had been born, and the two women felt like their babies would leave the day after. "Come to Mommy, Lyria." Renaa wanted her daughter to be happy, yet also to never grow. Alina was hugging Aaron, while Camilla was planning to have a word with Lith about using a softer approach to raise Elijah, when Salark walked through the back door. "We are done talking." And by talking, she meant a non-stop beating with just enough breaks to shove food down Crank's throat to make sure he wouldn't die nor grow insensitive to the pain. "Baron Crank has something to say to you." The honey badger was in perfect health. The guardian had taken care to heal him properly and fix his noble clothes before bringing him in. "I'm very sorry." He fell to his knees, his tone cracked by regret. "I shouldn't have raised my voice. I've been a jerk. Please forgive me." He wanted to cry, but Salark had warned him not to and showed him her pits of agony. The awakened from Verendi who had attacked Camilla were still there. They couldn't be called alive, and death was a dream to them. The vision of what waited for him were he to defy her orders had made the Hyperion puke his guts out. "I'm sorry too," Aaron said. "I should have called Lith once I noticed that you weren't making any progress. I enjoyed seeing you fail because you were rude to us, but that was mean of me." "Can you forgive me?" Crank asked. "Yes, friends argue, but they can always make up." Lyria offered him her hand, which the Hyperion kissed instead of shaking. "Thank you, Master. I will never forgive your generosity." The honey badger started to whimper and cry. The kids hugged him, forgetting about his earlier outburst. "Thank you for clearing things up for us, Grandma." Aaron had no idea what had happened and had taken Salark's words at face value. He really believed she and Crank had just talked like his parents did after he argued with one of his friends. "Anytime, kids," she caressed their hair before turning to Crank, and her tone became stone cold. "Anytime." Space. A few days later, Crank had accepted taking the course from the beginning, and he had quickly learned how to conjure simple holograms. Lith estimated that in a week tops the Hyperion would have mastered Tier 0 light mastery, and gone back to his fief. Every time Salark was on shift, however, the Hyperion practiced like his life depended on it, and he progressed by leaps and bounds. I'm starting to think that Grandma talked the shit out of him. Crank has lost all of his sass with the kids and worships Camilla just to be safe. I must ask Grandma to teach me how she did it, Lith thought. How do I look? Camilla asked. She was wearing one of the new evening dresses that Lith had bought for her. It was flaming red, with cap sleeves that left her neck, shoulders, and arms exposed. It had a keyhole neckline and a hoop skirt that would keep her from tripping while they danced. It was decorated with white lace and several small emeralds that formed a flowery pattern, giving the impression she was wearing a bunch of camellias woven together. You look amazing, Lith said while staring at her still-growing breasts. Stop talking to my breasts. My eyes are up here. She snorted since he had yet to comment about her hairdo, the makeup, and all the details that had taken her hours to make. I'm sorry, Kami, but I stand by my words. You look and smell amazing. That white gold tiara really brings out the black of your hair, he said while only one pair of eyes moved to the rest of her figure. Eyes up here, all of them smartass. Fine, he sighed. You have no idea how lucky you are, she grunted. You just put your white Supreme Magus robe over your high uniform and you are done. I spent the whole evening getting ready, so I'd like a bit more enthusiasm and a little less leering. I tried to show you my enthusiasm earlier, but you flipped me off, Lith replied. Yeah, because I didn't want to start over from the shower. I want you to appreciate my efforts, not ruin them. Camilla clicked her tongue. I'm sorry, his voice dripped sarcasm. I must be a pig for being in love with my wife, who also is the most beautiful woman on Magur. Say that again, but this time look me in the eyes. She cupped his face, covering all eyes but two. I said that I love you, and that you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Lith had met lots of awakened, yet she could see that he wasn't just attempting to butter her up. Say that one more time, and once we get back from the gala, you will see how I look in that dragon maiden dress. Lith did as bidden, and then they came out from his room. The rest of his family was already waiting for them in the living room. Chapter 2378, Kid Gloves, Part 2. How do I look? Solus was dazzling in her sky-blue gala dress that emphasized her pale skin and light brown hair. It had a square neckline and left her arms exposed that she covered with evening gloves. She had made sure to hide the 7 streaks in her hair, leaving visible only the elements of creation. She wore a parure comprised of gold earrings and a necklace with several small diamonds. You look great, Lith nodded. I'm afraid that if the next time you don't find yourself a date, you'll start competing with Tista for who has more suitors. Thank you, Solus gave him a perfect courtesy. The rest of the family was also dressed up and high-strung. It was the first time that Aaron and Lyria came to the royal court, and their respective parents were afraid they would embarrass the family. Usually they would be left home, but the ceremony would award Lith's and Tista's war efforts, so the kids had insisted on coming. Also, the royals had been adamant about having all the Verhins as their guests, which made it impossible to refuse. I hate saying this, but the queen was right about the need for a Verhin mansion, Elena sighed. With the warp gate in the barn, I'm always terrified at the idea that hay might get stuck to our clothes or shoes, and we don't notice it until it's too late. Don't worry, Mom. Even if that happened, you look so gorgeous that people would think the hay is a fashion statement. Lith shrugged. Thank you, dear. Elena chuckled at the compliment. What about me? Tista grumbled. Complimenting my mother is natural. If I said that to you, I would feel like a creep. Point taken, Tista sighed. Her dress was the most demure since she had no date either and wanted to avoid attention. Roz and Tryon had it easy, wearing respectively a white tie suit and his high uniform. Aaron hated the frills of his suit, but he sucked it up and tried to mimic Lith's posture and expression. Alas, the harder he tried to look aloof cool, the more comical the effect. Mom, Aaron is constipated. Lyria pointed at his allegedly stern expression. If you smell something funny, it's his fault. I'm not constipated, He ran to the vocabulary looking for his word of the day. Intense. Yeah, right, Lyria said with a scoff. Tell me another. Kids, remember what I taught you about royal galas. Renaz stepped in before the situation escalated. You can speak only when. Spoken to, the kids answered in unison. You can quarrel. Once we get back home. You must keep our buttons up and the fancy clothes on. No shape-shifting them into something more comfortable. Am I forgetting anything? Renaz asked the rest of the family. Yes, Lith stepped in. No magic without the supervision of a grown-up, even if some stuck-up brat taunts you. Okay. Okay, Aaron and Lyria sighed, thinking that most of the fun of the evening was already gone. Perfect, now follow my lead. Lith warped everyone in front of the gate and used his Supreme Magus ID to connect it with the one in Valoran, right outside the throne room. Aunt Tyrus, cookies! Aaron's jaw fell to the ground as he looked at the lounge where the guests were assembled, waiting for the royal guards to check their identities and search them for hidden weapons. Suddenly, he did feel constipated. There was more gold around him than in any place Aaron had ever been. Salark's palace was luxurious as well, but during the Verhen's stay, she had kept things to a minimum to put them at ease. Even the chairs looked so expensive that even a child like him could easily guess they were worth more than his house. The paintings, the walls, and the many pieces of art that furnished the lounge were all masterpieces that made him gawk. The worst thing, however, was the other guests. They were all well-dressed and shone under the lights due to the many jewels they wore. The other kids pointed fingers at the country bumpkin, who stared at everything like a slack-jawed idiot and sneered. Their parents pretended to scold them while actually commenting on the poor education that Aaron must have received. Lyria whimpered, turning white from fear and hiding behind Renaa. She suddenly felt dirty and stupid. Her dress was the ugliest in the room, and people had every right to make fun of her. She was on the verge of tears, wishing for Magur to swallow her up when Lith walked through the gate. He came in last to put the security measures into place and ensure that no one could open the dimensional fissure from either side. "What's the matter, princess?" Lith asked while glaring at the nobles in a way that made them turn their heads in a rush. "I want to go home, Uncle Lith," Lyria sniffled. "I'm scared." "There's nothing to be afraid of. Just look up to your mom and follow her lead." He nodded at Renaa, who was unfazed by both the opulence of the room and the polite mockery of the guests. "Lith is right," she nodded. "The first time at the royal palace is always scary, but as soon as you get over the splendor of this place, you realize it's just a home filled with guests like every other party we have ever attended. Also, since none of these people are our friends and only a few of them are decent, you don't have to worry about what they think of us." Renaa's words made the convened nobles clench their mouths and glare at her, but since she had used their same kind of polite rudeness, there was nothing they could openly say. Especially with Verhen so close. Even with his wings and his other bestial features hidden, he looked to have grown even taller, and there was a coldness surrounding him that made them shiver. Both, however, were just illusions projected by the minds of the nobles. They all had watched the videos of Lith conquering Thrud's regions and helping the queen in taking down the Golden Griffin. The blade magic, the army of demons, the barrage of deadly bloodline abilities, and the powerful spells he had showcased had left a deep trauma in the hostile noble households. Every plan they had concocted to get rid of him, either politically or physically, had crumbled. Every hope they had of surpassing him, or at least having their heirs match Lith's achievements, had faded. In their eyes, Lith Verhen wasn't a monster because he could shapeshift into a divine beast, but because he was the son of a humble farmer who had reached in less than a generation, a status second only to the king. Some even said that Verhen's authority was actually higher, but he wouldn't be bothered with politics, leaving everything in Meron's hands. Others that after being recognized by Valoran's teammates as the true heir of the first king, Verhen was just biding his time. "Come here." Lith lifted Aaron and Lyria, making them sit on either of his shoulders to give them a clear vision of the room from above. Chapter 2379, Society Debut, Part 1. Holding a child older than a toddler was highly unorthodox, but no one dared to question Lith. "Take it all in now. The banquet hall is even more beautiful, so you need to get used to this kind of splendor now if you don't want to stumble in excitement while we walk the red carpet." Lith pointed at several paintings. "Those are the acts that our King Meron performed to be worthy of the throne." Much to the children's disappointment, there were no great battles nor vanquished monsters. As a prince, Meron had settled with diplomacy centuries-old disputes. He had prevented floods by pushing for a bill to temporarily reinforce river banks before the rain season and devising warden spells to do it. He had also kept famines from harvesting thousands of lives by enforcing food rationing and sharing, and by developing spells that allowed to grow crops faster without causing irreversible soil exhaustion. Most of Meron's achievements gave him no honor as a warrior, but had changed the lives of millions and millions of his subjects for the better. "That's our queen, Silpha, and how she defeated Thrud." An animated painting depicted a great battle between the true and the mad queen with both Lith and the fighting headmasters in the background. Thrude was depicted as bigger and more intimidating than Silpha in order to highlight Thrude's prowess and make Silpha's victory even more outstanding. The White Knight had the semblance of a royal fortress armor, but with Marth's face. This way, the true nature of the 6 great academies would remain hidden, and the headmaster would get his fair share of honor. As for Lith, he was depicted in his human form, but with his wings out, the 7 eyes open, and the horns. By adding the supreme Magus in his hybrid form to the royal gallery, the crown had sealed their alliance with Verhin and made public their acceptance of his true nature. Now anyone badmouthing Lith for being a divine beast, and anyone carrying his blood would also insult the royals. Lith made his current appearance match that in the painting to impress the children and silence the murmuring crowd. That's also your favorite uncle brother. There was a painting depicting a 7-eyed shadow comprised of purple-black flames that engulfed the cities of Bhima, Foja, and others, turning them into ashes in the final frames. A warning to the nobles of what might happen, were the alliance to be broken. Cool, the kids said in unison, incapable of noticing any of the subtext of each painting. They're nah. VI's just perceived everything like an illustrated fairy tale. Supreme Magus Verhin, if I may, I need to finish the ID check, a royal guard said with an embarrassed tone. I apologize for the inconvenience. Lith gave him a small nod, and the guard resumed his scan. The white and golden robe Lith wore was unique. As the first and so far only Supreme Magus, the robe granted him the same privileges of a royal fortress armor, making him immune to most arrays of the palace, and granting him the highest level of clearance. Soon the whole family was cleared for access, only Solus requiring a double check. She carried a pin made from a single ruby that was shaped like a phoenix, the mark of an envoy of the desert's overlord. Solus' cover was that of a distant relative of Lith who had studied under Salark before fate had reunited her with her ancestral family. Also, Ligon had gifted Solus with a ring that would make her energy signature different from Lith's and hide her nature. The griffin-shaped helm hid the horror of the guard, as even the 3rd check gave him the same result. According to the magical device, the lovely, petite woman in front of him had been marked as Salark's blood. Any injury, offense, or even tripping on a carpet would be interpreted as an act of war toward the desert. You can go, Lady Verhin. Please, enjoy your stay and let us know if there's anything we can do to make it pleasant. He gave her a deep bow before sharing the results of the scan with every guard, soldier, and valet who would take part in the event. Solus had no idea what was happening, and thought the chivalrous gesture was born from passion. Thank you, I will. She giggled, blushing a little for being courted so soon since her arrival. Once Lith put Aaron and Lyria down, their fear was gone and they couldn't wait to meet the royals. Why are those people getting first in line? Lyria asked. It's not fair we got here before them. It's court etiquette, Elena explained. The most important guests enter last so that when the valet at the door announces them, everyone can look at their faces. This way it's those who were already inside that have to introduce themselves over and over. Neat, so those guys are all small fries, right? Aaron pointed at the crowd in front of them, puffing his chest out with pride as if it was somehow his own achievement. Right, Lith nodded, making those who had turned around to glare at those rude words turn back just as quickly. When their turn finally arrived, Aaron and Lyria walked abreast like their respective parents. This time they found no reason to quarrel, too intimidated by the magnificence of the banquet hall. The room in front of her was more than 40 meters, 133 feet, long and over 30 meters, 100 feet wide. It was taller than a 3-floor building, with balconies on the upper levels where people not important enough to stand near the royals would still be able to spectate at the ceremony. They were the less coveted spot since from there it was impossible to mingle with the other nobles and to take part in palace gossip. But that day even the corridors leading to the opera boxes were crowded, splitting the royal court into 4 levels based on their importance. A single red silk carpet with gold embroidered edges stretched from the 3 meters, 10 feet, wide double doors up to the 2 steps that distanced the floor where nobles stood and the dais for the royal family. That way, even while sitting on their golden thrones, the rulers of the kingdom would be able to look down on everyone present, reaffirming their status and authority. Every corner and box of the banquet hall was lit by crystal chandeliers fueled by mana crystals dating back to Valoran himself. The first king had hoped that by sharing their eternal light with his descendants, they would also inherit his vision for the country he had built. Both the floor and the pillars were realized from gold-veined marble, the most precious and robust material available in the Griffin Kingdom. The kids gaped at everything, clenching each other's hands to find a courage to keep walking and remember not to stare. Supreme Magus Lith Tiamat Verhin and his wife, Captain Camilla Torchbearer Verhin, Mage Tista Verhin and Sergeant First Class Tryon Verhin, Lord Roz Verhin and Lady Alina Verhin, Lady Rena Verhin and her husband Sentin. Chapter 23, 80 Society Debut, Part 2. Lady Lyria Verhin and Lord Aaron Verhin, Lady Solus Verhin. The royal valet announced them in their order of entrance. He called me a lady in front of the whole court, Lyria squealed a bit too loud. Does that make me a princess? It sure makes me embarrassed. Aaron replied as he needed sheer willpower to not make his legs become jelly like they seemed adamant to. That's great. Even my daughter is a lady, whereas I'm just your husband. I may not be worthy of the Verhin name, but I'm still a Proudhammer. Too bad that nobody seems to care. Sentin snarled from the corner of his mouth close to Rena. After all, why bother with the humble son of a blacksmith with no magical power? Hush, dear, I'm sorry for the treatment you received, she whispered back. You deserve better, but right now there's nothing we can do. The Verhin's couples reached the base of the dais where the royals sat, giving them a deep bow before moving to the right side of the room. Empty chairs had been engraved with their names, and their friends were already there, waiting for them. Marchioness de Star, Professor Marth, Professor Vaster, General Vorg, General Birian, Baron Wylan from Jamble, and the entire Erna's household. Everyone had come with their respective spouse or betrothed, which left Freya alone. Are they your young ones, Supreme Magus Verhin? King Meron asked with a warm smile to break the ice and reassure the scared children. Yes, my liege. Lith gave him a deep bow, instantly followed by the kids. They carry the full power and talent of my blood. I hope that in time they'll earn their place in the White Griffin. It's an honor, your majesty. Aaron fell on his right knee too fast, hurting himself in the process. He bit his cheek to ignore the pain and conjured a life-sized hologram of the king. It was in black and white, but accurate in every aspect. Wonderful, you managed to notice so many details in so little time, young mage. The kingdom praises you. Having called a kid with the title of mage was a huge honor, and so was the compliment following it. Thank you for your sacrifice, and for saving the kingdom, my queen. Lyria kneeled as well, conjuring a hologram of Silpha wearing the Seaful set that was way better looking than the original. Magnificent! The queen could see from the glowing eyes full of admiration of the young girl that it wasn't an attempt to flatter her. Lyria's spell was simply showing how the queen appeared in the young girl's eyes. You make us proud of the last name we bestowed upon your family, young mage. The crown praises you. Silpha's gloating tone and the meaningful variation on the customary closing phrase made even Meron knit his eyebrows in surprise. Those few words spoke volumes of the horrors that waited for anyone who'd dare to compare the kids' performances and point out the lack of accuracy of Silpha's hologram compared to the king's. Silpha had praised Lyria personally, hence every critique of her light mastery would be a direct offense to the queen. The same queen who had slain Thrude and was caressing the pommel of the Seaful sword. You can stand and join your peers, Meron said, yet the kids kept kneeling. I can't, Aaron said with a whimper, his legs having given out from the emotion. Lith gave the royals one more bow before stepping between Aaron and Lyria and taking their hands. He helped them to stand up and walk to the side while the royals chuckled. Well done, little imp, Orion ruffled Aaron's hair. Yeah, right, he grumbled, his eyes veiled with tears. I looked like an idiot. Not quite. Gianni pointed at the faces of many nobles who seemed to suffer from constipation for days. Very few kids get introduced to the royals at your age. Even less can showcase the talent you demonstrated, and almost none have ever received your same praise. Really, Lyria was still trembling from head to toe. The adrenaline rush from the court, meeting the royals, and being commended needed both her parents to keep her still. Really, Lith said, I didn't meet the royals until I was 13 and graduated from the White Griffin. Once the royal valet slammed his golden staff on the ground, signaling that no more guests were expected, the doors of the banquet hall closed and the corridors leading from the balconies to the ground floor opened. The gala's purpose was to celebrate the end of the War of the Griffins. It was a joyous event where nobles from all over the kingdom, even Thrude's former regions, had been invited to mingle and forge bonds of friendship. Now that the security measures were in place and no one could get in or out, the chairs disappeared the moment a guest stood up. In their place, Long rectangular tables appeared lined up against the walls that the valets quickly set. The staff entered from side passages, filling the tables with all kinds of foods and drinks, while setting vases filled with sweet-smelling exotic flowers behind every column. The evening will proceed as follows. Maron's voice boomed throughout the room with no need for spells in order to showcase his vigor and returning health. First, we will eat and drink to our heart's content to rejoice for the peace. Once our bellies are full and our mood is high, we'll proceed to award the heroes of the War of the Griffins. Then, we'll move on to the dance-floor. Tonight, I only have one order for you. Have a good time. The king clapped his hands, giving everyone permission to move around and cueing the non-necessary staff to leave. Congratulations, Roz and Alina. Congratulations, Sentin and Renaa. You must be proud of your children. Baron Wylan shook their hands, quickly followed by the rest of their friends. Thanks, it's nice for someone to remember I exist, Sentin whined. Don't ruin Lyria's debut in the royal court, Renaa nudged him. Your grievances can wait until we get back home. I'm sorry, it's just that being considered just your +1 is painful, Sentin whispered with a forced smile on his face. I would have preferred not to come to the gala, but I couldn't miss our baby girl's debut nor let any of these nobles hit on you. Thank you, my king. She gave him a quick peck on the cheek that greatly improved his mood. This is really cruel of you, Freya. Solus moved to her side, right next to Orion where no one dared to venture. How could you leave Nalrund home? Receiving so much attention was nice. Being short, however, allowed anyone to have a good look down her neckline, and it wasn't nice at all. The kicked ass teaches best, Freya snarled. I'm single and I'm going to enjoy this night as such. Care to join me, Lady Verhin? You seem to be missing a date as well. Gladly, Lady Ernest. Solus chuckled and took Freya's arm, making many young bachelors groan in disappointment. Too bad you have covered your streaks. We might have given a lot of people a stroke, Freya said. Chapter 23, 81 War Gala, Part 1. Congratulations, Renaa. Congratulations, Alina, Jadon Lark said. Dad would have loved to meet Aaron and Lyria. He always loved magic, and seeing such talented youths would have made him monocle pop until he broke. Thanks, Count Lark. Aaron gave him a deep bow, not understanding why despite the ruler of the Lustria County and a dear friend of the family had complimented him, everyone looked so sad. Tell me, Lyria, Kellia Lark said, is Aaron a little imp like your Uncle Lith at his age? Uncle Lith is no imp, Lyria said in outrage. He's my hero, whereas Aaron is. She was about to say something mean when she noticed that everyone was staring at her. Still lacking under many aspects, he's an imp and a short one at that. She used a hand to highlight how even if by a short margin she was taller. Aaron was about to rebuke when Lyria nodded to the side. Aaron noticed it and simply gave her a bow. They were fierce rivals, but neither of them would ever allow anyone to badmouth the other but themselves. Thank you for what you have done for Zogger, Duke. The ungratefulness of the crown was driving me insane. Zinnia tried to give him a curtsy, but Rissa stopped her. Please, Zin, we are all friends here. There's no need for thanks. The blonde dryad's light green skin was emphasized by her golden dress that fit her soft curves like a glove. Kami, if anyone bothers you, you call me right away. Zin, Kami. Camilla was flabbergasted by Rissa's familiarity. Call me first, please. Gianni's eyes brimmed with bloodlust. I have a lot of pent-up stress. Do you miss working so much, or are the marriage preparations stressful? Camilla was afraid that Floria's death still weighed on the Ernas, but mentioning her would have only ruined the evening for them. No, just Morak, Gianni snarled while looking at Quilla's fiancé, who shrugged. I don't fear you any more, demon. Quilla loves me. The dumb smile on his face and his childlike joy made Quilla giggle and Gianni's shoulders slouch. Rissa helped me a lot getting adjusted to my new status, and when she heard about our monikers, she fell in love with them. Zinnia changed the topic, saving Gianni from defeat. If it bothers you, just tell me. Rissa gave Camilla a small nod, embarrassing her even further. Gods, she's a good friend of Zin, Marth is a good friend of Zogger and Lith, and our children will probably grow together. I have no way to refuse without coming out as a jerk, Camilla thought. It's no bother at all. I'll be in your care, Rissa. If half of what Zin told me about the court is true, I'm going to need it, she actually said. It's nice to finally get the opportunity to know you. I'm Marchioness Brynja de Star. The noblewoman in front of Camilla had a waterfall of long blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. Her gala dress was loose, to easily accommodate her swollen belly. She was one of the few guests with her chair left. The pleasure is all mine, Camilla shook her hand. Lith told me a lot about you and your mother. Glad to hear it. About our promise. Brynja turned toward Lith, her eyes going cold. I haven't forgotten. Lith's voice became a low growl as he inwardly cursed Orpal's escape during the destruction of the Golden Griffin. Excellent. Brynja became all smiles again and looked at Camilla. I'm due in a few months. What about you? Elijah should be born a couple of months after Lith's birthday. You have already picked the name. Brynja sighed in envy. Well, I hope our kids will be good friends as well. If you ever need a babysitter, Rissa and I can help you. Thank you for your offer, but we are already covered. Camilla chuckled. Between Grandma, Grandpa, and all of Lith's relatives, I could organize a tourney and put babysitting as the prize. When you say Grandma, do you refer to Overlord Salark or to Elena? Brynja raised an eyebrow. Salark, Grandpa is Ligon, and the relatives are their descendants. Camilla explained their odd family tree. Then I hope I can count on them for keeping my child as well, Brynja said with a huge grin on her face. True safety is a rare commodity, and if our children have even a shred of magical talent, they can use such powerful mentors. Me too, Rissa said. Manohar II is a handful. I could use a bit of free time. Please call him Durrell, Marth whined while passing a hand from his hair to his chin. Whenever I hear his second name, it gives me the creeps. While the headmaster of the White Griffin told everyone about Manohar II's escape attempts from the nursery via his bloodline abilities, making them laugh, Zinnia couldn't help but feel excluded. I've never seen a crib, nor will I ever be blessed with such problems. I have regained my sight and freedom when it was too late. The best I can do is be a good aunt and be there for Kami. She clenched her fist, but kept smiling to not ruin the moment for the others. Thank you for the dew, Lorien Lith. Baron Wylan shook his hand with vigor. My whole family loves it like a son, and it saved my life. Really? Lith asked. Really? Wylan nodded. During a campaign in the north, my battalion got overwhelmed by Thrud's Forgotten. Luckily, I followed your advice and kept the dew Lorien in my dimensional amulet. When we received the retreat order, I took it out, got in as many people as I could, and then ran like the wind. I have my comrades' thank you cards with me. Wylan handed Lith several letters, each signed by one of the soldiers the Baron had saved, and their respective families. Glad to be of. Lith's enhanced hearing caught a few words poisonous enough to cut him short. Can you believe it? A duchess who death vision showed dying with her head crushed by his hands said. We had to endure that mad griffin woman for so long, and to get rid of her, we now have to suffer a lizard in a suit. Sadly, I can, a marquis said ablaze by origin flames sighed. I mean, I can condone paying the piper and pardoning an oath-breaker, the necessary evil and all that, but that woman, just shameless. I mean, another oath-breaker so hungry for power that she accepted to lie with that thing and have its offspring. How could the royals pardon her as well? That's beyond me. Maybe they came as a package deal, a grand duchess hanging from her own entrails said. You know, they took in the beast and its chew toy. Maybe it's not such a bad decision. How can you say that? The duchess said with a disgusted expression on her face. Maybe the little mongrel will be tamer and easier to leash than her father. The Grand Duchess shrugged. After all, even rabid hounds are useful when you can sick them on your enemies. She burst into a peal of silvery laughter, quickly followed by her peers and as quickly brought to a halt. Chapter 23, 82 War Gala, Part 2. What did you dare say about my daughter? Camilla had also gained enhanced hearing due to awakening and Elijah's growing strength. The truth, Baroness Verhin, the Grand Duchess said with the condescending smile she used to address the dumbest members of her house staff. Can you deny being an oath-breaker, that the child you carry is a hybrid? I don't think so. I can't, Camilla nodded. Just like you can't deny that one of your sons needed a royal pardon to get out with his skin from those rape charges, or that one of your cousins has been caught for embezzlement and fraud. Do you want me to continue? The Grand Duchess went pale, losing her hilarity. The bigger and older a noble family was, the more dirt they had. Camilla was a constable and could have gone on for an hour about the crimes of her relatives. I guess that an apple doesn't fall far from the tree, or in your case, the whole tree is rotten. As for you, dear Marquis, her lips were curled up and her teeth exposed, but the thing on Camilla's face was no smile. I heard you are under investigation for high treason. Rumors say that after Thrud disabled the 6 great academies, you went this close to switching sides. Did you fall in love with one of the Mad Queen's emperor beasts, or are you just an opportunistic coward? How dare you? The Marquis said while straightening his back to tower over Camilla. The Grand Duchess' son received a royal pardon, so his crime is like it never happened. As for me, I did no such thing as treason. Well, I got pardoned as well, but you didn't seem to care. Camilla clicked her tongue in disgust. As for your crimes, I'd wait until the end of the trial before showing my face in public if I were you. Watch your tongue, child, the Duchess said. Your ignorance of court etiquette is excusable, but only up to a certain point. You shouldn't speak of what you don't know. What I know is that, while my husband was risking his life for us all of you so-called nobles, and your families were hiding like rats in the farthest corners of the kingdom from the conflict. The Verhan household sent every single mage they had to fight the Mad Queen and her army. Lith, Tista, and Solus have stood by Silpha's side until the end. What about you? How many mages have you sent? How many members of your families volunteered for the battle, and how many have relinquished their duties, leaving a coward's brown trail in their wake instead? Camilla replied, putting way more than those 3 noble households to shame. If you can't take a blow, dear Grand Duchess, you'd better not start a fight, because I'm not going to let you and your friends run your mouths wild. You'd better apologize or what? Camilla cut the Grand Duchess short. Do you dare violate the peace of the king's court and threaten me, or maybe you want to hit me, because I'd love to see how that goes. Grand Duchess Cranst had already opened her palm for a slap when Camilla's words reminded her of the day of the Black Sun. The details of the attempt on Baroness Verhan's life were a state secret, but its consequences were public knowledge. The quakes, the blotted sun, and the storms were still vivid in the minds of everyone who lived in Garland. And so would I. Lith stepped forward, putting himself between Camilla and the Grand Duchess. He took off one of his white gloves and slapped the noblewoman in the face as gently as he could. This woman has slandered my name, my wife, and my child. Therefore, I demand justice. I invoke the right of blood judgment, Lith said. It was an ancient trial by combat, established by the first king himself, in order to allow nobles to settle disputes without the need for wars or getting the crown involved. Each side would pick a champion who would fight until the first blood was shed or the opponent surrendered. The ritual forbade the use of any kind of magic, even chore magic and artifacts. It allowed households who lacked the talent or the money to have a powerful mage among their ranks to defend themselves and also to avoid casualties. To avoid one challenge triggering another, Valoran had decreed that killing the opponent resulted in a defeat, and that to issue a blood judgment, the offended party had to provide solid evidence of the damage suffered. All those near the Grand Duchess and her group had heard her words first, and then the quarrel with Camilla. Lith was among them, and so was the king, who was glaring at the 3 nobles in contempt. Damn it, we should have been more careful, Marquis Lamania thought. Even if the rest of the room sided with us and claimed to not have heard anything, they will never risk calling Meron a liar. The fate of Grand Duchess Cranst and that of her households lay in the king's hands. Let's hope that, after suffering so much from his health and the war, he has softened up and doesn't want to ruin the gala with a duel. The Marquis had every reason to be worried. Losing a blood judgment meant not only being forced to publicly apologize to the winner, but also being banned from all kinds of social events for a year and paying half of the household's annual income as compensation. Becoming a social pariah would cause the loser to remain out of the loop and to be cut out of the major business enterprises. It would cripple both the loser's wealth and influence in the long run. Even worse, it would mean being kicked out of that very gala in front of everyone, and also being excluded from the government procurements for rebuilding the areas of the kingdom involved in the war. There was a river of money to be made and dozens of cities to repair, yet if the Grand Duchess were to lose the judgment, the ban from social events would make her, and in turn all of her associates, into black sheep. At that point, no one would do business with the 3 noble households to not taint their own name as well. On top of that, the crown would pay the penalty up front, so that the defeated party would not be indebted to the winner, but to the royals. Not paying a gambling debt would, worst-case scenario, incur reproach, whereas not paying what was akin to taxes meant having their assets seized. Valoran had devised blood judgment to be as unpleasant as possible, so that no one would invoke it without a very good reason. The deeper the pockets of a noble were, the less inclined they would be to put their wealth at stake on a whim. I allow it. Meron said only 3 words, yet they silenced the room and made even the bands of musicians freeze. Your Majesty, I may have used blunt words, but nothing I said was a lie or slanderous. Even Baroness Verhan admitted. Chapter 23, 83 Peace at Last, Part 1. Silence, the king hadn't even yelled, yet his voice carried such an authority that the Grand Duchess took a step back and stopped talking as if he had slapped her. I allow the blood judgment. House Verhin has hereby challenged Houses Lamania, Tarhat, and Cranst. Lith was amazed as well. According to the customs, he could only challenge the Grand Duchess since the other two nobles had said too little to be held accountable for defamation. Yet Meron's judgment superseded customs. He was not only a witness of the events, but also the king, and he had ruled the Duchess and the Marquise guilty by association. Each one of you should pick their respective champion, but since this is a gala and I don't want to waste time, I allow the three households to pool their resources and determine their fate in a single fight if they agree. Meron said. All three of us? Duchess Tarhat felt fear gripping her heart and wallet. But I said just a few words and didn't even talk with Baroness Verhin. I merely stated my opinion. Isn't there freedom of speech in the kingdom? Freedom of speech, yes, dear Duchess. Slander, however, is a crime, and what little you said qualifies aplenty. The king towered over the smaller woman, exuding an aura that made every rumor about his poor health seem hot air. With all due respect, Your Majesty, this gala is meant to celebrate the renewed peace. Is it really necessary to dirt these halls with blood on such an occasion? The Grand Duchess said. This is indeed an extraordinary day. The king's order has been defied not once but thrice, inside my home, in front of my court. Meron's laugh was dry of humor and joy, sending a cold shiver down everyone's spine. His fury was palpable, whereas his mercy seemed to have taken the day off. You should have thought about peace before running your mouth, Grand Duchess Cranst. Meron lowered his voice to growl while also keeping it perfectly audible. You dirtied these halls with your allegations against a hero of the kingdom. Even if Supreme Magus Verhin hadn't destroyed the Golden Griffin, which he did, I wouldn't let your insults pass anyway. We won this war only thanks to our allies in the council and those among the plant and the beast folk, yet here you are, sowing discord. I had enough of people mocking and hazing Headmaster Marth's wife and child. Meron slammed a thick pile of documents that came out of his dimensional amulet. Rissa did more than return in kind everything she suffered. She also submitted a formal complaint detailed with words, actions, and the names of the witnesses to the hazing every time. I'm sick and tired of hearing reports about the treatment that Duchess Vaster and Professor Vaster's stepchildren have to endure. Another pile of documents appeared. You lot don't like commoners, despise plant folk, and would put a leash on beasts. Yet when your homeland was in danger, when your queen put her life on the line, you deserted us whereas they stood by our side. How dare you talk about peace when you did nothing to build it and even now work to destroy it? How dare you offend the heroes of this country in front of my court? Be thankful that Supreme Magus Verhin called the blood judgment first, because I was about to do the same, and the queen would have been my champion. The king pointed at Silpha, who smiled with the grace of a maiden and the savagery of a predator. The queen caressed the hilt of the Seaful sword, making the elemental crystals on the hilt hum with power in answer to her touch. Those on the blade shone so brightly that their light was visible even through the thick scabbard. You can pick me as your champion as well, Supreme Magus Verhin. At those words, the three nobles shuddered in horror. Even if they were to somehow pick a god to fight for them, and they won the trial by combat, harming the queen would have meant becoming an enemy of the royal family. They would survive the blood judgment, just to die a few days later in an accident. Money came and went whereas they had only one life. Thank you for your offer, Your Majesty, but this is personal. Lith gave Silpha a deep bow. I pick myself as the champion, your turn. How can a human fight a divine beast? This is unfair. Marquis Lamania's voice was high-pitched. A fair point, Meron shrugged. I'll allow for the duel to be a contest of magic, like the one Supreme Magus Verhin and Archmage Court performed a year ago. Grand Duchess Cranst desperately looked around the room, but every Archmage and Headmaster in the room took a cautious step back, pretending to be busy in conversation. Court made several hand signs that passed to every mage in the banquet hall, a simple message. He got much stronger from the last time. No Archmage wanted to suffer a grievous defeat and make an enemy of Verhin, not when he was about to disclose void magic, trains, and tablets. Even on the off chance they won, they would lose much and gain nothing. I'm waiting, Lith said after a few minutes had passed, and none of the three nobles said a word. The Grand Duchess turned toward Verhin, noticing that his wings were out and so were his 7 eyes and horns. His stature grew to 3 meters 10, then 10, 33, 30, 100, and suddenly he was so big that he eclipsed the rest of the room. Cranst found herself standing above a massive palm, gawking at the Tiamat's 7 eyes, while the blackness of his body became filled with stars, nebulae, and comets. The void of the cosmos swallowed her. making her skin freeze while the cosmic radiation seeped inside her body and burned her innards. "Grand Duchess Cranston, you have 1 more minute before you lose by forfeit." King Meron's voice snapped her out of it, and she found herself standing on the gold-veined white marble of the banquet hall, covered in a cold sweat and her knees shaking. Lith had never changed his size or form, nor had he released any killing intent. What the Grand Duchess had experienced was simply the fear of a mouse who had woken up a dragon and found itself staring into his eye. "Marquis Lamania, Duchess Tarhat, we are still waiting." Meron clapped his hands to have their attention, making the 3 nobles faint on the spot from the shock. They still recovering from the hallucination, and the sudden noise made them think that Verhin had struck. Their mind assumed they were dead, and their bodies reacted accordingly. "The blood judgment is over," the king decreed. "House Verhin is the winner. Houses Lamania, Tarhat, and Cranston are found guilty of slander and will answer for their crime. Bring those 3 and every member of their households out of the royal palace." No one said a word, nor did any of the convicted nobles try to protest. In less than a minute, they were all back at their respective houses, and the banquet hall had a bit more free space. Chapter 23, 84 Peace at Last, Part 2. "I'm very sorry for the cruel words you had to endure, Baroness Verhin." King Meron cupped Camilla's right hand. "Know that the crown shares no such thought, and that we consider both you and your daughter precious members of this court. No one will be allowed to harass either of you without paying the price. You have my word." "Thanks, Your Majesty." Camilla gave him a deep bow while bringing his fingers to her forehead. The gala resumed, and those who had offended Rissa or Zinnia in the past now took care to keep their mouths shut and make themselves invisible. They were afraid that Marth or Vaster, if not both, would call for another blood judgment now that the crown had made its standing on the matter clear. "Way to go, Kami," Zinnia said. "I didn't think you had it in you." "Me neither." She blushed in embarrassment now that the adrenaline rush was over, and she realized the full scope of the commotion she had caused. "I wanted to die in shame when they said those things about me, but when they started to disparage Elijah, I just saw red." "It must be the phoenix blood of the little one running through your veins," Rissa chuckled. "Or maybe the dragon blood," Camilla pondered. "Once you see Ligon angry, you start to wonder if the 2 species really are so different after all." The rest of the event went smoothly, and soon it came the time for the awards to the war heroes. Lith and Marth went first since Silpha had slain Thrude, but as the queen, there was nothing the crown could offer her. The palace was already hers, and every praise from the crown to itself would have been distasteful. "Thank you, Supreme Magus Verhin," King Meron said. "With the Golden Griffin, you have now brought down 3 lost cities. Not only was your contribution to the war of paramount importance, but also the Keller region will flourish like never before. You have cleansed Arthan's horror, and 2 more abominations born from forbidden magic. What makes your feat so impressive is that we inherited those monstrosities from our ancestors, and even the first king was helpless against them. Alas, you are our supreme magus already, so there's very little we can offer you in reward. I hereby invest you with the title of Count and the annuities that come from it. I won't assign you lands since I know you have no interest in administrating them. If you ever change your mind, you just need to say it and Lustria County will become your starting fief. For your contributions to the war, I also promote you to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel of the Army and assign you a share of the spoils we collected from Thrude's fallen soldiers. 50 suits of adamant armor and weapons will be given to you at the end of the gala. You are free to do with them what you want, be it gift them or turn them into raw materials for your research. The last bit dripped envy since Meron knew that Lith would take a trip to the desert and salvage the mana crystals, as well whereas the origin flames that the kingdom had purchased would spare only the enchanted metal. Soon your mansion will be complete, and when that happens, I expect you to throw a housewarming gala worthy of the royal court. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lith almost whimpered in pain at those words. Just thinking about the expenses for the house staff, the food, and the decorations made his front pocket feel lighter already. Headmaster Marth, thank you for your valiant efforts against the Golden Griffin. Without you, neither Supreme Magus Verhin nor the Queen would be here today. I apologize on behalf of the court for what your family had to endure until today. You are a beacon of hope for us, the living proof that humans and plant folk can thrive together. In the future, our survival will be linked to our ability to care more about what we have in common rather than what makes us different. Now that the War of the Griffins is over, the Crown will make sure to right all the wrongs that so far we were forced to ignore. Due to your status, however, there's very little with which the kingdom can reward you as well. Are you interested in a noble title and lands? Meron asked. Thank you, your majesty, but I have barely any free time as it is. Were I to become a lord, I would end up neglecting my duties as a headmaster and a father, so I have to refuse. So be it, the king nodded. If there's anything you want, even just more funds for your academy, you just have to ask. The spectators thought the ceremony to be over, yet the arrays were still in place, and no one was allowed to move nor make a peep. Mage Tista Verhin, Mage Freya Telita Alia Ernas, Professor Zaga Rankar Japtos Vaster, and Mage Solus Verhin stepped forward. Queen Silpha said, making everyone gasp in surprise, including those she had just summoned. Freya and Vaster inwardly shuddered at their own second names, especially the professor. He had worked hard to keep them hidden even from his wife, who now only the magical formations were preventing from giggling at his expense. Mage Tista Verhin, you have collected several merits by fighting Thrud's hordes in Otherback when the Mad Queen made her first appearance. You helped your brother to destroy the lost city of Kogaluga. You have also aided him in recapturing several cities, and have been a vital element of the army during the war. Oh gods, I can't believe this. While kneeling, Tista could feel her eyes being misted by tears. For the first time in my life, I'm not being referred to as Lith's sister, but him as my brother. The king really said that. We are grateful to you for your past contributions, yet all of them pale in comparison with your most recent feat. You have defeated and executed the traitorous former headmaster of the Lightning Griffin, Ainla Linnea. It's something that this court failed to do for years, and that puts our hearts at ease. Linnea knew the secrets of the academies and their power cores. Were she still alive, the peace we have just earned would have mud foundations. Thanks to you, one of the greatest threats to our country has been vanquished. For that, I bestow upon you the title of Great Mage of the Griffin Kingdom. The king said while tapping the flat side of the Seaful sword on Tista's left shoulder, then the right one, and lastly the top of her head. 2 royal guards walked by her side and helped her don a deep green mage robe. I also grant you the title of Spellbreaker with all the privileges and annuities that it carries. The royal guard on her right pinned over the mage robes a silver pin depicting a silverwing S hexagram whose lines connecting the 6 dots were broken in multiple points. The king clapped his hands, quickly followed by the queen and the rest of the guests who gave Tista a standing ovation. Chapter 23, 85 Peace at Last, Part 3. Tista's family clapped the loudest, and the royals let her bathe in the first glory of her own, until even Alina's and Roz's hands gave out. Mage Ernas, you have long performed your duty in the secrecy that the council required from you, living in the shadow of your sisters. Now, however, that's no longer necessary, and your mentor, Lady Falul Nixtra, has shared your achievements with us. Also, Magus Verhin backed her claims about your talents, and there's no better proof of that than the blueprints of the power core of the Dulorian, which also bear your signature. For any of those who find these words hard to believe, I invite you to speak to Professor Rudd, who taught Mage Erna's dimensional magic, or to just look at her hair. The 7 streaks are something that only people like the first Magus, the Forgemaster Magus, and our dear Queen share. Based on the mastery Mage Erna's proved with the Dulorian and her contributions to the War of the Griffins, we can hope that she'll rise to their same heights. I wish you'll become a Magus in the future, but for now, I can only appoint you Great Mage. The king repeated the ceremony for Freya, and the royal guards brought her a deep green mage robe as well. Once the royals started clapping their hands, the banquet hall almost came down from the booming applauses. Gianni and Orion exchanged a look, leaning against each other since their hands were busy, both inwardly wishing that Floria could be with them on that day. Professor Vaster. The queen took a long pause after drawing everyone's attention. It feels weird to me calling you professor when I know you are far more than a mere academic. You are a former member of the Queen's Corps. A spellbreaker, a master warden, a colonel of the army, the Duke of Essager. You were once the candidate for the title of God of Healing, and your achievements are far too many to list in a single day. It pains me to admit that when we relieved you from your duty during the battle for the White Griffin, we believed your talents to not be up for the task. Yet we were wrong. You proved us wrong. Even when we lost faith in you, your loyalty to the kingdom didn't falter. You came back for us, protecting Supreme Magus Verhin with your life. Then, when your body couldn't stand the battle anymore, you helped Headmaster Marth with your wits, allowing him to tap into the true power of the Academy. Vaster's eyes went wide in surprise, and he tilted his head just enough to see from the corner of his eye that both Marth and Lith winked at him. They had agreed upon their version of the battle in order to not leave their friend in the shadows. Marth and Lith both knew that Vaster had been there, yet only Lith knew the full scope of Vaster's contribution and why it had to remain hidden. Marth didn't care about the details, only the fact that Vaster had helped him and had saved their students mattered. For that you have our eternal gratitude. Alas, we can't promote you to the rank of Brigadier General unless you are willing to resume active duty in the army. Vaster shook his head, and the Queen nodded in agreement. We can't make you a Magus either unless you have knowledge to share with us, along with the magical prowess you used to defend the kingdom. Vaster shook his head again, so Silpha resumed speaking. What we can do, however, is to promote the Duchy of Essager to a Grand Duchy. It will increase the funds you have at your disposal each year for the development of your lands, the number of warp gates that can be built, and the glory of the Vaster bloodline. The audience clapped their hands, but Silpha raised her hand with the palm out to silence them. We can also offer you the seat of the chairman of the Mage Association. It is in dire need of a new guiding hand that will hopefully bring to association to its former glory. Vaster couldn't believe his own ears, and neither could Quart. Becoming the chairman of the association meant wielding a power second only to the royals, and also coming out of Marth's and Manohar's shadow. For Quart, however, it meant that he had lost the trust of the royals and that his policies had been found wanting. Damn it, if they waited until now for the announcement, it means that if not for the war, they would have replaced me already. Peace means change, but for me, it marks the end of my career, he thought. I thank you for your generous offer, Your Majesty, but I have to refuse. Becoming the chairman would mean having even more responsibilities and subordinates than I already have as head of the Light Department. I've been a professor all my life, and I've grown accustomed to my role. Nurturing the new generations of mages is what I love doing, and I'd like to keep doing it. The offer of the royals was indeed generous, but too little and too late. Had they offered him the position 10 years ago, Vaster would have disbanded the organization before they achieved any significant success. Back then, the number of victims that his experiments required was small, and he took them solely from the criminal underworld. Vaster had long since crossed the point of no return, sacrificing so many lives that they had weighed on his conscience until it had been crushed. He knew the exact number, and some nights it haunted his dreams, but he didn't care anymore. That same weight pushed the Master forward, since stopping would have meant that those deaths would have been for nothing. Vaster had made too many breakthroughs, giving the Eldritches new bodies and permanently altering his own. He couldn't let them nor Zinnia down. She just wanted to experience motherhood, and to Vaster, he had denied her that joy just like Falmug. A wrong that the Master was hell-bent on righting. The royals looked at each other before replying. It's a wise choice indeed. Manohar, Marth, the Verhins, and even the youngest of the Urnas have all received your guidance. You have given us a Magus and several archmages. We approve of your decision and hope you'll nurture more for us, Maron said. Is there anything you desire that the crown can give you? Yes, there is, my king, Vaster nodded. Many people say that Zinnia Yavel is a gold digger without a drop of blue blood who clings to me only for what I have. I ask you to rectify this situation by giving her something that will belong only to her. This way, even if my crimes are exposed and the entire Vaster's fortune is seized, Zinnia and her children will be safe, he thought. I just need to make sure they are not caught up in my schemes. Well said, Grand Duke Vaster, Maron nodded. Let's see what those people dare to say now that you are married to Baroness Zinnia Yavel. Chapter 23, 86 Peace at Last, Part 4. Her lands will be selected from those of the Grand Duchy of Essager to further strengthen your bond, and her family name will be inscribed among those granted by the crown. Despite the arrays, Zinnia fell to her knees sobbing and needed the help of the royal guards to stand up since no one but them could move. She didn't care for the rumors or the barony. Zinnia had no interest in the now royal-conferred last name. The reason she was crying out of joy was that the kingdom was finally acknowledging her husband's efforts and sacrifices. For once, he wasn't standing out of the spotlight, letting others take all the credit. This time, he was at center stage, and even though the wonderful words that the king had said about Vaster couldn't make up for the years he had been ignored and treated as a joke, it was an excellent start. I can't believe that these stupid people finally see you as the wonderful man you are, Zager, she thought. Yet what's truly amazing is that even while you were having your moment, when after years of anonymity you had every right to think solely of yourself, you chose to share it with me. When the king asked you what you wanted, you put me first again. Gods, please don't let anything bad ever happen to him. Despite the royal guards, best efforts, and Lith's help, Zinnia was crying so hard that they had to conjure a chair for her as well. The white and golden robe gave Lith the same authority as a royal fortress armor, and he used it to bring Camilla next to her sister. Camilla nodded at him in a thank you, doing her best to calm Zinnia down. Once the applause for Vaster ended, the king turned to the last member of the unexpected group of heroes. Mage Solus Verhin, we've never been properly introduced, but the people of the kingdom know you well. During Magus Verhin's stay in the desert, you helped him to craft the Dulorian and then to develop void magic and the tablets. According to what he told me, you've agreed to share your contribution as well, and for that, you have our thanks. Once the War of the Griffins started, you joined our ranks as the Golden Knight even though you had no reason to. You were born and raised in the Blood Desert, yet you shed your blood and sweat for a foreign country. You have protected the innocent citizens from Thrud's soldiers, and you have risked your life along with our best mages to stop the Golden Griffin. Ever since you moved in with the Verhins after reuniting with your long-lost relatives, you have blessed us with your knowledge, strength, and friendship. For all this, you have our sincere gratitude. Mere words aren't enough, so I hereby make you an honorary citizen of the kingdom. A full set of IDs and a contact amulet appeared in front of Solus, yet it was what was written on the papers that truly shocked her. Now you are not a guest anymore, and this can be your home as well if you choose so. Also, the crown cannot ignore either your talent or your achievements, Great Mage Solus Verhin. The title was already engraved in her documents, and Solus was still staring at those words. The royal guards helped her to don her deep green robe, something that was awkward to look at since in her days Solus didn't cooperate, and moving someone as heavy as her was no easy feat. Please keep blessing us with your presence. You have my word that will put your gifts to good use. The crowd was stunned as well, so the applause started small. Aside from Lith, his family, the Urnas, and the Queen, everyone else was too dumbfounded to move a muscle. They had heard of the Golden Knight, but they had expected a Tiamat-like monster, not a petite young lady. Picturing her riding on top of a Reiju fighting against divine beasts dozens of times bigger than her was something that seemed out of a fairy tale. On top of that, Solus' contribution to Lith's opus was amazing, no matter how small a role she had played. She had been officially recognized as someone who not only had proven to be worthy of the trust of the supreme Magus of the kingdom, but also who had been able to understand and improve his research. The noise snapped the nobles out of their stupor, and once they noticed who was clapping, they rushed to join the bandwagon. The applause rose like a wave, starting from those near the Verhin and spreading throughout the banquet hall until it became deafening. "Thank you, your majesty," Solus wanted but failed to say more. Her eyes were teary, and her voice was close to cracking. "I was content with being the Verhin's guest. I expected to be treated as Lith's +1 as always. Instead, I've been recognized for my asterisk work. People are praising me for what I did. I don't care for the Great Mage title as much as for the IDs. Now I can use the Warp Gate network of the kingdom by myself. I don't need anyone vouching for me or making up some lie to cover up my existence. I'm my own person," she thought. Solus had no interest in glory or fame. What truly mattered to her was being finally seen as an individual. Her life was being acknowledged as something more than just Lith's stone ring or Menadian's tower, and it meant a lot to Solus. Much more than she would have ever believed. The Queen dismissed them and called more people to receive their prizes. One member of the army and another of the Mage Association each stepped forward. They represented their respective organizations, and were tasked with receiving the praise and the rewards for the contributions of all their colleagues. Master Warden Vorg had been chosen from the army ranks, while Quart from the association. Yet after his seat had been just offered to someone else, the Archmage knew that those nice words weren't addressed to him, and every gold coin the Queen awarded him with just made his feeling of loss grow stronger. Once the royals were done with the awards, the people in the banquet hall were free to move and mingle again. "Congratulations, Freya," Morok shook her hand. "You becoming a great mage was long overdue. Too bad that Nalrund had to miss this moment. I'm sure that he would have loved to share it with you." "Thanks," Freya smiled at first and then sighed heavily, admitting that the tyrant was right. "I guess I can't be angry with him anymore. Poor Nalrund, he deserved a kick in the ass, but not one this big. Gods, I miss him." She clenched her deep green mage robe, feeling it heavy with remorse. Her family and friends were there to share that joy with her, yet she had left out from one of the happiest moments of her life, the man who had never abandoned her during her darkest hours. It put a chink in her achievement, and made the grudge she had against the Rizar pop like a bubble. Chapter 23, 87 Promises, Part 1. That oaf Nalrund owes me big time, Morak thought. Thank the gods I have Master Adjutor by my side. Lizards may be perverted, but they sure know their way around women. The tyrant had been in the doghouse for so long, and so often that he empathized with Nalrund, whom Morak considered a fellow victim of feminine cruelty in need of help. Morak had asked Adjutor's help in choosing the betrothal gift and how to propose, and before the gala, he had sought the Drake's advice to smooth things over between the Rizar and Freya. If only you put this much thought into your training, you would have already reached the Violet and discovered your unique bloodline abilities. Adjutor had earlier complained about his apprentice's odd priorities. He was right, but this is a story for another day. Congratulations, Solus. This will be a huge help during your future travels. Lith was the first to reach and praise her. You can now move freely in all 3 great countries. Like you didn't know it already, jackass. Solus hugged him with all of her strength, sniffling a little. Thank you. You didn't have to tell them about the tablets as well. What if people now start to doubt your achievements? Of course I had to tell them. Lith returned the embrace. You worked as hard as I did, and you risked your life on the battlefield with me. You shouldn't thank me. It's me who has to apologize for not disclosing your merits in full. As for what people think, I don't give a damn about it. I was sincere when I told you during my ascension ceremony that we are the supreme Magus, Solus. Never forget that. Solus's sniffling was about to turn into tears when he handed her his dance card. It was longer than her arm and filled with the names of the most powerful women in the kingdom. Way to ruin this for me, jackass. There was no need to flaunt your. She was reading it from bottom to top, so it had taken her a second to notice that her name was the first in line. Ever since the academy, you wanted to dance with me at a gala. I made sure that this time you don't need any proxy. Thank you. She nuzzled her face against his chest for a moment before rushing to the nearest restroom. If I burst into tears while hugging him, there's no telling what rumors people will spread, she thought. Once Solus returned, the rest of the family congratulated her. We got our great mage robe on the same day. Tista was on cloud 9. The Ernas and the Verhins were still celebrating their respective family members when the queen announced the beginning of the dances, and the royals opened them by going first. Lith's first partner was Camilla, since as his wife, she had no need to sign for the dance card. Then it was Solus' turn. She flinched a bit when Lith threaded his fingers into hers and put his other hand on her waist. It wasn't the first time that they danced together, but never while dressed like that or in front of others. They didn't need a mind link or a single word to move in perfect sync, as if they had rehearsed for that moment all their lives. Solus and Lith kept their eyes locked the whole time, needing but a glance and a smile to express how they felt. Solus glided on the dancer floor with such grace that, due to the gown hiding her feet, she seemed to float, reinforcing the impression that she was a noble from the desert and Salark's apprentice. When the music stopped, her face was red and her heart pounded in her chest, but not out of the effort. Leaving Lith's hand felt painful, but she did it without hesitation, knowing that every dream had to end at dawn. After that, Lith danced with Tista, Alina, and Renah. That day, the queen danced with no one but the king, to make sure that he was fine at all times. Lith was expecting one of the Ernas next, so he was surprised when Quilla let Zinnia take her place. Shouldn't we do this later? Lith pointed at the dance card where her name was after his family and friends. Yes, but I didn't want to wait that much. Zinnia took position, locking both their hands and eyes. I didn't want to ruin the moment with your family just to thank you for what you did for mine, or I would have asked Alina to trade places with me. What do you mean? Lith asked. Thank you, Lith, she replied. Thank you for pulling Zagar out of the shadows. You have no idea how much this means to him and me. He's a good man, but sometimes I feel like he's drifting away to someplace so cold and dark that I can't reach him. Today, you gave me hope that if we work together, we can stop whatever he's trying to pull before is too late. You are welcome. Lith didn't know what else to say. I'll do everything I can. He knew enough about the master to be worried about him as well. But unless Vaster opened up to Zinnia, there was nothing Lith could say without destroying their relationship. It's not enough, Zinnia shook her head. Promise me that if he goes too far, you'll stop Zagar without hurting him. Zin, you are blowing this out of proportion. Zagar, Lith tried to say something to ease her worries, but it felt like a lie and Zinnia kept staring at him. I promise. Thank you, she nodded. I have a second favor to ask. This is Kami's first pregnancy and also what may be my only opportunity to truly experience motherhood, even if just secondhand. I'm afraid that I might act too clingy and overprotective. I need you to stop me if I go overboard." "Damn it," Lith cursed loud enough to be heard by their dance neighbors. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to bother you, it's just—" "No, you misunderstood. That was supposed to be my line. Kami is already nagging at me for treating her like she has a terminal disease. I was about to ask you to keep me under control," Lith replied. "Well, it seems Kami's screwed then," Zinnia chuckled. Space. At the end of the royal gala, the Verhins returned to Lucia, making a quick stop in the Tron woods to allow Solus to recharge her human body for the night. After spending so much time in the desert with Lith, and with the tower feeding off a mana geyser 24/7, she could last for several hours even away from an energy source as long as she wore the sage staff around her neck. Yet she still needed both Lith and a geyser to reset the time she could spend in her human form. Once she was done, they went back home. "The king himself praised me, Dad." Aaron puffed out his chest, clinging to Roz's leg. "I'm proud of you, my son," Roz said while preparing some warm milk in the hope to calm him down. Chapter 23, 88 Promises, Part 2. "The queen was very nice to me, Mom. She even taught me how to dance." Lyria was on cloud 9 ever since the royals had let her step on their feet to show her the basic moves. "You deserve that, sweetie pie." Renau ruffled Lyria's hair. "Now our family has a Magus and 2 great mages. Ancient households with dozens of members can't say the same. The Verhins are now officially a magical bloodline. And I'm still an extra whose last name isn't even worth remembering." Senton puffed out his chest in mock pride. "What? We are back home now. I'm allowed to complain." Renau was glaring at him, prompting his defense and starting a quarrel that quickly forced them to move into her room to not ruin the evening for everyone. "Don't worry, Lyria. Even if you are just a member of the branch family of the Verhin household, you'll always be my favorite niece." Aaron used a grave tone to banter about him belonging to the main bloodline. "Please, you are younger than me. You are not my uncle, more like a little dumb brother." Lyria exploited her seniority and being taller to pat his head like a dog and look down on him. "Mom, Lyria is being mean again." "Mom, Aaron is talking smack about Dad again." "Gods, how long for that milk?" Elena asked. "What if they go on like this the whole night?" "Unlikely," Roz chuckled while pointing behind her. The kids had sat on a couch to rest their feet and had instantly fallen asleep. They weren't used to staying up so late, and the many emotions of the night had overwhelmed them the moment they had allowed themselves to relax. "I don't think you plan to wake them up, so who's that milk for?" Elena asked. "For me, dear, I don't think I'll be able to catch a wink otherwise. Gods, I'm so proud of our children and granddaughter that my hands are still shaking." Roz showed his fingers to her, yet they were as steady as a rock. Also, he kept yawning while moving through the kitchen. The gala had lasted long enough for Roz to digest the news, and the social interactions had worn out his still-recovering nerves. Lena knew that he was bound to collapse any moment now, so she rushed to put Aaron into bed with both the suit and the shoes still on. They were all part of his own Scalewalker armor, and she couldn't make it shapeshift. "I missed you, Aaron." Onyx nuzzled her snout against his face, making him hug her and turn his clothes into pajamas in his sleep. "Oh, they are so cute, dear," Elena said, yet only bubbling and snoring answered her. The milk was now boiling, and Roz had fallen asleep on a chair as well. "Damn it, I was too slow. Tista, be a dear and help me carry your father into our room." "What about Lith?" Tista asked, and Elena pointed at the already closed door of the master bedroom. "Your brother must be dead tired as well, and he has a pregnant wife to take care of. Cut him some slack and help your poor pregnant mother." Elena made a dramatic gesture that made Tista chuckle as she moved her father to bed in a Princess Carrie. Meanwhile, in Lith's room, he was sighing in relief while brushing his teeth with a finger and cleaning them with darkness magic from food residues, plaque, and tartar. The Tier 0 spell also cleansed his breath from any lingering smell. "Why did we rush in here?" Camilla chuckled from behind the closed bathroom door. "Because I can predict how it will go. Aaron and Lyria will quarrel, driving everyone crazy until they fall asleep. Then the adults will start congratulating each other, have a nightcap or a glass of warm milk in Mom's case, and then fall asleep without even noticing." Outside, Solus had taken care of the milk and was now snoring on the couch. No one was strong enough to lift her, so they covered her with her deep green mage robe and several blankets. "I would spend the next few hours carrying them to bed in turns, and I'm too tired for that." Today was a big day for me, and the thought that Solus might leave tomorrow makes me uneasy. I need some peace and quiet. Camilla peeked through the door, discovering that the prophecy was slowly being fulfilled. The excitement from the gala was starting to fade, and the members of the family yawned more and more often. "Your wish is my command, master," she replied while closing and locking the door. "What do you, father of all dragons?" Lith's jaw hit the floor at the sight of the figure waiting for him in front of the bed. Camilla was wearing the dragon maiden uniform, her long raven-black hair down in a waterfall that reached the small of her back. There was a thin choker made of blue silk around her neck bound to a silk string of the same color that she put into Lith's hands after stepping close to him. Judging by how the dress and her body moved, aside from a drop of perfume on her hair, wrist, and neck, she wore nothing else. "I haven't forgotten my promise, and I was thinking that maybe we could mix history and fiction a bit. You know, reenacting one of those stories where an evil dragon kidnaps a maiden to do his dirty, dirty business." She gave him a long, deep kiss that left him breathless and a bit dizzy. "Let me get this straight. You don't want me to turn into a dragon, right?" Lith asked, while needing sheer willpower to not be overwhelmed by the softness of her body and the passion of her touch. "No, that would be really too much for me, but we could go for something fun. Why don't you take on just a few draconic features like Ligoin does? Like the eyes, maybe some claws, and a few scales here and there." "Wait, you don't want me to look like him, right?" Lith pulled back, afraid of the answer. "No, silly," she giggled. "I want you to look like you with just a sprinkle of dragon to make things kinky, no tail, though." In his enthusiasm, Lith had taken out both the wings and the tail of the void-feather dragon, which was whipping the air in excitement. "And put the wings away as well. All those feathers are ticklish." "How dare you order me around, woman?" Lith pulled her by the string, drawing her into an embrace to which she opposed a perfunctory resistance before arching her back in pleasure as his hands explored the slits of her dress. "Forgive, master, it was just a suggestion," she moaned as he made wings and tail disappear. "Denied. You will learn what is that." Another unexpected vision from her open closet managed to break the immersion of their role play. "An authentic uniform of the White Griffin Academy," Camilla panted, eager to resume their conversation. "I noticed that you still have your professor robe, and I'm planning to be a really naughty student." Chapter 23, 89 Rotting Land, Part 1. "And you dare say I'm the perverted lizard?" Lith chuckled, noticing that alongside the regular uniform, there was another with a mini skirt instead of pants and whose buttonless blouse had a deep neckline. "Where did you even get those?" "Zinnia gave me a couple of her spare student outfits. Do I need to say more?" She pouted at the prolonged pause in their effusions. "Gods, no." Lith shook his head while shuddering to shrug off any thought about what Vaster might do in his bedroom. "Where were we?" "You had just refused to forgive me for my defiance, and—" "I remember now." Lith grabbed her by the waist and picked up from he left off a few seconds ago. "Space. Giera continent at the same time." Thanks to the gala broadcasted throughout the kingdom to celebrate the victory of the royals, the fires of the War of the Griffins were now dying out in Garland. All the royals had left to do was deal with the embers of Thrud's rebellion. The Blood Desert and the Gorgon Empire could finally sigh in relief, their borders safe from the Mad Queen and her cursed academy. As for Giera, it was rotting away, both figuratively and literally. After the plague spread from the Tauran kingdom had brought the human race on that side of the ocean to the brink of extinction, things seemed to have found a new balance for a while. Plants and beasts had moved together, forming the first new megalopolises of Giera. Once they were connected to each other thanks to a warping array network, the single cities had joined their resources and formed a central governing body, establishing the Wild Empire. Aside from the liches, the members of the undead race had lost their only reliable source of nourishment and had migrated to the other continents. Some had found asylum, others a new home. Most of them had found eternal death by the hand of the living or their fellow, undead, who didn't want to share the resources and safety they had worked hard for centuries to secure. The humans of the entire continent, instead, had joined their forces and scoured the land as quickly as they could in search of survivors. Capable healers, awakened, and people who were lucky enough to be naturally immune to the disease were still alive. Some of them had even managed to save their own families and their friends as well. Yet even an awakened wouldn't survive for long alone. It wasn't a matter of not knowing how to grow food or butcher animals now that money had become irrelevant, nor how to get clothes and shoes. Or rather, those were huge problems, but they rarely were also deadly. The same couldn't be said about the abominations and eldritches, who now had no need to hide and nothing to fear. They could now attack the houses of powerful mages who had died to the plague in order to steal their secrets and best equipment before moving on to Awakened. In a similar fashion, now that beasts and plant folks had formed their cities, there was no one keeping the monster population in check. The corpses of hundreds of millions of humans were an endless source of food for such creatures. Some races of monsters knew how to preserve the precious meat, while others had no problem feeding off rotting flesh. Both kinds of monsters had found a nigh-infinite supply of food that had allowed them to grow their numbers exponentially. If on Garland a monster horde was considered a threat, on Giera several monster hordes had banded together under an abomination or a particularly cunning monster, forming monster tides. They moved from one corner of the continent to another, devouring anything in their wake and their own members when the natural resources weren't enough. Cannibalism thinned their numbers, but it more than made up for it by letting only the strongest, the smartest, and the most ruthless of them thrive. After every culling, quality compensated for the lack of quantity, until the surviving apex monsters found new prey, and their numbers swelled again. Even the awakened fortresses of humans and the underground cities of the newborn Wild Empire had almost fallen more than once to the monster tides. They had survived only thanks to their mastery over magic and careful planning. Victory, however, didn't mean much when every fallen warrior among their ranks meant the loss of dozens, if not hundreds of years of experience. The monsters, instead, had no such problem. The corpses of their fallen were a great source of nourishment, and their younglings needed but days to reach maturity. No matter how many monsters the awakened killed, they would always come back like nothing had happened. Last but not least, there was the problem of the lost cities. Throughout Magus' history, all of its continents had given birth to their fair share of powerful mages obsessed with conquest, immortality, or reckless ambition. Each one of them had used forbidden magic to create sentient monstrosities that plagued Magus, and Giera was no exception. The lost cities were eternal scars in the land that couldn't be healed nor cauterized, only kept from spreading to the healthy tissues. After the fall of mankind, beasts and plant folk had asked for the help of the awakened council to collect all the information necessary for the maintenance of the arrays that kept the living legacies trapped. The council had spared no effort to help them, sharing with them everything they knew about the lost cities, how to weaken them, and what to do to keep them sealed indefinitely. Awakened had a very long lifespan and no desire to babysit a whole continent, so they had done everything they could to pin that hassle on someone else. At first, everything had gone well. The awakened humans only had to worry about how to repopulate Giera. The beasts, instead, focused on expanding the borders of the Wild Empire, bringing order and help to the small settlements of survivors they encountered, no matter their race. Then the monster hordes started appearing with increasing frequency, until even the awakened council had become involved with the matter, afraid that it would blow up in their face. Alas, they were more than right, they were also too late. There was a small number of lost cities spread throughout Giera, but that number had been irrelevant only because there were plenty of people keeping an eye on them and ready to intervene. Before the plagues, reaching any of the lost cities was a matter of minutes, and dealing with the problem took a single ranger hours. Now, however, Giera's population had been reduced to the point that vast portions of the continent were completely uninhabited. The birth of the Wild Empire had brought magical and emperor beasts together in their underground cities, leaving most of the wilds to regular animals. Plant folk had soon followed them, looking for that company and inspiration that only creatures with a wide emotional spectrum could give them. The final result had been that more and more monster tribes had escaped the beasts' detection despite their regular patrols, and had found plenty of resources to grow their numbers over time until they had become uncontrollable. Chapter 23, 90 Rotting Land, Part 2. Keeping the monster hordes at bay first, and then the monster tides had progressively drained the resources of the Wild Empire and of the union of the awakened human cities, drawing their attention away from the lost cities. Despite their joint efforts, the situation had kept escalating. The monster tides could now only be contained, and lost cities were almost to the brink of escaping from their ancient prisons. It had been only a matter of time before the lack of manpower combined with bad luck in the timing of the attacks of the monster tides had led a few living legacies to break free. A few immortal entities of the caliber of the Black Star were now moving freely through Giera, spreading their blight and growing stronger for it. It was the reason the awakened Council of Giera had assembled for the first time since the plague and the 4 guardians of Giera had answered the call together. Feniger was the appointed guardian for that cycle, but he knew that his strength wasn't enough. Having Scarlet the Sekhmet among their ranks was the only silver lining in the glum of their situation. She was a young guardian who had nearly completed her training with 4 of her 6 mentors, but her power was already above that of a bright white cord awakened. "This is all the humans' fault," Aaron Dome the J, Aramungrander, the representative of the Beast Council, said. "It's you idiots who built the lost cities, and it was your duty to keep an eye on them. First the plague, and now this. You cause nothing but trouble with your incompetence. Maybe you should take the final step in the disaster that is your existence and go extinct for good." The light blonde hair of his human form jolted as he punched the table. Fury twisted his usually gentle features, bringing to the surface his bestial nature and covering his skin with blue scales. "We have nothing to do with this," Jirwin Asar, the human representative, countered with equal fury. "The lost cities were built before any of us was even born, and the entire council is responsible for keeping forbidden magic in check. Hence, if you consider them our failure, then they are your failure as well." Too many sleepless nights and plenty of mana abuse had worn her down, giving her a frail and old appearance, yet the strength in her voice held still. "You beasts have it much easier since the plague didn't affect you, and whenever one of your females gets pregnant, she can give birth to a litter, whereas a woman can have 2 children at a time, 3 tops. By now you and the plant folk should have already repopulated Giera and taken the lead as the dominant races. The monster hordes appeared because you slacked off. As I see it, you are no better than the humans you have replaced. All you can do is whine and blame others for your incompetence." She slammed her fists on the table, her body trembling from the effort to produce a boom on par with Aaron's. The shockwave made the bun into which her hair was arranged pop, sending her dirty white hair streaked blue, yellow, and orange all over her face. For a moment, rage made enough blood flow to her face and eased the age lines that fatigue made deep. "Your claim is preposterous," Lussler the Redcap said, her voice low and composed, her tone oozing scorn. "Plant folk and fae don't reproduce quickly, if at all. We have no feelings of attachment unlike you humans, and finding a partner worth the hassle of having an offspring is no easy feat. Also, I agree with Aaron. This is your fault, and you are once again trying to dump your responsibilities on us. The Human Council was an integral part of all the kingdoms, democracies, and the other warring forms of government that your non-awakened counterpart had established. It was your duty to keep the human leaders and their foolish ambitions in check. If you had done your job properly, the plague would have never spread in the first place, and we wouldn't be here now." Her full lips curled up in a snarl, and her ruby-red eyes lit up with mana and indignance. "I second Lussler's words," Aaron nodded. "Allow me to remind you, dear Jirwin, that Emperor beasts don't reproduce quickly either. On top of that, we have not stayed idle for a single day as the human-born calamity was unleashed. We have rescued all the survivors we found, explored the lands around our cities, and cultivated the fields to feed them, and kept the monsters in check for as long as we could. If we didn't have to babysit the non-awakened humans and could focus solely on our kin, we'd have no use for your help." The J, Aramungrander's words stung hard at the human representative's pride, but she hid her shame to perfection. "He's right," Jirwin inwardly admitted. "There are not enough of us to take care of all the survivors from the plague. If it wasn't for the beasts' help, our cities would have collapsed, and the human race would be one step closer to extinction instead of recovery. Why did this have to happen now? We just needed a couple of generations to increase our numbers, teach awakening to those worthy, and then the human race would have started to rise back to its former glory on Giera. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as I like a good scuffle, this is not the time or place to point fingers." Breganoth, the king of liches of Giera, and undead representative, said. "We need to invest our energy to find a solution, or Giera will be no more. My colleague in the Zima Council has warned me that they are already preparing to deal with the monster tides with extinction-level spells." The ancient Lich was in his full human form, resembling a man in his mid-20s at the peak of his power and youth. Breganoth's handsome face was clean-shaved, and his chestnut eyes were focused on the meeting instead of lost in the mental recollection of his experiments like usual. Even his luxurious clothes were clean, shining with the silver and blue of the fallen mage theocracy of Rimpa, instead of the dusty tatters he usually wore. "What?" the other 4 representatives reacted in unison. Up to that point, They had ignored the Lick since he rarely had something to add aside from urging them to get the meeting over with. Also, after the plague, most of the awakened undead had left Giera, so their seat was held out of tradition rather than relevance. This is insane. Their guardians will never allow such a thing. Arlen cut the air with his hand. The proposal came from them. Breganoth stared into Aaron's eyes, the red light of undeath backed by a will so powerful that the Aramungrander couldn't stand them for long. They think that if Giera is doomed, it might as well disappear along with its trouble. Killing everyone here is a much better option than letting the monster tides and the lost cities reach Zima. Chapter 2391 Wasted Opportunity, Part 1. By that point, the monster tides and the lost cities born on Giera would become a problem of our fellow awakened in Zima, and they would fare against such threats no better than us. This way, instead, they can unleash their spells on a doomed land, and even if the cursed artifact's destruction causes long-lasting damage, no one would notice the difference. Quite the contrary, it would help Zima's council to decimate the monsters, and the resulting barren lands would bring no nourishment to those who escape the conflagration. Where spells fail, hunger will deal the finishing blow. This is a well-thought plan, Feniger the Leviathan nodded, one I would approve of were I in my fellow guardian's shoes. Is this why you are here today, Breganoth? To save your own skin? Aaron threw a spiteful look at his forefather but focused on the Lick King. Correct, the undead representative nodded. The monsters have found my lab and those of several other liches. Slaughtering them is not hard. I have prepared traps for centuries, and their limited magical abilities and intellect make them easy prey. Yet their numbers would allow them to reach my home if they put their mind to it. I can't leave for Zima, and neither can the liches I represent. We have already asked for asylum, and we've been all turned down. Some nonsense about not wanting to share their resources with us, and more liches being only a source of problems. Breganoth flared his nostrils in annoyance as the other representatives agreed to those words with smug grins on their faces. Truth be told, liches only took resources from the council. They only contributed to solving problems when there was something in it for them. Their seat on the council was the proof of their strength that alone could keep the rest of the undead in check. The other races considered it a small price to pay, but maddening nonetheless. For this reason, I took a break from my experiments, and I've focused on convincing my fellow liches to do the same. Until the crisis is solved, you can count on us. Just tell us what to do. He cleared his voice before adding. And please be very specific when giving a Lick instructions. Some of us have trouble even remembering how to breathe. All that drink, eat, and sleep stuff is kind of obscure to us. We'll keep it in mind, Jirwin nodded. With the help of the liches, we should be able to ease the pressure on our settlements for a while. If the Guardians help us as well, however, the situation will be easily solved. We are already doing our thing, Zagran the Garuda said. We are culling the bigger monster tides and keeping the freed lost cities away from populated areas, but this is as far as we can go. The Guardian of Might crossed her muscular arms in front of her chest, challenging the council members to question her. In her human form, Zagran looked like a bulky woman in her mid-20s, over 1.8 meters 6, tall, with shoulder-length blue hair, brown skin, and purple eyes. Her sleeveless monk's clothes left her many scars visible. She could have easily healed them, but the Garuda considered them badges of her warrior honor and hid them only while looking for a romantic partner. Much to her surprise, the challenge was accepted. That's it, Aaron blurted out in surprise. You should wipe out the monster tides and destroy the lost cities. Are you abandoning us or what? His words were followed by the nodding of his fellow representatives, who glared at the Guardians, in demand of an explanation. We should, Roggar the Fenrir echoed while clicking his tongue. This is none of our fault. We didn't build any cursed item, nor did we help the monsters in any way. In his human form, the Guardian of Mana was supposed to look like a handsome man in his early 30s, with long black hair and clear blue eyes. Alas, he was still recovering from the beating he had taken from the Garland Guardians. His skin was black and blue, the fingers of his right hand were splintered, and he wore a cast on his left leg. Tyrus had messed up his life force so that only time could heal his wounds and his Guardian essence at the same time. Even Guardian tier healing spells didn't work on him. That's rich coming from you, Breganoth said. If not for your crazy experiments, most of the fallen races wouldn't exist in the first place. You are the root of this problem. Roggar didn't know what was worse, a Lick calling someone else's experiments crazy, or the fact that he was partly right. I didn't force them to do anything, just like I didn't help anyone to build the lost cities, the guardian of Mana replied. The fallen races chose their own path, just like the humans chose to unleash the plague on Giera. I can treat you all like pets if that's what you want, but then I expect you to live as such. You'll obey every one of my orders and do only what I allow you to do, living your lives as *** see best. Do we have a deal? No, the council members shook their heads and refused his extended hand. Then you'll have to make do with this much, Feniger sighed. You are right, we could intervene and solve everything for you, but then what? It would teach you nothing, and these very same problems would arise again later. Just like there were dozens of plagues being developed by the various countries, and only one being actually unleashed allowed them to understand the foolishness of their ways. Also, you have dealt with this crisis with a short-sighted approach. You have split instead of uniting, and haven't seized the opportunity that having so much free land has offered you. Even now you pretend not to see it. What opportunity? Lusler, the redcap, widened her crystal blue eyes in confusion, making her luscious red hair cover her face as she tilted her head. Only the 5 dominant races have a seat in the council, but they are not the only races on Magur, Zagran said with an exasperated sigh. The merfolk have long since longed to get a place of their own on the surface, and elves resent their imposed exile for even longer. If you can't repopulate Giera fast enough, you might as well ask for their help. Their numbers would make up for your fallen, and with their contribution, your burden would be greatly eased. That's easier said than done, the redcap replied. Elves hate humans and resent us and the beasts. As for the merfolk, they are terrified of the surface world. Their magical abilities are lacking, and to them, our world is blinding and noisy. Indeed, Feniger nodded. It would take years of diplomacy and mutual support to bring elves and merfolk on Giera, years that you had and squandered. Don't play innocent with me. I know that you all considered the idea yet discarded it because afraid that, when your respective races had regained their strength, you wouldn't be able to take the lands you've given them back. Chapter 2392, Wasted Opportunity, Part 2. You wanted them only as tenants, not neighbors. You didn't even try to reach out to them because you knew that they'd demand to own what they build, that they will fight to the death rather than give away the fruits of their labor the moment you are back on your feet. Everyone but Breganoth lowered their eyes in shame. Once again, the crux of the matter wasn't the lack of a solution, but the unwillingness to share the magical resources of Giera. The council had hoped that between the oceans separating them from Garland and Thrud Griffin's invasion, they would have the time to slowly grow their strength and prevent the colonization of their continent. Now, however, they found themselves in the position of being nearly forced to beg for help and pay anything their newfound allies might demand as compensation. Colonization had a nasty ring to it, but sounded like music compared to the annihilation they would face if Zima attacked. Can't you at least destroy the escaped cursed artifacts, grandfather? Arlen hoped that, by reminding the Guardian of Discovery of the Blood, they shared Feniger would soften his position. I thought about that, but I can't. The father of all Leviathan shrugged, making the council representatives' shoulders slouch. I don't have the blueprints of their power cores nor any idea of how safely destroy them. I tried hurling them into space, but they have been bound to Magur. The moment I let them go, they warp onto the mana geyser upon which they were built. And I tried almost destroying them. Zagran hated admitting her helplessness and clenched her teeth. They recover in a matter of days, and any damage to their power core causes a chain reaction. What hope do we have, then? Jirwin fell onto her chair, holding her head in despair. We can wait until a lost city is away from a mana geyser, Zagran replied, making the council representatives look at her with hope. Then I deal with it, and you seal it again while in a weakened state. Beware, though, the lack of a mana geyser will make it easier to subjugate the cursed artifact, but the barrier to hold it will also require many resources and constant care. The final decision is yours, and so is the responsibility. Choose wisely. Thank you, Master Zagran. The representatives gave her a deep bow. With her help, they had at least gained a bit more time to fix their mess. The recent events in Garland had deeply affected the usually uncaring Guardian of Might. Sharjin's birth, meeting Valoran II, but most importantly, witnessing the fate of Icos had made her second-guess some of her past choices. Zagran felt guilty for abandoning the black sheep of her nest, and the heights Icos had been able to reach under the guidance of the Master were proof of her failure as a teacher. What she had thrown away, the Master had picked up. Zagran had turned her back to her son, considering him as good as dead, yet the master had found a way to bring Icos back and make him better than she ever could. I'll try to understand how the lost cities work, but sadly I'm the guardian of discovery, not of knowledge. Their technology is ancient and lost, but maybe Ligon knows something. Feniger hated feeling inferior to his old rival, but if he could keep his turf with Ligon's help, it would be worth it. There was no humiliation that wouldn't fade over centuries, and millennia wouldn't erase from history. I'd love to help, but in my current condition, any direct involvement on my side might bring Giera's guardians down to 2, Roghar sighed. Feel free to ask me for advice whenever you need it. Breganoth stared at the Fenrir like he was insane. Roghar was a respected and powerful guardian, but those who had asked his counsel in the past had ended up joining the ranks of the fallen races. Even liches used the Fenrir as a cautionary tale about not pushing their experiments too far. What about you? Lusler asked Scarlet. I'm the guardian of children. I have no idea how to destroy a lost city, and I wouldn't know where to start to negotiate with merfolk and elves. I can help you keep the monster swarms at bay, though. I can use a bit of practice in real fights after being holed up for so long. The Sekhmet was eager to put the limits of her new body to the test and identify her weak points that she would compensate for with proper equipment. She instinctively brought her hand to her nose in search of the familiar weight of the eyes of Menadian. Only when she found nothing did Scarlet remember to have gifted them to Kala. I don't need the eyes anymore since my guardian senses are much better, but I still miss both them and my friend. I wonder how Kala is faring. I hope that she gave up on becoming a lich. With the memory of their last meeting, the circumstances of her final tribulation also came to her mind. Now that I think about it, there is no guardian of destruction, but I know a guy who's the next best thing, she said. You mean the Tiamat? Aaron pursed his lips in annoyance. Thanks, but no thanks. He was of great help in dealing with Kalga, but only because we paid him. I've heard that he's helping the Griffin Kingdom with their plans to colonize Giera. I know him well enough to know that he is not going to help us unless we fill the purse he has instead of a heart. If we call him, he'll demand a foothold for the kingdom, if not even for the Garland Council. I'm not so desperate to open my door to a potential enemy. Yet, Scarlet said, drawing on herself the glares of everyone present but Zagran. I agree with the beast representative. Feniger still remembered Tyrus beating and blamed Lith for that. I don't want him anywhere near my turf. Seconded. Roghar's wounds ached just at the mention of the Tiamat's name. He was terrified at the idea of what might happen if Lith brought his wife along, and with her the guardians of Garland. Salark wasn't pregnant any longer, and she never forgot her grudges. Roghar had invaded her turf and defied her authority. Even with the home advantage, the Fenrir was aware that with his wounds he was no match for her. All in favor of not calling Verhin. Jirwin raised her hand, and so did Breganoth and Lusler. The majority wins. Zagran raised neither her hand nor objections, but she deemed them foolish nonetheless. Still clinging to their pride when the world around them burns. Great Mother Almighty, how can they be so stupid? How could I be so stupid in the past? She thought, hoping to be wrong, and that her bad feeling would never come to pass. Space. Garland Continent, City of Lucia, Lith's house. The following morning, Tista woke up in one of the armchairs of the living room and discovered to be in good company. Chapter 23, 93 Feeling Used, Part 1. Aside from the kids and Roz, everyone had just rested their eyes for a second before alcohol and tiredness knocked them out. Gods, my back is killing me. Alina had spent the night with her face on the table while sitting on one of the wooden chairs and was now paying the price. Why didn't you go to bed, Mom? Tista asked. That was my intention. The last thing I remember is that I was about to wake you up. I must have fallen asleep without even noticing, Alina replied. 5 more minutes. Solus grumbled, mistaking those words for the morning call while she curled up and hid under the blankets to shield herself from sunlight. Tista checked Renaz's room, discovering that Senton had slept there alone while his wife had spent the night in Tista's room. Tista sighed, hoping that a good night's sleep and breakfast would diffuse the quarrel of the previous night. Seeing his whole family stepping up the social ladder while he remained a blacksmith had gotten under Senton's skin. As far as Tista remembered, she had heard them arguing through the door until she had lost consciousness. Senton wasn't angry with his wife or with her family. He was just pissed off for the treatment he had received at the royal court and afraid that his daughter might grow distant as her magic powers developed. Poor Senton. Yesterday must have been a huge blow to his pride. Everyone knows Renat, Lyria, and even the triplets, whereas no one bothers remembering his name. Tista took her great mage robe off and walked out of the door in the still chilly air of the night. It was a habit she had picked up right after Lith had cured her from the symptoms of the strangler for good. Back then, the cold bit at her skin, whereas now her awakened body barely registered it. She took long and deep breaths, appreciating how her lungs effortlessly filled with air. The freshness of the air and the lack of coughing still gave her euphoria, no matter how many years had passed since the last fit. I am free now. My body is no longer my prison. Tista spread her arms, waiting for the sun to dawn on the horizon. At the thin border between light and darkness where every phoenix lived, while it was still neither day nor night, she shapeshifted into her red demon form. Her whole body turned from flesh and blood into a mass of deep red living flames. Their temperature rose with the sun, turning orange first and then all the way up to a faint deep violet. The moment the indigo of the sky turned red, light overcame darkness, and the flames went out, leaving Tista in her human form. Damn it, I failed once again to keep whatever the ethereal Aegis bloodline ability is under control, she inwardly cursed. Immediately before sunrise and after sundown were the only moments when Tista could exploit the natural balance of the elements to safely conjure her powers. It was an exercise that she had learned in the desert from the phoenixes of Salark's nest. It was a trick that all featherlings used to get a feel of their bloodline abilities without endangering their life force. Luckily, it worked for Tista as well. Unluckily, it didn't last long, nor did it work for Lith due to his dominant dragon blood. She looked around to make sure that no one had witnessed her training and went back inside the home. The farmhands would be there any moment now, and Tista had no desire to scare them or have them start a cult of her own. Be a dear and fix me up. Elena had just come out of the bathroom, where she had removed the makeup and jewels after shape-shifting the gala dress into her working clothes. I can't stop yawning, and someone has to prepare breakfast. They had all slept too little, and Elena was just human. She was aching from the uncomfortable sleeping position in places she had no idea could hurt, and she could barely keep her eyes open. Do you want me to call Lith? Tista asked, while using invigoration to make the pain go away and fill Elena with energy. Let him sleep, he needs some peace. Elena looked at the bundle of blankets under which Solus was hidden and sighed. Today is their last day together after being joined to the hip for 16 years. It's going to be hard on both of them. Don't talk like that, Mom. It's not like Solus is going to disappear. We'll have to come back at least once a day if the city where we stay has no geyser. Worst case scenario, they won't see each other for a few days at a time, Tista replied. Still, it's going to be painful, and you know it, Elena said. Solus' peaceful sleep lasted only until Aaron and Lyria were woken up by the delicious smell of breakfast. Aunt Solus, it's too soon for hibernating. Are you a hydra as well? Aaron dug her out to check on her condition. Let her sleep, you peasant. More biscuits for us. Lyria walked out of her room still wearing her full gala attire and acting like a princess. Take that off or you are going to dirt it, Elena said. Don't be silly, Grandma, it can self-clean, Lyria giggled. Biscuits, Aaron and Solus said in unison as the sweet smell of freshly baked goods reached their nostrils. Damn it, you woke her up, Lyria chided Aaron. Well done, runt. Isn't it too early for your daily quarrels? Solus yawned while taking her place at the table. Also, don't you feel ridiculous dressing like that at home? Hello, Pot, my name is Kettle, and you are black. Lyria pointed at Solus' gala dress and jewelry. Thank you, that's why I felt so weird. A wave of her hand and the parure disappeared in the pocket dimension. Darkness magic wiped every foreign substance off her face, and the dress shape-shifted into regular clothes. Lyria pouted and kept her sophisticated attire. At least until everyone sat down for breakfast dressed normally. Your Majesty, do you mind passing me the butter? Lith gave her a small bow that made everyone laugh. Uncle Lith, Lyria glared at him, pouting as she handed him the butter. Between the jokes and the stark contrast with the rest of the family, she went from feeling like a princess to just ridiculous very quickly. Lyria changed as well when even Abominus gave her a small bow. When are you two leaving? Lith asked, making it sound as casual as he could. Tomorrow first thing in the morning, Solus replied. Today I'd like to spend it with everyone while we stay at Grandma's. I want to be at the top of my game and make sure we aren't forgetting anything. Sleeping outside the tower didn't restore much of her strength, and Solus felt her energy dwindling already despite being close to Lith and wearing the sage staff at her neck. No matter how uncomfortable being away from Lith is, I need to get used to it. Otherwise, I'll end up spending more time home than traveling. Chapter 23, 94 Feeling Used, Part 2. On top of that, the only quick way back to Lucia is the tower warp, but if I use it too often, Dawn is going to start wondering why I get better every time Nika shuts her down. Solus thought. If that's okay with you all, of course, she actually said. No problem, Camilla shrugged while eating her third serving of eggs with sausages. Between the intense nocturnal activity and the growing baby, she had worked up a huge appetite. I'm not going back to work for a few days, so we can stay together until that moment if you want. Thanks, but no, Solus shook her head. I want to leave while it's still my choice instead of because I have to. After finishing breakfast, they moved to the desert where the sun had yet to rise. Sweet, after we start traveling together, we can exploit time zones to watch sunrise multiple times a day, Tista said. Who knows, I might finally master ethereal aegis or even reach the violet this way. No way, Solus snorted. I want to travel, not to help you train. If I have to bring a lith along, I might as well take the original. The moment the tower had taken form, tiredness had left Solus' body, and she was now full of vigor. I hate this. I hate always feeling incomplete. When will I be finally free from these shackles? She thought while using her breathing technique, Sky Blessing, to study her mana core and life force. They were still both cracked and kept slowly leaking energy. Taking her human form put a huge strain on both, and while Lith's presence plugged her life force, the tower fixed her mana core. Without one of them, she was like a candle slowly burning out. Without either of them, she felt as ephemeral as a match. Is anything wrong, dear? Alina's voice snapped Solus out of it. I'm coming. Well, look what the dragon dragged in. Salark appeared in front of the tower to welcome them. She was congratulating Lith and Tista for their achievements, moving on to Solus as soon as she joined the rest of the family. The day passed slowly, with everyone spending time with Solus and talking about her plans for the trip. Are you sure you have taken everything you need? She asked Lith while they were checking the tower's library. Don't worry, I have moved the blueprints of the tablet to the pocket dimension, and I can access it even when you are away, Lith replied. On top of that, in case of emergency, we can always communicate via Soluspedia as we did during my lockup in Valoran. I can call upon you via the tower, and you can do the same as long as we are above a mana geyser. Between that and the communication amulets, we are always going to be just a call away. Yeah, I almost forgot you used the tower without me, Solus sighed. I guess you won't miss me that much. Don't be silly, Solus. Lith put the book he was consulting away and walked in front of her. I'm acting aloof and confident, but I'm actually terrified. I've heard your voice in my head every day for 16 years. Every time you weren't there, it was one of the worst moments of my life. When Nalar broke our bond, when I thought you were dead, and when I got quarantined due to the Golden Griffin's slave array. What about your honeymoon? She raised her eyebrows in doubt. That was different. First, we were separate for barely a couple of days, and second, I could get you back at any time. Now instead, I'm going to see you only when you need your battery charger, and the thought hurts. Lith slouched his shoulders. The truth is that I miss you already, Solus. I miss you too, silly, she hugged him. Thanks for telling me those things, I needed to hear them. But you are going anyway, right? If you stay because of me, I will never forgive Em. Yeah, I'm still going. Solus put her hand on his mouth to shut him up. Sometimes I worry that you might consider me just a commodity, and knowing that you feel the same means a lot to me. The following day, Solus and Tista left right after her morning exercises, leaving the rest of the family in the Tron woods. What now? Tista asked. We have never discussed where to pick up Nika. She can't use the warp gates without being spotted as an undead the moment they check her body. Don't worry, I've got that covered. We are going to start our travel in Lightkeep. A snap of Solus' fingers and the tower moved to the belly of the Empire. Vladian had prepared a space for the tower, and Baba Yaga had altered the dimensional ceiling arrays so that they would make an exception for Solus, energy signature. The powerful mana geyser that fueled Lightkeep's magical formations would also fuel the tower and preserve Solus, strength during her stay. Welcome to my humble home. Vladian Dragonborn, the first vampire, gave them a deep bow. It's nice seeing you again, kids. Calla the White stood beside him, her huge skeletal body covered by an ever-shifting mass of darkness. She wore the original eyes of Menadian on her snout, and a perfectly cut white crystal the size of an apple on her neck. Still bent on becoming a lick? Solus asked, noticing that the semi-phylactery now held a spark of Calla's life force and mana. Thrud's death changes nothing. The white shook her massive head. Quite the contrary, now that the council knows about the eyes, I need to become immortal more than ever or they might target my children to get to me. Let's not ruin your journey with depressing thoughts before it even starts. Follow me, there are a few people who want to meet you before you leave. Letter 1D65B, letter 1D633, letter 1D626, letter 1D41E, letter 1D464, letter 212F, letter 1D5EF, and letter 1D5FC, Cyrillic letter 475E, letter 1D459. C0M. Why isn't Nika with you? Tista asked. Because she doesn't want to shut Dawn down from the start and have her question the secrecy about your arrival. The cover story is that Mother picked you up. Vladian pointed at the hunting cabin that was right beside the tower. Solus had the tower burrow underground to hide it from sight, and activated the cloaking arrays to shield its presence. Isn't it pointless? Baba Yaga can't follow us around and Nika can't even use warp gates. Now that I think about it, why didn't she come to us instead? It would have made things much simpler, Tista pondered. Because you've never been to Lightkeep, Tista and Nika wants to show you our house and the fruits of her efforts, Vladian replied. The house of the firstborn vampire was a magnificent 3-story manor built with a style that resembled a European abbey from the 1600s. Every room and corridor were richly decorated with frescoes, paintings, and its furniture would have looked good even in the Erna's household. Everything was made of high-end materials and finely crafted, but their beauty was understated instead of flaunted like at the royal court. Plenty of light came from the windows, and the lack of humidity in the air made Tista think they were pulling a prank on her. Chapter 23, 95 Ripples Through Magur, Part 1. Are we really underground? Because something doesn't add up. This place is amazing and good gods. Only when she looked outside the nearest window did Tista notice that the light didn't come from the sun, but from some yellow crystals hanging to the ceiling of the cave. Lightkeep had been built on both the ground and the ceiling of a huge natural formation below Magur's surface. Most undead could walk on walls like insects or fly, thanks to their bloodline abilities, so they had no problem moving from the lower to the upper level of the city. The ceiling had been painted blue and white to resemble a cloudy sky, while the ground was rich in gardens and parks, making it no different from a surface dwelling. People of all races and ages walked along the streets, and only a few of them were undead. Yes, we are, Vladian chuckled. My sunstones produce heat and light in a similar fashion to the sun, but pose no danger to the undead. They are one of my most prized achievements, second only to my son. Who are those people? Tista pointed at the short line of undead, standing in front of the main gate of the firstborn's mansion. One of the reasons you are here. I'll let Nika explain it to you. Kala led them to a living room with golden-painted decorations covering its white walls. In the middle of the room, there was a long oval table surrounded by padded cherrywood chairs. A few people were sitting there. Baba Yaga in her maiden form, Ilthin and Nika were among them. A single chandelier enchanted with light magic illuminated the place, thanks to the pristine walls spreading the light evenly like mirrors. It's so good to see you, Solus, the maiden said while walking toward her. Baba Yaga was the oldest white core still alive on Magur, yet in that form she looked barely 16. Her silvery voice brimmed with joy and innocence, while her lithe body moved with the overeager energy of youth. I've been worrying for you every time you went to the battlefield. I'm glad that you came out of it in one piece. The maiden's clear blue eyes sized Solus up, checking on the status of her life force and mana core. It's good to see you too, Malishka. Solus hugged her friend, resting her head on the maiden's shoulder. We wouldn't have done it without your help. Thank you for sending Dawn and Dusk to our aid. Between the small height gap and their waist-long, almost matching hair, they looked like sisters. Aren't thou, I mean you forgetting someone? A blond man with a finely trimmed beard said while raising his green eyes from the book he was reading. The horsemen weren't alone. Us firstborns did our part as well. He had a thick accent that belonged to a different time, when Tyrus, universal language, was spoken by nobles in a different way from commoners. Back then, it was meant to represent the social and educational divide between them. In the present day, however, it just sounded pretentious. Do I know you? Solus was puzzled. Aside from Vladian, there were 2 men and a woman in the room, but she couldn't recognize any of them. Once a firstborn assumed human form, their body came back to life, and their energy signature changed as well. Seriously, how hard is it to recognize a knight amid rogues? He pointed at his shiny white armor and then at his brethren. The woman had reddish bronze skin like Solus had never seen before and wore foreign clothes. The other man, instead, had reddish hair and an anonymous look. If not for his fine clothes, Solus would have mistaken him for a member of the house staff. Fine, since no one bothers introducing us like it should be proper, I'll do it myself. The man snorted, turning his whole body into an orange mist. I am Sir Eshen Lorman, firstborn mage slayer, at your service. The armor gave them a perfect bow, worthy of the royal court. Don't touch him while he's like that, or he will suck you dry. The woman had clear chestnut eyes and hair so black that they looked almost blue. I'm Ahot, firstborn Wendigo, nice to meet you. You are a Wendigo? Solus shook the hand that was being offered to her, almost refusing to believe her eyes. That particular species of undead were comprised of cannibalistic monsters covered in thick white fur, whose mouth was filled with fangs the size of a short knife. Not only was Ahot graceful, but also her touch was warm, without any trace of the cold aura typical of Wendigos. Not by choice, she sighed. My people are used to a warm climate, so when a long and harsh winter trapped us inside our homes, we didn't have much of a choice. To not starve, we had to make a terrible choice, and when the other tribes discovered what we had done, they killed us like rabid animals. I'm the only survivor, and only because the Red Mother found me in time. What about him? Solus pointed at Lormont, eager to change the topic. F letter 1D42B letter 212F, E letter 1D638, letter 1D65A, letter 1D44F, N letter 1D45C, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1D486L. Com. His story is almost as tragic as mine or Ilthin S. Ahot's voice dripped sarcasm, and the other firstborns laughed. He was once a noble knight. His ego was so great that he thought himself capable of besting anyone with his sword, even mages. And Tista tilted her head, while the orange mist turned beet red. And he was wrong, the end, the Wendigo shrugged. That's it, Solus said in disbelief. Yeah, Baba Yaga nodded. Why do you think the only things he has left are his heart and sword? Because they are the only things a true knight needs. She said with a pompous voice, making her children laugh harder. Which makes you the firstborn ghoul, correct? Tista asked. Indeed, my name is Bogdan, nice to meet you. He offered the girls his hand and they shook it. What's your story? Solus asked. Nothing much, he shrugged as a cold light passed behind his eyes. I was a doctor and spent my days dissecting corpses trying to understand what had killed them and how to save those suffering from the same afflictions. Too bad that superstitious idiots took me for a necromancer bent on spreading plagues and buried me alive. I starved and thirsted for days until Mother found me, but it was too late. After turning him, I warned him that his first meal would also be the only source of nourishment he would have. Baba Yaga sighed. Sadly, in his rage, Bogdan decided to settle the score and sate his hunger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you owe? Tista said. Poetic justice, if you ask me, the ghoul snarled. Why did you have us come here, Nika? Solus asked, still not understanding the reason behind her friend's request. Because I wanted to give people one last gift before Baba Yaga takes my prisms away, the young vampire replied. Prisms, as in plural. Yeah, Vladian opened the first buttons of his shirt, showing the gem-shaped crystal in his chest. Chapter 2396 Ripples Through Magur, Part 2. If not for the prism, I would have never been able to spend some time on the surface with my wife and child during the day while being able to protect them. For this, you have my thanks, Lady Dawn. You are welcome. The horseman's voice came out of Nika's mouth as the firstborns gave her a deep bow. For me, it meant going back to my people for the first time in millennia. Ilthin said. Reaching a fringe is already hard, but the moment the other elves were to notice my lack of magic, they would have burned me like an abomination. FR letter 1D6AT, letter 1D626, letter 1D604, letter 1D65A, letter 1D5EF, letter 1D5FB, letter 1D5FC, letter 1D42F, E letter 1D5F9. Com. All elves are born as true mages and develop a blue core. No matter if my intentions are sincere, without my powers, it takes a single zealot to kill me. To me, it just meant walking under the sun without being afraid of being a victim again, yet I loved every moment of it, Bogdan said. Same for me, the Wendigo said. You gave me and countless others hope. Thank you, Dawn, Nika said while apparently talking to her blouse. What are you talking about? Solus asked. I think you are forgetting something important about me, Nika chuckled. I'm not a human turned into a vampire. I'm a corpse that Mom raised as a vampire with a spell. I never had the opportunity to look at the sun without dying for good, nor do I have any memory of how living during the day feels. After bonding with Dawn to help you, however, I could finally experience what you guys take for granted and what the undead strive for. I was so happy after witnessing my first sunrise, and found so much joy in seeing how different Magur looks during the day that I decided to share such a gift with as many people as I could. Sunstones are great, but their light on the humidity that forms on our plants is nothing compared to the spectacle of sunlight sparkling on the morning dew. The flowers, the grass, heck, even the mud looks more vivid. Nika's eyes shone with wonder at the memory. Yet every prism that dawn makes weakens her, and chosen are supposed to be forever. Yet thanks to Baba Yaga, I could recover the prisms and use them on different undead every day. Once I'm on the road, however, I'm going to need my strength, so I have to recover all of the prisms before we move out. That's why I asked you to come here. I want to gift those people lined up in front of Vladian's door one last dawn. And you are okay with that? Solus moved her eyes from the crystal protruding from Nika's chest to Baba Yaga. I admit that at first, I considered Nika's request the most stupid thing I've ever heard. Dawn replied. None of my previous hosts has ever considered me a gift, nor did they ever think to share it with others. My prisms are a tool intended to give me the knowledge I need for the task that Mother assigned me and obedient servants that won't betray me. Nika's idea of making so many chosen, of leaving me weakened and them with their free will sounded idiotic at best. Yet after doing it once, it made me think. It reminded me of the importance of my mission and the people I'm supposed to fight for. It was enlightening. Tista, you do your exercises at sunrise, right? Nika asked, receiving a nod in reply. Come on then, follow me. The young vampire reached the entrance and started to produce one prism after the other, handing them to Baba Yaga so that she could seal their mind-controlling ability. The Red Mother left a small channel open so that even though the bright day couldn't read the thoughts of her temporary chosen, she could still share their emotions. Once Dawn was too weakened to produce more prisms, the maiden's spirit warped everyone on the surface. I'm proud of you, sweetie. Kala rubbed her snout against Nika's shoulder while the undead spread out, looking for the perfect spot from which to watch the sunrise. Thanks, Mom, the vampire hugged her. I'm going to miss you. Silly child, I'm not going anywhere. The White looked at her in confusion. But I am, Nika said in outrage. Don't tell me that you've already forgotten about my trip. What trip? Kala blurted out, making the eyes jolt off her snout and triggering a ferocious quarrel as the blue of the horizon turned orange. Thank you, Effie, the maiden said after hushing mother and daughter. Dawn needed someone like Nika. After so many power-hungry mages and bloodthirsty undead, a host as innocent as a child is what my daughter needed to have a fresh start. To look at Magur with eyes that aren't clouded by greed and can appreciate the wonders of the simple things in life. No need to thank me. You should thank Nika instead. Solus pondered those words, finding one more analogy between her and Dawn. The relationship the bright day had with the vampire was very similar to that between Lith and Solus back when he had just found her. He was bitter, cruel, and broken, whereas she was and pure. I already did, Baba Yaga replied. Yet I consider this as your achievement as well. It was you who befriended Nika. You have planned this moment for years, and she offered herself as Dawn's host to be capable of accompanying you. To protect you during the War of the Griffin. Also, it was you who showed my daughter how the relationship between a horseman and their host is supposed to be. If it wasn't for you, she would still be bonded to a Kala, and he would be nothing more than a mindless slave. The maiden turned around, feeling through her bond with Dawn how baffled the horseman was at Nika treating Kala like a mother instead of a master. It brought back ancient memories that softened her heart hardened by the centuries. Even though you and Lith are just guardian candidates, your actions are causing ripples that are affecting Magur. You changed my children's Solus, while Lith's existence reconnected the guardians of Garland. Tyrus has never spent so much time outside, and she even helped the royals by summoning Valorin's companions during the battle for the White Griffin. As for Salark and Ligon, they wouldn't be so close, nor Sharjin would have been born. Yet it's too soon to tell if these changes will be for the better or worse. Only time will tell, she sighed, her mind wondering about Night and Orpal. They were the result of those ripples, and one of the biggest mistakes of Baba Yaga's life. A mistake she was determined to correct despite the pain it was going to cause her. Tista joined them as soon as the sun was high enough to disrupt the delicate equilibrium between the light and darkness element. Are we going to stay in the Empire? She looked at Vladian, who was having a breakfast picnic with his family on the surface, while the other undead were simply bathing in the sunlight. Chapter 2397 Deep Scars, Part 1. No, as soon as Nika is done, we are going to Zeska, Solus replied. Yes, it's one of the city's lith, and I stormed in the attempt to rescue Floria. It's the reason we are going there. I want to see how things are and make up for the destruction we caused. I owe it to all the people I've killed. I never said that this is a vacation. Solus shook her head. This is a trip to learn who I am and what I want. The first step to do that is to take responsibility for what I did and face the consequences. Because we carry our respective burdens in different ways, Solus replied. This is my choice and my opportunity to find relief from my sense of guilt without making his own worse. If I brought him to Zeska with me, the pain would overwhelm him. He can't forgive himself for failing to save Floria nor for butchering so many people. At least I didn't kill Floria. I wasn't there when she died. Her blood is not on my hands. Despite our bond, that's a pain we don't share and one of the reasons I couldn't take this trip with Lith, Solus replied. It would take much more time than Dawn could give them. Letter 1D41F, letter 1D4C7, letter 212F, E letter 1D498, letter 1D626, letter 1D483, letter 1D45B, letter 1D490, Cyrillic letter 475, E letter 1D661. Ka. Baba Yaga warped everyone back to Lightkeep before they got too used to sunlight. Then she took Dawn's prisms out of their bodies and returned them to the horsemen, restoring her full strength. The firstborns left Lightkeep one after the other, their faces filled with sadness while they watched the prisms disappear inside the white crystal. Becoming a chosen of the bright day did more than allow an undead to walk under sunlight. Without the need to feed on what had been the source of their obsession in life, they could almost forget the tragic events that had brought them to become undead, and that their condition was supposed to help them overcome. Yes, why? Solus replied. The hut warped from geyser to geyser, preserving Solus' strength and covering the distance with their destination in a matter of minutes. Baba Yaga stopped in an isolated clearing far away enough from Zeska to escape the patrol's notice. That's up to you, sister, the maiden snorted. As far as I know, you are now free from your duty, and I got myself an amulet just to talk with you. Whenever you want, I'm just a call away, and so is Lakra. Don't forget about her as well. Goodbye. Let me get this straight. You are a cursed object akin to a horseman who hasn't been made by mother, yet she knows and respects you to the point that she has forbidden me to hurt you in any way. You and your big mouth, Malishka, Solus inwardly cursed. Sorry about that. Nika scratched her head in embarrassment. She caught me by surprise. I'm still new to this host gig. Let's go. Most of the battlements were broken, and several cracks of different sizes were open along the entire length of the walls. The orichalcum-studded steel doors that once sealed the gates had been replaced by thin wooden boards that could barely keep the wind out. What in Valoran's name happened here? Solus donned her great mage robe and showed her ID to the guards. Her name was repeated over and over along with her call sign, making her fear the worst. Then the guard kneeled and brought Solus' hand to his lips. Thank you so much, Lady Verhin. You saved my life. My unit had been tasked with a suicide mission when you put an end to the war, the guard said. If not for you, my hometown would have been destroyed. Another guard kneeled at her feet, grabbing the hem of her robe and kissing it. The front lines kept moving forward, and Thrud's army was about to invade us. Chapter 23, 98 Deep Scars, Part 2. Wait a second. Solus raised her hands to put an end to the stream of thanks and to stop the soldiers before they surrounded her. What do you mean I saved your life and your hometown? Why would Thrud do such a thing to her followers? We aren't part of the Mad Queen's ex-army, Lady Verhin. You don't put the fox to guard the henhouse. All the members of the city guards and local militia are being detained for interrogation, the young soldier said. Oh, Solus nodded, finally understanding why everyone was so happy to see her instead of angry. What about Zeska? I was here the day Supreme Magus Verhin conquered the city, and we left it in good shape. You did, but during your raid, you also took down most of Zeska's defensive systems. When Thrud's Forgotten came to recapture the city, the battle was long and bloody. Also, once you get inside, you'll have to face a lot of rage and discontent. To us, you are a hero, but to the citizens of Zeska, you are a bloodthirsty monster. The citizens won't see it that way, a middle-aged man with red hair and the stripes of a captain said. They'll treat you like a conqueror who has come to gloat over the lives she has destroyed. No matter what you do, they'll show you no gratitude. I'm not doing this for them, so I don't care, Solus replied. Very well, the captain nodded while giving her the salute. Allow me to at least assign you an honor guard to guide you. He chose the biggest, meanest, and strongest people from the garrison. Each man was a skilled soldier who could use Tier 2 magic in case the crowd went wild and needed to be forced to disperse. Several tents had been set up to form a field hospital whose size rivaled the one in Candria during the plague. Calm. Solus had traveled a lot during Lith's tour as a ranger, while Tista had infiltrated more than one occupied city, so they both knew that the truth was much more unpleasant. The captain led them inside one of the smallest tents and introduced them to the healer in charge of the camp. Great Mage Tista Verhen. She showed her own ID while unfolding her wings and opening the 3 extra eyes. Barma and the captain were flabbergasted by her origin as much as her friends were by her words. "I'm not, but Dawn is," Nika replied. "Give her a chance, she would put Manohar to shame." For these people, Lith Verhen is the boogeyman. If they see another monster with multiple eyes, the citizens of Zeska will. "Apologies, Great Mage Verhen." Barma gave her a bow as shallow as his words. "What can I do for you?" "Nothing, I came here because I want to help you. Do you have enough healers?" Solus asked. "On top of that, there's always someone who gets ill or hurt. There are riots almost on a daily basis due to people demanding more food, better accommodations, and the release of their family members who have been arrested. Bottom line, the citizens fight among themselves and against us. For every 10 people we treat, 9 walk into the hospital. If you really want to help, pick a tent and knock yourself out." The healer waved his hand, eager to get the non-human out of his hair. "If I may give you a suggestion, dear great mages, take those robes off." Barma's voice was cold and devoid of respect. "Here your rank will garner you no respect, just more trouble." Tista snorted, but she followed his advice and so did Solus. Chapter 2399 Mutual Destruction, Part 1. They left the head healer's office and moved to the intensive care unit of the field hospital. Patients in critical condition couldn't make arguments, and treating them was the best way to earn, if not the people's respect, at least their acceptance. What was I thinking when I decided to pick this as my first assignment for the Code of Practice? She plunged to the nearest empty spot on the ground, gulping down tonics from her dimensional amulet while pointing at a woman on a stretcher. "Code of Practice, are you a 5th-year student?" Tista asked while stabilizing the patient and turning the gangrenous tissues healthy. While Tista, Nika, and Solus cleared the ward and replaced the sacks of nutrients in the IVs, the young healer's brain started to work its way through the fog of exhaustion. "Yes," Tista and Solus replied in unison, while Nika nodded because why not? "My name is Solus Verhen, and these are my cousin Tista and our friend Nika," Solus said with a whisper to not be overheard. "Oh gods, guys, we have the Golden Knight and the Fire Goddess among us. Can I have your autograph?" Iridia's yell was so shrill that it would have burst a few eardrums if Tista hadn't hushed her in time. "Yes to the autograph, but only if you keep quiet," Tista said. "These people don't love us, and if they discover who we are going to heal them right after knocking them out." "The war is over," Solus shook her head. "There are no enemies, only citizens of the kingdom. You are heroes, and the citizens of Zeska should kiss the ground where you walk just for letting them live. If I were you, I would scream my name and kill whoever dares raise their hand." She hawked and was about to spit on the ground when she thought about what Vaster would do if he discovered that one of his healers had dirtied a ward. She swallowed the snot in disgust, but said nothing more. The people of Zeska and the young mages made no effort to hide how much they despised each other. "Peace my ass, the war is still ongoing here," Tista said amid pants. "By the way, Solus, are you sure you can go on like this? Is it me, or is there something wrong here?" The more time they spent in the field hospital, the more strange things Nika noticed. "How come everyone here is well-fed and wears nice clothes?" Solus sighed deeply. She was a citizen of the kingdom, and its shame was her own. A fight broke out between a student of the Lightning Griffin and a woman, cutting Solus short. Her hand, full of precious rings, pointed at a baby boy, carried by a wet nurse, who started crying due to the noise. "It's Duchess Jinhin to you?" She cut him short, the frills of her elegant day dress flailing around along with her arms. "I don't care about your so-called patients. I want my son to get treated so that we can go home. She stopped you thieves. She cleaned our cities, and when any of us got so much as a scratch, we would receive immediate and competent care. The royals not only have destroyed our city and stolen our resources, but they even have the gall to send a bunch of wannabe mages to fix the mess they made. I've been bleeding here for hours. Thrud's Forgotten would have healed me in a jiffy," a farmer with a wounded foot said. "You heard them, boy." Duchess Jinhin poked at the young mage's chest with her finger, her eyes reduced to slits. "Stop talking and start working, or I swear to the gods." "Enough!" A bolt of lightning erupted from the student's hand, sending the noblewoman sprawling on the ground in a seizure. Chapter 2400 Mutual Destruction, Part 2. How dare you threaten me, you cow? Because of people like you, my whole village starved. A lot of people I know didn't make it, whereas you traitors keep breathing. The young mage kept hurling bolts of lightning even after the Duchess fainted. Does your fracture still hurt? This is for the pain. A bolt of frozen air struck the builder with an injured arm, sealing it inside a block of ice that stopped the pain but also almost killed the man of shock. The light blue fabric of his uniform turned dark as it amplified the air element coursing through the student's body. The cloudy sky it represented swirled into a storm, and the yellow embroideries channeled the bolts of lightning, making sure that not an iota of elemental energy went to waste. With the bolts of lightning coursing through his body, the wind blades surrounding him, and the chilly air at his fingertips, even a young man looked like a god of thunder. The kingdom experienced 2 famines in a row. If you were in their shoes, seeing the food you had worked hard to grow being taken away to feed a bunch of strangers while you lived off rations, you would feel robbed as well. Look around. Their city has been destroyed first and now is invaded by strangers who follow their every move, treating them like criminals. Many of them have lost their house and winter is approaching. Can you really blame them? No, the student grunted in pain, but he refused to let his spells fade. But that doesn't mean that I'm willing to let them treat me like their servant. I'm a mage. I don't blame you for defending yourself, but there's a big difference between that and torture. She pointed at the noblewoman who was having a heart attack. If she dies, there will be a riot, and then you'll have to cure the injured from both factions. Your headmaster, and if he doesn't, the royals will. Solus kept her tone calm and let him go the moment he dispelled his attacks in shock. Kid, I don't blame you for resenting them, but you are acting like an idiot. What do you mean? He asked in confusion. No, the young mage plunged onto the nearest chair, suddenly feeling too tired even to be angry. What you talk about as if it was a golden age is one of the darkest pages of the kingdom's history. The reason you had so much food even after feeding Thrud's army is that she enslaved all those she deemed unworthy and sent them to die on the battlefield. Even the forgotten you remember so fondly were nothing but slaves, people who had been robbed of their free will and forced into servitude. Would you still approve of such a thing if you were the ones wearing a slave collar? The commoners went pale as they were forced to face reality. They had done their best to avert their gaze and not ask questions about the fate of those that Thrud's Forgotten had arrested in broad daylight. As for the nobles, it was much worse. They knew the truth from the start, but the idea of ending up like the Empire and losing their noble titles was a destiny worse than death. It would destroy not only their lives, but also those of their descendants. Otherwise, the War of the Griffins will never be over, and the only change will be in the way it is fought. She couldn't just turn her back to the suffering of the people of Zeska. Some of them were jerks, but most of them were just victims of Thrud and her propaganda. The rest of the shift passed peacefully, with the healers keeping silent while the citizens of Zeska looked and asked around for their missing friends. Once Solus was too tired to continue, she asked a guard for information.